Part 2. The Reformatory. 6. Just past the gate, the smell of smoke was so strong that Robert cranked up his window. He looked for signs of fire in the woods and outbuildings, but saw none. Still, he nearly gagged on the smell. The taste of sour eggs played on his tongue. "Where's that smoke at?" Robert said. Mr. Lohman gave him a blank glance. The closer they came to the paved circular driveway in front of the nearest brick building, and they were upon it in no time, the more Lohman's face hardened into a mask, more like the deputy's. The invisible smoke fed the sick feeling in Robert's stomach. No longer hunger, but far worse. "You know how to cook?" Lohman said. "I can boil rice and scramble eggs." Gloria had taught him since Papa left. She complained it wasn't fair she had to spend half her day cooking and then cook for him, too. "Then be sure to say so. Kitchen's not a bad job, and Negro boys work the kitchen. That way, you won't be out in the sun." Could that be where the smoke was from? The kitchen? But no, it smelled like burning, not cooking. Like the woods were ablaze all around them, or the school itself. But Robert did not ask Lohman again. How could Lohman not smell it? Maybe he was only smelling smoke because it was summer, when things that weren't real had a smell, or a taste, or made strange sounds. Usually, children's summer sights and smells went away if you ignored them. That was how Gloria said it was for her, before she got too old to notice them as much. Summertime was when the haints came out. Did some haints smell like smoke? They rolled up to a circular driveway, and the Reformatory's main building appeared, as if the windshield were a picture show screen. The building was 2 stories high, with tall windows and a coat of green vines almost covering the brick walls. The vines looked like a beard beneath 2 windows on the top floor that stared like hollow eyes. Robert had never seen a building that looked so alive, waiting for him, even. This was a bad place, and this building was the heart of the badness. Robert expected Lohman to race away from the driveway to protect him, but instead, the car stopped, and Lohman turned off his radio. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a billfold. He slipped out a small white card and gave it to Robert. "Should have given this to your sister, but that's my number. You need me, call me." "But you can't leave me here by myself," he wanted to say, but he didn't have time before Lohman was out of the car and gesturing for Robert to slide out after him. One last scoot across the sweat-damp leather. Robert touched the shiny steering wheel and tapped his boot on the gas pedal, wishing the engine were still running. Then he was standing outside, the adventure over. The rest was coming. Robert's pants didn't have pockets, and he was sure he wouldn't be allowed to wear Papa's mill shirt. He saw a few white boys laying bricks on the side of the building, their rhythm quick and sure, and their shirts were identical gray. Robert gave the card the barest glance. David R. Lohman, State of Florida Children's Services, and slipped it into his boot, snug in his sock. Maybe it would be safe there. Maybe he could keep hold of one thing. 6 wide brick steps led inside the Gracetown School for Boys. The front room was large, like a museum. A portrait of Florida Governor Fuller Warren stood high on the wall, a face he knew from an identical portrait in his school hallway. Mr. Harris had told his class the governor had made a speech against the Klan. "If that ain't the pot calling the kettle black," Papa had said. In his portrait, at least, he had kind eyes. Beside the portrait, a large glass case showed off photographs of smiling white boys, trophies, and football pennants. Below the trophy case was a sofa long enough to stretch across half his house, end to end. Beside the sofa was the biggest radio Robert had ever seen, with a wooden cabinet at least 20 years old, standing on 4 legs like furniture. The radio was silent, but Robert imagined he would hear it all the way back to the gate. Robert stared at the radio so long that he almost didn't notice the white woman at her desk near a closed door. The woman had brown-red hair piled atop her head and wore matching eyeglasses. Loman went to her and tipped his hat. "Morning, Doris. This is the boy from Judge Morris," he said. "Robert Stevens." She waved a sheet of paper. "Don't bother with Section B." Loman leaned over and began scribbling. "Can't do much with A either." "That won't matter none," she said. "Superintendent Haddock will take care of it. This the one who kicked Lyle McCormick?" She craned to look at Robert, whose heart throbbed when he heard Lyle's name. Did everyone know? Seeing him, her eyebrows jumped with surprise. She grinned. "This scrawny little nigger. Red's called over here twice already, and you should hear him wailing about Lyle in football camp, like Lyle just boxed around with Joe Louis himself." "I expect Robert's got the worst of it," Loman said, still writing. Robert had noticed his hand pause when the woman said nigger, but he'd started up writing again. The woman wagged her fountain pen at Robert, her grin gone. "What was in your thick head? I guess the apple don't fall far from the tree." She was talking about Papa. Robert's rage from McCormick Road returned. "Lyle McCormick pushed me first," he said, the way he wished he had in front of the judge, though maybe not as loudly. "Ma'am?" The woman looked startled, then her face pinched with anger. She glanced back at Loman. "They'll teach him how to behave here. That's one thing certain." Loman handed the form back to her. "Oh, he cooks." The woman punched a button and leaned over a speaker on her desk. "He's here, Superintendent Haddock, the one you've been waiting for. Robert Stevens." Loman didn't meet Robert's eyes. Instead, he patted Robert's back once, twice, 3 times, and was gone. The smoky smell grew stronger when Robert opened the warden's door. Tremors raced up and down Robert's legs as he walked into Fenton J. Haddock's office, making him cling to the doorknob to stay upright. The tall window behind his desk gave the office so much raw sunlight that Haddock was a silhouette before him, as if he had no face. He felt as big as the cigarette-choked room, the tallest man Robert had ever seen. "Go on. Close it behind you," Haddock said, his low voice scraping the floor. Robert was so quick to comply that the door slammed. Robert's bladder pulsed in a way it had not since he was younger. He prayed he wouldn't pee, tightening his legs to prevent it. Haddock pointed toward a rug beside his bookshelf. "Let me get a look at you." Robert prayed that he could walk without stumbling or peeing as he shuffled to the green and brown braided rug, keeping his eyes so low he could barely see in front of him. The rug's pattern looked like railroad tracks. His heart shook his ribs. "Candy," Haddock said. Robert was confused until he looked up and saw a crystal candy jar at the edge of the desk, brimming with wrapped red and white mints, like the ones Ms. Lottie brought to church to keep him from squirming with boredom. "Go on. Take one," Haddock said, more a command than an offer. So Robert took a mint and held it in his palm, squeezing tight. It didn't occur to him to open the wrapper or try to slip it into his mouth. He couldn't help believing the kindness was a kind of trick, and he didn't think he could produce enough moisture in his mouth to suck on the candy anyway. Haddock sat atop his desk with his knee hiked high, smoking his cigarette a long while. His face was narrow and hollowed at the cheeks when he took a draw. Robert looked away from him so he wouldn't be accused of staring. A small family portrait on the bookshelf looked 100 years old, in an oval frame like the ones Mama liked to hang. A white family in old-fashioned dress crowded on a sofa in a sitting room. A man, a woman, and a reedy young boy with an infant girl in a dressing gown on his lap. The baby girl faced forward, but her eyes were closed. She was sleeping against the boy's chest. The photo was cheerless. For a reason Robert couldn't name, the faces made him so uneasy that he snatched his eyes away.
I ought to give you 20 lashes. I promised Red I would. But I've got a headache, and I don't need the hollering,
Haddock said. For the first time, Robert noticed the thick leather strap hanging on the wall behind Haddock's desk, big enough to drive a mule. Maybe he had seen it from the start, but he hadn't let himself see it before. Robert tried to say, "Yes, sir," but he couldn't push air to his throat. Papa said if he stumbled across a panther or injured wild hog in the woods, sometimes the only thing to do was stand frozen. That was how he felt, facing off against a creature that could maul him.
Doris, she don't care for the hollering. Says she can't hear herself think. Sometimes she'll get up and go out to the church or take a walk, and won't come back for an hour, just to be sure the beating's done.
Haddock smiled.
Sure enough, sometimes it ain't. Not by our ways.
He took a long drag on his cigarette. Was it a game to Haddock, trying to make him cry? Would the strap come off the wall if he did? Don't cry. Don't pee. Don't look. Don't move. Don't breathe. Haddock sat quietly a moment while his office clock ticked tiny explosions.
You see that sign above the door? Can you read?
Yes, sir. Robert looked for the words seared into a glossy board of wood. He had trouble making out the letters.
Read that sign to me.
Was it possible to forget letters of the alphabet? As Robert tried to read the words, the shapes looked like nonsense. The script was odd, with strange flourishes. Icy sweat sprang across his face and chest. His legs quaked. He that...
Speak up.
Robert tried to huff air past his shrinking throat. He that spareth... It was a Bible passage, from Proverbs. He knew it from Sunday school. The rest tumbled out nearly from memory. His rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chasteneth him betimes.
Well, how about that?
Haddock said.
You read pretty.
I learned it in church, sir. Too late, Robert remembered Miss Lottie's warning not to let anyone know how smart he was. I could barely see them words up there.
Here's what that sign really says in plain English. As an officer of the state, I will beat you bloody and sleep like a babe at night, because it will make you a better man. God himself says so. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Haddock stood up and walked a step closer to Robert, with each growling sentence that spilled from his lips.
This reformatory is my domain, and in my domain there is no swearing, no sassing, no unruly or disrespectful behavior of any kind. Every man is sir, and every woman is ma'am. You do what you're told when you're told to do it, or your back will be full of stripes. And if you try to run away...
He paused, rage passing across his face and lips. His eyes stared through Robert, to a faraway place Robert never wanted to follow him to. His voice went quiet, like a pastor's during prayer.
Not only will I keep you here until you're 21, but you will be beset by dogs, clubs, or bullets. You will surely wish you'd never been born."
Robert blinked furiously to try to stop his tears, but one slipped free down his cheek. He lost his battle with his bladder and felt hot urine wash his thighs. He thanked the Lord his shirt was so long, maybe Haddock wouldn't see. "Please don't let it drip down to the floor. Please don't let it muss his rug." Could Haddock hear his heart thrashing? Haddock breathed smoky breath down on him.
"You hear me?"
"Yes, sir." A whisper was all Robert could manage.
"I'm your last chance, boy,"
Haddock said.
"A Negro child who will kick a white man will grow up to poison society and his own race. If he grows up. Getting sent here is the luckiest thing could have happened to you."
"Yes, sir." Haddock gave Robert a long look. Then he walked to a shelf in the rear of his office and pulled down a gray shirt, a tie, and dungarees. While Haddock's back was turned, Robert desperately checked himself to see if any pee had dripped down to the floor. He felt moisture down to his socks, but not on the rug. Not the rug, thank God.
"You get one set of clothes, and one set only. You lose or muss these clothes, you get a whooping. You'll get your Sunday shirt in your dorm. You wear the tie to church. You lose the tie, you get a whooping. Understand?"
"Yes, sir." The long pause confused Robert, while Haddock waited.
"Well, go on, then. Strip down."
Robert had never undressed in front of anyone who wasn't family, except the doc when he had chickenpox blisters all over his body. He fumbled to untie his boots first. Next, he unbuttoned his pants, relieved that Haddock was still behind him and would not see any stains. Better to strip buck naked than to let the warden see the mess he'd made. He quickly pulled down his pants, wiping down dampness as he went. He hadn't had time to find his drawers before the deputy came, so he wasn't wearing any. He balled the pants on the floor, beyond the rug's border. Papa's shirt still nestled him, but Robert saw with horror that urine had carved bright brown trails down his ashy legs. Could Haddock smell it?
"I said, strip down. Everything except your socks."
The buttons of his shirt nearly broke as Robert tugged at them. He dropped his shirt atop his pants on the floor. The cold goose flesh across Robert's skin had nothing to do with the hot room. Every part of him was shaking now, not just his legs.
"Bend over. Spread your cheeks. Hurry up now."
Robert started to bend right away, blood rushing to his head. But the words, "spread your cheeks," had no meaning. His hands felt ready to shake loose.
Sir, what?" "Your ass cheeks, boy. Give me a look-see. Make sure you're not hiding nothing."
Robert trembled like he might have if he were naked in the snow. He hoped the lady at the desk outside would not come inside, and no one would see him through the windows. While he struggled to grip his skin with slippery fingers, holding himself in this unnatural way, he remembered the card in his sock and wondered if Haddock would find it. Should he say something now? Would Haddock beat him if he didn't? Or if he did?
"All right. Turn around,"
Haddock said. Robert turned slowly, his hands falling to hide himself, his heartbeat a flurry.
"You're not big enough to be worth a damn to me,"
Haddock said, half to himself. I cook, sir." All he could remember was Loman's last words.
"He cooks."
Anything to take this man's attention away from his bare skin. For the first time, Haddock looked pleased.
"That right?"
"Yes, sir. A little." Haddock stared at Robert a long while. What was he looking for now? Haddock suddenly tossed the pile of clothes to him, and Robert caught everything except the tie, which fell to the side. When his genitals were exposed, Haddock's stare deepened, and the air in the room grew nearly too heavy to breathe. Papa would not like this one bit. Or Gloria. Robert thought of Papa's stories of slaves being carried from Africa, sold at markets like hogs.
"There's a pair of drawers inside the dungarees,"
Haddock said, still studying him. "Yes, sir." Robert found thin blue boxer shorts, like Papa wore, and slipped them on so fast he nearly lost his balance. He could breathe more easily once the boxers were on. They were a little big, too, like the dungarees and shirt, but not as big as his boots. After he'd slipped his boots back on his feet, his socks were a little damp, but not too bad. He carefully picked up the tie and folded it the way he'd seen Papa fold his on Sundays, laying it across his arm. He grabbed the bundle of soiled clothes with his other arm and held them against his hip, hoping the pee wouldn't smell or stain his new, fresh-smelling clothes. Every motion held his hope that Haddock would not be displeased or find a reason to grab his strap.
"I'm going to call over to one of your dorm masters to take you to class. School's in session for another hour. Then you'll go straight to the kitchen. But don't lose that tie."
"No, sir, I won't." Haddock rubbed his temples.
"This headache's got the upper hand now. But I'll give you your 20 lashes. You just won't know when, day or night."
Robert didn't answer. His tears tried to return. How could he sleep, knowing that Haddock might come to beat him at any time? Haddock walked toward his door. He stopped before the bookshelf with the framed family photo Robert had noticed.
"You were looking at this?"
A lie tried to sprout. What if he wasn't supposed to? But Robert told the truth. "Yes, sir. I saw it."
"This here's my family. That boy is me when I was just 6 years old, holding my sister."
His voice grew gentle.
"June of 1900. So it's 50 years ago now, almost to the day. But it could have been last week as well as I remember it. Mama wanted to hold her, but she wasn't up to it. They hired a photographer from town, made a big to-do. That was the tradition back then, or no one would remember your face. I was the only one strong enough. The only one."
Haddock looked over his shoulder at Robert. With the same storm in his face Robert had seen when he warned him against running away.
"Truth was, I never wanted a baby sister."
An icy sting shot across Robert's skin. The smell of smoke choked him again. Not cigarette smoke, but the terrible charred smell that had met him at the gate. Robert squeezed the peppermint in his fist more tightly, waiting for something terrible he could not name. Haddock went to his door and opened it to call out,
"Doris, tell Boone to come fetch him. And bring me some bears. Cancel my 1 o'clock call, yeah?"
"Yes, sir, Superintendent Haddock," he heard the woman say, chipper. Robert dared one last look at the photograph, at the infant in the dressing gown, eyes closed tight. Yes, something was terribly wrong with the photo. Every piece of it. The mother's eyes were wild with grief. The father's face looked whittled to the bone. Only young Fenton Haddock wore the bearish trace of a smile. Robert finally understood what he had almost seen at first glance. The limp baby sister Haddock hugged to his chest was dead. 7. Robert was glad when the man who came to fetch him at the rear door was a Negro. But this Negro laid cold eyes into him, roughly grabbing Robert's arm to pull him outside through a rear door, already cussing.
"If you think an ashy low damn coon like you's ever gonna get the best of Boone, you can lay down and die right now. 'Cause there ain't been one yet, and won't never be one."
He squeezed Robert's arm hard enough to pinch bone.
"You hear me?"
Yes, sir." Robert noticed how thick-chested Boone was. his arms swollen with muscle, like Papa, but not as tall. Boone wasn't even 6 inches taller, but big in the ways that mattered.
I don't give a damn about you till you mess up. Then you gonna be all I care about.
Yes, sir.
When Warden Haddock says, Boone, who's ready to go home? If Boone don't call your name loud and clear, you gonna stay here till you don't remember nothing else. You gotta get past Boone.
Yes, sir.
If Boone says lights out, you better be the first one asleep. If Boone say, jump over the barn, you best learn how to fly.
Boone was walking so fast that Robert stumbled to keep pace to reduce the pinch to his arm, his boots ready to slip off. Even concentrating on his feet and stones hidden in the grass that might trip him, he noticed Boone's odd habit of calling his own name. Papa said only conceited or crazy people did that, and how his words rushed out in a fountain, his voice not changing, as if he were reading from a school book. He just wants to scare me, Robert thought, and his nervous heart slowed. Him and the warden both. They just want to put on a show. So Robert made his first promise to himself as the newest resident of the Gracetown School for Boys. He would please the adults by acting scared, that he would never be scared from that moment. He would never again wet his pants. Maybe the warden's threat to give him 20 lashes was just like a church school skit for every new boy. Robert let himself forget, for the moment, the terror that had crawled in his belly with his last glance at the photograph of Haddock holding his dead sister. Mama and God would protect him from evil, he decided, so he would put on his own show with a sad, scared face. Boone stopped his march and stared Robert down again.
What I just said.
It was like Mr. Harris's hourly quizzes to him at school, since Robert sometimes forgot to hide how far his attention had wandered. Not listening was a sure way to get a paddling, so Robert had trained himself to recall words even when he did not remember hearing them.
And if you give that school teacher a lick of trouble, you'll deal with Boone,
Robert recited. For his life, Robert would not have remembered the sentence before, but his partial recall satisfied Boone, who yanked him forward again.
You're damn right you will.
At that instant, in the middle of the bare field between the warden's office and the colored schoolhouse, the first unusual incident happened to Robert Stevens at the Reformatory. His skin began to burn. He cried out and swatted at the arm Boone held as if it were swarmed with bees. If not for Boone's stare, Robert might have tried to pull away.
Something bit me, sir,
Robert said. A lie. An insect's bite did not feel like fire. He had touched flames somehow. And the heat, the June sun in Gracetown from noon until dusk, was almost as legendary as the sun in July or August. But the wall of heat he passed through with Boone was packed more tightly, a baking oven. The air was too hot to breathe, stinging his nostrils and throat. But Boone just kept walking and talking, his voice lost in a deafening whooshing sound, plugging Robert's ears. His sore eardrum pounded him. His skin felt like it was sizzling grease in a pan. The sky above him went black as he waded into thick smoke. Then came the worst. The screams. Mama had whimpered and screamed in her sickness, but Robert had never heard human screams so wretched they were like animals. The sound was solid enough to touch all around him. Boys. A room of screaming boys. Burning in a fire. In a flash of knowing as thin as a spider's web, Robert saw the writhing boys, faces twisted with pain and terror, half hidden in the smoke clouds, some already charred black. They pounded with frantic arms against a wall. Thunder. Begging and screaming. Dying. Boone gave him a hard yank again, and Robert was plucked from the smoke and the burning room, only in the empty field strewn with pine needles and cones again. He expected to see the soil charred black behind him, but nothing remained of his vision except a watery dance, like the air above a campfire. Robert panted at the coolness, trying to soothe his lungs. Had Boone felt it too? Boone leered back at him as if they were sharing a joke children shouldn't hear.
"You like that?"
Boone said. Mute, Robert shook his head. Strange excitement played in Boone's eyes, or behind them.
"Everybody don't go home,"
Boone said.
"You best 'member that every damn day."
Robert nodded, his eyes so wide they hurt from the effort of holding back tears. Boone leaned closer. His breath smelled like rotten teeth.
"Don't listen to them Haints,"
he said,
"or you'll be a Haint too."
And Boone pulled Robert up the steps to the schoolhouse. Still shaken from the phantom fire, Robert summoned all his will to show no tears as he stood before the classroom. He was wrapped in screams, trembling from flames. He'd hoped the teacher would continue her lesson, but the hand of the young Negro woman fell still on the chalkboard, and every eye turned to him. With Boone's shadow in the doorway, at least 30 colored boys sat with backs high in their desks, hands folded at attention. Strangers, all of them. Not a single face from church or school. Their curiosity was deep enough to cut his skin. Robert saw noise in their faces, questions, taunts, threats. From their scowls and curled lips, 3 or 4 of the bigger boys in the back row had decided they already didn't like him, that it would be their job, not Boone's, to teach him about life at the Reformatory. In the front row, smaller boys looked at him with sad eyes that seemed to say, "Can you smell the fire too?" "Tell the class your name, and then have a seat in the second row." The teacher spoke carefully like Mama, but her face might never have smiled once. "Yes'm," Robert said. When he reached for an imaginary cap on his head, almost everyone smiled, though no one laughed aloud. "I'm Robert Stevens. I'm Mrs. Purnell. Take your seat." "Thank you, Boone." Boone half bowed to the teacher before he turned to leave. "Paper and pencil are in the desk. You get 1 pencil only, and we count pencils at the end of class. Boone's run through the rest of the rules. Find an empty cubby to put your things." She pointed vaguely, and Robert struggled to see past the wrenched faces and scrabbling arms that still seemed to reach for him. The boom of so many hands pounding the wall. He finally saw past his memories to a row of bland open shelves. Most were empty, so Robert shoved his soiled clothes on a lower shelf and hoped no one would smell the pee. The teacher began her lesson again, but Robert felt the boys' eyes watching him, judging and assessing. He looked at no one as he made his way to the nearest empty desk in the second row, closer to the door than the window. No window seats were free. Far across the room, through the window, he saw thick rolls of corn in the sun, too short to be ready for harvest. He sat a moment, staring at the corn, but only hearing screams, seeing only fire. His breathing sped until he had to curl his fingers hard around the edge of his desk to slow it. The boy next to him roughly nudged Robert's foot. Robert must have crossed an invisible line, an insult, so Robert moved his feet closer together. He did not look at the boy to challenge him. He was still trying to unsee the burning boys. "The fire is gone," he told himself. "Those boys aren't real." But they had been real, once upon a time. Those boys were ghosts now. Anyone who'd been reared in Gracetown knew ghosts were real, especially to children. But some people were lucky enough to rarely or never cross the ghosts of strangers. Was there a marker on that spot in the empty field? He must never walk there again. Never. Robert felt a sinking panic that he would never break free of the fire spell. Then he remembered the paper and pencil promised in his desk. He lifted the lid and found a fresh notebook with lined paper and one fat pencil, hardly sharp. He had not used such a fat pencil since he was in the 2nd grade, and he was in the 6th grade now. But Robert began writing, hardly aware of the teacher's words. He had forgotten her name, and her voice sounded as if she bored herself. But he clung to each word and wrote everything she said to clear his head, trying to escape his horrible passage. Slowly, the classroom felt more real than the fire, and his fingers stopped trembling against his pencil. He saw the room around him, the large cards with cursive uppercase and lowercase letters of the alphabet lined up above the chalkboard, just like Mr. Harris's. But Mr. Harris had a portrait of W.E.B. Du Bois pinned to the board instead of President Truman. The classroom was also bigger than his class at Douglas, the desks newer, the way he'd imagined a white school. Mrs. Purnell was tall enough to wrestle any of the boys. She was speaking in an end-of-the-day drone, like when his real teacher, Mr. Harris's temper was short, and he checked the clock as often as Robert. Finally, Robert heard the name Becky and understood she was talking about the adventures of Tom Sawyer, which Mama had read to him when he was small. He'd been scribbling without thinking, catching words when he could. Now he had something to hold on to. He liked that story. The more he thought about the book, the less he remembered the fire. Mrs. Purnell felt his interest catch. She looked his way. "What happened to Tom and Becky in the cave?" she said. She might have been asking anyone, but Robert was so sure she wanted him to answer that he raised his hand. "They got lost from their class," Robert said. "For days and days. Becky was real scared. They didn't have no food except some cake. And they almost got caught by Injun Joe." Mrs. Purnell nodded. She made a coaxing motion. "So, they really had no business wandering in that cave, did they? What should Tom have done instead? Should he have followed his whim? Or should he have stayed where he ought to?" She scanned the room, settling on the rear row. "Cleo, what was the lesson of the cave?" Robert glanced back and saw a boy with wavy hair shrug. No one else raised a hand, so Robert's went up again. He didn't know what whim meant, but she'd laid the answer in plain view. He should have stayed where he ought to? Light broke across Mrs. Purnell's face. She could smile after all. Yes, he should have stayed where he ought to. He should have followed the rules. That isn't so hard, is it, Cleo? Robert felt Cleo's eyes glaring behind him. Again, he remembered Miss Lottie's warning not to let anyone know he was smart. In Mr. Harris's class, nobody liked Franklin Reese hogging up the answers and staying after class to ask Mr. Harris if he could wash his chalkboard or straighten his papers. Robert had once put a giant bullfrog in Franklin's lunch pail, and the whole class had laughed when he yelled in the schoolyard. "I guess," Robert added, too late, trying to seem less sure. He didn't speak a word or raise his hand for the last 40 minutes of class, but he'd already rubbed his classmates wrong. When Mrs. Purnell excused them and they stood in a line to file out, no one looked at Robert, as if he had turned invisible. Once he was outside, he realized he'd taken too long to gather his soiled clothes because the other boys weren't in sight. He took it all in. The schoolhouse behind him, the lush cornfields behind razor wire 20 yards to the side, the distant outbuildings beyond the school. Last, he peeked back at the long stretch of field toward the warden's office, where the burning ghosts died forever. He didn't see the strange shimmering, but the presence of the place rang strong and sour. I could just run. The thought had hardly appeared when the boys were upon him, and he tasted his blood. A flurry of fists and kicks made Robert cover his head. 4 of them. His class had turned the corner of the schoolhouse, out of sight, and 4 bigger boys were waiting. He knew from radio boxing matches he'd listened to with Papa that he shouldn't be pinned to the wall. As he moved, a kick to his rear sprawled him face first to the ground. After that, he could only curl up. With only 1 or 2 boys, he would have gotten his own licks in. But he was helpless in an ambush. His nose was bleeding and his lip was split. A hard kick to his stomach took his breath, and someone's boot pummeled his hand when he tried to protect his privates. These boys fought like grown men, with no sport in it except to hurt him. Pain burst everywhere. A sharp warning whistle ended the thrashing, and the boys fell away.
And you better not say nothing, or I'll cut you,
Cleo hissed over him. Since the other boys were scrambling to form a line, Robert swayed to his feet too. His vision doubled, but he saw his clothes strewn near the wall and hugged them close before he took his place at the end of a line, winding around the corner of the schoolhouse. He wiped his bloody nose against Papa's work shirt and curled his lip to hide it. Coppery blood seeped into his mouth.
"Y'all up to some foolishness,"
Boone's voice came. He rounded the corner, studying their faces. His gazes stopped on Robert, who was biting his bloody lip at the end of the line. If he asks, I won't tattle, Robert thought. But Boone didn't ask him anything. Instead, he snatched the clothes from Robert's hand.
"I'ma burn these. You don't need 'em now."
Losing Papa's work shirt brought a stone to Robert's throat. The name Stevens was embroidered across the pocket. When the warden let him keep the shirt, he thought that was the end of it. Still, Robert did not cry. He held his sore chin high. "Yes, sir," he said. "I don't need 'em." Boone pointed, and Robert saw his blue tie hiding in the grass like a corn snake.
"Get your damn tie, 'fore I take you to the fun house."
Robert didn't know what the fun house was, but the dead silence, from even the mean boys ahead of him in line, told him he didn't ever want to learn. 8. "Gloria Stevens, Miss Ann was so flustered when she met Gloria at the rear screen door that her cheeks splotched with red pinpricks. "Do you know what time it is, Missy? Yesterday you're 20 minutes late. Today it's lunchtime." Gloria's eyes alone hushed Miss Ann mid-complaint. She was only 5 years older than Gloria, and sometimes she knew when to give Gloria room for a breath here and there, not just treating her like hired help. Gloria had known Miss Ann since she was little. Miss Lottie used to bring her and Robbie to the White Pals when she was their cook, and Mama often had played their piano to lead Christmas carols, but they were mostly strangers, even though Gloria had cleaned and cooked for her almost a year. Miss Ann kept the habit of asking after a missing silver salt shaker or a favorite hand mirror, and then just as casually tell her a day or 2 later, "Don't worry, I found it in the drawer," as if it didn't matter that she had just called Gloria a thief. Gloria prided herself on honesty, but she remembered how Miss Ann was ready to accuse her of wrongdoing at the first opportunity. Gloria lowered her eyes to hide their boiling sadness and shame, an emotion she had just discovered. She'd never felt shame after the lies on Papa. "I'm sorry, Miss Ann. Robbie got locked up at the Reformatory today." Gloria hadn't planned to tell her, but Miss Ann would have heard from someone. "My goodness, what?" Gloria politely squeezed past Miss Ann toward the hall. "Excuse me, Miss Ann, but how many for lunch?" Gloria would choke on the words if she tried to tell the story now, with her last hug with Robert so freshly stolen. "Nell and Fred will both be here, and Mama upstairs. Maybe do something with the leftover beef stew in the refrigerator? I don't want it to spoil." Miss Ann waited to see if Gloria would tell more about Robbie. Gloria didn't, and Miss Ann did not follow her past the laundry room to the kitchen. Good. The electric washing machine's basin was splashing. Miss Anne must have been desperate. Gloria had never seen Miss Anne wash her own clothes except to rinse out a stain, and she seemed afraid of the machine, especially the wringer. Gloria did not know any Negro families with a washing machine, and Miss Anne's washer was still so novel that neighborhood children hid in the gardenia bushes and peeked in at it through the screen door. Gloria wondered how she would get used to washing her own clothes in a wash tub again if she wasn't working at Miss Anne's. There was no colored laundromat in Gracetown. And how would she afford it? That thought calmed her anger. Miss Anne wasn't the one who'd touched her on McCormick Road. Giving her anger somewhere else to go helped Gloria start planning. She would have to see the McCormicks as soon as she finished at work. This idea gnawed at Gloria as she stirred the thick beef stew heating on the stove, cleaned the coffee grinds out of the coffee maker's bin, wiped the counter, swept the floor, and scrubbed the breakfast dishes Miss Anne had left for her in the sink. What was Robbie doing at that exact moment? Was he cleaning too? He's getting the beating of his life, her own voice whispered to her. And it won't be his last one. Not even his last one today. Gloria knew that voice, the one that had told her that day Mama was at the sink. Look at her cheek and how the bone jumps out. She's sick and doesn't even know it. That voice brought only bad news. Her future self, who already knew the worst. Miss Anne peeked in on her, and Gloria turned her face away. When her brother Fred got caught brawling after a football game 6 months before, the deputy had brought him home with a warning. His only punishment, as far as Gloria could tell, was an earful from Miss Anne, mostly about their father's legacy and how he must not ruin his good name with low behavior. She'd been shut behind a door with him, but Gloria had heard her say he was acting just like a nigger. It was the only time she'd heard Miss Anne use the word, but Gloria didn't have to wonder what she would think of Robbie's troubles. So, you're just going to stand there and say nothing about it? Miss Anne said. I'll fix it, Miss Anne. The trouble's mine. Well, the Reformatory. That's very serious, Gloria. It's 1 step away from prison. That wire looks like prison to me. You're only making my point. What do you expect me to do, Miss Anne? She held off from pointing out that her papa had never been a town councilman who went hunting with the now-retired sheriff, and she, unlike Miss Anne, did not have a fat insurance check from her dead father's car crash sitting at the First Bank of Gracetown she might use to hire a lawyer. Unkind words stewed in Gloria's thoughts, making her mouth burn. Girl, you're gonna get yourself fired today for sure. Gloria tried to breathe the bricks out of her chest. Inhale. Exhale. Learn from Fred, Gloria. Once they start getting in trouble, they can hardly keep out. I was only 21 when I had to finish rearing Fred. But we both know Auntie Lottie has no business raising children and no business behind the wheel of that truck. She almost ran down my mailbox when she dropped you here. With that slap of truth, Miss Anne left the doorway. Gloria had hoped Miss Anne hadn't seen the truck bump against the mailbox, but Miss Anne must have been waiting at the window. Nothing was worse than a scolding that couldn't be argued with. Gloria's anger bubbled until a thought screamed at her. This is Papa's fault. He should be here. The judge had said it. Miss Lottie had said it. Miss Anne had said it in an indirect way. Even Mama had said it, back in the days she had the strength for arguing with Papa, when she said, "Count the cost." Now Robbie was the cost. If Papa could have stayed quiet and done his work without complaining, he would still be in Gracetown. Robbie's temper had quickened since Papa was gone. Lyle shouldn't have pushed Robbie, but the old Robbie would never have kicked him. Gloria felt herself floating toward a great open space where her anger at Papa could free her. But she would not, could not take another step toward that void. Papa was a good man, an important man. Reverend Jenkins and the rest of the back porch men said, and all important people made sacrifices. The Bible had taught her that, even if too many of the stories sounded like fairy tales. Freedom was Papa's calling, the same as God to a preacher. Hadn't Abraham been willing to sacrifice Isaac on God's word? And then God had saved Isaac in the end? No, it wasn't Papa's fault. She should have seen Lyle McCormick from a mile away. She should have taken Robert by the arm and walked as fast as she could. Papa was breaking his back in Chicago to send for them. Wasn't he? Lunchtime came before Gloria had figured out how to smile, so she suffered through inquiries and remarks from Fred.
Dang, gal, that frown's ugly as a possum's ass.
His wife, Nell, voice low. I'd be frowning too, if I had to spend all morning cooped up with Ann, an old lady. An old lady pal, Miss Ann's great-grandmother, who rarely left her room upstairs.
You think I don't know an evil eye when I see one?
Old Lady Powell was nearly 90 and old enough to remember slavery. Said she'd known Miss Lottie when she was a little nigger gal who used to warm her mother's feet at the edge of her bed on cold nights. Although Miss Lottie insisted she remembered no such thing and said she'd slap Gloria silly if she kept telling that foolish story.
You used to warm my mama's feet,
Old Lady Powell said again, as Gloria set down her bowl of stew and tea at her bedside table. The mattress smelled of urine, no matter how often Gloria washed the sheets and helped her walk to the bathroom down the hall. No one had yet opened Old Lady Powell's curtains in the dim little room, so Gloria yanked open the heavy felt curtains and hoisted the window up to let fresh air in. "That wasn't me, Mrs. Powell," Gloria said. "It was Miss Lottie, and she says that never happened."
"She says,"
the old woman's raisin face puckered.
"Well, that's...
Old Lady Powell couldn't stand when Gloria contradicted her. Most often, Gloria kept her objections silent. After all, this was just an old lady losing her memory, or making up memories. The true rumor on Lower Spruce was that Old Lady Powell and Miss Lottie had the same white granddaddy, Gracetown Civil War hero, Arthur Powell. But Gloria knew better than to say so. Gloria doubted it herself, since Miss Lottie was mostly brown-skinned, although her hair was thin and fine, like an Indian's.
"Well, she's a lying low pickaninny then, because that's exactly what happened. She'd lay right down at the end of Mama's bed across her feet."
"I guess if that's what your mama told you."
"Didn't I say not to give me that evil eye? I want Daisy to get you out of this house."
Daisy was Old Lady Powell's daughter, who had died of flu during the Depression. "Yes, ma'am," was all Gloria said. Old Lady Powell's glare softened as she studied Gloria, trying to place her. She often had that far-away look, lost in time. The sadness and confusion made Gloria feel sorry for her, despite the awful things she said. The weaker Old Lady Powell got, the meaner she got. Gloria had learned to tolerate the meanness by reminding herself that the old woman's tiring body must be in pain. Even breathing was a labor, even eating. Gloria had strained the beef out of her stew, and all but the softest potatoes and carrots. "Let me spoon your stew, ma'am," Gloria said. Old Lady Powell snatched the spoon away.
"I'll spoon my own damn stew. All that evil in your face, you'd probably choke me."
Gloria was on the verge of leaving the old woman to spill broth all over herself, but instead, she waited for Old Lady Powell to change her mind.
"All right, then. But I'm watching you. You better not choke me or slip me poison."
"I'll try," Gloria thought. God help me, I'll try. Was this all life was? A series of experiences and then someone feeding you as if none of it had ever happened? As if you'd never left any impression on the world? Each day, Gloria worked at the Powell's house instead of going to school the way she and Mama had planned. She felt an unlived version of her life sailing away, out of grasp. She'd never felt so trapped, wishing to be anywhere else to help Robbie. An upright black phone gleamed from Old Lady Powell's telephone table in the corner. The Powells had their own home telephone line, a luxury. Most people in Gracetown had a party line. At least no one outside of the house could spy on her. Gloria picked up the phone. "Who you think you calling, Lottie?" Gloria had forgotten Old Lady Powell was with her. Her heart jumped. "I have to call to the pharmacy for your medicine." Gloria was learning she could lie easily, with no trouble from her conscience. Not when it was for Robbie. "Ann takes care of all that," Old Lady Powell said. Oh, her mind was sharp when she wanted to thwart you. "She asked me to. Pay me no mind, ma'am." The nightstand clock gave Gloria inspiration when she saw it was 1:45. "It's time for the guiding light, Mrs. Powell." The light smoothed wrinkles in the old woman's face. Gloria flipped on Old Lady Powell's bedside radio, and the Does detergent ad was still playing with cheerful music and voices that sounded nothing like washing clothes. "Turn that up," Old Lady Powell said. With the dull chatter from the radio on, Gloria had the freedom to sit at the telephone table and dial the operator to ask for children's services in Tallahassee. She was relieved when the operator said, "One moment, please," and the line burred. Gloria looked furtively up at the closed door, hoping Miss Ann would not choose that moment to hover. She would tell Miss Ann she'd made the call, but she did not want it interrupted. If a call to Tallahassee carried extra charges, she'd pay out of her salary. Loehmann. Gloria had memorized the spelling of the man's name. It took the entire 15 minutes of the radio program before Gloria's call was transferred to an office where someone had heard of a social worker named Loehmann. While she waited for him to come to the line, Gloria imagined a spirited conversation with him, a plan of action. "He's not in. May I take a message, miss?" a secretary finally said. If Gloria had visited his office in person, she might have been sent to a separate colored area. Much less would anyone call her miss. The telephone line hid her race and won her courtesy. She added another drop of primness to her voice, like playing dress-up. "Tell him this is Gloria Stevens, Stephen's. He took my brother Robert to the Reformatory this morning. I wanted to find out if he'd had a chance to talk to Judge Morris yet." A moment of silence during routine note-taking. "All right, miss. Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." "Where can he call you back?" He can call over to Ann Powell's, the late Councilman Powell's daughter." And she gave Miss Ann's telephone number. "Tell him it's very urgent. Please." Gloria felt empty when she hung up. The grand plan she'd imagined had resulted in nothing but a phone message he might never see or would ignore outright. The organ music at the end of the guiding light sounded like a funeral march to match her mood. Gloria was surprised to see Old Lady Powell staring at her with strangely lucid eyes. "The Reformatory," the old woman said in a soft voice. "That's a terrible place. Terrible. I hope Fred doesn't end up there." Gloria turned down the radio until the announcers' voices were too low to hear. She didn't mention that Fred was a grown man now and too old to go. "You've heard bad things?" "It was the boogeyman for my boys. Don't mess up, or you'll go straight to the Reformatory." Kept them in line. But not Fred. Nothing keeps Fred in line. He blasphemes. She sounded heartbroken. You remember that fire in 1920, Lottie? Don't you? Gloria shook her head. She decided there was no use in correcting her. The old woman sighed. All those boys dead. Just a scandal. They ought to have shut it down back then, but they didn't. She pointed a craggy finger toward the radio. Turn that back up. I want to hear. But can you tell me? Hurry up and do what I say. Why is everything a negotiation with niggers nowadays? Old Lady Powell's voice trembled, her face red. To Old Lady Powell, Gloria's insolence was more evidence of the world that had left her behind. The old-timey days gave Miss Lottie nightmares, but memories were Old Lady Powell's only comfort. Sorry, ma'am, Gloria said. She turned up the radio, gathered the old woman's dishes, and slipped through the door. Miss Ann was waiting on the other side. I just don't understand you, Gloria. You'll sneak phone calls all the way to Tallahassee? All the way to goddamn Tallahassee? Fred mocked Ann from where he lay on the couch, as Gloria and Ann passed him from the staircase. 70 whole miles away. She's trying to bankrupt us. Nell laughed beside him, stroking his hair. Since his summer break from Florida State started, Fred often napped downstairs with a Gracetown Herald across his face, claiming he was looking for summer work. He loved teasing Ann, and Nell loved laughing at his jokes. As far as Gloria could tell, that was the basis of their marriage. They'd only wed because Nell was with child, but when she miscarried after 3 months, Fred could hardly hide his relief. Miss Ann thought Fred was running around on Nell during her waitressing shifts at the diner. Gloria knew more about them all than she wanted to. Miss Ann, that call will come out of my pay, Gloria said. But you won't tell me what's going on with Robbie, as long as I've known you and your family? Hurt shined in Miss Ann's blue eyes. Come with me, young lady. While Fred and Nell snickered behind them, Miss Ann walked Gloria down the hall to the room at the far end that she kept as her father's shrine, Mr. Powell's office. This was the same room where she had lectured Fred after the deputy came, as if its history gave her authority beyond her own. Miss Ann flipped on the overhead light, but this room, too, was dark from the drawn shades. Everything was brown. Mahogany desk, paneled walls, wooden filing cabinets. Please don't let her fire me, she thought. Not today. Miss Ann, I quit, Gloria blurted, before Miss Ann could fully close the door. Quit? Miss Ann repeated, whirling to face her. What for? Aren't you fixing to fire me? Again, hurt glowed in Miss Ann's face. Do I seem that petty to you? In truth, she did. No, I wanted us to have privacy, so Fred and Nell don't blab your business all over Gracetown. You know they will, don't you? Yes, Miss Ann. Miss Ann walked closer to her, closer than Gloria was used to anyone standing near her, close enough for Gloria to smell the washing detergent on her hands. Miss Ann seemed so soft now that Gloria almost wished she could hug her, the way she'd hugged Miss Lottie. Now tell me, all of it. So Gloria did, starting with Lyle McCormick on the road the day before. She ran through the horrible series of events. Miss Ann listened with pursed lips, a shake of her head, a sigh, and widening eyes. Afterward, Miss Ann paced the room in thought. Tears streamed Gloria's face again. 6 months is ridiculous, Miss Ann said. He's so young. Fred did worse than that every weekend of high school and never got sent to that awful place. It's always Negroes or poor white boys. I know it, Miss Ann, Gloria whispered. For a moment, They both stewed in the unfairness of it. Miss Anne spoke in nearly a whisper. "All right, then. We'll just have to bail him out. How much money will it take?" While Gloria stared, dumbfounded, Miss Anne reached into her skirt pocket for her key ring and unlocked a drawer on her father's old roll-top desk. She pulled out a book of checks. Gloria was so surprised, her eyes stung. She doubted that even Fred knew where his sister hid her checks. She doubted Miss Anne would trust Fred enough to show him. "I think it's too late now, Miss Anne," he sentenced. Miss Anne looked startled. She hadn't thought of that. "Oh, that's right." But the money had been offered. Gloria tried to think of other ways to spend it. "Maybe you could hire him a lawyer, just to ask him questions, get some advice." Miss Anne considered it, frowned. "I can't think of a lawyer in Gracetown who'd want to take up for—" She stopped, blushed. "I'm sorry, but it's true. Not your kin. Not now." Gloria and Miss Anne rarely mentioned the charge against her father, and Gloria wanted to press past it quickly. "Could you write a letter to Judge Morris and ask to set him free? Or give him less time, being as you're Councilman Powell's daughter?" Miss Anne nodded, but not before Gloria saw her hesitation. Miss Anne sat down in the plush rolling chair at her father's desk, something Gloria had never seen her do. The chair hissed beneath her weight. "Daddy retired 8 years before he passed. His name doesn't have the same weight now. Not like Red McCormick. I'm nobody to them but a woman with an opinion, and that won't go far. But you can try." Miss Anne nodded again, but in a way Gloria thought still meant no. If Gloria were white, she thought, she'd try to walk on air just to see if she could. What was the point of white skin if you couldn't do whatever you put your mind to? "What about that letter you wrote your father?" Miss Anne said. "I mailed it before I got here." Miss Lottie kept stamps in her pocketbook, so Gloria had dropped her wrinkled letter in the mailbox downtown before coming to Miss Anne's. "But I don't know what he can do from Chicago. He may not even get it." "Look at us, Gloria. 2 sad gals, missing their daddies." They sat a moment in silence. Miss Anne never said a word about Papa's troubles, except one time she'd reminded Gloria how lucky she was she'd hired her, despite her Stevens name. She'd never seemed to judge Papa, and Gloria was grateful. Miss Lottie said most whites in Gracetown couldn't choose what to loathe about Papa more, that he'd been accused of rape, or that he'd been trying to unionize Negroes at the mill and had nearly caused a strike. "I'm going to talk to Mr. Red," Gloria said finally. "That's foolish, Gloria. You stay far away from all those McCormicks. The way Lyle McCormick behaved was disgraceful. He had no right." Gloria didn't answer, a part of her agreeing. She didn't want to see the McCormicks either, but what choice did she have? "I have a friend," Miss Anne said finally. "My very good friend. She's a woman law student, Channing Holt. She doesn't let anything stop her. She'll have ideas about what to do. She may have an idea for a lawyer to hire, someone who doesn't care about the charges against your daddy and isn't scared of the McCormicks." Gloria smiled, excited. She had never heard of a woman lawyer or law student. "Yes, ma'am. I would appreciate that so much. She's fishing with her parents out on their boat today, but I'll talk to her tomorrow." That simple promise gave Gloria her most hope since the deputy came. 9. Gracetown School for Boys. The giant metal steaming pots and stovepipes in the kitchen looked the way Robert pictured the engine room of a spaceship, or the galley of a warship in the Pacific, like in the old World War II newsreels. This kitchen looked like machinery. It even spoke in its own language, A clanging of pot lids on boiling water, chopping knives, whirring electric blenders. Everything sharp, leered like grinning teeth. The kitchen's only air was steam.
"Every meal comes through this kitchen,"
Boone said.
"Working the kitchen is a privilege. Don't everybody get to work in here?"
Boone walked quickly through the maze of metal counters, so Robert kept pace so he wouldn't get lost. 4 Negro staff members were standing guard, but watchers didn't see everything. Robert sensed that boys had been stabbed in this kitchen. Perhaps killed. More than one, maybe. The smell of death was still fresh to his senses from the fire, and that sour smell followed him to the kitchen, too. Sometimes, guards had taken bets over which boys would die. They were old deaths, not yesterday or even a year ago. But Robert felt the boys dying. Sharp pricks to his abdomen, neck, throat, then his back. He tried to rub away the stinging, swatting his skin like he was covered in bees. If not for the fire before, he would have been more frightened. Now he knew that, in time, the flickers of pain would go away. So he listened to Boone's instructions, even while he felt the stinging. He kept his eyes free of tears. Instead, he stared at the tall, odd chef caps the oldest boys wore. Younger boys wore smaller paper hats, like at a burger stand. Boone's thick neck bulged from raising his voice over the noise.
"You do your job right, you stay in the kitchen. And nobody in the kitchen goes hungry. You mess up, and you're out of the kitchen and in the fields. Sun's hot, and hours is long out there, so your belly's gonna growl at night. That's why you want to stay in the kitchen. But you steal food. You go to the fun house."
"What's the—" 2 boys' eyes flurried to Robert, then quickly away. "Don't ask," the boys' eyes seemed to say. From their eyes, the funhouse carried the promise of bad news. As Boone pointed out the hook with Robert's apron and paper hat, Robert couldn't help glancing at the 2 boys who were about his age. They were 2 of the boys who had watched him with such bright eyes when he first walked into the classroom. One was openly staring at him, but the taller one was careful not to look his way, head low over the sink where he stood washing plates. But Robert saw his eyes tracking him too. The tall boy was high-toned, with reddish hair, and the other was darker and shorter than Robert, his head shaved nearly bald. He had midnight skin and white teeth. Robert had pledged not to look foolish trying to make friends, but he longed to talk to them so badly that his throat stung. Boys swarmed everywhere at this place, but there were no smiles. Robert hadn't realized how lucky he'd been before today, since Gloria never failed to smile at him in the mornings, even when she was tired and unhappy, trying to be Mama. These 2 boys did not smile, or even close to it, but they saw him. They seemed kind, even worried for him. They wanted to be his friend. Knowing that he might look forward to something besides beatings made it easier to soothe the fire in his throat, his ache for Mama.
"Get your apron and hat. You wear them at all times in the kitchen. And go to the sink. Everybody saw us at the sink."
When Robert saw Boone pointing toward the 2 boys at the sink, he had to catch himself so he wouldn't show how glad he was.
"Watch out,"
the taller boy said when Robert joined them.
"Water's hot."
"Real hot," the smaller boy said. They both lifted their dripping fingers out of the sink, wrinkled as if they were old men.
"Used to have gloves,"
the tall boy said. "Yeah, rubber gloves," said the other.
"But somebody took them."
The smaller boy's big eyes hinted toward the right, and for the first time, Robert noticed Cleo in the rear, stirring a large, steaming metal vat in the corner with a spoon so big that it looked like a broom handle. Robert looked away fast so Cleo wouldn't see him. His nose and cheeks still smarted from his beating, and he'd cut his gum with a tooth.
"Takes what he wants,"
The tall boy shrugged. "Better stop making him look dumb," the small boy said, looking up mournfully at Robert. He had an accent Robert had never heard, sharp G's and T's. He was younger, maybe 10. "He's going to keep whooping you till you fight back, or he gets bored."
"But don't fight back too much," the tall boy whispered. "Just show hard. If you hurt him or bloody his nose,"
he rolled his eyes and whistled softly. "Ooh-wee. Nah, you don't want to do that. He's crazy." The boys fell silent, palms slapping back into the water, suddenly busy. By instinct, Robert lowered his hands into his sink too, and the heat grasped him in a tight palm. But he didn't snatch his hands out because he heard footsteps on the shiny white floor, and a thin Negro man in a white shirt and black satin vest strolled past, watching them. Rings shone on his fingers.
"Better not find spots or food on those dishes, gentlemen,"
the man said. He dipped his finger in the tall boy's sink and moved on, satisfied. As soon as he was out of earshot,
"That's Mr. Crutcher,"
the tall boy said.
"He used to be real nice."
"Sure was."
"But not no more. If the water ain't hot enough, he'll put your head down in that sink."
Robert stared after the man, trying to picture it. He didn't seem as mean as Boone. "Nobody stays nice," the younger boy said. "Not unless you're like us." "What you mean?" Robert said. The boys looked at him as if his question were silly. The younger boy giggled. "Children, dummy," he said.
"Shut up,"
the taller boy snapped.
"How's he going to know?"
The smaller boy still shook his head, chuckling to himself. The boys talked too fast and so softly that Robert had to crane his ears to hear them. His bad ear rang. "How long you gonna be here?" the small boy said.
6 months.
It stung to say it.
6 months? That ain't too bad,
the tall boy said. They exchanged names. The tall boy's nickname was Redbone, or just Bone. The smaller boy said he was called Blue because he was blue-black. He surely was. Robert said his nickname was Robbie, but he wanted to be called Robert. He did not want to be Robbie here. "We'll get you a better nickname," Blue promised him. Redbone and Blue finally got around to instructing Robert on his duties. 1 sink for plates, 1 for cups, 1 for forks and spoons. There were only 2 rules to live by, they said. 1, don't break the dishes. 2, don't leave grime or spots. Boys who made it past washing dishes could start cooking or mopping the floor. Boys who failed at washing dishes got sent out to the fields. Blue had never been to the fields, but Redbone said he'd worked on a thresher and never wanted to see corn on the cob again. Blue's family had sent him to Miami from the Bahamas when he was 8, but he'd been brought to the Reformatory after his grandmother died. He was waiting on an aunt to come get him from Bimini, but she kept getting delayed. Redbone gave Robert a knowing look, as if to say, "That ain't true." Redbone, who was from St. Augustine, had taken his neighbor's car joyriding when he was 10, and he'd been sentenced to 2 years. His sentence would be up in December, a month before Robert's. He might go home then, or he might get leased out to the peanut mill or one of the farms. He wasn't sure. The warden would decide, based on his behavior record. Both boys looked grim at the mention of Haddock. Robert didn't want to talk about him either. Robert listened to their stories between bouts of thoughtful scrubbing, so he could be sure no grains of rice or dried food was stuck between the tines. The water scalded his palms bright red. Washing forks was the worst job, the boys had said. Forks trapped food out of reach.
"You're going to need to wash faster than that,"
Redbone said. 100 years faster, Blue said. That was when Robert looked up and saw him. Across the kitchen, Cleo was gone. Instead, a white boy in a chef's hat and a long white apron stood in his place. He stared dead at Robert as if he'd been waiting to be noticed. His hair was cut short like Blue's. the color of pale sand. He was thin and barefoot, maybe 12 or 13. Robert looked away fast. When trouble started with white boys, colored boys lost out. "I thought it was only colored boys in the kitchen," Robert said. Redbone and Blue shrugged. "Well, how come they let him in here? Like he's spying on us?" Redbone and Blue stared blankly, so Robert gestured toward the vat with his chin. The white boy was still there, still staring. "What white boy?" Redbone said. Robert thought they were teasing him, but their faces said different. They didn't see the boy. They looked straight past him. "He's right there," Robert said. "You say so," Redbone said, and went back to washing. Robert squeezed his eyes shut tightly, opened them, and looked again. The boy stared on. Robert could see his cool blue eyes from across the room. He had never seen eyes so blue. A tiny clink rang as Redbone lifted a dripping plate he'd rinsed. "Just tell him he ain't real, and he'll leave you be," he said. "Most times." Not real. The boy was as real as he was, casting a shadow against the large metal vat. Robert could see his freckles. Blue spoke, hushed. "I've seen that white boy. The one with the knife?" Heart speeding, Robert checked to see if the boy held a knife. He was relieved to see the boy's hands empty, hanging limply at his sides. "He ain't got a knife," Robert said. "Must be another one in," Blue said. He checked the plates he'd stacked for chips. "White boys must have worked in the kitchen before." "They keep coming back," Redbone said. "I bet Haints get hungry, huh, Blue?" Haints. Robert's heartbeat was thunder, but he couldn't look away. What did he see in this boy's face? He didn't seem angry. He didn't quite seem sad. His eyes reminded Robert of Mama's, when she used to cling to his arm to keep him from pulling away when it was too hard to look at her dying. Redbone went on talking to Blue, unbothered. "They must be hungry. They're punching open the rice and flour bags at night, and then we get blamed. That ain't right." "If you did, steer did," Blue said. "They could be talking about rats or roaches." "You're not real," Robert whispered toward the boy, a test. As if Robert had shouted, the white boy turned to walk away, although he had nowhere to go, except the back wall. A butcher's knife was buried in his back, the hilt lodged between his shoulders, blade shining in the light. The circle of blood was thick and black near the knife, soaking red down his back, leaving smudged footprints as he walked toward the wall. One stride, and he was gone, through the whitewashed bricks. Robert gasped. He... Robert clung to the counter to stay upright, his words withered. "Yep," he heard Blue say, a tiny voice on the other end of a long tunnel. "Toya born? Must be the one with the knife." Robert's wooziness passed as soon as his knees buckled, so he snapped himself back to alertness and stood straight before anyone saw, even Redbone and Blue. He asked for water, and Blue scurried to get it, dodging Boone and Crutcher and the other watchers in a stealthy zigzag across the room. It wasn't a long distance, but Robert could not have made it without attention. The tepid glass of water helped clear Robert's head. "It ain't nothing," Redbone said. "You get used to it." "Just pray at night," Blue said. "They'll let you alone." "There's worse things to worry about than Haints." "Way worse," Blue said. That didn't make Robert feel better about the boy and the blood and the knife or the fire in the field, but was enough to get him back to work. The urgency of 2 hot water and forks to clean helped him convince himself that nothing he'd seen could hurt him, the way Cleo and those bigger boys had, or the way Haddock would. The dishes had no end. Dishes waited before dinner, and a steady flow of dishes came back to them on carts after the 2 dinner shifts began. Robert couldn't see the dining hall from his sink station, so the din sounded the same to him for both shifts, a furious, steady hum of conversation, even some laughter, although it was careful, not too loud. Everyone was happy to be eating. Maybe they looked forward to eating dinner all day. Any angry shouts were quieted by angrier shouts from adults, and a thick silence before the talking started again. But all of those dramas were far from the dishwashing station, past the wall and thick glass of the long picture window. To soothe his hunger, Robert snuck finger wipes from plates before he shook scraps into the garbage. Buttery mashed potatoes, gravy, beef, a sweet apple dessert. Not as good as Mama's or Miss Lottie's, but good enough to make him eager to fix his plate. That was the hardest part of the job, feeding others before he could eat. The kitchen crew ate last. Redbone and Blue had told him, but they could eat as much as they wanted so the food wouldn't go to waste. They could have seconds or even thirds sometimes, although it was nearly impossible to have more than one dessert, and dessert was often gone before their turn. No one skipped dessert. They would have to spend time cleaning up afterward, but like Boone said, they would never go to bed hungry. "Here," Blue said, and snuck a small apple pastry in Robert's wet hand. It was mostly intact, except for a split along the seam, and it was hot, maybe hotter than the dishwater. "Eat it, dummy! Hurry up, won't be none left." After a furtive glance for Boone or another guard's eyes, Robert stuffed the pastry into his mouth whole. It was so hot that it flared against his sore gum and numbed his tongue. Plus, he could taste dish soap from the sink. But so good. Yes, the kitchen was all right. Ghosts or no ghosts. The 3 of them stood in a row at the sinks, scrubbing hard, trying to chew softly and hide their full cheeks. Finally, it was their turn for dinner. With most of the other boys gone, the last wooden chairs squealing away from the tables, Robert could sit at last and gnaw at a thick slice of meatloaf drowned in gravy. The meat had no flavor, but it was filling. He felt no worries about Cleo and the older boys because they were huddled at the tables at the far end, speaking in low voices, their laughter far away. The older boys had seated themselves first, and Robert noticed that Redbone and Blue wanted to sit nowhere near them, choosing the table farthest away. 2 other boys were close to their age, Troy and Eddie, who had graduated to sweeping, mopping, and wiping counters, and who sat mostly watching and listening at their end of Robert's table, shy and quiet. Redbone told funny stories about when he stole that car, and how he could barely reach the gas pedal or see up through the windshield, and how he nearly drove himself into the Atlantic, although half the story sounded made up. How could Blue claim that 6 patrol cars had chased Redbone when he hadn't been there to see it? It took all of Robert's concentration to try not to choke on his food or laugh too loudly. Once, he noticed Cleo staring over at him, and his food grew heavy in his stomach, his smile fading. But the next time Robert looked up, Cleo's stare was gone. Now Robert could see a kind of a way through it. He would go to school, work in the kitchen, be with his new friends, go to bed, go to school, work in the kitchen. 6 months was a horribly long time, but if he stayed clear of Cleo and didn't make anyone mad, he could do it. Except for the one thing still bothering him most. He would never sleep unless he knew. "Does Warden Haddock do everything he says he will?" Robert said, while everyone's mouths worked on their meals. Their chewing slowed. Troy and Eddie looked at their plates. "Depends," Redbone said. "What'd he say?" Robert spoke softly. "Said he was gonna give me 20 lashes. No one answered, but Robert saw his future in their faces. "He said I won't know when. I thought he was trying to scare me." Blue shrugged. Oh, he means it. Redbone gave Blue a sharp look.
It's called the Funhouse,
he said after a while.
That's where they whoop you. Mostly Warden Haddock, and that other one, Mr. Ames. Boone sometimes. 20's a lot.
30's worse, Blue said, shrugging. No one spoke for a while. Robert wanted to ask if any of them had been to the funhouse, but he didn't, since no one brought it up. He had changed everyone's mood. His stomach was bloated, and he hoped he wouldn't get sick. Without the laughter, all he remembered was the screaming in the field and the bloody knife in the boy's back.
Helps to holler and cry,
Redbone said.
Some fools try to act like it don't hurt. Warden Haddock don't like that. He'll just whoop you harder till you do.
The other boys nodded, as if they had all been beaten. Robert wanted to confess he'd never had a beating except one school paddling and a few smacks across his palm with Papa's belt. But they might call him a sissy. Besides, he hadn't made a sound when Cleo and those boys licked him. And crying might have made it worse. Being scared of Papa's belt had been worse than the belt. 20's nothing, Robert said.
I won't holler.
Redbone shrugged. I ain't scared of the funhouse, the one called Troy said. Blue made a sound like half a laugh, but he smothered it with his dinner roll. He's scared of his shadow, he murmured toward Robert's ear. Always jumping. Robert checked the older boys again, saw no one looking in their direction. The guards were mostly in the back, with only Crutcher eating alone at a table, out of hearing range. Robert's heart pounded. Does anybody ever run away? Robert said. He said it more loudly than he'd intended, so everyone at his table seemed startled. The one called Eddie dropped his fork.
Don't talk about that,
Redbone said. Robert whispered. But do they? Some try it, Blue said. Sneak out right before dark, break into the mill, try to hide in the peanuts. That's only a couple miles down the road, so that's where they go. Hush, Redbone said. But it don't work. All these cracker farmers around here, they get $50 if they snitch. 50. This place is full of snitches too. Plus, they catch you, you get 50 lashes. Or you end up at Boot Hill.
What's Boot Hill?
The graveyard, Blue said. That's where they bury you. The rest of the room had lost all of its sound. No laughter, talking, silverware clanking. Troy and Eddie, sensing trouble, rose to clear their plates back in the kitchen. Robert glanced over at Crutcher again. His head was bent over his food as he sopped gravy with his roll. But Cleo was watching. Really watching. Had he heard all the way across the room? Redbone kicked Blue under the table. Shut up, he said from behind his teeth. Blue shrugged. Nobody else heard? But he was wrong. Robert knew it, and so did Redbone. Robert pushed his plate away. He didn't know which was worse, that Cleo might have overheard them, or that boys from the Reformatory got buried in a graveyard with its own name. He'd rather be sitting at dinner with the ghost with a knife in his back. Robert felt dizzy again. Blue rose from the table, making a loud clatter as he jostled Redbone's plate and fork, as if to bring attention to them on purpose. He sneered at Redbone over his shoulder as he followed the other boys to the kitchen. Cleo's eyes, thankfully, had returned to his friends. Robert wanted to stop asking questions, but he couldn't. You ever know anybody who got buried at Boot Hill?
Sure did,
Redbone said. He shoved mashed potatoes into his mouth.
Fat kid named Garrick. What business a fat kid got trying to run? We all helped pitch dirt to bury him.
Cleaning up after dinner was a race. No talking, just scrubbing and closing jars and putting away food wrapped in foil in the massive refrigerator, in case the staff got hungry later. Curfew at the dorm was 7:30, and no one wanted to be late. Robert noticed that Crutcher and the other guards were gone, and noticing it worried him, both because Cleo might come and jump him again, and because he did not want to be tempted to run. So soon after hearing about Boot Hill, it scared him to be wondering how long he would be left without adults watching him in the kitchen each night. It would be dark outside soon. Could he find his way to the peanut mill like Blue had said? Could he get past the tall fences, or would he get lost in pockets of fires and screaming? His thoughts felt too loud, as if Blue and Redbone could hear. "I'm going back," Blue said, and the unwanted part of Robert's mind took note that Blue would walk to the dorm on his own, no one guarding him. "I want to hear the radio show."
"He got a clock in his head,"
Redbone whispered to Robert. "Be late if you want," Blue said, and left through a rear door, only strides from where Robert had seen the ghost pass through the wall. The gleaming metallic vat winked. "We're gonna be late," Robert said. Redbone waved his hand.
"Nah, we got time." "Want to see what nobody else sees?"
Troy lingered close, eager, wiping his hands on a tattered dish rag.
"In the back?" "Yeah. Let's just show him real quick,"
Redbone said. Robert hesitated. He liked Redbone fine, but he didn't know anything about Troy, and he didn't like the easy way Redbone had talked about burying a kid, like he hadn't felt sorry. He'd have sounded sadder about burying a dog, probably. "No one stays nice," Blue had said. "You not gonna believe your eyes," Troy said, and Robert was following him, curious despite his better sense. Redbone and Troy jostled for the lead, while they led Robert through stacks of boxes and swollen burlap bags in the long, wide pantry behind the kitchen. The temperature was cooler by at least 10 degrees. In a few strides, they had walked from summer to fall. At the rear of the pantry, they came to a metallic door twice the width of a normal door, with a long iron arm barring it shut. "What's that?" Robert said. "The fridge?"
"Better,"
Redbone said. Redbone tugged at the bar on the door, lifting it high. Troy helped him pull the door open. The door fought, as if someone were trying to keep it shut from the other side. Once it was open, fog flew out in a thick cloud. Cold air washed over Robert's face and bare arms.
"What is it?"
Robert said.
"The freezer,"
Redbone said.
"They put it in a year back. 0 degrees.
Again, Robert thought of a spaceship as he saw the foggy interior. He had never imagined a freezer so big, yawning open to nothing except slowly swirling fog. "I'm not going in there," Robert said. His heart was awake again, thumping. "We'll go first," Troy said. "Chicken."
"Just don't touch nothing,"
Redbone said.
"Come on."
After Redbone took a few steps inside the freezer, he was wrapped in fog. Troy was huskier, just past Redbone's shoulder, both of them already less visible. Without wanting to, Robert wondered if he could beat either one of them in a fight, much less both together. He stood in the doorway wanting to turn around and run away. The fog shrouded the shelves inside from view, and Redbone and Troy had vanished within it.
"Keep the door open some,"
Redbone called back, but Robert had thought of that. He'd left the freezer door wide open so he could back out fast, and so someone could hear him if he yelled. He watched and waited to see if the door would fall closed by itself on a hinge, but it was fixed in place, firm to his touch. The fog was clearing as it seeped out of the open doorway. He could make out crates on shelves now. Robert wasn't as nervous once he could see more than 5 feet through the misty gray. He took tentative steps behind Redbone and Troy and sped to catch up. The freezer was crammed with packed shelves, but Robert looked up and saw a giant hook, a row of them.
"Come on, faster,"
Redbone said. Robert's feet kept their pace against his will. His eyes were grabbing what they could see in the thinning fog, a row of hooks on either side, spaced apart. Robert noticed how cold he was, his earlobes stinging, the air too cold to breathe. Yes, it was like a trip on a spaceship, and they had landed in a frigid new world. Redbone and Troy were laughing. Robert turned to know what they had seen. A grown man, large and dark, was swinging back and forth between them on the hook in the fog as they took turns hurtling themselves against him with all their strength. The hook squealed under its burden with every swing, but the man was frozen solid. Robert thought of Papa's stories about Claude Neal, swinging from a tree. Robert's breath was trapped in his throat. He nearly vomited up his supper. "You see this?" Redbone said, grinning. The fog stopped its tricks against his eyes, and Robert saw that the two boys were playing with a frozen side of beef. That was all. Another identical one hung on the hook behind them. The carcass was long, probably 100 pounds or more. It would be taller than him even set on the floor. Stubby, gristled legs pinned together to the hook. The slab of meat spun lazily between Redbone and Troy, smooth and white, with fat on one side, thick curved ribs red and raw on the other. A snake of exposed bone stretched from its severed neck to its flank. You said not to touch nothing," Robert said. Redbone had seemed so sensible before, at least compared to Blue, but the danger in the freezer pulsed like a snake that might strike. Robert didn't like the door being out of his sight. The cold was terrible, chewing at his skin. And what if the meat fell from its hook? How could they lift it back up? "No, you're right," Redbone said, hugging the beef closer to stop it swinging. "We just wanted to show you. You might never see all this meat again your whole life. Sometimes they got more," Troy said, "hanging all up and down here." The meat looked only dead to Robert, like it should be buried at Boot Hill. The cold was making his heart thump louder. Robert rubbed his arms, which prickled to his touch. "We got curfew, right?" Redbone shrugged. "We got plenty of time till—" Then a whoomp sound. The air felt sucked out of the room. Robert's hurting ear ached with a pop. Redbone and Troy were yelling and running toward the door before Robert heard the lock click into place with a final scrape and snap. "Quit playing!" Redbone pounded against the metal. "Open this goddamn door!" Troy was crying, banging the door with his fist beside Redbone. Robert watched them, unable to move, thinking maybe the day was only a bad dream. He'd had that feeling since Mama died, always expecting to wake up and discover she was still alive, and maybe this was a part of the same nightmare, starting with the courthouse, ending in this frozen death house. "Is there another door?" Robert said, hoping. His voice was so soft that no one heard. His teeth were clicking together. "Is there—" The cold was another kind of fire. His skin was burning. "You open this goddamn door, I'll break your head open," Redbone yelled. Troy jumped up and down as he cried, "Who is it? Who locked it?" But there was no window in the door, so they could only see their muddy reflections. "Blue, that better not be you," Redbone said. Robert finally went closer to the door to listen. "Blue?" All they heard was the freezer's hum. "What if it's Cleo?" Robert said. The bubble of hope, Robert's growing certainty that it was Blue, burst. Redbone gave Robert a look that seemed to wish he'd never let him sit at his table or acted like his friend. Robert's breath puffed out of his mouth in panicked clouds. His lungs were bound tight by cold and a thought worse than Cleo. What if the ghost of the boy stabbed with the knife was on the other side of the door, unseen, ready to walk in and make himself known? Maybe a ghost could yank down the bar to lock the door. And maybe the ghost hadn't liked what Blue had said. "If you did, stay dead." Maybe the ghost was still mad he'd gotten stabbed. "It wasn't me who stabbed you," Robert whispered loudly enough for Hank to hear. Redbone and Troy started pounding again, and this time Robert joined them, thumping against metal so cold that it snatched at his skin. But Robert didn't feel it. His fists were as numb as the rest of him. He tasted the terror of the boys in the fire, their voices clear in his mind again. "Is that smoke? Who locked the door?" "Leave me alone," Robert whispered. "It wasn't me."
"We know it wasn't you," Redbone said. "The door locks from the outside."
Robert pounded until perspiration sprang and froze on his brow. He was winded. His lungs hated the cold. He stopped, bent over, propping himself at his knees with his palms that were wringing and raw with pain. His heartbeat shook his body. No one was answering. No one was coming. Would they survive an hour? 30 minutes? He scanned the shelves for blankets or clothing, but of course there were none. Not even a burlap bag in sight. And there were plenty on the other side of the door. "We gotta keep moving," Robert said, "to warm up." Troy let out an animal wail of despair. "I don't want to die in here." Redbone ignored Robert. Tired of using his fist, he kicked the door with the sole of his shoe.
"Open this damn door! I mean it!"
The laughing sounded so soft, so far away, that Robert thought he'd imagined it. Was it the ghost taunting them? Redbone stopped kicking. He'd heard it too. "Blue," Redbone said. He said his friend's name like a prayer. The laughter again, more loudly. "I don't want to die in here," Blue teased, muffled on the other side of the door. He laughed again. Robert's body sagged with relief. Troy was senseless, talking in a circle, still crying.
"Please, please, please, please." "Just open it, Blue."
Redbone's voice was calm as a sunny sky. He stroked the door. "You promise you won't lick me?" Blue said. Redbone smacked the door with his palm.
"I promise I won't do nothing. Just open it for we all miss curfew. I ought to choke you." "You ain't right doing that," Troy screamed. "You ain't supposed to be here."
"And Troy won't lick me either?" Blue said.
"Troy won't touch you,"
Redbone promised, but Troy's fists were clenched. Blue was satisfied. He fumbled with the latch, struggling.
"Ain't so easy the other way, huh, Shrimp?"
Redbone said.
"Hurry up."
Just when Robert started to think maybe Blue wouldn't get the latch open without help from an adult, and whatever new heartache that might bring, the bar scraped against the metal like a fingernail on a chalkboard. With all of them pushing, the door opened right away. Robert ran far from the freezer to the pantry doorway, leading back to the kitchen. He would have gone farther into the kitchen, but he didn't like how the kitchen was so dark now, full of shadows. Troy's arms pinwheeled as he tried to lunge at Blue, but he was off balance and missed by a mile. Blue darted behind Redbone, giggling. Redbone pinned Troy to hold him still. Troy was shaking with rage. Blue was so small that Robert could probably whoop him on his own, but he didn't have a taste for it. He was just grateful to be out of the terrible cold, so he wouldn't learn what it felt like to freeze to death. He still couldn't feel his ears. He wriggled his fingers and swatted at his earlobes to try to bring back the stinging. The pantry clock said it was only 7:21, not 7:30 yet. They hadn't missed curfew. Mama and God must be looking out for him for sure. "None of y'all can take a joke," Blue said. "I would have let you out."
"Do it again and see what happens,"
Redbone said.
"Yeah, see what happens."
Troy was still trapped by Redbone's grip. He swung so wild, his fists were nowhere near Blue.
"We're not scared of you. You don't scare me none."
Troy finally settled down, so they rushed through hanging up their hats and aprons and turning off the pantry lights. Robert felt lucky. when he remembered the tie he'd left hanging on the peg. He'd been promised a beating if he lost it. Why had he let himself get distracted? He'd known better than to go into the freezer. He'd known it. He would never ignore his own good sense again. And now they might be late. And even if they weren't late, how could he sleep wondering if Warden Haddock might come? Robert wished he were nowhere and no one. His hands were trembling, and not from the cold. As Robert left the kitchen through the rear door with the other boys and met the humid air outside, he looked over his shoulder to make sure the ghost from the kitchen wasn't standing behind him. 10. Miss Lottie kept every piece of her life she'd ever touched. Miss Lottie's house had 3 bedrooms and was twice as big as Gloria's, but every inch was filled with clutter, with pathways carved through the mess. Yellowing Pittsburgh Courier newspapers about Jackie Robinson, Jesse Owens, Lena Horne, and Joe Louis lined the hall. Even her bathroom was a home to old ebony magazines and junk filling the bathtub. Such a waste of indoor plumbing. Miss Lottie bathed standing at her sink. The clutter was another reason Gloria had moved out with Robbie, since he was forever knocking things over. To Gloria, the mess looked like trash. But Miss Lottie had a fit when anyone moved her things. Uncle June and Wayman were almost too big to walk through the maze. Miss Lottie's house smelled like dust and time. Only the kitchen looked the way a kitchen should, except for a stack of papers in one corner of the kitchen table and a collection of milk bottles behind the rear door. Miss Lottie moved less now, spending more and more of her days sitting at the table. Gloria buttered the rolls while Miss Lottie carved the chicken she'd roasted. Gloria's stomach growled for the first time all day. She'd had a bite of the stew at Miss Ann's, but her appetite had died since Robbie was taken away. Telling the story of her day exhausted Gloria, but she told it. "A law student, huh?" Miss Lottie said. "Guess that's almost good as a lawyer." "It's a girl law student. Chandler somebody. Miss Ann says it's her very good friend." Miss Lottie glanced at Gloria over her shoulder, then went back to carving. She started to say something, but didn't. Gloria felt unspoken words floating near them, about how Miss Ann never had a boyfriend and said she would never marry. Miss Lottie herself had never married, but as a younger woman had photographed herself often with a woman she always called her dear, dear friend Sadie, who had passed years ago. "Well, women's is doing so many things they never did before," was all Miss Lottie said. "Too bad she ain't Negro." "A Negro lawyer?" Gloria said, smiling. "Girl, hush. You ain't never heard of Thurgood Marshall at the NAACP? He's fighting those lynching cases. He's arguing in front of the Supreme Court. The world ain't just what you see. That's just what these crackers want you to think. I'm surprised your daddy ain't told you." Miss Lottie did not read well because her schooling had not gone far, but she sounded out every word in her newspapers and magazines if the article was about a Negro. Sometimes, when her good eye was tired, she asked Gloria to read to her. Gloria had learned about Thurgood Marshall and other Negro lawyers arguing faraway cases, but it was hard to imagine a Negro lawyer in Gracetown. Would the judge call him a nigger, too? "You think Mr. Marshall will help me with Robbie?" "I don't know. But the first thing is to write letters. So write one to him, too. You need to send 1 or 2 letters every day. And put Zora Neale Hurston on that list." "The author?" Mama had read Their Eyes Were Watching God until the cover frayed. "What other Zora you know? She wrote a story I saw in the Negro Digest. You get a news story? That shames him. No one will help at that Gracetown fish wrapper. Someone at the Courier or Ebony Magazine, a big name. Then just watch these folks scurry to act right." Gloria tried 3 different pens from the crammed mug of pens and pencils on the table before she found one that would write. Since Miss Lottie's back was turned and she couldn't complain, Gloria tossed a handful of dried-out pens into the trash can. Then she wrote Thurgood Marshall and Zora Neale Hurston on an old envelope on the table. A bill from the Gracetown Electric Company. The postmark was a year old. "Where can I get all these addresses?" Gloria said. "Those newspapers?"
"Ain't a paper worth reading you can't find in my hallway. They always got the address right inside where you can find it."
She brought a plate of chicken to the table with a victorious smile.
"See? Never know what you'll need. And you always telling me to throw my papers out."
"Miss Lottie, if there was ever a fire—" And she stopped mid-sentence. Gloria felt a jolt of electricity when she said the word fire. With Miss Lottie's good eyes staring hard. All her life, especially when she was younger, Gloria had felt an odd, special bond with Miss Lottie, as if sometimes they knew each other's thoughts. Usually it was a private joke about something Mama or Papa had said. But not tonight. "Was there a fire at the Reformatory?" Gloria said. She'd tried to hold the thought to herself, but she blurted it out. Miss Lottie lowered the plate, face morose. She sank into her chair. She'd refused Gloria's offer to help her serve the food, but she seemed more tired than usual for 7:30. Her head dangled low on her shoulders. When she reached for Gloria's hand, the wrinkled folds of her forearm jiggled, muscles long gone. Miss Lottie clasped Gloria's hand and closed her eyes.
"Dear Lord, make us truly thankful for the food we are about to receive, for the nourishment of our bodies."
Her voice trailed off. Miss Lottie was never one to linger over the blessing, but this time she sighed and shook her head slowly from side to side.
"We need your help, Lord," she said, in the scared, humble voice she'd used in her prayers at Mama's bedside. "We need you tonight. Our Robbie's in trouble, at the mercy of that place."
Gloria peeked at her face. Raw pain so powerful it snaked around Gloria's chest.
"Lord, we know you look after the wide world, but please keep Robbie cradled in your arms. Please help his mama's spirit find him, to guide him and keep him. Lord, let no one harm him from this realm or another. Spare him, Lord. Spare him. Amen."
"From this realm or another. Amen," Gloria whispered. Her heart pounded a storm. Miss Lottie slowly fixed her plate. A chicken thigh, rice, greens. Gloria remembered the spare little meal she'd been fixing for Robbie without Miss Lottie, and wished yet again they had never left the shelter of her home.
"Who told you about a fire?"
Miss Lottie said at last.
"Did Robbie say something?"
"How would Robbie know?" Gloria said. Miss Lottie only pursed her lips, not answering, so Gloria went on. "No, it was old Lady Powell. She said it happened in 1920. Miss Lottie nodded.
"She can talk sense when she wants to."
"How would Robbie know, Miss Lottie?"
"You go on and eat, too."
Reluctantly, Gloria spooned food onto her own plate. She took a bite and chewed, but could taste nothing except her waiting.
"Robbie's still a child more'n a man,"
Miss Lottie said, when she was satisfied Gloria was eating.
"Children always know. It's a sin to send the little ones to that place. They feel it most."
"Feel what?"
"We got a sickness here in Gracetown, Gloria. Maybe at the Reformatory worst of all."
"What kind of sickness?"
"A blood sickness. Too much killing and dying. Too many restless spirits, angry spirits. You think ghosts walk in the summer in every town. You think creatures steal children in the swamp down in Miami or Palm Beach, or leeches nest inside babies over in Tallahassee. Maybe it's a curse on us. A town named for grace that don't act like no godly place.
Abruptly, Gloria rose to her feet. Miss Lottie looked at her, surprised. Gloria's heart was turning flips in her chest, crowding her lungs, so maybe she'd stood up so she could breathe.
Sit down, girl. You need to hear it, especially now.
Of course, Gloria had heard stories. In elementary school, everyone had a story about bumps from the floor, or flickering lights, or hand towels that moved from one place to another, or faucets that turned themselves on and off. Gloria's own experience every summer. Even Robbie insisted he could see Mama's ghost, but Mama had always explained Gloria's stories away, and then Robbie's after hers. Vivid imagination, faulty memories, bad plumbing. Gloria shook her head.
Mama said, let me tell you something about your mama, Gloria. Rest her soul. Now, you know I loved her like my own, but that woman was contrary and a wee bit sedity. She thought book learning could take the place of stories from right under her nose. She didn't want to see it. So whatever she told you, it ain't what's so. Every child in Gracetown, colored or white, feels it. Some worse than others. You used to feel it, too. You used to wake up crying at night. Said you heard hollering. I used to say to your mama, well, tell her the truth and she won't be scared.
Gloria didn't remember waking up crying at night or hearing any noises. Besides the tricky sink faucet, she remembered feelings most. A stronger version of the ones she sometimes felt now. Her intuition had always been strongest in summer. Sometimes Mama used to ask her how long the rain shower would last, or if an item she'd ordered from the Sears catalog would come, or if a sick neighbor would get better. Hadn't she? The scariest thing Gloria remembered was seeing Mama washing dishes in the sink and knowing...
Sit back down,
Miss Lottie said. Only then did Gloria realize why she'd stood. She didn't want to hear more. Her mind wanted to know, but her body wanted to flee Miss Lottie's house and go on not knowing. But she sat. Robbie needed her to listen.
I don't believe in evil in most ways,
Miss Lottie said.
I believe in the devil, all right. But man don't need no help from Satan to do what folks call evil. Man do evil every day and call it doing their job. Slave drivers was doing their job, beating the skin off folks. Slave catchers setting dogs to rip out eyes and limbs. Don't nobody know to this day how many Negro men and boys got killed on McCormick's land when Isaiah Timmons faced McCormick with a shotgun looking for his missing sons. Back in '09, that was. I guess the sheriff was just doing his job when he rounded up men that had nothing to do with Timmons and his gun, and nobody saw him again. 'Cause see, colored folks fighting for what's theirs is like a virus to white folks, and they kill a virus so it don't spread. That killing is the work of man, not the devil. And if there's any such thing as evil on this earth, Gloria, it's here in Gracetown. In the soil here, Gracetown soil remembers. It's like a mirror that shines your ugly back at you.
And the fire? Miss Lottie sighed.
I can hardly think of no evil worse than that 25.
Miss Lottie's hand shook when she tried to pour herself cold water from the mason jar she always chilled in her icebox, so Gloria helped her. After a few unsteady sips, Miss Lottie went on.
Best to start with that reformatory. That place. Right after the war, Junior got offered good work cleaning there. Most of the work for Negroes there is janitors. In the kitchen, a few door masters and the like. They saved the best jobs for white folks. So Junior was tickled to death when he got that job. Best salary he'd ever made. But he worked there 6 months before he had to quit. For we made him quit. Why'd he quit? Uncle June was quiet, especially compared to Wayman. It was easy to imagine him sweeping all day and minding his business. He was big and stern at times, but he didn't rile easily or raise his voice. It was either quit or lose his soul, Miss Lottie said. Junior told me so himself, crying like a baby in my arms, and I told him he better quit the very next day. So he did. That place changed him, Gloria. Worse than the war. Day by day. He wasn't the sweet boy who'd gone to work there. Day by day, you could see something growing behind his eyes that wasn't him anymore. Nothing like the Christian-raised boy I knowed. He told me about things he saw. Things he did. What did he do? Worst thing was, one night the alarm sounded. Some boys had run. Wasn't quite dark yet, and he could see 3 or 4 boys running toward the woods. His boss put a rifle in his hand and told him to shoot anything that moved, and God help him, that's what he did. He fired. He shot at boys? Miss Lottie nodded. Little Negro boys. Like it was wartime again. Did he? Junior swears he thinks he missed. He didn't hit nobody. But he was trying to hit one. He said he didn't give it a thought when he pulled that trigger 3 times. Not till later, when he couldn't sleep. That was the worst thing, but wasn't the first. He didn't tell me everything, but you could see it in his eyes. All those secrets. And he said the others working there, it didn't hardly bother them none. They'd say, you gotta teach 'em a lesson, and you gotta show 'em who's boss, and all the while, boys are hollering, carried off in the night, or disappearing, never seen again, with a note home to their families with a made-up reason. Now, Junior wasn't there way back in 1920. He'd barely been born. But that's how I imagine it was then, too. Everybody doing their job, showing the boys who's boss. Way I hear it, there was a mess of boys in trouble that day. White and Negro. I don't know what they did or why it was so bad, but they got locked up together. Maybe that was punishment to the white boys, since white and colored don't mix. 12, 13 boys, maybe more, locked together in the shed behind the warden's office all night long. What folks say is, the workers was drinking and carrying on while the warden was away. So, they decided to go to look for beer. Gracetown's a dry county, see. Say they planned on coming right back to keep watch on the boys. And somehow, a fire started while they was gone. And since those boys was trapped, locked from the outside, not a single one of them could get free. Folks say they was screaming to raise the dead, but it was too late for help came. They all died. Every single one. Did that explain her feeling when they'd driven to the Reformatory? It had felt as if screams were fresh in the air. So many boys dead at once. Gloria held her cramped stomach. Was Miss Lottie right? Did Robbie feel it? Miss Lottie, was the fire an accident? Like I say, that's how folks tell it. But after Junior quit there, he told me it wouldn't surprise him a teeny bit if somebody set that fire on purpose to show 'em who's boss. 'Cause when you start working there, Junior said it turns you into somebody else. Brings out all the worst, buried parts of you. any wrong you ever wished you could do, that place sets you free.
Miss Lottie had told her not to walk home after dark.
Everybody know who your daddy is.
But Gloria had left Miss Lottie's as fast as she could, promising she had made the walk dozens of times and would be fine. She'd heard all she could stand. Miss Lottie's terrible stories rang in Gloria's head the whole while she walked past the settling homes and shuttered businesses on Lower Spruce. Only Pop's general store stayed open until 9, because Pop sold Bolita tickets and whiskey in brown bags at his back door. She walked past the watchful eyes of old and young men gathered by Pop's window. During the day, she might hear, "Good afternoon, Miss Stevens," or from someone bold, "You growed up nice, Gloria." But from the shadows, these men spoke to her with their eyes. Gloria couldn't get used to men she'd known since she was young, looking at her like a stranger. Maybe it was only Miss Lottie's stories, but their silence quickened her pace.
"You be careful out on Tobacco Road,"
Pop called to her from his window. Many people in town called the road Tobacco Road, or Out by the Farms. But Gloria's family used the name from slave times because her family had known the name 100 years. McCormick Road. "I will," Gloria promised him, trying to sound cheerful. She wanted to ask Pop to send his oldest son, Mikey, with her to escort her, but no Negro man could help her with what she needed tonight. Asking would be the same as sending them to jail, or worse. On dark and unpaved McCormick Road, Miss Lottie's stories rang fresh in Gloria's ears. Every sound was amplified. The chorus of crickets and cicadas, the rustling of raccoons and rabbits in the brush, the swamp water along the road that growled and splashed with snakes and gators. The noises seemed to follow her. Was there an unseen world in Gracetown, hidden beneath the angry soil? Even the full moon, her torch and beacon on dark nights, filled her with suspicion. It was too bloated, colored a deep golden orange, so fiery. It looked unnatural. She was small and alone, on the road, near the woods, in the world. Her smallness threatened to smother Gloria, until she saw the lights. McCormick's farm was the only property with lights this far from town, with a lamp at the gate and several at the house set back a couple of acres from the roadside fence. Whenever she reached the McCormick's lights at night, she knew her walk was 2/3 done, only another half a mile to home. When she was little, she'd thought of McCormick Farm and its swimming hole as a piece of her home, until Papa made her swear to stay away. Gloria could hear Papa's warnings in her head fresh, and Miss Lottie's story about the Negro men who had died after Isaiah Timmons stormed to this place with a shotgun, looking for his missing boys. Those boys had never been seen again, just like Isaiah Timmons and the Negro men the sheriff rounded up. This land hid bones that had not been properly spoken for. Gloria wanted to keep walking past the McCormick gate, but how could she? This place was the root of Robbie's troubles. She couldn't stand the thought of Robbie spending a single night at that reformatory, and only one call from Red McCormick to Judge Morris might get Robbie sent home. She couldn't sleep if she left Robbie to fend for himself against haints and lost souls. The property proclaimed itself McCormick on an iron archway trellis painted bright white over the private driveway that wound to the house. The driveway gate was closed, but the latch was only to keep animals from straying out. No lock. A simple nudge, and the latch raised to let her in. The ranch-style gate yawned open. The red clay driveway waited. Gloria's heart pounded as she closed the gate behind her. The colonial house ahead was large, more a mansion than Miss Ann's modest house in town. This was the big house in Miss Lottie's stories from slave times, the house where Mama had grown up, before the McCormicks and Powell's lines had diverged. This was where the cakewalks and Christmas dance had been held, where Miss Lottie's mother had felt privileged to cook and polish silverware, even though her child had been expected to warm the mistress's feet. The slave cabins were long gone, but Gloria could imagine where they had stood in sullen rows across the field. At the house, most lights were still on downstairs, one light on upstairs. It was 8 o'clock, and already dark, but it was after supper time and before bedtime. McCormick would be surprised by her visit, but the hour wasn't late enough to doom her effort. Not if he was reasonable. It's now or never. Just walk. Gloria had walked only half a dozen steps toward the house when she heard barking. The dogs. 2 dogs, maybe 3, and swishing in the grass, moving toward her from the trees at a running pace. She looked toward the sound and saw a blur of pale fur in the dark. Gloria was a quick thinker and a fast runner, but her body would not move. She became as fixed as a tree herself, a part of her hoping the dogs might run past her. Her only movement was twitching skin all over from the cascade of adrenaline and her heart's thrumming race. The light-colored dog ahead of her growled, a partial blur in the dark. From behind, 2 paws landed against her back and broke her uneasy balance, sending her to the dirt in a heap. Gloria screamed as a muzzle lunged for her face. She webbed her hands across her face and neck. Slobbering drool from a dog's tongue washed her cheek, her forehead, her mouth. Drool in her tongue, but not teeth. No pain. Gloria opened her eyes and saw a German shepherd's coat, mostly dark with a beige muzzle and belly, a bright red collar, a wagging tail. "Duke!" she choked out, remembering his name, and the dog's tail wagged harder. Lyle's German shepherd Duke, named after actor John Wayne, had been less than a year old when she and Robbie used to visit the swimming hole, and sometimes he'd splash in the water with them. He was bigger now, fully grown, but he still knew her scent. She'd often brought Duke jerky as a treat when she saw him at the fence, and now she was glad. Dear Lord, the dog knew her. 2 other dogs she didn't know circled, one still growling, but Duke nipped at the lighter-colored hound that tried to come closer. Duke was bigger, and Duke was boss. The 3rd dog was a smaller German shepherd, a female, who barked from a cautious distance. "Hey, Duke," Gloria said, rubbing the dog's neck with an unsteady hand. "Hey there, my good boy. That's right. It's Glow." Her voice was happier than she felt. Tears fell from her eyes. She'd been certain she was about to die. A deep, clear perception of life's ultimate lie. And now that she wasn't being torn apart by dogs, life felt so good that it stung. Once Gloria was back on her feet, wiping dust from her knees, she saw a flashlight beam swinging as someone came running from the house. She thought she saw a shotgun, too. All her fear had been spent by the approach of the dogs, so she wrapped her arm around Duke at her side and hoped no one would take a shot at her with a beloved dog so close. Gloria made out only one person behind the bright beam before it blinded her. "It's Gloria Stevens," she called out. "Glow?" Lyle McCormick's voice. Gloria hadn't expected to be relieved to see Lyle, but she was. At least he wouldn't shoot her. And he was her best chance for an audience with Mr. Red. "Sorry to rile your dogs." She quickly checked her dress for rips. Conscious of Lyle being so close, she straightened her dress so it hung well past her scuffed knees. "Duke was a little too happy to see me." Lyle gave a sharp whistle, and Duke grew sober, dutifully trotting to his master. The 2 other dogs followed, all of them lining up away from her.
You could have got your head blown off, Glo, Lyle said. I thought they were after a snapping turtle.
Yes, her plan to show up at the McCormick's unannounced after dark had been reckless. Waiting until morning would have been much less dangerous. But here she was. "Did you hear Robbie got sent to the Reformatory?" Gloria said. "For 6 months, Lyle. You know that's not right."
Why are you putting that on me? Nobody told him to kick me.
"And you wouldn't have done the exact same thing if it had been you, after somebody pushed you? Ain't that just self-defense? And you so much bigger than him." Lyle was silent. Gloria realized she was taking the wrong approach, giving Lyle no room to have a change of heart on his own. Papa used to complain that when Mama went after him with her machine gun tongue, he got so mad he couldn't listen. Gloria stepped closer to Lyle to make better use of the tears on her face, hoping the droplets were shining in the moonlight. "Lyle, he's just a little kid," Gloria said. "He's so scared. You know he's sorry he kicked you. Wasn't it bad enough how your daddy boxed his ears? Did you see the blood?" She gave her voice more softness, no blaming, just gentle begging.
You heard me tell Daddy to let it alone, didn't you?
Lyle said.
I tried to tell him.
"I know. You need to try again. Both of us. He's the only one who can tell the judge, never mind. I bet he can raise the judge or the sheriff any time he wants."
"He's gonna raise a stick. That's what he's gonna do,"
Lyle said.
"He'll probably cuss a blue streak and whoop us both."
"Please, Lyle. This is Robbie's only chance." Gloria waited an eternity while the dog sniffed the grass for more excitement. The smaller German shepherd whined while Lyle seemed to think it over.
"I wouldn't do this for nobody else, Glo,"
Lyle said.
"You better know that. And I can tell you right now, it won't go the way you want. But you'll have to see for yourself."
Red McCormick was in his workshop behind the house. A table saw word from inside. Through thin slats in the wood, a flurry of white-orange sparks made her imagine the Reformatory fire.
"You wait here."
Lyle rested his gun against the shed wall and went in. The saw gnawed on, uninterrupted. Gnats and moths drawn to the light from the shed swatted Gloria's face. The dogs waited with her. Duke licked the chicken grease from her hands, but the other 2 dogs weren't sure of her and kept their distance. Just as well. Dogs could smell fear, and Gloria was plenty afraid. As Gloria stared at that shotgun standing within reach, she swore she knew what must have been in Isaiah Timmons's heart all those years ago. His boys stolen from him, wanting them home safe. She could see herself picking up the gun, storming in the shed and telling Mr. Red, "You call that judge right now and tell him to set Robbie free." She could see his shocked face, and Lyle's, when they would hear her jack a shell into the chamber the way Papa had taught her. Her heart pounded in terror of herself, so she looked away from the gun. Even in her imagination, the idea felt dangerous enough to get her killed. And Robbie, too. She would be buried here next. Lyle called out to his father over the saw noise, and Mr. Red answered. Already irate, he was as big as a barn and seemed to have grown since she'd seen him last. He had a reedy voice that didn't suit a man so large, but he used words like choppy hatchet blows. He had always set Gloria on edge, long before Papa's warnings. Lyle and his father spoke back and forth over the saw, with Lyle more childlike, and his father getting madder. The saw went off with an angry whine, and Mr. Red's voice filled the silence. "What the hell'd you bring her here for?" Gloria took a step away from the looming shed.
"I didn't bring her. She came on her own. Walked up the driveway.
"And you brought her to me?"
"Yes, sir,"
Lyle said.
so she can say her piece. I started the ruckus yesterday, so it's my responsibility. You always say to stand up for— Shut your damn trap, jackass!
And the unmistakable sound of a hand slapping flesh. Gloria held her breath and didn't move, even to swat gnats from her nose. She felt sorry for Lyle, stuck with Mr. Red for a father, but she felt sorrier for herself, as Gloria realized this man would never grant her wish. She heard Mr. Red say,
Well, bring her in. We don't want to keep the Stevens negress waiting, do we?
And the shed door opened. Lyle was in the doorway, sweating like he'd been swimming. His father's handprint was painted across his cheek in bright red. Lyle didn't speak, but he gave Gloria a long stare and a nod. So she walked in. She was glad when Lyle didn't shut the door behind her. Even the dogs had sense enough not to follow. This was Mr. Red's hobby shed, full of wooden furniture he built himself. Tables, chairs, a baby's crib. The shed glistened with expensive machinery and stank of chemicals. He had 2 dark planks laid across the table where he'd been sawing. Like Lyle, he was sweating. His hair really was bright red. He pointed his cigar at her.
Let me tell you something, nigger. You are not welcome on this property day or night. I'll catch you here again. I'll send the sheriff after you too.
Gloria nodded. Yes, sir, Mr. McCormick. She'd almost called him Mr. Red, which was what Papa called him. She was sure it would sound too familiar. Mr. Red came from around his table pulling off his gloves. He threw them down one by one before he folded his arms. Even the tiny hairs on his arms were red. He was stout, like Lou Costello from Abbott and Costello in overalls. He pulled on a billed cap as he studied her. He smelled like wood pulp and cigar tobacco.
You here now?
He said.
You came trespassing? Go ahead and talk.
Yes, sir, Gloria said, and she began. She recited everything she'd planned to say in the courtroom, speaking slowly and clearly the entire map of the situation, except she said Robbie misunderstood Lyle's advance at the fence. Even so, Mr. Red's eyes shot over to Lyle, and she felt him squirming behind her. So you see, Mr. Red, justice has already been served, and Robbie should be sent home right away, Gloria finished. He'll never do anything like it again, I promise you that, sir.
Just like your goddamn daddy,
he said, and Gloria's heart withered. Coming from Red McCormick, that couldn't be a compliment.
I don't have to ask where you got the nerve to march here and give me a damn speech.
He glanced over at Lyle again, who stood in the doorway at his own safe distance.
What she's saying is true?
Yes, sir, Lyle mumbled.
I told you the kick was nothing. Well, what's done is done. There's a system to things, and 6 months won't hurt him none. I still say any colored boy who'd kick my son is right where he belongs, even if Lyle needed kicking.
But Gloria's heart was carried away and back in his long pause as he waited, thinking it over.
I will do this. I asked Warden Haddock to give him 20 lashes. May be too late now, but I'll call over and tell him never mind.
Gloria smothered a sob in her throat. 20 lashes? Papa mostly only threatened with his belt, so Robbie had barely had a whipping in his life, except a paddling or two at school. She shivered with grief and outrage. Even after boxing Robbie's ear and having him sent to the reformatory, Mr. Red hadn't been satisfied. Thank you, sir, Gloria choked out. Yes, please do that.
And that's the end of this matter. Don't you come by here again.
He gestured toward Lyle with his cigar.
Lyle, you step outside. Close the door.
Gloria looked at Lyle, startled, and he was as confused as she. But his eyes dropped from hers, and he quickly did as his father asked. The door dragged against the soil as it closed.
Come here,
Mr. Red said, gesturing Gloria closer. Ash dropped from his cigar. Gloria fought every better instinct when she took 3 steps toward Mr. Red, expecting him to hit her too. She didn't like his eyes on her, assessing her up and down, like she was in the display case in the window at Lily's dress shop on Main Street or the butcher shop. He looked at her the way Lyle did.
You knocked up?
He said. It was the most shocking question anyone had ever asked Gloria Stevens, so shocking that, although she heard him clearly and knew his meaning, her mind wouldn't accept the words.
Speak up, girl. If you're knocked up, I'll send Doc over to take care of it.
All Gloria could do was shake her head no. Mr. Red scowled, not quite believing her.
Brown sugar's one thing, but Lyle's not claiming no babies, so if you get knocked up, I'll send Doc. But that's all you'll get. You won't see a penny otherwise, you hear? And don't wait till your belly shows.
Gloria's face flared hot. Her own mother had never discussed such things with her. Gloria was a virgin, and this kind of talk came before marriage from a parent, not a stranger. We're not doing nothing. That was all Gloria could manage. Mr. Red shrugged, not hiding his skepticism. He walked back around the table to his monstrous saw.
Remember what I said. Otherwise, just keep clear of here. Lyle!
His raised voice made Gloria jump. The door opened again and Lyle stuck his head in.
See to it she gets back to the road and latch the gate.
Yes, sir, Lyle said. Sparks flew again as the saw roared. Gloria and Lyle scurried in the dark across the field back toward the road, Lyle's flashlight beam leading the way. Neither of them spoke, and Gloria noticed every detail about Lyle. His shallow breaths, a half-whistle that sounded too merry, his 5 inches of height above her, a football player's build. Gloria walked faster, and he matched her pace. She would take Mr. Red's advice and never set foot on his land again. At the gate, Lyle moved in front of her, blocking her path.
He slapped me pretty good,
Lyle said. I heard. If Gloria weren't so angry about Mr. Red's outrageous statements, she might have told him how she'd felt sorry for him.
I knew he would. Or worse. But I did what you asked, Glo. And if he says he'll call the warden, he will. So it's good Robbie won't get those lashes, right?
Gloria blinked away tears. If it's not too late. He touched her shoulder.
Come on now. You stop that crying.
The tenderness in Lyle's voice made her queasy. Okay, she said. Good night, Lyle. But he did not let her pass, and his hand rose from her shoulder to the back of her neck. His palm was calloused and rough.
Well, before you rush off, don't you think I deserve a kiss? And I'll make sure he don't forget to call the warden.
Gloria wanted to slap Lyle McCormick more than she wanted to kiss him. He'd made a threat sound like an invitation, but she'd kissed a boy once before. Henry Dooley, behind the schoolhouse when she was 15. That had been all right. Then you'll leave me be? Gloria said.
Quit stalling,
he said, and moved his face close to hers. Gloria tried to keep her lips tight, but Lyle's kiss was wet and eager, and he kept angling to pry her lips open. His tongue was a limp, warm worm. Gloria felt herself gagging. Lyle pushed her back against the gate, his full body pressed to hers. both hands holding her shoulder still. He rubbed his belly against hers. Then she was shocked to feel him press his groin to her. She shifted away. His hand traveled from her neck to her shoulder, then dropped to her breast. He squeezed childishly. No one had touched her chest that way before. Gloria stomped on Lyle's foot and he cried out, surprised. "Stop it," Gloria said.
"You promised me a kiss."
Gloria wriggled free, scraping her back so hard against the wooden gate that she rubbed her skin raw beneath her dress. "I never said you could put your hands all over me."
"I just thought—"
"There's nothing between us, Lyle. Leave me alone," Gloria said.
"Why are you so sore about it? You're real pretty, Glo. Don't you like me saying that?"
Gloria was careful to keep a 2-foot distance between her and Lyle, so she could dash from his reach. She would climb that gate if she had to. She was more certain than ever that Papa had never behaved this way. If Lyle got hold of her again, she might not be able to get free. If she screamed, only his father might hear. And what would her scream be to Mr. Red? "Open the gate," Gloria said. "Let me go." Gloria's future sat waiting in the long second she waited for Lyle to respond. She worried that if Lyle touched her again, she would find her way back to that waiting shotgun, like Isaiah Timmons over his missing boys. She imagined the gun now, still leaning against Red McCormick's work shed. With a sigh, Lyle flipped the latch and opened the gate at arm's length. Gloria hesitated. She still would have to pass too close to him to get by.
"Daddy's sure right about you,"
Lyle said.
"You Stevens niggas are so uppity. Even a white man's not good enough for you."
"I'm engaged," Gloria lied. Lyle didn't answer. Lyle sighed again and stepped away from the gate. In his icy silence, Gloria wondered if he meant to tell his father not to call Warden Haddock. She wondered if a kiss was Robbie's only chance. But she could not kiss Lyle again. "Thank you, Lyle, for doing right," Gloria said, and she ran past him through the open gate. One of the dogs barked at her, matching her pace inside the fence. Lyle slammed the gate behind her.
"Don't come back, just like he said."
Gloria barely heard him. Her hearing was swallowed by the barking, the pounding of her feet on the road, and her frantic heartbeat as she escaped McCormick Farm. She could almost hear the footsteps of others who had run before her. Part 3. The Funhouse. 11. Crabgrass whipped against Robert's shins as he ran, sharp through his pants. On the Negro side of the campus, the grass grew taller and thicker between the stands of swamp pines. The walk to the Negro dorms on the west side of the campus had taken longer than he expected, or he'd have panicked at leaving the kitchen with only 5 minutes to spare. He, Blue, and Redbone had started running when the 2-story brick building came into sight 50 yards ahead. This close to curfew, no one lingered outside of the dormitory dorm. Robert had only seen the fuller grounds in frantic glimpses, a baseball field with bleachers, a church, and fences all around, a maze of them, the outer ones topped with barbed wire. Even in his hurry, Robert mapped the campus in his head, the main gate, the long driveway, the warden's office, the ghost fire, the schoolhouse, the kitchen. The rest of the Negro side of the campus grew in the weeds, still a mystery in the shadows of waning daylight. A far-off clock chimed, and they cussed and ran with all their might until they reached the brick path to the rectangular dormitory, which seemed as big as Gracetown Memorial Hospital. Robert flung himself up the stairs and past the columns to reach the double doors. The last toll of the bell sounded as their feet pattered the steps. Boone waited at the top of the stairs, a clipboard in his hand. Behind him, the boys already inside hooted and laughed. Could laughter be waiting for him, too, 10 steps ahead?
"Somebody must want a whooping, huh?"
Boone said. "No, sir," Robert, Blue, and Redbone said. They all braced for what was next, until Boone said,
"Y'all locked up that pantry."
And they all insisted they had. And they knew they had escaped punishment, because Boone's thoughts already had moved on past their tardiness. "Sweeting, sir," Blue said from the head of their line. Redbone followed next.
"Montgomery, sir."
And Boone checked off his name on his clipboard. Then it was Robert's turn, and he tried to imitate them. "Stevens, sir," a squeak in his voice. Boone scowled.
"We got more than one Stevens. First initial?"
"R," Robert said.
"That's what you say every night. Stevens R, sir. And you raise your voice so I can hear over these fools."
"Yes, sir."
"Go stand over there."
2 teenagers waited at the end of the foyer, also holding their ties. They did not meet Robert's eyes, and he kept his eyes away from them. He might have been scared of them if they hadn't looked so scared themselves, shifting their weight from foot to foot. Redbone and Blue gave him small secret waves as they vanished into the line of boys of all ages crowding the dormitory hallway. Robert felt sad and alone now. The dormitory might be the biggest building he'd ever set foot in, aside from the courthouse. Again, the laughter of boys floated from the hall, easy, relaxed, even happy. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad then. Maybe the worst of the day was done.
"Y'all follow me,"
Boone said. He sounded weary, no thunder left in his voice. He yawned behind his clipboard and led them behind the crowd of boys.
"We got Lincoln Wing and Washington Wing. Lincoln this end, ages 6 to 13. Washington the other side, 14 to 21. Bunks, rec rooms, lockers, showers, all either Lincoln or Washington. Stick to your own size, here?"
"Yes, sir," they all said. The windows in the dormitory lobby had no bars. Mr. Lohman had told him the Reformatory was a prison, but the windows were no different than the tall, sturdy windows he cranked open at Miss Lottie's house. These windows had screens, but screens were easy to cut or take out. He'd climbed out of Miss Lottie's window almost every night to play bid whist and sometimes craps in the shed with his cousins Walter and Priscilla. They had often played long past midnight, and neither Miss Lottie nor Gloria had heard him climb in or out.
"Stevens,"
Boone said, his voice a bullet.
"which wing you in?"
Robert couldn't keep his shoulders from jumping, and one of the teenagers snickered and mimicked Robert's nervousness. Robert wanted to shove the stranger against the wall hard enough to rattle his teeth. For a moment, he was afraid he might. "Lincoln," Robert answered Boone.
"That's the only thing you need in your head,"
Boone said. Could Boone know he'd been thinking about climbing out of a window? Robert made sure not to look at another window as long as Boone was with him. Instead, he gazed at the polished floors and emptying halls. Boone pointed out the locker room, rows of metal doors closed tight, wooden benches askew, and the narrow walkway.
"Pick an empty one. Write your name in chalk, and that's your locker. You hang up your school clothes and tie at night. Fold up your pajamas in the morning, but they don't got locks, so your stuff's gonna get stole. You don't want your stuff stole, don't put nothing in there worth stealing. You want peace? Then don't have nothing everybody else ain't got. You get caught stealing, you go to the fun house. I find anything in your locker ain't supposed to be there, cigarettes, gum, anything even looks like a weapon. You go to the fun house. Don't tell me somebody else put it there neither. If it's got your name on it, it's your whooping."
The rules were so unfair. Maybe no one could avoid the funhouse, Robert thought. Maybe that was why the whole table had gone quiet at dinner. Boone took them to the bathroom doorway next, and Robert felt weary at the sight of rows of open shower stalls that surely meant he must wash naked in front of other boys. It was bad enough he'd stripped in front of the warden. He hadn't even liked Mama seeing him naked.
You will shower every night, but grow eyes in the back of your head. You go in, wait your turn, wash, come out. If I hear a ruckus in my showers, it don't matter who started it. All of y'all getting whipped. Trust in that. That's straight from the warden. Y'all will learn. Any dumb animal can learn from pain, so you will too.
Yes, sir, Robert whispered. And he would have to shower tonight? Robert's stomach dragged against his ribs like a sack of stones. Next, separated by a wall from the bathroom, the large sleeping quarters, rows of dozens of iron-framed beds made up with white sheets and thin folded blankets pushed too close together. Each bed had a tiny Bible on top of the blankets. The beds were so close, it would be easier to jump from one to the next than find a path between them. Miss Lottie used to let him sleep with his bedroom door closed because her snoring across the hall kept him awake. Quickly, he counted the rows and calculated. 12 beds times 4 rows. 48 boys in one room. He would hear boys breathing and snoring on all sides. Would this dormitory also be crowded with ghosts, like the kitchen and the field? Robert hadn't spied any yet, or smelled any smoke, but his stomach pinched with dread at the sight of so many empty beds.
This is the bunk room. Lights out means lights out. No talking, laughing, playing, fighting. You mess up in the bunk room, you'll see Warden Haddock. He likes to work late, and he walks these halls. You'll be dealing cards 1 minute, staring him in the face the next, and then you'll wish he took you to the funhouse. The funhouse ain't the worst we got.
Boone's low, tired voice was worse than his shouting, which had seemed for show. Now, he sounded like he'd just set him and the other boys off on an island, with no food or water, and monsters were hiding in the thickets. I can't do this, Robert thought. He squeezed back tears just as laughter exploded from somewhere nearby. Dozens of boys seemed to be mocking him. Boone tapped Robert's shoulder.
I'll leave you in the rec room till 8. Lights out, 8:30. That means you're in and out of the shower and in the bed, yeah?
Yes, sir. The source of the laughter was the Lincoln Wings rec room next to the bunk room. Now Robert knew where all the others had vanished. They were crammed in the rec room. The boys his age in folding chairs, the younger boys sitting on the floor with their knees pulled to their chests, squeezed tightly against the others. Their attention was turned to the radio cabinet at the far end of the room, and no one was squirming or talking. The radio volume was up high enough to hear from the doorway. Heads turned when he first stood in the doorway, but nobody watched him long. Robert was so careful not to look anyone in the eye that he didn't see Blue or Redbone, his gaze skating away from any faces. Instead, he looked at the painted Indian shields on the wall. One red, one blue. He studied the lines of paint to avoid anyone's eyes.
Tell him she's Jack the Ripper of Canasta,
the radio actor said, and the boys laughed with the radio audience. Robert knew the show right away, Amos and Andy. He used to listen to the show until Papa snapped it off and told him those were white men playing Negroes, making Negroes look lazy and silly so white folks could laugh at them. In truth, Robert had always liked the show. He just couldn't tell Papa.
I ain't never seen him before in my life, is I, Andy?
Kingfish said, lying, no doubt. There, with a quick glance, Robert finally saw Blue on the floor by the far window and Redbone near him. Neither of them smiled, but Redbone raised his chin slightly. Robert's stomach relaxed. Robert turned to glance at the hallway behind him. Boone and the other boys were gone, making their way to the other end of the long building. Boone had left him alone in the doorway. No eyes on him. Robert wanted to run outside into the overgrown grass so badly that his legs twitched. Not running made his eyes sting, but he squeezed himself inside the doorway, careful not to jostle or touch anyone. He had just enough room to cross his legs, his back pressed to the wall. The floor was hard and cold through his thin dungarees. The boys who had worked in the sun hadn't showered yet, and a musk floated through the hot, crowded room. Robert could smell his own armpits, too, after sweating in the kitchen. They all breathed air hot from one another's sweat and lungs. On the radio, Kingfish and Andy were pretending to be doctors, examining the mouth of Kingfish's aunt after Andy accidentally dropped his flashlight down her throat. Robert remembered why he'd liked the show so much. He could see them bumbling.
"I've got to put some antiseptic on my arm before I go in there,"
Kingfish said.
"Ain't no use for her to catch what we got mixed up with what she got."
Robert's chest jumped with a chuckle. He didn't want to, didn't know how he could, but he laughed. His laugh brought tears to his eyes. Andy's voice was like a friend's, and he made Robert laugh again from old jokes. Even when he remembered Mama saying, "We told you not to listen to that nonsense." And it hurt like fire to remember her scolding. But he looked over at Blue and Redbone, and they were laughing too. And so was nearly every boy in the room. Robert couldn't tell if his belly was cramping from laughter or sorrow. The locker room bustled as boys rushed to undress and shower. Luckily, most of them paid Robert no mind, but several stared as they passed him, especially the bigger ones, probably trying to decide if they could whoop him or if Robert could whoop them. Robert could imagine how a careless gaze in the locker room could turn into a beating in the shower. So he looked at no one except Blue and Redbone, listening as they pointed out an empty locker across from theirs, probably still unclaimed because the wooden door swung unevenly on its hinge. The door closed, but barely. It was just enough for Robert to finally feel at ease about where to lay his tie to rest on the waiting hook. He found a nub of chalk on the floor and scribbled his name on the panel, over the names that had been rubbed away. Stevens, R. "I leave all my clothes in here?" Robert asked. "No, you flushed them down the toilet," Blue said, sneering. "You ask dumb shit." Robert cut a look at him. At his school, a boy who spoke to him that way would have to answer for it. But Blue was obviously trying to sound funny, so Robert let it go. Robert was just glad he wasn't as tiny as Blue, who barely reached his shoulder, like he was 7 or 8 instead of 12. He seemed younger to Robert all the time. Redbone pointed to a folded stack of towels rapidly dwindling by the door as boys took them.
"Grab a towel, take it to the shower. Come back with the towel. Put on your white pajamas. That's what you sleep in. Drop your towel in the bin, not on the floor. Get in bed, and do it for 8:30. Watch the clock."
"How will I know which bed? He don't know nothing," Blue complained.
"I'll point at an empty one," Redbone said. "Don't take nobody's bed."
"Anybody knows that?" Blue said. Then Blue's eyelids slid down in a lazy wink to Robert, his signal that he was playing a part. Nothing personal. The wink made Robert's stomach burn less, but he was still mad. His face was tight. He remembered Blue locking them in the freezer and wished he'd smacked him at least once.
"Don't let nobody see they making you mad. Even Blue," Redbone whispered.
That was all anyone said. Don't let anyone know or see anything about you. Don't be. Redbone grabbed a towel, so Robert took one too. When they stood in front of their lockers and began undressing, Robert did too. He imagined everyone's eyes on his chicken legs, as Gloria called them, so his hands were unsteady as he undressed. He wrapped himself with the towel before he took off his jeans. Then he slid his feet out of his boots. The boots were slightly muddied from the field, but they obviously were brand new. Even the laces were bright in the dim colors of the locker room. Why hadn't he appreciated such fine boots when he first opened the box from Papa? He shoved the boots into the locker as fast as he could, but this time he was sure other boys were watching. Papa's new boots would get stolen, and there was nothing he could do. A white slip of paper was stuck to the sole of his foot, damp from sweat. He peeled it off and saw that it was the business card from David R. Lohman, State of Florida Children's Services. Like he could pick up a phone anytime he wanted. Like Lohman would take his call. Lohman had pretended to be nice by giving him a sandwich and advice, but if Lohman gave a damn, he never would have brought him. Robert pursed his lips so tightly that his teeth hurt. He ripped the card in half, and again, until the pieces floated to his feet. "Better not to leave no trash," Blue whispered. "A peace offering." "I was just playing." Robert collected the torn card and threw it into the dented gray metal trash can on his way out of the door. He didn't hang close enough to Redbone and Blue for anyone to notice, but he never strayed far in the stream of boys he did not know. Robert had fallen into a dark tunnel, and his new friends were the only light. The line for the shower room barely allowed Robert inside the doorway. A husky boy's jostling sent Blue and Redbone 4 or 5 places ahead, so Robert tried to vanish into the line, staring at the mildew-veined walls, his fingers pinching his towel around his waist so tightly that his fingers cramped. The cloak of steam wasn't thick enough to fog the chipped mirrors, so his own wide eyes stared back at him from the mirror above the sink. The sight of his own face startled Robert. His eyes so big, his shoulders so small. He forced himself to straighten up, to stop standing like a turtle in a shell, to narrow his eyes into a glare. No, too much. Someone would take offense. He softened his glare into a thoughtful scowl, alert but unafraid, practicing which face to wear. The shower room had 10 shower heads, on each side divided into 5 stalls, all of them crowded. Everyone shared a stall with at least one other boy, sometimes 2. And he was trapped. Robert wanted to turn around and take his chances in the bunk room, but Boone had said everyone had to shower, and he was already afraid he smelled bad from peeing himself in the warden's office. He had learned from Mama's bed sheets that urine smelled worse over time. "Pumpkin, you've got no reason to be so shy," Mama used to say. Or had she just said it again now? Robert had heard her voice in his ear, somewhere buried in the hissing water and low, quiet taunts, and the memory of her soiled bed sheets. Her voice came to him again, somehow inside his ears. "Don't be scared, Robert. This is only a season, and it will pass, no matter what happens. It will pass." Her voice was as plain as the smell of the smoke, real enough to touch. Mama was here. Miss Lottie and Papa's Ken talked about haints and spirits, but for the first time Robert understood. Death was not the end, just like Reverend Jenkins said when he quoted from the book of John. Mama was stronger here than she'd been at home, somehow. Closer, somehow. Maybe because he needed her more. "Ma..." He started to call for her, but buried his blurting as a phony cough. The boy behind him snickered. Robert coughed again to be more convincing, but Mama's voice had set his heart racing. What will pass? Her voice had seemed urgent, a warning. "Mama," he whispered, and a pipe above him made a small ringing sound. Ping. It was soft, but Robert's ear caught it. He stared behind him and found a whitewashed water pipe nestled in the wall, traveling the length of the room. Ping. The tiny notes raced faster, nearly identical in pitch, but not quite. Enough to sound like movement and life. For him alone. Ping, 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 ping. Mama, ping. Clear and strong. The loveliest note yet. It sounded so much like a yes that tears came to Robert's eyes. His heart raced him dizzy. Forget you then, the boy behind Robert said, and shoved past him in line. A second boy followed. A third might have too, except that he was smallish, so Robert stood fixed and dared the boy to try to butt ahead of him. If he let himself get pushed out of the line, it would happen again the next night. And the next. He didn't need Blue and Redbone to tell him that. You crying? The boy behind him said. Cry, baby. No. The boy tried to pass again, but Robert blocked him with his hip more forcefully this time. What you gonna do? The boy said, biting his lower lip to try to look meaner or taller. Guess you'll find out, Robert said. But the boy never did find out. He fell back to his own place to wait. Robert listened for another ping from Mama, but none came. Instead, a smell answered him. The odor floated from the steam itself, something wet and rotting, as if dozens of rats had died in the pipes and the water was washing away bits of stewed flesh and fur. From the smell, the shower water should have been brown or gray, but instead it sprayed clear like any other. Robert gagged. No, not rats. Worse than rats. Robert couldn't name the foul smell. For a moment, the smell made him forget who and where he was, a blanket smothering him. You going or what? A voice said behind him. Someone gave him a small push, and he stumbled forward to a shower stall where only one other boy was bathing, his back bare except for streams of soapy water. Robert thought about how he had undressed in the warden's office, the uncomfortable memory holding him still so long that the lukewarm water pelted his towel. He finally took off his towel and flung it over the stall wall like the others. He hoped no one could see him trembling. He lifted up his chin and closed his eyes beneath the showerhead stream so no one would see his tears. The water was lukewarm, almost cool, and sour. He spit out the taste as the stench in the water spilled across his skin. Robert kept from throwing up, only because of his fear of ridicule and his worry that Boone might take him to the funhouse for making a mess. None of the other punishments were fair, so why would it be different for getting sick? He glanced quickly at the boy beside him, who was slapping his soapy hands under his arms without a care. Maybe no one else could smell it. Maybe it was a ghost smell, like the fire. I hate this place, Robert thought. I just want to go home, Mama. Ping. The sound came so loudly that Robert jumped. Even the boy beside him turned his head to look at the pipe that ran across the length of their stall. But the boy looked away, not interested. Robert laid his hand on the pipe, as warm as human flesh, coursing with water like blood. Mama was here, somehow. Whatever gave the water its terrible smell, it wasn't from Mama. She was fighting through the smell to get to him. Robert didn't know how he knew, but he knew that plainly. Robert leaned against the slimy shower wall, nestling the pipe. He wished he could climb into the wall, through the concrete. He wanted to feel his mother's hug again. He wished she would appear like the stabbed boy in the kitchen, solid enough to lay eyes on. A sob, part joy, part sorrow, clawed from his throat. Hey, the boy beside him said. You can't act like a sissy in here, dummy. My mama's ghost is here, Robert whispered. Right now. So? The boy said. Be glad it's only your mama, stupid. Robert swallowed back his sob and stood up straight. He grabbed a chalky bar of soap from the dish and tried to make enough lather to wash. No one had given him a wash rag, like Gloria always insisted he use at home. So he did his best with his hands on his face, under his arms, between his legs, though he barely brushed his privates because he didn't want anyone to see him washing there. Robert was shivering as he grabbed his damp towel and tried to rub himself dry. The bunk room was hotter than the shower room, even without steam. Redbone led Robert down the length of the beds, pushed so closely together that he could barely avoid bumping them. Robert took small steps, hips to the side. Many of the boys were already on their beds, either sitting or lying down. Talking was more fevered, everyone squeezing in their last bit of living while the lights were on. Some playing cards or dominoes, some sharing jokes. He heard a crack of marbles. A few were so tired they were already curled under their blankets, trying to sleep in the den. A handful were thumbing through their New Testaments, reading with their lips moving, as if memorizing the words could set them free. Redbone pointed out a bed in the middle section, almost dead center, far from doors or windows. His neighbors were so close, they might as well be sharing one bed. One boy had glasses that made his eyes look like an owl's, listening to their every word with his chin propped on his elbows, like they were a shiny new television screen in a store window. The other was sketching on a pad with black chalk, seeing and hearing nothing. Neither one looked like trouble.
If a bed opens up by a window, grab it, Redbone said. But you'll have to fight somebody for it. Everybody likes windows for the breeze. Hot as hell in the middle.
Redbone glanced back at Robert and must have felt sorry for the look on his face.
You get used to it, though. We all start in the middle.
Robert stared at the windows lining the room, amazed again to see no bars, and most of the windows were cracked open. Did they sleep beneath open windows every night? The panes were too narrow to climb through, but with a screwdriver and time to work on the frame, maybe over days he could get out. The windows were high, but he could stand on his bed. He almost said it aloud. Why don't more of y'all run away? Redbone saw the unspoken question in his eyes.
Oh, you might hear barking from the dogs,
Redbone said casually.
The dog boys march up and down outside with those hounds all night long, and sometimes a squirrel or a possum rouse them. But you'll get used to the barking, too.
Robert nodded that he understood. More boys didn't flee through the dorm's open windows because they were afraid of the dogs. Redbone left him to go to his own bed in a far corner beneath the window. Blue's bed was beside Redbone's, so close they could be sharing one, and Robert envied how they must whisper jokes in each other's ears. Blue gave him a nod. Robert almost smiled. He was relieved Cleo and his friends weren't hidden anywhere in the room of nearly 50 boys. Cleo's gang was older, so they must be in the Washington wing. The first good news. He wouldn't have to be afraid Cleo might attack him in the night. He couldn't forget Cleo's terrible stare in the cafeteria. Some people never forgot a slight, no matter how small or unintended. Robert noticed Al still staring, wondering what to expect from him. You don't bother me, I won't bother you, Robert said. Al shrugged. Shh, said the boy who was drawing. He was sketching a cypress tree, standing alone in the swamp, and it was good enough to be a photograph. Fat trunk squatting in the water, tendrils hanging like string, the water shining the tree's reflection back at it. Robert wished he could draw himself away somewhere else, too. He sat on his bed and watched the boy's sure strokes as he drew shadows like a magician. A wiry boy in the bed in front of the artists was leaning back to watch too.
"When you gonna draw me?" the other boy said. "When you gonna cough up that $1?
Al snickered.
Nobody's paying you $1 for that. A nickel, maybe."
A voice roared from the doorway.
"Prayer."
Everything shuffled around him. The artist shoved his pad under his bed. Playing card decks fanned closed. Marbles rolled stray on the floor. Everyone kneeled on the right side of their beds, folding their hands in a prayer position. For a moment, Robert only watched before he remembered to kneel and pray too. The cool floor was his only relief from the heat. "The Lord is my shepherd," a boy began, and then the room was one voice, matching the tempo and monotone. "I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures." Robert heard officious footsteps and peeked through a half-open eyelid. Boone and Crutcher were pacing the rows of beds. Boone was carrying a long wooden ruler. A thwack sounded as Boone smacked a boy across his back. Robert squeezed his eyes closed and recited in rhythm with the others, afraid to scratch his itching ear. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me." Thwack! A brief, startled cry of pain somewhere behind him. That boy sounded very young. Robert was so nervous. He nearly forgot the words to the prayer he had recited in front of his entire congregation when he was only 6, while Mama, Papa, and Pastor Jenkins stared on with pride. He'd imagined that God was staring down at him with pride too, but he could barely think about God with a prayer interrupted by ruler strokes. The words seemed a bold-faced lie. "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." What goodness and mercy! But Robert said, "Amen," with everyone else. He was grateful not to feel the ruler across his back for wrongdoing. He didn't know was wrong. What had those boys done? Squirmed? Not prayed fast enough?
"Lights out!"
Boone shouted, and the overhead lights switched off. Robert hadn't realized how bright the lights had been until they were gone. The only light left in the room streamed in from the hall. Around him, everyone hurried back into bed.
"Try me tonight,"
Boone warned from the doorway.
"Somebody try me. Just once. I can't wait to take some of y'all out to the fun house with Warden Haddock. Who's it gonna be?"
The room was a tomb. No one breathing. Robert's folded blanket had fallen to the floor beside his bed, but he was afraid to pick it up. Would Boone take him to the fun house for dropping it? For reaching for it? The footsteps snapped down the hall, and they all sighed and breathed together. A couple of boys snickered, trying to be tough, but hardly loud enough for anyone to hear but themselves. Robert waited to hear if the footsteps would return. But in time, even the echo was gone. In the dark, Robert couldn't ignore the heat. His thin sheet clung to his sweaty skin so tightly that he felt like a bug trapped in a giant spider's web. He flung the sheet away. His house let in breezes in the summer, but this heavy heat was like someone lying on top of him. Was it truly this hot, or was this heat a memory from the fire? The heat sat so hard that Robert was sure his lungs were filling with hot water instead of air. A mosquito landed on his shoulder, invisible in the dark. He ignored it and glanced right and left at the other boys, who still seemed afraid to move, although Boone and Crutcher were gone. When the mosquito bit him, Robert slapped lightly at his slick skin. Every movement made the heat worse. A rippling current. No wonder everyone lay so still. But despite the heat, or maybe because of it, Robert's sore, weary bones sank into the thin mattress and made him so drowsy that he didn't notice the return of the terrible smell for a long time. And when he did notice, he thought he was only remembering the shower room. But then the sharpness seared his nostrils, burned rancid flesh, and Robert jolted awake. The banks of windows and beds were not familiar when he first woke, and when he remembered, "The judge sent me to the Reformatory, and I'll be here 6 months." His heart thudded, and then sank with such misery that only the threat hidden in the awful smell kept him from whimpering. He heard someone crying softly in the vast room, smothered against a pillow. An angry "shh" and "dang baby gonna get us all whipped" silenced the crying. Robert hoped the smell would fade, but instead it grew stronger. A slow, rough scraping across the floor was much louder than the buzzing flies or a soft snoring around him. Moving and halting, moving and halting, coming closer to him from the center row where his head lay. The object dragging sounded like a bum leg. His foot dragging slowly. The smell and the scraping sound were tied together. When one came closer, so did the other. It definitely wasn't Mama. Robert warred with himself. Should he turn his head to look or not? Would it go away if he waited long enough? Like the stabbed boy in the kitchen? What had Redbone's advice been about ghosts? His head swam as he tried to remember. "Go away," Robert whispered, staring up at the ceiling's dark sleeping light bulbs. "You're dead, so just stay dead." The dragging came closer, the smell so powerful that it brought tears to Robert's eyes. He locked his throat to keep from vomiting. It was the worst smell he had ever known, worse than the deer carcass bloating in the creek bed he and Papa had found when they were hunting. Its body a gross whitish pink from swelling. Papa had pulled him away, tried to cover his eyes. Just like then, everything inside Robert told him to keep his eyes away. But he had to see it. He had to know. Had it really been a deer? Or had it been a child, wrapped in wet clothing? Robert's neck gave a tiny crack as he turned his head toward the insistent scraping. The shadow was the size of a boy, not much bigger than he was, the shape so black that it was darker than night, leaching colors from everything it passed. 2 white eyes stared at him from the blackness. The figure moved slowly, so slowly, with the scraping sound. The boy, or whatever the shadow thing was, dragged a lame leg behind. Robert's heart tried to fight free of his ribs. He thought he would faint, but he couldn't stop staring even as the shadowed boy came closer. When the figure was close enough to touch, and when the smell was choking him, Robert saw glimmering on the figure's face and skin, and realized he was burned all over, charred like meat on a grill. The alien eyes stared. Robert's teeth chattered. It must be one of the boys who had died in the fire. Maybe he had followed him all the way from the field. "I'm sorry," Robert whispered, "but you're dead. I can't help you. Go away." For good measure, he closed his eyes tight and counted to 10. 1, 2, 3. He took his time counting, because counting was his last plan to keep from screaming. His heartbeat rocked him as he counted, as if a part of him knew the shadow would be staring him face to face when he opened his eyes. 8, 9, 10. He held his breath and peeked. Nothing but a bare floor and the empty row between the cots. Even the smell was gone. Robert's relief was so great that he gulped at the air and shuddered when he exhaled. He might not have breathed for 2 minutes. A mad giggle tickled the back of his throat and almost escaped. He was giddy with the thought of it. Ghosts came to him, yes, but he could make them leave. Maybe no ghost could hurt him. Robert was still smiling when the lights glared on, waking everyone, and Boone yanked him from his bed. 12.
Y'all must be the dumbest bastards ever born,
Boone said. Robert would have been sure he was having a nightmare, except for the way his shoulder smarted from Boone's rough handling. He'd been shoved out in the hallway, blinking in the bright lights. He, Redbone, and Blue stood lined up with Boone and Crutcher tall over them. At first, he thought he'd been roused for Warden Haddock's 20 lashes. But why all 3 of them? Was it for swiping the apple tarts in the kitchen? Playing in the freezer? Arriving a few seconds late for curfew? With each thrum of his heart, Robert thought of a new reason he, Blue, and Redbone might be in trouble. He dared a quick glance at Redbone and saw how afraid he was, too. The hard set of his jaw and a nervous swaying, like a scarecrow in a storm. Blue was already crying, his silent jaw quivering. Why couldn't this night, this whole day, this year just be a dream? Robert felt himself pushing himself back against the wall, as if he were a ghost who could vanish through it.
Mr. Boone, we didn't think we was late, sir,
Redbone said, voice hardly above a whisper.
We ran here fast as we could.
Redbone braced for the crack across his shoulder from Boone's ruler. He flinched, but barely. Robert didn't see even a blink.
You so dumb,
Boone said.
You don't even know.
None of them could say they did. None of them dared to ask. Crutcher leaned close enough for Robert to smell smoke on his breath.
What were you talking about at dinner, gentlemen?
He said.
Maybe that would ring a bell.
Dinner. Robert realized he was panting only when he opened his mouth to speak. I was just asking questions about this place.
That's not what we heard,
Boone said.
Boy over in Washington says he heard you talking about running away.
All 3 of them let out wails. Realization, horror, shock. Boone's charge sounded so much worse than anything they had imagined. Tears streamed freely down Blue's face, and he shook his head as if it might fall loose. The memory crashed back over Robert. How Redbone said not to talk about how boys ran away, but how Blue had pressed on. The way the other boys at the table had jumped up and walked away, too wise to stay close to them. We wasn't planning nothing. It was just stories. I just got here, Mr. Boone. Boone's blow with the ruler landed on Robert's crown and grazed his ear. Not the one Red McCormick heard, but the thin wood smarted enough that he dodged away and won a second blow across his hip, which made his teeth hiss. The second blow was harder, like a snake bite through his thin pants, stinging long after the ruler was gone.
You don't even say the word running, Boone said. You don't think about running. Some things is common sense, or ought to be, if you ain't dumb as hell.
It was me, Redbone said.
Robert didn't ask nothing about where to run. I was just talking about those stupid boys at Boot Hill. Why I want to run now? Well, it make no sense. You know me, Mr. Boone, sir. I ain't like these simple boys out here missing their mamas, crying 'cause they never held a plow or rode a thresher. You know how I tell stories, Mr. Boone?
Redbone's voice was a low, quiet begging, but he was so persuasive that Robert doubted his own memory. Hadn't it been Blue who told the stories about running away? Hadn't Redbone been the one who tried to shush him? Redbone had seen this horror coming.
You talk too damn much, Boone said. I told you, ain't I? Talking all the damn time.
All the time, Crutcher said. He mimicked talking with his hand.
Yak, yak, yak. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir,
Redbone said.
I didn't mean to get nobody in trouble.
Blue's head wobbled up and down as he tried to nod despite his shaking. I didn't do nothing, Mr. Boone. I can go back to bed, sir. Robert heard Blue's homeland thick in his accent, parts of him already fleeing far from Gracetown. When Boone didn't say anything or give him a glance, Blue ventured a step toward the door and scurried away. And he'd talked more than anyone at dinner. Robert's heart ran with Blue, but he didn't dare move. Robert hoped he would be next, that Boone would say,
That true?
And he'd say, Yes, sir. He hadn't known what he was asking, and Redbone had told him about a stupid boy who ran and ended up getting buried, because that's what happened when you ran.
Can we go back to bed?
Redbone said.
We'll work extra hours. We wouldn't try nothing like what you said, Mr. Boone. You know I ain't that way.
The long night and a day and another night seemed to pass while Boone studied them, making up his mind. A clock ticked on the wall behind them, the seconds impossibly slow.
Nah,
Boone said to Redbone.
You know better. You going to that funhouse.
A thunderclap shook Robert's head. For a flash, his vision went white. Boone's eyes came to Robert next. Robert was praying so loudly to himself, he wondered how everyone couldn't hear him begging God to let him go back to bed.
You two,
Boone said.
Best learn early so you'll never want to go back.
Robert looked to Redbone. What now? But Redbone's face was empty as he sagged against the wall, all swaying gone. Boone grabbed Redbone's arm with a meaty fist and pulled him to his feet. Crutcher took Robert's arm and shook him into motion.
Go back to sleep, or you'll be next,
Boone shouted as they passed the bunk room's open doorway. A dozen faces stared from the nearest beds. His comrades had pity in their eyes. Somewhere in the dark, Blue was crying. Boone ordered them to climb into the bed of the dusty white truck with the state of Florida seal, parked outside of the dorm's rear door. Redbone climbed in right away, but Robert paused so long that Boone hit him with a stick, a flame across his buttocks. Robert whimpered and climbed into the truck, tumbling beside Redbone. When his foot slipped, the truck's grooved metal was warm from the day's sun beneath a thin layer of dirt and straw. Crutcher stood watch over them from the doorway, 10 feet away, while Boone went back inside the dorm. "Where he going?" Robert whispered. Redbone didn't answer, staring away. "Why we gotta get in a truck?" Robert said. "Where they gonna take us?" His imagination flooded with his parents' stories of the woods and trucks and the night.
"Shut up,"
Redbone said. "How come you cover for Blue?" Robert said. "You started it, not Blue." Redbone's voice hitched, and Robert's guilt made the air wet in his lungs. If Redbone cried now, he would scream. "Why wouldn't Blue shut up then?" Robert said. "Blue's Blue. That's why." Redbone glanced toward Crutcher, who was still waiting by the door, wrapped in a halo of smoke from his long cigarette.
"Blue can't go to the funhouse. You and me can."
"I can't neither." Mama's hand had stayed Papa's strap many times. Papa had said it would make him weak, and maybe Papa had been right.
"Yeah, you can,"
Redbone said, looking him in the eye for the first time since they'd been in the truck.
"But Blue, he can't go. This ain't nothing to me, long as they don't add to my time. And you'll get some marks, but you'll heal up fine, just like I did when I went one time. Blue's not like us."
Redbone turned away, his eyes distant again. Blue was everything to him. Blue liked to play pranks and tell jokes, so maybe Blue was everything to all of Lincoln. and he was nothing to any of them. No one here cared about him the way Redbone cared about Blue. "But I can't neither," whispered Robert. He'd been tender-headed even when Mama pulled a comb through his hair. Redbone leaned back against the truck's panel.
"You'd better figure out how. You and me both."
His sad eyes were raised to the moon. The truck rumbled to a stop at the far end of campus, on the white side, within sight of the cornfields behind the fences, gray in the night. Chains clattered as the teenage boy beside them kicked his feet in rage. The older boy was the only one of the three of them whose legs and wrists were bound. Boone had carried him out of the dorm over his shoulder like he was a side of beef and dropped him into the truck while the boy screamed his ribs hurt. The boy hadn't stopped cussing the whole time the truck sped them away from the dorm, bumping over rocks and knots of grass, every building ahead, a fright in the headlight beams. The older boy's lower lip was bleeding, or maybe his gum, the blood trickling down the right side of his chin. Neither he nor Redbone asked him what he'd done, although Boone and Crutcher would not have heard them over the engine's rumble. The boy was scary, even in chains. Robert thought he might be one of Cleo's friends who'd jumped him after class, but he wasn't sure. That memory was a blur of shoes and fists.
"Don't look at me, sissy,"
the teenager said, so Robert kept his eyes away. The truck passed the kennels, a strip of fence where at least half a dozen dogs the size of old man McCormick's barked from behind the wires. The dogs ran to keep pace as the truck drove past, eager for a chase. The dogs sounded angry, not playful. Robert wondered what the dogs did when they caught you. When the truck lurched to a stop, his heart bloated to his throat. The engine clicked after it was turned off. The small wooden structure glowing in the bright headlights looked hardly bigger than Miss Lottie's backyard gardening shed, painted bright white. Two white boys sat on a bench just outside the closed door. Not far off, a white man in a billed cap kept watch over them. Robert thought maybe the funhouse couldn't be so bad, with white boys here too, until he saw their eyes. They looked terrorized. From inside the shed came a crack of leather striking flesh, and a child's scream after. Robert had never heard anyone scream that way except Mama, when she'd been dying, or the voices from the fire.
"Get him out,"
Boone said.
"Haddock wants him next."
Robert's body shook in his corner where he sat. He scooted closer to Redbone as Boone pulled down the truck's door with a sharp, rusty whine. Their hearts galloped with relief when Boone and Crutcher pulled the teenage boy out first and set him on his feet.
"I'm not going in there, you sick sons of bitches!"
the boy yelled, lunging away. Boone hit him with a knee in the stomach so fast that Robert barely saw Boone move. The teenager doubled over while Boone and Crutcher pulled him to the funhouse door.
"You've all got the devil in you!"
the boy screamed.
"Get on in here, doggy."
The warden's voice charged through the closed door.
"Fuck you!"
the teenager started to shout, but Boone smacked his mouth. The pain turned the teenager's rage to deep sobs instead.
Please.
"Shut the hell up," Crutcher said. "These babies are more man than you." Robert and Redbone looked at the white boys then, who in turn looked at them, mirroring them. Robert could swear he knew them, although they had never met. The taller of the white boys, sandy-haired like the ghost in the kitchen, was turning a marble over in his palm. Robert wondered if he meant to use it as a weapon, but it was too small to be anything except a charm. Would he carry it through his whipping? Robert wished he had a marble, any toy, to hold. The funhouse door opened just as Crutcher signaled Robert and Redbone out of the truck. Robert saw only glimpses of a bare light bulb inside, the warden's silhouette, another man behind him. The wailing Negro teenager was dragged in. A crying young white boy was led out to the white man in the billed cap, who pulled him by the arm. The boy was having trouble walking, stumbling over his feet in the shaft of light from the doorway. Robert thought he saw streaks of blood on his back. Robert's veins flushed with ice, as if he were still in the freezer.
"Negroes, wait on the other side,"
Crutcher said, gesturing. He said, "Negroes," with emphasis, and Robert realized he had never heard Crutcher say the word nigger. He might hate that word as much as Papa. Robert walked where Redbone led him, but he turned his head to lock eyes with the white boys as long as he could, as if they could stare a plan into each other's minds. But soon he and Redbone were on the dark side of the shed, where 6 empty metal chairs waited askew. Boone did not come with them. He'd gone inside the fun house, too. Crutcher straightened the chairs to a line and gestured for them to sit. Then he went off to pace by the fence, lighting another cigarette in the moonlight. Behind him, cornstalk shook in the breeze. Robert's knees still trembled after he sat. Warden Haddock was lecturing inside the shed, but his voice was too low to make out. Robert heard only the sobbing.
"Maybe they'll get tired,"
Redbone said. "They?" Robert's body tensed so much that his chair's legs rattled.
2 or 3 hold you. 1 beats you. They lay you on a table and take turns. No talking. Talking's what got you here,"
Crutcher said, hushed.
"If you can't learn here, where will you learn?"
"I've learned, sir," Robert said.
"Me too, sir." "Shush. You haven't. There's worse than this waiting for you in the world. It's a shame for the new one, but I hope you see now to stay far away from the fun house."
"Yes, sir. I see," Robert said. His throat was crammed with tears. He wanted to say he was sorry for what he'd done, but he couldn't remember. Was it for asking a question about running away? Or because he'd eaten the apple tart from Blue? Was it because he'd been late to the bunk room? Or because he'd kicked Lyle McCormick on Tobacco Road? He couldn't count everything he was sorry for.
"Don't go in there arguing. Learn the lesson. Say you're sorry," Crutcher said. "Put it behind you. Have a chance to grow up."
His voice seemed to crack. Or had Robert imagined it?
"Can't be like your daddy, fighting battles you can't win. His way don't work here."
Robert looked at Crutcher, startled. He couldn't make out his face, so far off at the fence. "You know my daddy?" Robert said. "Sir." Crutcher didn't answer, so Robert asked again. "Mr. Crutcher, you know my—"
"Course I do. From the mill,"
Crutcher said.
"Nobody in 3 counties don't know the name Robert Stevens."
Robert heard admiration in his voice. Crutcher's orange cigarette ash flared to the ground.
"You 2 choose which one goes first."
Perspiration sprang out on Robert, everywhere at once.
"I'll go first,"
Redbone said.
"Waiting's harder."
Inside the shed, the floor creaked. A sharp whistle, then a lash. The teenager yelped, crying. His whipping had begun. 2 lashes. 3, 4, 5. The higher the number, each as hard as, or worse than the previous one, the more Robert's own shoulders and knees whined with each one. The sound rocked through him. Would it never stop? He thought the 20th lash would end it, but it didn't. Or the 30th. But after 35 lashes, when tears dripped from Robert's face, the whipping stopped. The sobbing was gone too, and the silence was worse. Robert was dizzy from not breathing. He sucked at the air. The chair seat beneath him was so damp, he couldn't tell if he'd wet himself again. Crutcher went to help bring the older boy out. Robert stared at the cornfield, wondering if there was a place to scale the fence or a hole someone might have left unrepaired in overgrown brush. He would have cut off his arm to know. He would have tried to outrun dogs.
They give you a wood chip to bite on,
Redbone said.
Don't spit it out. Better use it.
Crutcher signaled from around the corner, and Redbone rose to go to him. Robert burned to say something to him, but he couldn't make his mouth move. Redbone didn't look toward him anyway. Robert couldn't see the door from where he sat, or the waiting white boys, but he saw Boone and a white man drag the older boy out of the funhouse by his shoulders. Was he moving? Was he dead? Robert's chair rattled when he craned to see the two men lift the teenager back into the truck. He was relieved when the teenager bucked and cried out again. His legs and wrists were still chained. Boone clapped the truck's panel shut and patted the door, and the white man drove the teenager away toward a part of the campus Robert didn't know. Maybe they were taking him to the infirmary. Then Boone pulled Redbone's arm, and Redbone vanished behind the clapboard wall. The door slammed closed. Crutcher strolled back toward Robert, but this time he posted himself so he could see the white boys on one side and Robert on the other, a good 15 yards away. Robert knew he could easily outrun Crutcher at this distance, if only he knew where to go. Inside the shed, the warden's voice sounded jovial, as if he were meeting an old friend. No delays, no scuffles. Redbone's lashes began right away. Liquid fire. That was the feeling of the strap. Robert felt it in Redbone's scream, loud and anguished, and somehow surprised. By the second lash, the surprise in his scream was gone. For his third lash, Redbone must have gritted down hard on his wood chip, so his scream sounded more muffled. But whether they were loud or soft, Redbone's screams chafed Robert's ears raw and wrung out tears that drowned his face. His chair legs clattered when he sobbed. "I can't do this," he thought. He remembered the shower room and the pinging he'd heard from the wall when he'd been so sure Mama was there. Was she still watching him? His fright in the shower room was long ago and silly now. "Mama," he whispered to the shadowed corn, "I need you. I can't do this. I can't." The breeze picked up, and dry corn stalks whispered, and Robert remembered when such things used to feel like a sign from Mama. If he saw a red bird, Mama's favorite. If he found the tiny silver cross Mama had given him on his floor in the exact same spot 3 days in a row. If he heard a creak on the floorboards when his eyes were closed. Even the shadow across his window. But whispering corn wasn't enough to comfort him now. "Please, Mama, I know maybe it's hard to come, but I need you." The ping sounded just below his pinky, where he was resting his weight on his chair. He heard it both from the metal and between his ears, amplified. And this time he felt it, too. A pulse. "Why I gotta be here, Mama? I can't do this. It ain't fair." Another ping. And this time he cupped his hand over the vibration so it tickled his palm. In that touch, Robert felt how sorry Mama was to see him like this. How she wanted to help but couldn't. Ping. This time, he felt her arms wrap around him and sway with him. "This isn't everything," he heard Mama's voice say inside his ear. "Mama's here. There's more ahead for you than this. This is only a moment." Lash! Redbone must have dropped his wood chip. He howled. "This isn't everything. There's more than this," Robert said. The ping tickled Robert's palm, and his ears fogged, the howling far away. 13. True to its carnival name, the funhouse looked twice as big on the inside, an endlessly long shed with the table at its center, lighted from an overhead bulb, as if it were a main stage. A transistor radio on the shelf by the door played a cheerful song, like a county fair. A fiddle and a guitar and a singer who sounded like a cowboy. Laughter snapped Robert's head around. 2 shirtless, sweating white men were dealing cards over wooden crates in the corner, their bare bellies jiggling when they laughed. Everyone else was busy. Crutcher was wiping down the table beneath the lights. Boone was locking the door behind him, and Warden Haddock was rinsing his leather strap in a small sink. Robert tried not to notice how the water washed down pink. Methodically, Warden Haddock wiped the thick strap with a towel. "This isn't everything. There is more than this."
"Didn't expect I'd be seeing you tonight,"
Warden Haddock said. His low voice rumbled the pit of Robert's stomach. "Sir?"
"After I got that call from Red McCormick saying hold off, I didn't expect to see you."
"No, sir." Robert tried to hold his tears at bay. But why couldn't he escape bad luck? McCormick had changed his mind. Gloria had a hand in it, he was sure of it. But he might be worse off despite whatever miracle she had performed for him.
"Not getting off to a good start, are you?"
Warden Haddock said. "No, sir." Robert could barely speak through the coat of phlegm in his throat. Warden Haddock slowly wiped his strap.
"You know what you did wrong?"
Robert longed to argue, but he remembered Crutcher's warning. "Asking stupid questions, sir? I'm sorry, sir." Warden Haddock laid his strap down on the table and picked up a lighted cigarette from a clay ashtray. Robert held a wild hope he might say,
"Well, never mind all this then. Go on back to bed."
Instead, Warden Haddock studied Robert with his eyebrows raised, as if he might have heard wrong.
"Stupid questions?"
Warden Haddock said, exaggerated. The phrase seemed monstrous.
"That what you call it?"
Boone made a chuffing sound, glaring at him. Robert didn't know what to say, so he dared not speak until he learned his mistake.
"A stupid question would be, does the sun rise in the west?"
Warden Haddock said.
"Do pigs like slop? Those are stupid questions. Way I hear it, unless you're fixing to call Boone a liar. You were asking how to run away."
In the corner of his eye, Robert noticed the men at the card table flexing their arms, exercising their fingers like Mama had before she taught him scales on the piano at Miss Ann's house. They had put their cards down. They were preparing to hurt him. "Not for me to run, sir," Robert said. "I was just asking if anybody ever did." Robert's voice dropped away. Crutcher had told him not to argue, keep his mouth shut.
"Why would you want to know if a thing was possible, Robert? Unless you thought you might want to try it. Explain that to me."
Everyone's eyes came to Robert. Under the room's gaze, his mind spilled empty. "I don't know, sir," Robert said.
"Since you're the one who brought it up, you'd better explain it."
Warden Haddock picked up the leather strap again, wrapping it from elbow to palm. Robert imagined the ping from Mama beneath his hand and said the first thing that came to him, as if she were whispering in his ear. Like how, in picture shows, people fly to outer space and can look down on the whole earth, or how Joe Friday chases down crooks on Dragnet. I ain't never gonna be on no rocket ship. no police detective, but I still want to hear it, like a story. The room was still while the men waited to hear what Warden Haddock would say. The white men waited too. One of them was chuckling. Sure it was a lie. After time, Warden Haddock nodded.
Like a story. A kind of fairy tale.
Yes, sir, Robert said.
You believe that, Boone?
Please, 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 please. Robert's heart thundered with hope again. Boone shrugged.
Dunno, boss. That's what they both said. Like it was just a story.
Bullshit, one of the white men said under his breath.
Stories are dangerous, Stevens,
Warden Haddock said.
They can get you hurt bad. Get you killed. Your friend, the storyteller, just got 30 lashes. It's not his first time here, and he should know better. I have to teach you too, and I'm not sure yet how many licks that'll take. But however the Lord leads me, from now on, if you're smart, and I think maybe you are, you're not gonna want to hear no more stories.
No, sir. Robert's words were only air whistling between his chattering teeth. Crutcher gently cupped his elbow like an usher, leading him to the front of the church, and Robert's body seized up, but he walked with Crutcher anyway. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, closer to the table where he would be whipped. Blood rushed in Robert's ears from the tremor of his heartbeat, and his knee joints fought against his weight. Boone was almost gentle enough to fool him into wondering if he might still be spared. Hadn't Mama's messages to him already been a miracle? And another, Red McCormick already called the warden once, so why shouldn't Mr. Loman come bursting through the door to tell him Judge Morris said it was all a mistake and to let him go? Robert had learned at his mother's bedside that God tested you. "Give me your shirt," Crutcher said. Robert hesitated just long enough for him to add, "You don't want to wear it. Fabric gets in the skin." For the first time, Robert thought of his skin breaking. Not bruises, not welts, but slashed open flesh, as if he were no different than the dead side of beef hanging in the freezer. Robert looked at Crutcher with pleading eyes. "You know my daddy, and you know this ain't right." And Crutcher's eyes blinked away. Boone tugged at Robert's shirt, impatient, so Robert quickly pulled on the button beneath his chin, trying to tame his fingers' strange dancing. Robert heard shuffling, all of the men moving to their places, pinning him in, ready to catch him if he ran. Warden Haddock's boots snapped closer against the floorboards, loud in Robert's ears.
"He always so polite and quiet," Warden Haddock said. "Seems like he was raised nice enough."
Was Crutcher arguing for him?
"I don't think you want to bring up his rearing,"
Warden Haddock said, and Crutcher's face puckered as he tried to hold his expression blank. Crutcher wasn't the only one in Gracetown who knew Papa's name.
"But I'll say this. He's lucky I'm the superintendent, and not some of those country boys, or he'd be out in the swamp with the clan. My boys are already grumbling. Don't try to say I don't play fair."
Boone and Crutcher agreed. They had never met any man fair, white or colored.
"I'll take it one more step,"
Warden Haddock said, and spat to build up anticipation, like Reverend Jenkins encouraged excitement from his flock. Robert stood in amazement, while a conversation bloomed like when men had come to Papa's back porch, or when his grown cousins gathered under Miss Lottie's oak tree, playing with her old truck's engine to try to make it run. Like an ordinary day in an ordinary place.
"I'd bet $5 that gal was never raped by anybody, white or Negro."
Thunder might have shaken the walls. The two white men groaned with disapproval, and Boone and Crutcher shifted uncomfortably. Their amen corner was silent now. The room felt weighted down.
"The what? Make that $10,
Warden Haddock said.
What you think? Robert Stevens, did your daddy rape that white lady?"
Robert's mouth was so dry that his tongue and cheeks felt glued to his lips. He could not open his mouth. To speak, he thought, might mean dying. White men talking about rape always led to a rope. That's what Papa had said right before he left.
"Sir, the boy don't know nothing about that,"
Crutcher said, quiet as an undertaker.
"He's not shy,"
Warden Haddock said. He nudged Robert with the tip of his boot. Heavy pressure on his bare toes. Robert felt one of his toe joints crack.
"Go on and say, did your daddy rape that white lady?"
The word rape was profane. He and Gloria had overheard Mama telling Miss Lottie she'd been raped by her employer when she was 17. The reason she'd decided she'd never work for anyone but herself again. And Gloria had run off with horror in her eyes, but she'd never told him what it meant. The first time he'd learned had been last year, when the sheriff came looking for Papa. He'd asked the older boys at school what rape was, even though Gloria wouldn't tell him.
"It's when a girl doesn't want to, but you force her anyway,"
the sage 8th grader, Pastor Jenkins's son, had said.
"Sinners and cowards and drunks do that."
"No, sir," Robert whispered. "My daddy wouldn't hurt nobody. He'd never do that. He ain't a sinner or coward or drunk." By the way the warden's head canted to one side, as if to see him in better lighting, Robert realized he should have thought before he spoke. Only fright had made his words tumble out. Neither Crutcher nor Boone would look at him. Crutcher took one step away, pretending to search his vest pocket, as if hearing talk of the white lady would conjure her.
"So, you think she lied?"
Robert knew better than to say lie. "I think like you think, sir." Warden Haddock slapped Robert on the back hard enough to sting, and then rubbed the spot to soothe it.
"There you go,"
he said.
"Everybody knows it. Just a bunch of vile talk the growers put Lorraine up to. Pete McLean's been blacking her eye for a year, and everyone knows except that dim wife of his. Pete probably paid her and a loud-mouthed daddy and mama a pretty penny to make up a story. All of y'all know it and won't say. And leastways, I won't visit the sins of the father on the son. The son pays for his own. Ain't that right, Robert Stevens?"
Warden Haddock continued to rub at the spot on his shoulder until a new alarm grew in Robert he could not put a name to. Slowly, Warden Haddock slid his hand away.
"Your daddy has a big damn mouth and thinks he's good as a white man,"
Warden Haddock said.
"And that's crime enough in Jackson County."
"I don't know for sure what happened with my daddy, sir," Robert said, and his heart died 1,000 deaths, and he wondered if somewhere in Chicago Papa might have heard him.
"Hush. Yes, you do,"
Warden Haddock said.
"A young man stands by his convictions. The good Lord has seen fit to give me this opportunity to steer you to the right path. Hop up on the table."
He said it so kindly that Robert almost missed the words. A white man yanked Robert so hard that the tabletop dug into his stomach and made him lose his breath. The man's red caterpillar eyebrows frowned. Robert smelled sour beer on the man's breath, in his sweat. He worked drunk most nights, like the men on the night of the fire in 1920. Knowing what he shouldn't made Robert dizzy. There is more than this. Mama's voice in his memory gave Robert the strength to pull his leg high enough to try to hoist himself onto the wooden platform. It was truly as if he'd never worked his body before, every part difficult to manage, like his newborn cousin Jackie, who had been named for Jackie Robinson. He thought of Jackie's wobbly arms and legs as he nearly slipped from the plank, which was slick with sweat. No, not sweat. The sharp, prickly scent was blood. He looked behind him to the mud-splattered wall and realized the tiny dark dots in random patterns were not mud. Blood patterns were sprayed like paint droplets against the dull planks. He would bleed here. His blood might fly.
"Take this,"
Crutcher said, and shoved a thick, uneven wood chip into Robert's hand. The chip was dry, fresh from a storage bin. Robert's fingers shook around it. Crutcher leaned closer and whispered in smoky breath,
"Back down. Lie still as you can. It'll be over quicker."
Robert didn't know when he had started crying. Warden Haddock made a sound, and Robert bit back a sob and wrestled with it. The room seemed as cold as the freezer now that his shirt was off. But not his pants, thank goodness. Not his pants.
"What you waiting for, Robert Stevens?" Warden Haddock said. "Lay down."
Robert tried to lower himself, and his limbs disobeyed. His elbows locked as if he were holding the tabletop against gale winds from below.
"Do what he say, boy,"
Boone said. When Robert felt Boone grab his left arm, he hurriedly shoved his wood chip into his mouth. The wood almost jostled loose as 3 men grabbed and arranged his body with rough hands. But Robert flung his head high so the chip would fall against his molars. He imagined ants or wood mites crawling in his mouth, but his teeth sank into the soft wood, fused. Robert's hot breath hissed in and out against the wood, faster and faster, but his jaw held on so hard it ached. His whole body heaved with his breathing. The edge of the table cut into Robert's collarbone. His neck muscles had to support his head to keep it from dangling forward. And Robert suddenly knew that boys had died on this table during their beatings. Their voice boxes crushed and necks snapped during careless handling. No, he would not move. He would do as Crutcher had said and lie still. He would do as Redbone had said and bite on the wood chip. "There's more than this," Robert whispered against the wood in his mouth. The floor creaked under the warden's boot. A low whistle and snap sounded above Robert, and then pain tore across his back as surely as if it had claws. Fire, Robert thought. Most of his screams stayed bottled in his throat. His jaw clamped down so hard on the wood chip he thought he loosened a tooth. Just as Robert began to think the pain wasn't so bad, the numbness wore off his back in a wave, and he felt surely his skin must have peeled in too. Robert writhed and screamed. Then came the next, laid across the first. He would have spat out the wood if he could, if it weren't so fixed to his teeth, because pain was choking him, wild in him. "Stop!" Robert tried to say, muffled, but the whistle and snap sounded, and his body went rigid. And when the lash came, it seemed to snap his spine apart. Robert's head flung right and left as he screamed, and if not for the wood chip, he might have bitten his tongue off when his chin hit the edge of the table so hard he saw sparks before his eyes. By the 4th lash, or the 5th, he lost count, one fire burning into the next. His throat was raw and his jaw pulsed, and he was sure his back must be a solid pool of blood streaming to the floor. Pastor Jenkins's threats of hellfire could be no worse than this. Boys got beat like this for being late to curfew, or fighting, or talking too much at night. Boys got beat like this for everyday things his teacher might wrap his wrist with a ruler for. The wrongness rang in his head. "This ain't right," Robert tried to say, a mush against the saliva-drenched chip in his mouth, which still would not budge, no matter how much he tried to scream. "This ain't right." His outburst met another lash, a harder one. His skin melted open beneath the cutting leather. and he knew it was far worse than the rest as he flopped on the table. To hold him in place, a man clamped each arm harder on either side of him. Another held both of his legs. The edge of the table dug into his throat, and for the first time Robert stopped screaming. His nose was clogged. The new panic from not breathing was worse than the pain. So he remembered to slow his hitching breaths. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. And soon, the men loosened their grip a bit, and he could shift his neck enough to keep the table from crushing his throat. For the next 5 lashes, maybe 6, he whimpered but could not scream. He was melting from the table. Beneath Boone's muddy work boots and Warden Haddock's pointed, shiny snakeskin ones. Beneath the floor, into the red-brown soil, past the long-forgotten ashes from the fire in 1920, all the way to the bones buried at Boot Hill. Vibrating pain coiled across his back, but no pain could touch him where he was buried in the soil. His body was far above him, the world black. He hoped he had willed himself to die. Kindred spirits awaited him here. Boys who had been afraid of beatings, and dogs whose skin had been torn or charred, whose bones had snapped, spirits circling the site of their shared tragedy. They rose from the stink of the wrong done to them, and he could almost see them in the dark, blinking eyes around, straining to have their faces remembered. "I see you," he told them. And it almost wasn't a lie, because sometimes he did see shadows of noses and chins and rows around him. "I see you." And when he did not see their faces, he saw their stories. Jim, who had run away one too many times, and his family never saw him again after they found a note from the sheriff tacked to their front door. Jesse, whose family had sold him to the Reformatory for $50 because they thought it would teach him not to sass back. Russell, who went truant each fall to help his uncle paint houses. And Ronaldo, and Justin, and Emery, and John, who had done nothing beyond being left alone by their parents, torn away by drinking or sickness or death. Just like him. The dead boys were called every name except murdered, accident, or oversight, or cautionary tale. "He fainted dead away," said a voice he remembered was Crutcher's. Robert heard, but did not feel the final lash do its unholy work across his tattered skin. "Guess 15's enough, then," the warden said. "I've got a headache anyways." It was Mama. Robert knew. Mama was giving the warden headaches when he wanted to hurt him, just as she had in his office. A fiddle's whine from the radio nickled at Robert's ear, bringing light through his closed eyelids. Even half senseless and full of rage and pain, he knew better than to open his eyes, or the warden might change his mind and keep whipping him. And if the warden spoke a single word to him, Robert worried he would spit in his face. Oh, yes, he would. Robert never had wanted to kill anyone before now. He wished he could summon a grenade to burn through the shed's roof and split Haddock in two. If Robert were a conjurer, Haddock would be dead already. The entire shed would be burning, even if he was still inside to burn with it. There is more than this. In the grainy light of his returning, Robert Stevens heard his heartbeat, and the frantic pumping helped him remember, no, he wasn't like the sullen ghosts who roamed this place. The warden hadn't killed him, not yet. And Robert vowed he never would. Just like Papa had escaped the lynch mob. He was alive. There is more than this.
he would learn. There is more than this. Like Papa, he would find a way to be free.
14.
That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
A familiar voice. A message he knew from home. After the commercial, the brassy theme to Dragnet played from a radio past the open infirmary doorway. Dragnet told Robert he was still alive. He woke to the rocky seas of pain across his back, cinching his shoulders, throbbing in his hurt ear. He lay shirtless on his stomach, his back swathed and bandaged, but the pain had not washed away. The bandages across his back were strips of burning sand, and breathing or moving raked Robert's skin. The strap snap still rang where Mr. Red had hit his ear too hard on McCormick Road. The warden had whipped him too hard. Rage made the pain flare worse. Morning. New pink-gray daylight brightened the drawn blinds over the windows. He probably couldn't stand yet, much less walk, but even so, he noticed that the windows had no bars. This room was less than half the size of his dormitory, with 20 beds instead of 48, all of them hospital white. No white. Nothing in the room was quite white. The sheets were gray in the daylight, the dingy walls closer to a sad pale yellow and veined with the dark cracks. Robert's eyes tracked a row of tiny red ants marching in formation from a crack in the wall nearest him to the floor beneath his bed. The ants swarmed something sticky on the floor, battling the flies. Redbone was far across the room, also on his stomach, snoring loudly. Somehow, Redbone had slept most of the night. Robert had barely slept at all, waking again and again to the drumbeat of his agony, hearing whimpers of 3 younger boys in the infirmary, and the sound of the restless radio just out of sight. Dragnet might get him through the next 30 minutes, at least. His thoughts buried themselves in the story on the radio. Detective Joe Friday and his partner, Ben Romero, are called to the city hall. That's not how it usually goes. A man says he's holding a bomb in a box on his lap, and he'll blow up City Hall if police don't release his brother from prison. Holy cow! Taking his bomb away will be a tough job. But Friday and Ramiro volunteered to go in to try to talk the bomber into giving up. The bomber gives them 24 minutes to set his brother free. No way Friday will agree to that. Friday and Romero tell the bomber they will never free his brother. They're not even sure the bomb is real. Could be a fake all along.
You'll let me blow up $10 million of taxpayers' money? The bomber says.
Romero secretly tells Friday and the captain that he can go in and clip the bomber with his gun. Or just shoot him dead. Robert started to feel bad for the bomber. He was only doing anything he could to try to get his brother out of jail. Robert's heart pounded at the idea of Gloria or Papa trying to free him. Did Papa even know he was locked up yet? Would Papa try something as wild as this? Mama always said Papa would do anything to right a wrong. The voices on the radio rose in a rare argument between Friday and Romero. Friday.
You can't just walk in there and shoot him down. You have to warn him.
Captain.
No, a gun's not the answer. We can't shoot him until we're positive.
The captain was nothing like Sheriff Posey. The sheriff and his deputies wouldn't think twice or even once before shooting Negroes. Like they had shot Mr. Clement's son in the apple orchard, when all he'd stolen was a sack full of apples. They would shoot even if their mama was watching, even if their children were watching, even if they had no weapon like a box that might or might not be a bomb. In the radio world, everything worked like it should. A pretty lie. Robert's eyes already ached, too puffy from his crying, but more tears leaked out now that he'd been arrested and seen the lie up close. He could never like Dragnet again. Joe Friday wasn't real. The fun house was real. A shadow from the corner of his eye made Robert look up to the ceiling above his bed, where he saw a blurry dark mass. He blinked the tears away and saw that the mass was not on the ceiling. It was hovering a few feet above his bed, weightless, and it was a young boy, maybe 6 years old, limbs splayed as if he were swimming, studying him. He was real enough to touch, down to the snot crusted on his nostrils and the knotty, uncombed curls on his head. The boy looked like he would drop on top of him. Until the Reformatory, Robert had never known that ghosts could look so much like regular people. Well, except they could walk through walls or float in the air. He wished Mama would appear to him in a flesh state instead of strangers. But maybe she couldn't. Maybe Robert could only see the boys who had died here. At least this one wasn't ruined like the one who had found his bed in the dorm and made him want to scream, now that he knew what real screaming was for. He was only bothered by the ghost, not scared. Mostly, he was mad it wasn't Mama. Robert started to say, "Go away, you're not real." But those two eager real boy eyes stopped him. For a hint, maybe spying on the living was entertainment, like listening to the radio. At least he didn't smell bad, like the burned-up boy. Robert had to strain his neck to see the boy so high, so instead, he relaxed to his flat pillow and closed his eyes. "You can stay," Robert whispered, "but don't touch me, and don't say nothing." Robert felt the boy bobbing above him. He didn't have to open his eyes to know he was still there. He could have learned more about the dead boy if he concentrated. The facts of the boy's life bubbled just beneath the surface of Robert's knowing. The dead boy was trying to tell him a chorus of, I was. Pneumonia. One word screamed through before Robert made himself listen to the radio again. He had enough pain by himself. "Hush," Robert said. On Dragnet, the bomber is excited and angry. He might set off the bomb at any time. When the captain asks Friday if he's scared, Friday says, "Yeah," and the captain says, "That makes them even." After a wrestling match with the bomber, no one gets shot. Friday grabs the bomb and drops it in a bucket. He rushes it outside, but he trips and the bucket hits the ground at the same time he lands. But no explosion. The bomb never goes off. Friday is lucky. It was wired wrong. Has Joe Friday ever come so close to dying? Robert felt like Joe Friday at the end, waiting for the explosion. He was still waiting when the theme music came on and the episode was over. Robert whispered to the ghost, "I'm sorry you got pneumonia." Wasn't that all Haints wanted? For someone to be sorry? When Robert craned to look back up, the floating boy was gone. A blink later, Redbone was standing over Robert's bed with a clean, unbloodied shirt buttoned over his bandages. The daylight was brighter, so Robert must have slept for an hour, maybe 2. Someone had turned off the radio. The 3 other living boys had stopped crying and were eating breakfast from trays in their laps. Robert noticed a tray at the foot of his bed, applesauce, and runny eggs that looked gray. He checked the ceiling. No one floating. How could Redbone be on his feet? "See," Redbone said. "Told you." His voice was strained, his only sign of suffering. "Told me what?" "You could take it." "How many stripes you get?" "I don't know." Robert remembered Warden Haddock saying 15 lashes, but he didn't want to sound proud of it. Redbone had him twice beat anyway. "Don't you hurt none?" Redbone sucked his teeth. "I don't give nobody the satisfaction of seeing me hurt, son." But he lost his big talk at the sound of footsteps approaching from the doorway. Redbone hobbled back to his bed and Robert heard the hiss of pain as he lay on his stomach. Then Redbone began moaning in a way he never moaned when they were alone. The Negro nurse who pushed a cart into the room was old, maybe nearly as old as Miss Lottie. The wobbly, squeaky wheels on her metal cart made Robert's bad ear scream, igniting every piece of him that had bled. He moaned too, following Redbone's lead. He was always moaning in his head anyway. His bed was closest to the doorway, so she stopped beside him. "Hope we won't see you back here, huh?" the nurse said, matter-of-factly. Moaning and whippings were a regular part of her job, nothing to change the look on her face over. "No, ma'am," Robert said. He hoped he wouldn't have to talk more. "You hurtin'?" "Yes'm." She picked up a tin of bare aspirin and shook 2 pills into her hand. "You're big enough for the adult dose. Swallow those down." Robert hated taking pills of any size, but he would do anything to keep from hurting so much. The old Robbie was dead, he reminded himself. Dead and gone on McCormick Road. "Aspirin won't seem to do much good," she said, "but better than nothing." The aspirin was chalky, and the tepid water the nurse gave him in a plastic cup didn't help much when he tried to swallow. Fear sealed his throat when he felt the pressure from the pill, but to his relief, the water washed down. He discovered a trick of moving the second bitter pill toward his gum, and he swallowed it easier from there. Still, he gasped when he was done. He'd been holding his breath. Redbone let out a cry as if he'd just felt Warden Haddock's lash, trying for sympathy. "How many this time?" the nurse asked Redbone. 30, ma'am." "Well, gracious! I expect you'll behave now, won't you?" "Yes'm," Redbone said. "Both of you boys from Lincoln," she said, glancing back at Robert. "You'll stay here today and then back to your dorm tonight. Then it's out to the fields in the morning." "Ma'am," Robert said, startled. "We work in the kitchen." "Not anymore," the nurse said. "Not for at least a month after the funhouse." Robert glanced at Redbone's face for a sign she was lying, but Redbone looked glum. So they would go to the fields after all. Papa had told him he should never spend even a minute picking for white men. And how could he work at all with his back hurting so much? He could say none of this to the nurse, who didn't much feel sorry for him. So he began to eat to smother the lump in his throat as she rattled away with her cart. His eggs were cold and bland and didn't taste much like eggs. The applesauce seemed more sour than sweet. Maybe nothing could have flavor today. He might not really taste anything again until he left this place, was back at home with Gloria or at Miss Lottie's kitchen table. Thinking of home brought tears to his eyes, but he didn't want Redbone to see him crying. The kitchen had been his one good thing, and now that was gone. Redbone was back at Robert's bedside as soon as the nurse left. "The lucky thing is, we don't got to go to school today if we're in the infirmary," Redbone said slyly. "Work neither." Redbone had already found something to be happy about. Not Robert. "Why we gotta work the fields for a whole month?" Redbone's lips tightened, and a shadow overtook his brow. Instead of answering, he slapped down a deck of playing cards on Robert's mattress. "Spades or bid whist." In his misery, Robert didn't want to play cards with Redbone or anyone else. At least the ghost floating above him had been quiet. "I want to play," one of the young boys called out. He wheezed when he talked. Did he have pneumonia too? "Shut up," Redbone said. "You're too little. And hush, for you bring the nurse." "She can't hear nothing," another boy said, and he laughed far too loudly, testing. The other two joined the laughing. "All of y'all hush, or I'll whoop your hides," said Redbone, and the boys fell silent. Redbone's eyes came back to Robert. He patted the deck of cards, impatient. You my friend now? Robert said. Like, if I needed you to, you'd cover for me like you did for Blue? I'd cover for you. Redbone considered it, staring at the marching ants on the wall. Then he nodded. We've been to the funhouse together now, so hell yeah. Robert had never needed to have someone declare his friendship so badly. Redbone's hell yeah made the dingy room's walls seem brighter, dulled the sharp edges of his pain. He felt his mouth twitching to smile. Almost. Bitwist, Robert said, deciding. Redbone grinned. You really about to get your ass beat now, he said. We'll see who gets beat. Robert's smile snuck out. Redbone dealt out cards, his hands as fast as a hummingbird's wings. The infirmary, despite its griminess and chemical smells, was a sanctuary for a day. Robert and Redbone snuck in card games between the nurses' half-hearted rounds when they both put on a pathetic display for her eyes, which wasn't really only for show. If you don't act sick enough, they send you to school at 12:30, Redbone advised him. Whenever the nurse was gone, Redbone told stories, more adventures from his joyride, his rabbit hunting skills, his baseball card collection, and how his daddy sold liquor in paper sacks stuffed with fried catfish from his pickup truck. Robert couldn't bring up anything Redbone didn't already have a story about. Redbone was only a few months older, but his life was so much fuller than school and church and Papa's meetings. Redbone's back porch had been a place for play, not for work, and since Gloria had warned him never to talk about Papa, Robert didn't tell Redbone about Papa's back porch meetings, everyone stiff and silent when they thought they heard a car, or if a hunter's rifle sounded too close. He didn't talk about Mama dying either. Those weren't stories to make you feel better, like Redbone's. Robert checked the ceiling for the floating boy. Still gone. You see the Haints? Robert said finally. The question caught Redbone so off guard that his lips dropped apart. He didn't speak at first. They don't mess with me too much, he said finally. I already seen 3, Robert said. 4, if he counted the fire. 5, if he counted Mama. And then the ones in the funhouse? Too many to count. He settled on the 3 who'd looked real. In one day? That's a lot, Redbone said. He wanted to say more about the Haints, but he wouldn't, as if it might be bad luck. So, you scared? Redbone said, after a long wait. Of Haints? Robert said. No, it wasn't even a lie. Not anymore. He was only scared he'd be like them. Trapped. Good thing, 'cause they may not let you alone. Why? Redbone shrugged. Some people draw 'em like magnets. That's what Blue says. Maybe Blue could teach him everything he'd learned about Haints. Robert might have to forgive Blue for talking so freely about runaways hiding and ducking his whipping. 2 of them. At least 2. Robert went on softly. They were killed. Murdered. Redbone raised his eyes and gave a small shake of his head that meant, shh. I guess they want someone to know, Robert said quietly. That's all. Better worry about your own self, Redbone said, for you're a Haint too. That sounded like something sensible Gloria might have said, and Robert missed his sister, his life so fiercely that he could hardly catch his breath. Haints must miss their lives too. A new Negro woman appeared in the doorway, and his heart jumped. She was Mama's height, but a bit thinner, her skin darker. Mama had worn her hair pressed and long down her shoulders, but this woman's hair was pinned in a high, tight side bun. Robert stared, wondering if her features would change, and she would become Mama. But no, her cheekbones were smoother. Her forehead was higher. She was a bit younger than Mama, dressed in a gray skirt and prim white blouse Mama never would have worn, because it looked too much like a uniform she had vowed never to wear even if she was doing wash. Was she a Hank too? "You see her?" Robert whispered to Redbone, to be sure. Redbone turned and quickly hid the playing cards under Robert's sheet. He saw her. The woman was wearing heels instead of soft soles like the nurse, and her feet made polite clicks on the floor as she walked closer. She seemed as surprised to see them as they were to see her. "Oh," she said, "this is the infirmary? I was looking for the school."
"School's down the path a ways, closer to the cornfield,"
Redbone said. "I'm all turned around then," she said. "No matter. You boys all right?" She asked the question with care. Robert wanted to blurt out an inventory of his pain and troubles, but instead he only nodded while the others mumbled,
"Yes'm."
She smiled at them. And what a smile. Mother, aunt, sister. But then she took her smile back just as quickly, turning to walk back out the way she'd come.
"Who was that?"
Robert said.
"I ain't never seen her,"
Redbone said.
"Maybe they got a new nurse."
Rattling came from the hall, and the woman returned with a large cart packed with musical instruments, still shiny through their dents. A large round drum was alone on the bottom shelf, painted Gracetown Boys' School in faded red. On the top shelf, Robert recognized a trumpet, a saxophone, a tambourine, a flute, and a stick-like black instrument he couldn't name. The 3 younger boys flocked to her cart. "No touching," the woman said firmly. "They're not toys. Who's 12 or older here?" Robert and Redbone looked at each other, not sure they should volunteer. But Robert wanted to touch the trumpet, so he raised his hand. Redbone followed his lead. While the younger boys complained, the woman wheeled her cart to the foot of Robert's bed. For the first time, Robert learned that instruments had a smell, brass and oil, and maybe spit. "All right," the woman said, and took a breath. "My name is Mrs. Marion Crutcher Hamilton, and I'm the new band director for the Gracetown Reformatory Negro Boys Marching Band. Did you know the Reformatory has an award-winning band? For the past 5 years, it has marched in the Gracetown Christmas Parade." Robert shook his head. Every word out of her mouth was more amazing than the last. A Negro woman was leading a band at the Reformatory? Negro boys marched in a town parade? Negro families were not welcome to attend the Christmas parade, shooed away by deputies. Negro children who were willing to wait could gather by the trees at the end of the street, where everyone in the parade was tired of putting on a show. But you could see the pretty costumes.
"You kin to Mr. Crutcher, ma'am?"
Redbone said. Her face brightened. "Yes, Mr. Crutcher is my brother. Do you know him?" Redbone's shoulders sagged with bad memories.
"Yes'm."
"Well, what's your name?"
"August Montgomery."
Redbone's given name sounded like a storybook character. She turned to Robert. "And you?"
"Robert Stevens."
He figured if Mr. Crutcher knew and respected his papa's name, his sister might too. And she did. Something stirred behind her eyes. "From the mill?"
"Yes'm."
He wanted to add, he didn't do what people say. But a woman might take another woman's side anyway, even a white woman's side. "I see," she said, lowering her chin to study him. "Do you boys play an instrument?"
"I can play that drum,"
Redbone said, which Robert was almost sure was a lie. "Yes, everyone loves the drums," Mrs. Hamilton said. "And you, Robert?"
"Mama taught me the scales on Miss Ann's piano. I know most of them."
Now her eyes were afire. "Oh, can you read music then?" Her excitement made Robert afraid to say the wrong things. was knowing the notes on the lines on sheet music were E, G, B, D, F, and the spaces were F, A, C, E, the same as reading? Knowing where the letters told his fingers to go? Mama had taught him that much.
I can read it some,
Robert said. Well, unfortunately, there's no piano in marching band. When she spoke the word unfortunately, it sounded so pleasant that it didn't seem disappointing. But if you have a musical foundation, maybe I can help fill in the rest. Do any of these instruments on the cart look interesting to you? For the first time in hours, Robert sat up. His back screamed at him. If the aspirin he'd taken had helped at all, it wasn't helping now. But the trumpet helped. It was tarnished, and the wide bell had dents, but it called out to him from pictures he'd seen in Papa's downbeat jazz magazines. He'd always wanted to play one. Shyly, he pointed. "You can't play without a mouth," she said. "Use it, please."
"The trumpet, please."
Mrs. Hamilton picked up the trumpet and gave it to him, keeping both hands on it firmly until Robert had taken it into his own, like passing a baby. Most of its weight was in the center, where the 3 columns were lined up for the keys. It was somehow both lighter and heavier than he expected. Robert felt perspiration dampen his fingertips. The 3 younger boys had gathered as his audience, envious and mesmerized. Mrs. Hamilton pointed out the rounded, narrow end. "This is the mouthpiece. Raise it up." While Robert raised the mouthpiece to his lips, Mrs. Hamilton gently arranged his right thumb and fingers, his thumb beneath the thin bar, 3 middle fingers resting lightly on the keys, pinky hooked around the ring. With his left hand, he grasped the columns to support its weight. The trumpet seemed to fit in his hands just right. "Now, give it a try," Mrs. Hamilton said. Robert puffed his cheeks out like he'd seen in pictures of Dizzy Gillespie in blue. Silent air traveled through to the other end. No sound at all. The boys laughed. Even Redbone hid a smile behind his hand. Robert's neck flared with embarrassment. Mrs. Hamilton snapped her fingers for quiet. The loudest finger snap Robert had ever heard. A crack. The laughter stopped. "Your lips go like this," Mrs. Hamilton said, and pursed her lips to demonstrate. "But don't press too tightly against the mouthpiece. And you don't blow air from your cheeks. It's from your belly. What's called your diaphragm. Try again, please." Robert almost said he didn't want to try again. She was sure to lose interest in him once he failed. But he pursed his lips the way she'd shown him, pressed the mouthpiece to his mouth, but not too hard, and took a breath from his belly. Then Robert blew. He was already pushing out as much air as he could from his stomach before he realized he'd forgotten to press down any of the keys. Yet the pure, high-pitched note was so loud that Robert almost dropped the trumpet. The note rang against the windows and ceiling and circled the room, unbroken and steady. It sounded to Robert like both the peal of laughter and the world's saddest cry. Redbone grinned and slapped Robert's knee. The 3 other boys cheered. Mrs. Hamilton's eyes grew wide, and she was smiling too. "Well, listen to that," Mrs. Hamilton said. "That was a high C." Robert's face was hot. "Yeah, it can take students weeks or months to hit that note. You're a natural, Robert. In fact, there's a young man like you from New Orleans who was sent to a boys' home, and he picked up a trumpet just like you and could play it right away. A cornet, actually, but they're much the same. You know who it is?" Robert shook his head. He didn't know. Mrs. Hamilton leaned closer. "It's my friend, Louis Armstrong. He may just be the greatest trumpet player in the world. Do you think you'd like to be like him?" Robert was almost too frozen in place to nod his head. He knew that name, of course. Mrs. Hamilton was friends with Louis Armstrong? She didn't fit the picture he'd had in his head of jazz people. Women in sparkly evening gowns, smoking cigarettes in nightclubs. Good. Then I'd like to see you at band practice tomorrow. She glanced at Redbone. You too? So I can hear you play that drum. Maybe you play like Art Blakey.
But,
Redbone began, and Robert looked at him wildly, hoping he wouldn't ruin it.
We gotta work the fields tomorrow, ma'am.
Robert's spirit quaked. He'd been so hypnotized by talk of music that he'd forgotten. I'll take care of that. You'll work in the morning and go to school. Band practice is at 1600. That's 2 hours before dinner, every day. The colored music hall is directly behind the bleachers. Don't miss practice, or you're out of the band, understood? Were you in the army? Robert said. Mrs. Hamilton wasn't a ghost, but she wasn't ordinary. Only soldiers in war pictures told time in such high numbers. As a matter of fact, I was. The 404th ASF Women's Army Corps. Good guess.
The army?
Redbone said, as if she'd said the sun.
How come you're here now?
This is home, she said. I grew up on Lower Spruce before the war. I'll be teaching at the high school in the fall, but I'll come here after school to teach music. And this summer, you can get a head start for the parade. Feeling proud of yourselves will make your time here easier. Once you leave, you can take music wherever you go, and learning something will help you realize you can learn anything else you put your mind to. Her words were so soothing that Robert's bloody welt stung a little less, and he almost forgot the pain that still lingered in his ear from when Mr. Red had hit him. The nurse peeked in from the doorway. Mrs. Hamilton noticed her and reached for the trumpet to return it to the cart. Robert hated to let it go. The younger boy's laughing stopped when the nurse stuck her head in. Sorry for the noise, nurse, Mrs. Hamilton said. I just found the trumpet player for my band. This young man has a very promising embouchure. Those boys are violators, the nurse said. Mrs. Hamilton glanced at Robert and Redbone, especially the bandages on Robert's back. Her jaw flexed hard before it relaxed again. I can see they're being punished, but I'll clear it with Superintendent Haddock. He wants to show off this Christmas. Robert noticed Mrs. Hamilton had brought up Warden Haddock's name to overrule her, and the nurse, like him, had no idea what that word embouchure meant. And maybe Mrs. Hamilton had used the fancy word on purpose. Robert tried to keep his smile from showing. This is an infirmary, the nurse said, not a juke joint. They're here to rest. Mrs. Hamilton gave Robert and Redbone a warm look, as if their faces gave her strength. You're absolutely right. She turned, precise on her heels. If you could direct me to the schoolhouse? They watched Mrs. Hamilton and her cart of instruments until she pushed it out of sight. The younger boys stayed in the doorway to see her as long as they could. Once she was gone, it was harder for Robert to imagine Mrs. Hamilton than the ghost floating above his bed. Redbone pulled the sheet back to gather up the playing cards. Won't band be fun? Robert said. Redbone shrugged.
Band might be all right.
You really play drums?
Can be hard to learn to bang sticks.
She's nice, huh? Redbone scowled, cut the deck, and fanned the cards face down on the mattress before he shuffled them. He never cut and dealt directly. He always put on a show.
Don't be fooled.
What you mean? As Redbone scooped up the cards and began dealing, his look reminded Robert of the story he and Blue had told in the kitchen. A year ago in a day, about how Crutcher had held his head under the hot sink water, and the band lady was Crutcher's sister.
No one stays nice,
Redbone said.
Best to remember it.
A shadow moved up high. From the corner of Robert's eye, The boy who had died of pneumonia floated above him again, staring down while he waved his arms beside him, like swimming. Robert jumped, but not even enough for Redbone to notice. The gently bobbing haint made him imagine himself at the bottom of the deep Atlantic, looking up at an ocean of the dead. They were not allowed to stay in the infirmary for a second night. The nurse brought Robert and Redbone a bland dinner of peanut butter sandwiches and canned peaches. Then, at 7, she told them to go back to their dorm to sleep. Redbone had warned Robert to expect it, but after 6:30, with the skies getting dark, he'd gotten his hopes up for the peace and safety in the infirmary, especially after the younger boys were gone. The nurse came in after dinner and told them to walk back to their dorm. They were both barefoot because they'd been in bed when Boone took them to the funhouse, wearing nothing but pajamas, but they walked in a hurry so they wouldn't be late. The walk back to Lincoln was long, across at least 20 acres of the field, from the school side to the dorm side, and then over to the Negro area of the campus. Robert was glad his soles were tough. Redbone kept hissing at pebbles and pine cones. City boy, Robert thought. Since his feet weren't tender and hurting, Robert noticed the world of free space around him. They were by themselves, at this late hour, so close to curfew. No one else dared to be outside. He scouted the vast tracts of grass and ragged bark-shedding pines between the buildings. Tall fences stood at the outer edges of everything he could see. To the west, the painted steeple of a church glowed white in the dark. A Reformatory church. Robert hoped he would never have to sit in any church where Warden Haddock prayed, or else the devil might glimpse him too. Every touch, every lash became real again. Robert had to curl his lips to keep his anger from flooding into tears. As Robert thought of Haddock, he recognized the warden's brick office building in the distance, a dim light inside a far window, still on, and the open space beyond it in the field where the ghost fire burned. He couldn't see as far as the front gate, but he knew the road was that way too, open and waiting. Every muscle in his body knew he was walking in the wrong direction, away from where he needed to be, and he felt an ache worse than the welts and cuts from his beating. His stomach growled too. He wished he could have eaten his real dinner in the cafeteria. He envied Blue, who probably was still working happily at his job in the kitchen, stealing sweets instead of washing dishes, getting away with everything because he was quick and small. Long rows of fenced kennels ran between the white and Negro dormitories, and barking dogs mocked their approach. Robert had always known he would run from dogs. He'd been dreading it since Mama first told him how white men sent dogs chasing after runaways in the swamps, and how sometimes the water could fool a dog's nose. Even when he'd been much younger, he'd felt like it was worth knowing how to escape dogs. The McCormick's dog Duke, as a puppy, had snapped and snarled when Robert tried to take back his own bread he'd dropped. Duke had gone from wagging his tail to chomping his sharp teeth with a growl in his throat. That had taught Robert everything he wanted to know about dogs. He wasn't fooled by wagging tails or Rin Tin Tin. Robert had assumed the McCormick's dogs would be the ones to chase him. He had nightmares about running from those dogs sometimes. But no, these were the dogs who would chase him. His body wanted to take a wide arc away from the kennels as they walked, but he wouldn't let himself be scared. Even Redbone hesitated to walk so close to the runs, where dogs stood on their hind legs against the gates with mean barks, saying what they would do to them if they could. Robert felt adrenaline prick him every time a dog's paws clanked the fence links. Hard, like the shake of a grown man. The kennel smelled like dog shit. Most of the dogs were two-tone German shepherds, like Duke, but one was a bloodhound with drooping skin. Spittle sprayed from the nearest dog's teeth as he barked. Robert counted 6 in all.
"Don't stare him in the eye," Redbone said. "We're too close."
Robert followed Redbone a few paces away from the dog runs, but only after he'd proven he wouldn't panic at a dog's bark. He had never let himself jump.
"Is this all the dogs?"
Robert said.
"Shut up,"
Redbone said in a hushed voice. Just past the kennel's far corner, a white teenager was filling up water dishes. Redbone shot Robert a look.
"See?"
And gave Robert a small shove that hurt more than it should have as they hurried past him, silent. Robert had been careless.
"Sorry,"
he mouthed. When they were long out of earshot, Redbone said,
"If you get me sent to the funhouse again, I'm gonna whip you myself."
He didn't sound like the same Redbone who'd played cards with him.
"Blue talks too much, but you were stupid to ask him. Everybody thinks they'll run, but nobody gets out. And if they get out, they don't stay out. 6 months is the end of my time. It's all you got, but it's the end for me. If Hattie gives me more time 'cause you mess up again, you and me ain't friends, and I'll knock out your teeth. Just watch."
"I'm sorry."
"Sorry don't heal my back up. Sorry won't get me home. Just don't be dumb no more."
"Okay." Robert had never been sorrier. What if he'd said something even worse the white boy might have heard? Papa said people got paid for snitching on their own, so of course a white boy would snitch. He'd been talking like only the dogs could hear him.
"And I better not ever hear you say Blue's name to Boone. Not about nothing," Redbone said, "no matter if it's his fault or not."
Again, Robert envied Blue for Redbone's fierce friendship.
"I didn't say nothing,"
Robert said.
"I could have, but you know I didn't. Did I? Did Blue go to the funhouse? I only counted me and you laying on those hospital beds."
Redbone walked ahead of Robert, deliberately outpacing him. Redbone had been in a better mood in the infirmary, Robert realized, but now his good mood was gone as they got closer to his everyday world. The food was terrible, but the infirmary hadn't been as hot as the dorm room, and no ruler swats or late-night intrusions. It didn't feel so much like jail.
"We already had a bath,"
Redbone said.
"That's what we'll say."
"Okay," Robert said, although he felt a ball of dread in his stomach. He didn't want trouble, and now Redbone wanted him to lie right off. As much as he had hated the shower room and being naked, Mama had found him through the shower pipe. Robert hoped to hear Mama again, and even if Mama had been able to visit only once or twice, he'd rather go to the shower room than the funhouse. But he owed Redbone. He was his only friend.
"Don't mess it up,"
Redbone said.
"I showered hurt like hell. Boone don't care."
Robert was too scared to speak again as they quickened their pace toward the looming dorm ahead. Vines clung across the bricks like they were trying to strangle the building. Boone was waiting with his clipboard at the top of the stairs. Boone had helped hold them down, while Haddock beat them worse than horses. And Boone didn't ask how they were feeling. The waiting lie sped Robert's heart.
"Montgomery, A,"
Redbone said. Robert remembered how he should say his name.
"Stevens, R."
As Boone checked off their names, Redbone said casually,
"We had a bath already." "All right."
Boone didn't blink or give them a second look, already checking in the older boys who'd run from around the corner and smelled like cigarettes. Robert felt sure Boone would notice, but if he did, he didn't say anything. Robert couldn't help smiling a bit. The radio show was already playing, so laughter filled the hallway. Bob Hope, who was so funny he'd even made Mama and Papa laugh. Redbone slipped into the rec room doorway.
"You coming?"
he said. He didn't seem at all like he'd just threatened to knock out his teeth. Robert shook his head.
"I gotta check on my boots. They probably gone,"
Redbone said with a sad look. Robert nodded. But he had to know. He'd thought about Papa's boots a lot while he was in the infirmary. How ungrateful he'd been when they arrived in the box. How he'd been so mad at the boots that he forgot himself and kicked Lyle McCormick. He'd felt powerful in those boots, teaching Lyle never to touch his sister. The boots were Papa's last gift to him, the last part of him from home. The locker room was empty. His locker door was the only one standing wide open. He could see his name he'd written in chalk on the rusted door. Tears came fast. Tears always came fast when no one was watching. Robert ran to his locker, afraid his tie would be gone too. But his boots were still there, untouched. No, not untouched. He'd thrown them in as far back as he could, hoping no one would notice them. Now the boots were upright, side by side, their toes at the closest edge of the locker. His tie and clothes hung on hooks. "Mama," he whispered. Inside his boot, he saw a thin napkin wrapped around something warm to his touch. He peeked around the locker door to make sure no one would see. Then he opened the napkin. It was cornbread, and sweet like cake, the way Miss Lottie made it. He shoved it in his mouth whole. "I'm sorry." The voice scared Robert so much that he nearly choked. The room wasn't empty. Blue had been waiting at the end of the lockers out of sight. Blue's sad-eyed look reminded Robert of the boy floating above his bed, full of sorrows he didn't have words for. Robert's anger tried to swell, but Blue's eyes melted it down. "You didn't mean it," Robert said, mouth full. "Thanks for the cornbread. Does it hurt real bad? What you think? You don't know nothing about it." Robert felt bad as soon as he said it. Blue was an orphan. That was worse than the funhouse. "That's what you think," Blue challenged. "You don't know nothing about it." They sounded like they might be teasing each other, except they weren't. Blue's stare felt chilling now. Blue's eyes spoke of something so final and awful that the cornbread lost its taste. Robert turned away to gather his new pajamas from the hook, purposely hiding from Blue's eyes on the other side of his open locker door. Why was his heart pounding? "Go on," Blue said, voice husky. "Ask me what I know about this place. Ask me." No way. The last time Blue had told him a story, Robert had gone to the funhouse. Either Blue hadn't learned anything, or he was playing a dirty game of chicken. Robert had been glad to eat the cornbread, but he rubbed his lips clean and scoured the floor by his locker for crumbs. A bright yellow crumb stood out, so he bent over and he popped it into his mouth, ignoring the faint bitterness of the floor's dust. "Let's go find Redbone, huh?" Robert said. "Radio's on." He spoke loudly, in case anyone was searching for wrong to tell Boone about. But by the time Robert closed his locker door, Blue was already gone. Part 4. The Courthouse. 15. "Did you talk to her? The law student?" Gloria asked as soon as she was inside the house, but Miss Anne hushed her and gestured, "Hold your horses." Gloria noticed that Fred and Nell were within earshot, and although they all lived in the same house, Miss Anne did not like to share a bit of her life with them if she could help it. "Soon," Miss Anne said, and that was all. Every time the phone rang, Gloria hoped it was Loman calling with the news that he'd spoken sense to the judge. Miss Lottie always said to make her prayers specific, and that was what she wanted most. A chance to start the week again. A chance to keep Robbie out of trouble. She wanted Miss Lottie to drive her out to the Reformatory so they could take Robbie home. They'd already driven there once, so the journey there from Route 319 to Mariana Road was so clear in Gloria's mind that it felt certain as she mapped the route. But although the telephone rang 3 times that day, Much more than usual, Miss Ann never called for her, and she spoke sharply when Gloria reached to pick up the hall phone ahead of her. "Go make yourself useful and trim the chicken," Miss Ann said, taking the receiver. The phrase tumbled in Gloria's head, trim the chicken, and she got madder with each repetition. In the kitchen, she thought the 3 words every time she chopped through the gristle. Her baby brother, Mama and Papa's youngest child, was locked up and hurt, and Miss Ann's answer was to chop chicken? Only anger kept Gloria from crying, but her anger felt like a mountain too big to fit inside her. If Miss Ann knew how mad she was, she'd never have sent her to the kitchen to pick up a knife. Miss Lottie had warned her. Mama had warned her. Miss Ann might be related to them from slavery days, but the Powells should never be mistaken for family. Gloria remembered every story she'd heard of salary shorted, holiday requests denied, and unreasonable demands imposed when they were fresh from a sick bed or the undertaker's. The Powells would promise the moon to help ease a bad time, but their promises fell short, especially since Councilman Powell had passed. Miss Lottie said he was the only one who never failed to keep his word, or who, almost, didn't see them as Negroes first. He had been voted off his seat when he signed a petition against lynching that got printed in the Gracetown Herald. Miss Ann had once told Gloria he probably died distracted on the road because he worried too much about what people said about him. But Papa had said the Klan probably got to him. Of course, Miss Ann would not want any extra risks or responsibilities, and she would take her sweet time when she did. Gloria felt foolish for expecting anything from her. But what could she do next? Leave another message for Loman to ignore? In her overtired state, she couldn't think of a single idea, and as the hours passed, her anger simplified to grief again. Her skin was hot to the touch. She'd worked herself into a fever. Gloria was about to fix a supper plate for Mama when Miss Ann came to her, pocketbook in hand, wearing dungarees and a sleeveless blouse instead of her usual home sundress. Fred and Nell were eating boisterously in the dining room, and Gloria could tell from Miss Ann's rushed walk that she had come down the back stairs to avoid being seen. "Come on," Miss Ann said. "Nell said she'll feed Mama. I'll drive you home." A day's waiting for an offer to drive her home? "No, thank you," Gloria said. "I'm going to Miss Lottie's." She couldn't spend another night worried and alone in her bed a stone's throw from McCormick Road. Miss Lottie would have ideas for what to do next. "Fine," Miss Ann said, cheeks red. "I haven't seen Auntie Lottie since Easter." And she breezed out of the door toward the carport as if she had an invitation. Gloria decided she would quit. No amount of money was worth the aggravation. Even if no one else would hire her, she would move back in with Miss Lottie and start going back to school like Miss Lottie said she should. What good was saving a few extra dollars when she didn't even have Robbie to care for? Miss Ann was already in the driver's side of her blue Buick coupe when Gloria walked to a window. Boss lady or not, she was about to hear the truth. "Miss Ann, Channing's ready to see you," Miss Ann said, whispering, although no one was nearby to hear them except the mockingbirds on the telephone pole. "She's already talked to Mr. Loman. She's out waiting for us at the fishing hole at Misery Swamp." Until the days right before Papa left, when he considered Gracetown's roads too dangerous for Gloria even in daylight, Papa used to say, "Come ride with me, Jelly Bean." Negroes they passed all through Lower Spruce waved at his old black Plymouth, and so did the Negro pickers up and down McCormick Road. On the farm-to-market roads between Gracetown and Mariana, through the peanut farms near the county line, and the Reformatory and mill, and all the way down to the fisher folk in Misery Swamp. If the road wasn't too muddy for driving, even on paved roads, Papa drove at a parade pace, never speeding. Except for his last night in Gracetown, he had rarely seemed in a hurry, bringing smiles with a wave of his hand, instead of talking about whatever business he was driving to, and Papa's drives always led to a quiet huddle or loud meeting, he pointed out things he wanted her to notice.
See this tree? When I was a boy, this was a hanging tree. We had to walk past it to go to school, even if a man was still swinging. See this street? Used to be a cow pasture. These houses were all built by Elmore Bryant, one at a time, so folks could move out of the McCormick shacks, like that Jimmy Stewart picture, It's a Wonderful Life. See this bench? This is where your mama was sitting eating ice cream the day I realized I'd better marry her before someone else did. It's whites only, and she was sitting there in broad daylight, like she didn't know no better. A hard-headed woman was just a woman for me.
Every tree, thicket, and alleyway had meaning to Papa, and Gloria had tried to remember it all, a secret language of history between them. Gloria now understood that Papa hadn't just been trying to teach her. He'd been giving her stories to remember him by. Papa's leaving had only been shocking because Mama had gotten sick and died first, but they had known he would have to leave or be killed one day. So Papa's voice filled Gloria's head as Miss Anne navigated the road to Misery Swamp, which became less a road every eighth of a mile as it wound between the pines and crabgrass, more swamp than solid ground. The car drew closer to a makeshift dock and inlet ringed by mangroves. 2 Negro men sat at the dock with rods and reels. One of them was Mr. Paul, who was selling bait from rusty cans because he couldn't work after he hurt his arm at the mill. Farther out, standing in knee-deep water and fishing boots up to his thighs, a white man in a plaid shirt and pale fishing hat cast out a cane pole. He did not turn at the sound of the engine. Why was a white man here fishing with Negroes? The car jolted as mud from the rutted road sloshed beneath the undercarriage. "You driving us in the water?" Gloria said, sounding sharper than she'd meant to. Miss Anne didn't answer, flustered and embarrassed. "See if it'll reverse," Gloria said. "Papa always parked by that dead oak." The oak was 10 yards behind them, its rotted trunk reaching high like gnarled gray fingers. Miss Anne surveyed the distance in her mirror. Mud tried to pull at the tires when she reversed, but she revved the gas until the car lurched. Mr. Paul and his friend stared as she parked. Gloria peeked to see. The white man had turned and was watching them too. Damn it. Chan says I'll get my car stuck out here one day. The only other car was an empty red Ford pickup nestled between the trees. Probably the white man's truck. No women in sight. Did she leave? Gloria asked. No, she's right there. Miss Anne pointed toward the white man. He took off his hat to wave with it, and yellow hair tumbled out. A woman, then. Gloria had been fooled by her dungarees and man shirt. She was also tall for a woman, nearly 6 feet. Gloria hadn't realized how much she'd tensed her body at the sight of the white man so close until her back relaxed against the car seat. Gloria took off her loafers and bobby socks before she got out of the car, since she didn't want to lose them. Every pebble and twig was a bother as she followed Miss Anne toward the dock. Mama had scolded her against walking barefoot, and Gloria had sworn by the lesson. Twilight made the leaves and the waters ripple golden orange. "About time y'all got here," the woman called across the water. "Annie, have her bring me some worms. These bream out here are laughing at me." The nickname Annie sounded childish in a way she'd expect Miss Anne to hate. But Miss Anne was unbothered, already slipping Mr. Paul 50 cents for a can. Mr. Paul's easy smile with Miss Anne through his salt and pepper beard made Gloria realize she had been fishing here before, although Gloria hadn't known Miss Anne liked fishing. And whites in Gracetown fished the town harbor or the roadside canals, not the swamp, which had too many mosquitoes and gators. Miss Anne gave Gloria the can of wriggling, mud-slimed worms. Mr. Paul nodded to Gloria. An entire conversation unfolded in his unblinking eyes. Then he said,
"How you doing, Gloria Stevens?"
in a way that was not a question, but a comfort and encouragement. Papa had huddled many times with Mr. Paul on the dock at Misery Swamp to talk about his hurt arm and his recourse, Papa's favorite word. Mr. Paul's granddaughter, Priscilla, was in Gloria's class, probably learning geometry by now. "All right, Mr. Paul, thank you," Gloria said, the worst lie she had ever told. Mr. Paul's eyes said he'd already heard about Robbie, but there was nothing he could say or do.
"What's that she's wearing?"
the woman in the water called.
"She can't fish in that."
The woman had not yet spoken to Gloria directly, that peculiar habit white people had of treating Negroes like store mannequins, even if they were talking about you. Gloria looked down at her plain gingham dress, one of her only 3 good dresses, and the other 2 were back at her house, so near the McCormicks. She didn't want to go wading in that muddy water, but Robbie was more important. "I brought her straight from work," Miss Anne said. "I forgot to have her change."
"Have her grab Daddy's boots and pole. We'll make do."
It took Gloria much longer than she wanted to arrange her bare feet and legs into the stiff, scratchy boots, which felt hot on her thighs, and of course were too big for her. Her dress hem hung lower than the boots, so she gathered it and tied off the fabric as high as she could over the boots, without showing her thighs. The knot was loose and sure to drop her dress, dragging into the water eventually, but Gloria did her best to protect her precious clothing. The honey-colored cane pole was new, but similar to Papa's older faded one, strung with a red and white lure. Gloria checked the hook, which was shiny and bare.
"You know how to bait a hook?"
the woman called out, finally directing a question to Gloria, although she did not look back. "Yes, ma'am."
"Then do me a favor and teach Annie,
and call me Channing, or Chan." "All right," Gloria said, thinking she would call her no such thing, even if they weren't in Misery Swamp with hardly anyone to overhear. She never addressed adults by their bare Christian names without a Ms., Miss, or Mrs., much less a white woman she'd just met. She couldn't help glancing at Mr. Paul, who gently shrugged and shook his head. "Pay that no mind at all," Miss Anne whispered behind her, knowing Gloria's thoughts. With the bait in one hand and her pole in the other, Gloria waded slowly into the sun-warmed marsh to get closer to the fisherwoman. She nearly stumbled in the grown man's boots, but at least her feet weren't bare. Miss Channing hadn't seemed so far out from the sound of her voice, but it took more than 10 strides to reach her. With each step into the soft swamp bed, the water climbed higher to Gloria's knees. Gloria swayed, holding out her arms for balance. It would be easier to swim. By the time she reached the woman, Gloria's face was dripping with sweat and maybe tears.
"You made it,"
Channing said with a grin. The day's sun had burned a red stripe across her forehead and matching crescents beneath her eyes. She was a young woman, no older than Miss Anne. She took the can of worms and nestled it in her large front pocket. Then she took Gloria's hand and gave it a long, firm shake.
"Good to meet you. Annie's told me a lot about you, even before this latest horse shit from that jackass Judge Morris."
The profanity in Judge Morris's name nearly made Gloria drop her pole. She thought worse by herself, but it startled her to hear her thoughts fly from someone else's mouth. "What about Robbie?" Gloria said. "Bait your hook, and then I'll tell you what I know." I wish I could say I had good news. Gloria's insides withered. If it wasn't good news, it was bad news, and Gloria didn't have room for more bad news about Robbie. The imaginary drive to the Reformatory to claim Robbie had felt so real that a sob burned in her throat. Channing sighed. "I know. None of this will be easy for me to say, or easy for you to hear. Get a good cry out if you want. but I personally feel like there's too much crying. If it was me, I'd want to hear everything I could and maybe get that kid out of that hellhole, even if it won't be today or tomorrow. So, here." Channing dropped a fat, squirmy worm into Gloria's trembling palm. The worm was flipping back and forth and might have slipped away if she hadn't tightened her fist. Gloria caught her hook with her right hand and pincered the worm with her index finger and thumb. She hadn't been fishing since Mama had taken her out on a rowboat at the church's Founders' Day picnic the year before she died, when her pain was only a twinge in her back from time to time, and no one yet knew it was cancer. Somehow, Gloria had only let herself think about Papa today, when Mama was the one who liked fishing and had taught her how to hook a worm. Gloria picked her spot and slipped in the hook, curving the worm across the way Mama had coached her. Gloria's bait never fell off. Mama had always been more squeamish with worms. "Shoot, you need to do mine too," Channing said. So Gloria repeated her technique, and they both cast their lines. The water bobbed with ripples from hungry fish. One leaped out high 5 yards from them, its silver scales glittering in the golden twilight before it dove back down. "See that? Told you," Channing said. "They're laughing at us." Gloria's line tugged gently, but she knew the difference between a passerby's nibble and a hooked fish. Fishing was all about waiting, Mama had said. "Miss Ann said you talked to the social worker?" "Sure did," Channing said. "He's a waste of time, but I suppose he means well enough. Jews are more reasonable on race most times, so we'd best not give up on him entirely. But he spent most of the time on the phone, telling me what he can't do." "What'd he say then?" 2 lifetimes seemed to pass before she answered. Channing glanced over her shoulder, looking for listeners. "Said the sentence seemed too harsh, and he thinks Judge Morris and Sheriff Posey are too harsh on coloreds overall. Like that's a news bulletin." "My father's not a rapist," Gloria said. "Oh, I know." Gloria's heart thumped her chest. "How do you know? Who said so?" Miss Channing glanced back at her, deciding what to reveal. "I'll just say I know. For a fact, nobody raped Lorraine. It's a damn shame for the girls who do get raped when someone lies. But she had her reasons. Felt like she had no choice but to lie. Quickest way to cut off a snake by its head, at least in their way of thinking. A whole lot of folks wanted your daddy strung up in a tree, or at least run out of town. It won't matter much to you. But she feels awful about it. She only knew him in passing, but she knew him enough to feel sorry." "Sorry?" Gloria's body went so stiff that she shook. "Then she should take it back." Channing yanked her line out of the water to check her bait. Her worm was still there. She sank her line again and went on. "She hopes he'll stay gone, and then she can let the whole thing rest and not have to swear on a Bible. But if they catch your daddy, I'd bet Sheriff Posey'd be willing to look the other way when it comes to justice by rope. And hell, I guess a jury in Gracetown would convict a Negro if a hog snorted his way. Your daddy in particular." What had sounded at first like shocking honesty was only icy cruelty now. How could this woman know these things and say nothing? Why protect a liar? "You know her," Gloria said as she realized it. "Don't you?" "She's my cousin." "More like a sister." Miss Channing's voice was low. "Is that why you're here?" Gloria said. "You feel bad about it?" Miss Channing did not answer her. She'll stand by that story till her dying breath, because she's so scared of the one who really beat her up. So I can't help you with that. But I want to help you. If you'll accept my advice, maybe we can keep this from getting worse. Does Miss Ann know she's your cousin?" The idea of it rocked Gloria. She could imagine the 3 women sipping Coca-Cola in a booth at Meg's Diner on Main Street. Channing turned to give Gloria a look like surrendering, like a secret. Of course Miss Ann knew. "How were you? I'd be mad as a hornet, too," Channing said. "But from what I understand, your daddy's safe in a big city now, isn't he?" Gloria didn't answer. She didn't trust this woman with Papa's secrets. How he moved from job to job, couch to couch, always afraid. "They're too lazy to chase him," Miss Channing said. "They don't want federal scrutiny anyhow. But they're not too low to try to lure him back with Robbie. Now, I'm not saying they were smart enough to plan it that way. That's just how it's worked out." "Who's they?" "The sheriff, the judge, the growers, the town council, the White Citizens Council, Chamber of Commerce, the Klan, of course. Hard to think of anyone with sway in Gracetown or Mariana who isn't gunning for Robert Stevens. He scared them. That's why. He walked tall, didn't stoop his shoulders." It was odd to hear Papa addressed in the past tense, as if he were already in a grave beside Mama at Christ the Redeemer Baptist Church. Miss Channing's voice grew gentle. "First thing'll happen is your brother's 6-month sentence will turn to a year, or 2 years, however long they want to keep him. That superintendent will make up a reason. By law, that bastard can keep him until he's 21. That's only if he lives that long." The blood in Gloria's veins grew hot with sorrow. "Yes," Miss Channing said soberly, "if the SOBs don't kill him first. I guess you've heard some children don't come out, white or Negro." Gloria wanted to ask about the haints Miss Lottie had mentioned, but her instinct told her Channing knew the world of men better than the world of spirits. She swallowed her anger about Papa, and her fishing rod stopped shaking. Papa was safe, for now. Robbie wasn't, and this woman was offering to help, no matter how much her daily silence hurt Papa. "Maybe Miss Ann can pay for a lawyer," Gloria said. It was the least Miss Ann could do for letting the laws against Papa stand for so long. "She would, to a point," Miss Channing said. "She's told me as much. But the problem is finding a lawyer willing to come speak up for Robert Stevens, Jr. I've talked to one or two, and I'll tell you for a fact, there aren't any willing within 50 miles in any direction. The boy's growing up to be trouble like his daddy, they say. And Miami lawyers aren't too keen on stirring the Klan up here." "What about you?" Gloria said. "You're a law student." "Oh, I'd love to see the look on Judge Morris's face," she said. "But until I pass the bar, there's a world of difference between me and a lawyer. Not for another 2 years. "Then I'll find one," Gloria said. "A Negro lawyer." "In Florida?" she said. "There's no such thing." "There are Negro lawyers in New York," Gloria said. "There's got to be one in Florida somewhere. More than one." Channing's face didn't fully agree or disagree, but she didn't say anything right away. So Gloria figured she didn't have much faith in finding a Negro lawyer. Maybe she had never seen or heard of one. She wasn't as smart about the world as she thought she was. Channing's line went taut, and her lure raced away as a caught fish tried to flee. Deftly, she pulled out the line, and a good-sized bream veered toward her. Miss Channing caught it and hissed when the stiff dorsal fin poked her. Then she slipped the fish into the sack slung across her shoulder. She sucked her finger and swung her empty hook back to Gloria for more bait. "You mind, Gloria?" she said. "Your good luck." Good luck. Gloria wanted to tell her to go to hell. Miss Channing was going about her fishing while Robbie's life was in danger. But when Miss Channing handed her another worm, she took it in silence. This one was barely moving. Or maybe it was already dead. "My mentor told me," Miss Channing began, "that if the dean of my law school caught word I was talking to you, I might find myself expelled as a communist, and I could be blackballed out of any law school in the state if he wanted it that way. The whole South, in fact." Gloria jabbed the hook into the worm so hard that she almost pricked her fingertip, when the hook poked through the worm's flesh.
"I don't expect you'll feel sorry for me,"
Miss Channing said. "I just want you to realize how serious this all is. If you can find a lawyer, or even if you can't, it's not safe for you in Gracetown." She said it like a secret. It's never been safe, but now I'm hearing bar talk about Robert Stevens Jr. kicking Lyle McCormick. How they should have burned down both of your houses, not just the new one out by the lake. Should have burned down Lower Spruce. No good talk starts at a bar. Gloria had known such talk happened, but this was a report from an eyewitness. Her heart and stomach curdled. "Annie and I have a commercial property. It'll be a winter resort with a few cabins for folks on a budget, very discreet. We haven't opened yet because we're still fixing it up. The way we've been delayed, you could stay there 2 or 3 months with no one to bother you. Give this time to blow over." "Where are the cabins?" "Near Orlando, not too far outside Eatonville." That's about Gloria knew about Eatonville because Zora Neale Hurston grew up there. She'd always hoped to visit one day, but not now. "That's way downstate," Gloria said. "Hours and hours." "5 hours. I drive it in 4.5, but I drive fast." "Do you think I'm going to run off and leave Robbie here? Just run and give up?" "It's not giving up. You can still pursue legal channels from a distance." "Is that what you would do?" Gloria said. "If it was your kin? Or Annie?" Miss Channing gave her a startled, sad-eyed look. Her face would make a yes a lie. Gloria went on. "Then you know I won't either. So, thanks all the same for the very kind offer, but no, I won't leave Gracetown. And I'm already planning on moving out of my house." Miss Channing looked back at her line, relieved. "I'm very glad to hear that." Gloria stared hard at Miss Channing's profile, tall beside her, so serene as she fished. "Mama used to say that unaired feelings ate you up inside." "A word," Gloria said. "One word from you is all it would take to help my papa. One word from you saying what happened." "That's not true, Gloria," Miss Channing said. "I know you think it is, but me telling isn't what counts. There's a legal term for it. Hearsay. It's her word that counts. And I can't sway her. I offered to send her to stay at the cabins, too, if she'd recant and wanted to be away from that man. I promise I'll never stop trying." Gloria didn't understand how Miss Channing couldn't see. It didn't matter if a judge accepted her word. She could still talk to a reporter at the Gracetown Herald. She could mention it every time she ran into other white ladies in town, at the market, at the diner, at church, at the picture show. She could write it on a sign and carry it from one end of Main Street to the other. Someone would listen to a white woman, surely. Wouldn't that stop some of the bar talk if white men's wives took Papa's side? But Channing kept secrets, like Miss Anne, who had a friend and business associate even Miss Lottie knew nothing about. Gloria was almost sure Fred knew nothing about Channing Holt either. Did he know about the cabins near Eatonville? Did he know a woman called his sister Annie, with softness in her voice and face? Robbie and Papa were lost inside these women's other secrets from Gracetown. "One day," Channing said, "things will be different for everyone. You'll see." "I don't think so," Gloria said. "Papa said we'd be farther along now if people weren't so scared to tell the truth. Is that gonna change too?" Miss Channing didn't answer. Gloria hadn't caught any fish, and the oversized boots were itching her sweaty thighs. She tried to think of anything else she could say to convince her to clear Papa's name, which might help get Robbie free. She closed her eyes and listened to the herons fussing and the chorus of night frogs, waiting for the words. But none came. Her only thought was, Miss Channing's scared. Maybe she should be more scared, too. When she opened her eyes, she realized how much darker it was now. A splash made her turn her head in time to see a leaping fish fall back into the water behind her. the sparkle gone from its gray scales. It was too dark for her to stay in the water. Gloria turned to trudge back toward the swampy shore. "Watch for gators," Gloria said. "Good night, Chan." She said it because other white folks would gasp if they heard. "Good night to you, Gloria. I really am sorry about this mess." "Thanks for troubling yourself about Robbie," Gloria said, an afterthought. She'd meant it sincerely, but Mama had been able to cuss people out using the politest words possible, clenched between her teeth. And in that moment, Gloria had sounded just like her. "Did Shannon tell you what you needed to know?" Miss Ann said, once they left the dirt road from the swamp and returned to smooth blacktop. She said what she wanted to. "And you still want to go to Miss Lottie's? You think that's enough?" Gloria nodded, and Miss Ann looked relieved. The grand escape to the secret cabins probably had been Channing's idea, since it was hard to imagine Miss Ann as that daring. But she might be more daring than Gloria knew. Gloria had questions about Channing and the cabins they owned together, but she wasn't curious enough to ask. It wasn't her business. "Do you want me to drive by your house with you first? Pick out some things?" The offer was tempting. It wouldn't take Gloria much time to pack her clothes and toothbrush and sanitary napkins and a few of her favorite books she'd brought back after she left Miss Lottie's, carrying them between the two houses like memories. No McCormick, or probably anyone else, would bother her with Aunt Powell standing watch. Would they? But any offer from Miss Ann was sullied by her silence about Papa, and Gloria felt sullied too, because she needed Miss Ann, and Channing too, and Loman. No matter how little they had brought her, she couldn't turn away anyone's help. But she didn't want to spend another moment with her while her mind was screaming about Miss Ann's silence. "Not tonight," Gloria said. "Not while it's dark." Again, Miss Ann seemed relieved. "You'll pay for a lawyer?" Gloria said. "If I find one for Robbie?" "As much as I can. To a budgeted amount, but yes." "What's the budget?" Gloria said. Miss Ann snapped to look at her, startled. Gloria was too tired to use her daytime voice where Miss Ann was her boss. "I'll need to tell the lawyer, won't I, Miss Ann, if he's deciding if he can take the case?" $250, Miss Ann said. "That's all I can afford." $250? If Gloria had had that much money, she would not have quit school to take care of Robbie. Yet, as grand a figure as it was, Gloria doubted it would be enough to entice a lawyer or to keep him interested. Papa had said court cases could cost thousands of dollars, which was one reason so many Negroes went to jail. No one in the courtroom was truly speaking up for them. "Thank you," Gloria said. "When can I get it?" "As it's needed. If you find a lawyer, just tell him to—" Tears pricked Gloria's eyes, and even the car's crisp, air-conditioned air felt hard to breathe. "I can't do it like that," she said. "I can't wait on you to do things for me. Like today, at your house, I can't stand by and wait." "I'm sorry, Gloria, but you know how my brother runs his mouth," Miss Ann said. "I couldn't call Chan and make all the arrangements and keep you appraised at the same time." She sounded more hurt than annoyed. "It's all very sensitive. If Fred said the wrong thing in the wrong place, I understand you feel like that. And what if something happens that makes you think, maybe I'd better not hire that lawyer? I would never do that. You have my word. Miss Ann, I know what I'm asking doesn't sound right to you, but I need to make the decisions about Robbie's money. Me. I need to have it, and it's best in cash. I can't work for you now while Robbie's in that place. I can't spend my whole days not working for him. I need to have the money for Robbie to spend as I see fit. Please." Miss Ann's blinker flickered golden light across the weeds. growing at the railroad crossing, where the town landscaping crew stopped trimming on lowest spruce. The brush grew so wild that whites and Negroes alike called the crossing the jungle. Am I hearing you right? You're asking me to give you more than $200 in cash, and you don't want me to consult with you? Yes, that's the best way. If you hear of a lawyer or have an idea, I'll be grateful to hear it. But I don't want to have to come begging you. Does that sound like me? Miss Anne said. Really, Gloria, you make me sound like Mama, like I would lord the money over you. Your parents knew me better than that. They knew my father better than that. Name one time I haven't done right by you. She was the one who said it. Name one time. Do you think my papa's a good man? Gloria said. Miss Anne didn't answer for a moment, driving at a crawl on the dimly lighted road. She veered to avoid the gaping pothole the town had never bothered to fix. I've told you many times, Robert Stevens is a good, honorable man. Yes, you've told me many times, Gloria said. But I'd never hear you say it in front of Fred, or at your bridge game on Wednesdays, when Miss Nell brings her brother to try to woo you. I've never heard you say it to anyone but me, Gloria. I understand plenty from Miss Channing. Plenty. Gloria saw Miss Anne's cheeks flame red. I don't know what you mean, Miss Anne said. Her hands were tight on the steering wheel. She was worried Gloria was about to ask questions about Channing. That was the first time she knew. Miss Anne and Channing were sweet on each other, not just friends. About Papa, Gloria clarified, and how sorry you feel for him, but not saying it where other white folks can hear, keeping those thoughts secret, doesn't help him. It would take somebody brave to help Papa, and it'll take somebody brave to help Robbie. You are not brave, Miss Anne. That's why I have to be the one, not you. I may not be brave most times, but I can be brave for Robbie. Miss Anne drew in a ragged breath. I am brave, Gloria. You don't know how brave. She sounded ready to tell how much courage it took to love Channing instead of a man. That's enough for you. But it's not brave like I need it, Gloria said. Not enough for this. She's not brave enough either. For the first time, Gloria realized exactly why she'd asked for the money. Her plans for Robbie might involve a courtroom, or they might not. Miss Anne's money might go to a lawyer, or it might pay bribes to reformatory guards, or buy train tickets to Chicago. Miss Anne wouldn't agree with all of Gloria's ideas. It's dangerous to carry cash, Miss Anne said. If you lost a check, I could write you another one. When cash is gone, it's gone. That's the last of Daddy's insurance money, nearly the last of my cash savings. I put all my money in the cabins. A check doesn't do me a bit of good, Gloria said. I need it in cash, Miss Anne. And it can't be in big bills people will look at funny. Make it 5s, please. I'd be grateful if you'd pick it up from the bank tomorrow. Miss Anne half laughed, although she wasn't smiling. They'll look at me funny, Miss Anne said. I'd sound like a bank robber. I haven't taken out that much cash at once since Daddy died, for his funeral. But she nodded. Everyone on the street noticed their approach, wondering what had brought a white pal to the colored side of town. Miss Annie's father had been considering a run for the Florida Senate, and his car had appeared on Lower Spruce so Negroes would know they had a friend. Gloria wondered if Miss Anne had ever heard the rumor that William Powell had been run off the road by the Klan the night he died, or if she should be the one to tell her. Gloria noticed the watchers who seemed most interested. Mean-tempered Mr. Grady, who was on a ladder clipping his magnolia tree by porch light, and holier-than-thou Miss Zetta May, who was staring at the car's slow progress through her window while she dried dishes at a sink. Not all skinfolk were kinfolk, as the saying went. Gloria had seen it 100 times. The growers wouldn't have known about Papa's meetings if someone hadn't told, and probably someone couldn't wait to go run and tell how they'd seen Gloria in the car with Miss Ann. Never mind that Gloria worked for her. "If you have to quit, promise me you'll go to school," Miss Ann said. "You should train to be a teacher, Gloria. That's the best chance you have for yourself. I know that's what your mama wanted for you." She couldn't stop talking about how smart you are. Gloria's eyes clouded. "I will," she said, "but not till Robbie's free. If you ever change your mind about the cabins, let me know. And I'll withdraw the money tomorrow, first thing." Daddy would have been proud to help. The car was at a stop sign, and the world felt frozen too. Having money meant she had a chance. Robbie would have a chance. She wanted to hug Miss Ann, but she was still too angry. A tear ran down her cheek, squeezed from the space between gratitude and rage. "All right now," Miss Ann said quietly, her eyes darting up and down the street, noticing how so many people were watching. "Everything will be all right. Here?" Gloria nodded, wanting to believe it. Even pretending to believe made her feel better. But when Miss Ann turned the corner to Miss Lottie's street, something already felt wrong. Miss Lottie's front door at the end was wide open, her clutter and stacks of newspapers and magazines visible to the street in the light from inside. Miss Lottie was too proud to leave her door open for strangers' eyes, and Uncle June and Wayman were leaning against Miss Lottie's truck as if they were waiting for her. They both straightened as her car approached, wary of the slow-moving headlights. "Let me out here," Gloria said, 100 feet shy of Miss Lottie's. "Is something wrong?" "I don't know," Gloria said. "I'll see you tomorrow, lunchtime, for the money." She climbed out of the car and looked back once at Miss Ann's sad-eyed face through the windshield, wishing she could trade places and be the one driving away. "Please let Miss Lottie be all right. Please don't let there be any bad news about Robbie." The what-ifs were a ball in Gloria's stomach as she ran on the uneven grass-choked sidewalk toward Miss Lottie's yard. Uncle June and Wayman jogged to meet her. "Where you been? Mama's worried," Uncle June scolded. "I'm sorry. I was with Miss Ann." "You wasn't there," Wayman said. "That mouthy cracker there said you left ages ago." Gloria had never known Wayman to go to Miss Ann's house. The Powells lived on Juniper Street, where the mayor, the sheriff, and old money families lived in the town's Victorian row. Negroes avoided Juniper and Main Street near dark, or else be locked up for vagrancy, or a worse fate. It was best not to cross the railroad tracks at all after supper time, much less to Juniper, where any Negro men were treated like robbers and rapists, even on the Powell's more modest end. But Wayman had come back from the war without a scratch and stripped of his fear of white people. She imagined Wayman knocking on the Powell's front door. Gloria's alarm returned. "We went for a drive. What's wrong?" June pressed his hand to Gloria's shoulder and spoke directly into her ear. "Maybe he's still on the phone. Your pops called from Gloria didn't hear the rest. She was already flying up Miss Lottie's front porch. 16. "I don't have time to go into it," Papa kept saying. "This car costs too much, but you never should have left and taken Robbie away from Lottie's. Don't you know that? I set you up that way for a reason. I don't know what you were thinking. I just really don't. What did you think would happen up under the McCormick's thumb? And Lottie says you went back out to our house last night, too? Girl, you've gone out your head. Never again, you hear? But I don't have time for your foolishness. I don't have time." Each word of Papa's was a slashing blow, but "I don't have time" cut the worst. He had not spoken to her in at least 2 weeks. He'd missed 2 Sunday calls to Miss Lottie when she and Robbie had lingered late in case he might call. Chicago was 2 hours behind Florida, so Papa was always coming off work while Mr. Randolph, the only one on Miss Lottie's party line they did not trust because he cared too much what white folks thought of him, was leaving for his late-night shift at 9:30. Papa sighed hard into the phone receiver, a gale in her ear.
"All righty now,"
he said, calming himself.
"All righty. Lottie says you aren't hurt, are you?"
"No, sir."
"And you're not setting foot near our place again unless June's with you?"
"No, sir." His anger poked out again.
"I just expected more from you, Gloria. Now look where we are, but I don't have time."
Hot tears rolled from Gloria's eyes. She could be 6 years old again.
"Anyway, Pumpkin, I'm glad to hear your voice. We'll get this thing fixed."
Tenderness only made Gloria's tears flow harder. Papa was fighting for his life in Chicago, and she'd brought this new grief for him to carry.
"You hear me?"
"Yes, sir."
"Say it like you mean it, gal."
"Yes, sir."
"Like I told Lottie, I think I found a lawyer. There's another colored fella I know in Jacksonville, but he won't do pro bono. I want you to try this one first."
Gloria's despair vanished, and she remembered she was talking to Robert Stevens, the leader people trusted to address the wrongs done to them as far as 3 counties. She was surprised he'd heard about Robbie's arrest so soon, and he'd already found a lawyer too, and knew of another. Miss Lottie thrust a notepad and a pen to her, so Gloria rested the phone's heavy receiver on her shoulder. She used the pen to trace the squiggles of ink at the top of the page where Miss Lottie had tested it. Miss Lottie had taken notes, but her handwriting was a mystery. "Bob, tell her what you told me," Miss Lottie called to the phone. "She'll take it down."
"His name is John Dorsey,"
Papa said.
Dorsey. He's in Live Oak on another case, but if you can find him, he'll listen. He's with the NAACP in New York.
"Where's he staying?"
"Nowhere for Negroes to stay except the
Kinsey boarding house," Miss Lottie said, at the same time Papa was saying it. "And only other place he'd eat is at Bell's." "I can't hear him, Miss Lottie," Gloria said, shushing her. She was magically in the bosom of family again, with Papa and Miss Lottie talking over each other like they always did at the table. She'd felt horribly alone last night in her empty house, but no more. "Does he know Robbie's case?" Gloria said.
"Not till you tell him,"
Papa said.
"I've never talked to him, but when I called the New York office, one of the boys let it slip this Dorsey fella's nearby. Maybe it's a lucky break. He'll give you the same rigmarole they give me about how they're looking for capital cases. But I bet he'll listen. He'll know more than we do about our recourse."
"Papa, Miss Ann's giving me money for a lawyer. All cash." The phone line crackled in Papa's stony silence. He did not want to take money from the pals. She waited for him to ask how much, but he didn't.
"You damn well earned it,"
Papa said.
"Keep that money. But those NAACP lawyers don't charge like other lawyers. And this won't be the end of the line for us, but I'm hoping it's a start. It's a plan. Save that money for later."
When Mama took sick, at first she'd thought her backache was from bending over with the washing, but after a year it drove her to bed, and they learned it was cancer all along. And the whole while Papa had rallied the family with his plans.
"Give her a few days off her feet, and she'll be all right."
And then finally,
"I just read about a new treatment called chemotherapy."
And each time they said, "Yes, Papa," and hoped for the best. But the best never came. The days grew grimmer, the sunshine less bright, and Daddy's plans that helped so many others in Lower Spruce and Mariana and Quincy did nothing to help Mama, the one he loved most.
"I'm sorry, Gloria,"
Papa said, because he seemed to know her thoughts even now.
"It wasn't your burden. I've got no right to blame you."
Gloria had never agreed with anything more, but she said, It's all right, Papa, because his voice had nodded in a way that alarmed her. She didn't know what she would do if Papa started crying.
We'll set it right,
Papa said, forcing new oxygen to his words. I know we will.
Lottie said Robbie looked good.
He looked fine, Gloria said, but all that meant was he'd avoided a beating from the sheriff's deputy, and she'd seen him so long ago. She could have told Papa about her strong feeling last night that Robbie was taking a terrible whipping, a bloody one, but all day she'd tried to tell herself she'd imagined it. It wouldn't do any good to worry him, or herself. Then Papa said what she feared most.
I should catch a train.
No, Gloria said. What'd he say? Miss Lottie asked.
Just to Live Oak,
Papa said.
Not to Gracetown.
No, Gloria said, as angrily as she'd ever spoken to him, or as frightened, or both. He better not be talking no foolishness about coming down here, Miss Lottie said, on my damn line, for half the street to hear. Papa had heard her. He went quiet. We'll go early in the morning, Gloria said, speaking tersely for any listeners. We'll find him.
How's Miss Lottie holding up? Don't let on, I'm asking.
What's he saying now? Miss Lottie said, aiming her ear toward the receiver, but Gloria gently pulled it away while she answered Papa. You hear her for yourself, like always.
Don't let her drive. Have her tell Wayman.
Is he talking about my driving? Miss Lottie said loudly toward the phone. Bob, hush. I told you to let off with that. Wayman can't miss work, neither can Junior. It ain't safe for them nohow, especially not Wayman. I'll take her. I can drive to Live Oak with my eyes closed. Her voice trembled with irritation.
Remember what I said,
Papa whispered to Gloria, a hiss across the phone line from Chicago.
She's more than 80 years old.
We'll get there the best we can, Gloria said. She agreed with Miss Lottie. They would attract less attention than a big Negro man like Junior or wild-mouthed Wayman. Tell him to quit wasting his money going all the way around Adams' barn like we're a couple of fools who can't do nothing.
We been doing.
Miss Lottie smarted from Papa's every other word. She loved him as if she were Papa's mother, no doubt, but half her love was fussing. A knock sounded on the front door, and they both whirled to look as the door flew open. It wasn't Junior or Wayman. The door opened clumsily, pushed too far. On the umbrella rack behind the door, a bright red hat and the tangle of clothing tumbled down. Miss Lottie's neighbor, Earl Hatchett, Gracetown County's NAACP vice president, stuck his gray head in. His mustache grew up his cheeks. He lived 2 houses down and shared Miss Lottie's party line.
Tell Bob he better not come to Live Oak,
he said,
or they'll catch him on the county road. They already out looking.
See, Miss Lottie said toward the receiver, loudly enough for Papa to hear. Don't tell your business on my phone, and don't you dare come to Florida. Hatchett said they're looking for you to come. It dawned on Gloria that Papa had not spoken in a long while. Had the phone cut off? Had he already left for the train station? Papa! When she heard an empty line and its clicks and buzzes, Gloria's chest tried to wring out her breath. She'd just gotten used to his voice again.
All right,
Papa said, as if remembering her. He'd still been thinking about it until Mr. Hatchett spoke up. His thoughts often took him away when other people were talking, which had annoyed Mama to no end. One of their last arguments until Mama stopped speaking, and her own thoughts took her away.
I won't come.
His voice was soaked in grief. He did not sob, but Gloria could hear the tears on his cheeks. I'll go, Papa, Gloria said. I'll make sure Robbie gets out. And she prayed she was not the liar tomorrow might prove her to be. The bedroom was pure dark when Gloria felt tight fingers shaking her shoulder, and when she gasped to wakefulness, she saw Lyle McCormick standing over her. When she blinked, It was Lyle's father, in his bright red hair. Then Miss Lottie flicked on the bedside lamp, and she saw only the room stashed with Miss Lottie's fabrics and antiques.
"Wake up, sugar,"
Miss Lottie said.
"We leave early. We'll just be 2 headlights on the road. Get your clothes on. You should have slept ready to roll. Let's go."
The glowing hands on the bedside clock said it was not quite 4:30 in the morning, so early that the cranky rooster next door was still sleeping. But Miss Lottie was already dressed, her pocketbook on her arm and white pillbox hat on her head, like they were going to church. Miss Lottie wore this hat on special occasions or trips to the bank, when she would be on display. The only fresh clothes within Gloria's easy reach were an old pair of overalls she used in the garden, so she would look plenty common and didn't care. Miss Lottie frowned at Gloria's clothing, but she was more interested in leaving in a hurry. Anyway, Gloria had muddied her dress at the swamp. Miss Lottie waved to her from the truck's driver's side window. The engine was already running.
"Grab the gas can, in case we need more to get back. Come on."
It was so early that the world felt blurry on the sleeping street. She and Miss Lottie could be the only 2 creatures on earth, except the mosquitoes and crickets. Gloria hauled the half-empty gas can and set it in the bed of the truck, alongside the gardening equipment Junior stored there. She wondered where Robbie was at that moment. Was he asleep too? Was he at peace or in pain? Gloria tried to imagine her brother, but she couldn't fix on him. Maybe she never had. Maybe he'd never been whipped.
"Girl, get your head out of the clouds,"
Miss Lottie said.
"Come on."
Gloria was so tired, she'd nearly fallen asleep on her feet. She hardly had room to squeeze beside Miss Lottie in the cab of the truck because 2 large laundry baskets went away, one on the floor and one beside her on the seat. "Whose clothes are all these?" Gloria mumbled, trying to close her door without pinning her leg. The baskets smelled like mothballs. She glanced at the one beside her and found bed sheets that smelled like Miss Lottie's bedroom. "No more room in your closet?" Miss Lottie slapped her hand away from the linens.
"Hush."
In her irritation, Miss Lottie backed out of her dirt driveway too quickly, bouncing over the exposed tree root at the curb.
"Anyone ask us? We're delivering laundry like your mama used to. You hungry?"
Gloria was hungry. She'd barely eaten any dinner, so her mouth watered when she found a biscuit wrapped in a napkin on the dashboard. It wasn't warm, but the butter inside had melted. "Did you sleep last night, Miss Lottie?" she asked, mouth full.
"Enough," she said. "I'll sleep after Robbie's home."
"Who are we delivering laundry to?" Gloria said, testing the cover story.
"An NAACP lawyer named John Dorsey who fights these crackers in court."
Gloria gaped, and Miss Lottie looked at her sidelong with a smile.
"We'll just say it's for Ruby and Sam McCullum. Sam's a big man, and Ruby'll vouch for me if I ask. She's colored to boot. We pretending to do laundry. We might as well wash for our own."
Gloria's laugh startled her so much that she nearly choked. Their laughing and talking stopped after they passed the railroad trestle, leaving Lois Spruce. Even the truck's engine seemed too quiet. A sheriff's car was parked in the shadow of the cypress tree 20 yards beyond the trestle, which was dangling its curtain of aerial roots. If not for the white coloring of the hood, Gloria would not have noticed the car. The dead headlights gleamed dully, like a jungle cat's watching eyes. "Miss Lottie."
"I see him. Don't turn your head."
Gloria forgot her half-eaten biscuit. Her hand tightened on a leather seat, fingers curling. She studied her side mirror as they passed the sheriff's car. Leaving before dawn had seemed like a good idea until now. People disappeared in the dark. Miss Lottie did not slow her driving or speed up. Gloria glanced at the speedometer, and she was driving at precisely 25 miles per hour, which Papa had called the Negro speed limit, even though the sign on the road proclaimed it was 35. The clay road separated the deputy's car from them by 10 yards, 15 yards, and the car still did not move. But when they reached the paved road that became Main Street, the car crawled from the bushes, bright headlights flicking on, lighting up the truck's cab like morning. Gloria jumped. But it's not the red lights, she reminded herself between throbs from her heart. They only had to stop for the flashing red light.
He stops us? You leave talking to me, huh? Don't you say a word.
Gloria only nodded. She'd already forgotten the proper names to cite. He doesn't have the right to stop us. We haven't done anything.
Hush that damn foolishness.
Only their 2 vehicles rolled past the darkened storefronts on Main Street, where even the neon Coca-Cola sign at Meg's Diner wasn't yet lighted red. Mannequins were ghosts in the windows. The parking spaces were empty. Miss Lottie tested her speed, creeping higher to 30 miles per hour. "Don't speed up," Gloria said.
"They stop you if they think you're acting scared too. Just sit tight."
Miss Lottie had borrowed all of Gloria's courage. Papa had been pulled over time after time with Gloria, under one pretense or another, and she could not remember being more afraid. She did not feel like the same person who had marched to Red McCormick's yard. Trespassing, he'd called her visit. What if the sheriff was looking for her? Her head swiveled to peek back.
"What'd I just tell you?"
Miss Lottie said. So Gloria stared ahead as their truck crawled past the darkened courthouse and the hanging tree. At the end of Main Street, Miss Lottie drove to the empty farm road towards State Route 90. Still, the deputy's red lights did not come on, and the tailing headlights drew farther and farther behind until Gloria's mirror showed the sheriff's car turning around and heading back toward the sleeping town. Gloria stared a long time to make sure she wasn't only wishing him away. Gloria's stomach seized, nudging her throat.
"Pull over," she said. "Quick! Don't you be sick in my truck."
Miss Lottie lurched to a stop just in time for Gloria to retch into the crabgrass below. When her tears from the strain of vomiting cleared, she saw how close they were to a deep ditch that might have tumbled them both to their deaths, hidden behind the thick grasses. "You almost ran us in a ditch, Miss Lottie."
"Good thing I'm driving, or you'd run us in for sure. Close that door. Let's go."
An eerie feeling of being alone in the world smothered Gloria again on the open road as the wind fanned her face, still hot, although it was dark. Even the logging trucks and tractors were gone, and it made her feel small and hopeless. What could the 2 of them do in Live Oak? What if they never found John Dorsey, or he couldn't be bothered with a case that seemed so small? They might be heading toward another disappointment as big as Miss Channing or the social worker. Sometimes the worst thing happened. Usually, in fact. Gloria couldn't remember a single time the best outcome had won out. Miss Lottie began singing loudly, probably to stay awake, Mahalia Jackson's Walk With Me, which was always playing on the record player Uncle June had brought her for Christmas. She sang at a faster tempo than the recording, tapping out a rhythm on the steering wheel, her voice throaty and mostly on key.
"I need you, Jesus. Walk with me."
Gloria joined in, tentatively. Her voice was not as good as Miss Lottie's. She'd inherited Mama's singing voice, not Papa's, but she raised her voice to sing loudly, to try to banish the gloom in her thoughts, trying to believe that the same Jesus who had forsaken Mama might help them get Robbie back. She felt trapped into singing, almost like begging instead of worship, but she sang until her throat hurt, until daylight was glowing pink and yellow at the horizon. Gloria thought she recognized God in the birth of new light and longed to pray, but her relationship with prayer had not been steady. Maybe she could pray through her eyes, with the pink golden light of dawn waking the colors all around her. "How do you still believe in God, Miss Lottie?" she said. "With all the bad things?"
Don't you?
She tried to. She tried hard for Mama, but she also knew it was possible that the sun was just a burning rock. It had nothing to do with God. "Sometimes I do," she said. "But since Mama, sometimes I don't. Seems like the McCormicks in this world get all of God's love."
You think no McCormick ever got sick and died?
Miss Lottie didn't wait for an answer.
Seems like. That's what you said. Nothing ain't never what it seems. This whole world is a lie. The bad things, the good things. Only God's kingdom is the truth. And when I meet Jesus face to face, you can bet I have some questions. But till then, I don't know why some got so much and we got so little. Could be a test, but I feel God blessing me, Gloria.
"But how do you know?"
It ain't my head that knows,
Miss Lottie said,
but my heart do.
Gloria wished she could catch hold of Miss Lottie's unbroken faith and wrap it around herself like Joseph's blanket. Sleepiness stole over her, although she jolted awake to bumps and turns. The tires vibrated with ruts as they crossed the bridge over the Suwannee River. Each time Gloria woke, Miss Lottie was still singing under her breath, a personal song to her Lord. Gloria woke to the sound of women's sad, sour laughter. Her vision rocked as she straightened. The world was dust and too bright light. The dust was smeared across the windshield of Miss Lottie's truck, she remembered. Miss Lottie's seat on the other side of the laundry basket was empty, the door open. Gloria rubbed away the tension from her neck, which was sore from deep sleep against her door. She stared through a window. The yellow two-story house where the truck was parked was a style unlike any in Gracetown. Walls ribbed with markings that made it look like it belonged in a faraway place, like a Spanish mission in St. Augustine. The house was halfway hidden behind thick palms planted at the curb. Even Miss Ann's house wasn't as big and didn't have the exotic half-moon carving atop her chimney or the attic windows flourish. The house was dressed like a mansion. Most of the houses on the street were no better than Miss Lottie's, and some reminded Gloria of her cabin with strips of rusting tin. And Miss Lottie was talking to a woman in the doorway, the front door. Was this a Negro woman's house?
Oh, she's 16 now. Actually turned 17 in May. Out there asleep. Worn out, poor thing.
Miss Lottie was saying, and as much as Gloria liked knowing what other people were saying about her, she nearly dozed off again. She'd had little sleep 3 nights solid now. She was so tired that her limbs and eyes ached. She dozed again. When she woke up, the laughter was gone and the door to the house was closed. Miss Lottie had gone into the house. I should get up and help Miss Lottie, she thought. But sleep took her again. The next time Gloria woke up, a stout woman was standing directly at her window, round face peering inside as she studied Gloria, scowling in the sun. Gloria gasped. Miss Lottie chuckled, hoisting herself back into her seat by tugging on the steering wheel.
Well, she's awake now, jumping at shadows. Gloria, this here's Ruby McCullum.
The woman at the window smiled wanly at her. Gloria recognized the woman's name from the cover story she and Miss Lottie had devised, but couldn't smile right away because she was swallowed by knowing Ruby McCullum, although she'd never met her before now. Mama had called it deja vu. You think you've done something before. Except for Gloria, it was always more like seeing the future. Like the time she'd seen Mama standing at the sink and thought, out of thin air, Mama's sick. Or when she and Robbie had run into Lyle McCormick on the road. a sad inevitability from the second she'd seen his stupidly grinning face. Ruby McCullum's eyes twinkled, fresh from laughter, but Gloria tried to hide her sudden tears. "Don't worry none. You'll get your brother back," Ruby McCullum said, and Gloria couldn't explain she wasn't crying for Robbie. She'd seen something in this woman's eyes like a long ribbon into her life, and the feelings as deep as feelings went. Grief and rage and a long, slow dying. Gloria knew this woman told lies and was lied to. She was boastful, but only as a mask over feeling like nothing her whole life. And she could hold her temper longer than some. But if she was pushed too hard, if she hurt too much, she might shoot a white man down, a white doctor even, and not care who saw her do it. Gloria tasted the stranger's future rage and thought about Lyle McCormick putting his hand on her, and she almost said, "I know what you did and what he did to you." Ruby McCullum would kill a white man who touched her. She was living her last good year in her pretty house and didn't know it. Soon, every Negro in Florida, and Zora Neale Hurston herself, would know Ruby McCullum's name. Gloria's hands trembled in her lap. "Miss Lottie, I'll slap you if you're driving up and down Suwannee County without protection," Ruby McCullum said. Miss Lottie patted the laundry basket. "Shoot, I got my protection. Just making sure. I hope Bob don't have you tangled up with communists. Ruby, now you sound just like them. Don't forget, I know where you started, child. I got stories all the way back to grade school." "Works both ways," Ruby McCullum said. "We both got stories then." "We sure do," Miss Lottie said, and they both laughed again. Ruby McCullum slapped Gloria's door as if to share her cheer. "You go and talk to him. Like I said, he seems all right to me," said Diddy, like all northern folks who come down here, like it's a safari in Africa. Thinks he's a big man. I don't think he wants nobody to know he's here, but Bell says every other word out of his mouth is NAACP. The lawyer was real, not a myth or a hope, and he was in Live Oak. Gloria squirmed, flushed with blood from her celebrating heart. "Good thing you always in everybody's business," Miss Lottie said, "and everybody's always up in mine and Sam's." "Don't give 'em so much to talk about then." Miss Lottie turned the key, and the engine choked and died. As usual, it didn't catch until her second try. Gloria's legs bounced anxiously against the laundry basket in the glove box. If she had known where to run, she'd have jumped out of the truck. She couldn't help what she knew, or thought she knew, about Ruby McCullum's future. But she could help change Robbie's. Gloria kept her eyes cast down from the woman's face, avoiding the mask of coming grief that hovered over the woman like a cloud of fruit flies. The truck pitched backward as Miss Lottie reversed. She made a perfect half U-shape to the roadway, barely missing Ruby McCullum's elegant brick columns and her bright, well-tended grass. Gloria's neck snapped back as the old truck's brakes whimpered and moaned. "Learn who you can trust," Miss Lottie told her. "You wouldn't know it, but Ruby and Sam is the richest Negroes you likely to meet. They pay off the sheriff, everybody, with their Bolita money. She couldn't do none of that if she didn't know how to keep secrets." Ruby McCullum waved as the truck drove off, and Gloria almost saw the secrets spilling at her feet. The secrets of others and her own. 17. Gloria spotted him right away. As soon as she and Miss Lottie walked into the roomy, steam-filled kitchen of Bell's wood-frame boarding house, she knew the young man sitting at a corner table in a dapper gray suit, a cigarette balanced on careless fingers, had to be John Dorsey. She had expected him to be fair-skinned like Thurgood Marshall, the way she imagined all NAACP lawyers must be, but he was as brown-skinned as she was, his curly hair combed. He was well shy of 30, no more than 26 or 27, and he was holding court with 2 men standing over him at his table, one in overalls and a thinner man closer to Papa's age in a black suit and tie. Neither man moved to sit in the table's 2 empty seats. John Dorsey spooned teaspoon after teaspoon of sugar into his coffee, punctuating each sentence. On the table before him lay a long yellow pad crammed with writing. Yes, he was the one. All colors, smells, and noises orbited him. The frying bacon that rumbled her empty stomach, the phonograph near the open window playing Am I Asking Too Much by Dinah Washington, like Mama used to, and the din of a dozen other people, mostly men. Aside from the small corner tables, customers were shoulder to shoulder at the counter, or eating at 2 long tables as they passed biscuits and gripes. Many of the men wore mill shirts. 2 or 3, like John Dorsey, were dressed like travelers who had found bells in the Green Book. A Coca-Cola sign glowed in the window, like Bell's was a 5 and dime. Gloria took 2 steps toward the lawyer's table before she felt a sharp tug on her arm. I see him too, Miss Lottie said, keeping a firm grip at Gloria's elbow. Be still. You don't just run up on a meeting, child. A middle-aged mill worker tipped his hat as he rose from his seat at the corner of a nearby table, making room for Miss Lottie. The boy her age who was with him reluctantly rose too as he glanced over Gloria's overalls, doubting she was worth the inconvenience. Gloria's cheeks flared. She hated to be on display to boys, but she patted down her hair. She'd had thick French braids from Miss Lottie for more than a week, and they were loosening at her scalp and forehead. Why, thank you very much, Miss Lottie called after the father and son as they carried their plates away. The boy gave Gloria one more glance, half grinning, when he caught her fussing with her hair. Gloria looked quickly away. Her friends at school, Doris and Rose and Pat, were forever discussing such clues from boys, what they meant, how to behave if a boy smiled, if a boy didn't smile. Her bigger worries liberated her from that care. Belle, a sharp-boned woman in a long apron, was already wiping the table with a damp brown stained cloth. Just coffee? Breakfast? She said, impatient. Gloria stared at the lawyer, while Miss Lottie rattled a long food order. Another spoonful of sugar. Then another. The 2 other men were speaking over each other, voices rising. Were they arguing? I'm not hungry, Gloria said, but her stomach roared. Might as well eat, Miss Lottie told her. You see he's a talker, he ain't going nowhere. That's the state NAACP president with him, Harry Moore. Another one I've been trying to reach about Robbie. But the lawyer's from the New York office, which has more clout. So we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Excitement wavered Miss Lottie's voice. Gloria's stomach loosened with relief, and she was suddenly hungry again. Sausage and biscuit, please, Gloria said, trying to guess how much that might cost, if Miss Lottie could afford it. She'd left Gracetown too early to get her money from Miss Anne. Gloria slipped her eyes to the lawyer again. While the man in the overalls spoke close to his ear, the lawyer was nodding, head bowed low, almost as if in prayer. I know it, the lawyer said. I know. Like a pastor would. So what about it, then? The man in the tie said. Been there 6 years. The lawyer looked sorry to his core. Harry, the national office put everything down in Lake County. And those Groveland boys, what's that gonna do for Willie? The man in the overalls said, more loudly. The entire room rocked still, or seemed to. Bacon grease popped from the skillets impossibly loud. Gloria wasn't the only one eavesdropping on the lawyer. Most of the men in the room, especially the ones from the mill, already had their heads turned his way, nursing coffee cups, as they seemed to stare at the window just right of his head. Yes, They were watching his window as much as they were noticing the lawyer, tracking each passerby. How hadn't she recognized it? Bell's was a meeting place. Sometimes Mama had fried up chicken wings and made biscuits and stayed out with Papa in his meetings on the porch long into the night. The awful things they spoke of had been banished from the house. The man in overalls wiped his brow with a napkin from the table, or maybe he'd wiped the corner of his eye. "They been bragging," he choked out. "Bragging how they did it."
"I heard it with my own ears."
A testimony floated from the table behind Gloria, a man across the room. The silence grew heavy with unspoken stories.
"And he's still the postmaster,"
the man said.
"Like it ain't nothing. Not an ounce of shame. Not a goddamn ounce of shame between none of 'em."
Belle made a shushing sound. "Don't blaspheme in my house," she said. "And we got company, gentlemen. I don't know them like I know y'all." She nodded across the room, and Gloria noticed the only jovial faces, the two suit-wearing strangers and their lady companions in private conversations at smaller corner tables, disconnected, without a care. A few curious eyes studied Gloria and Miss Lottie, but quickly moved on, as if they already knew Robbie's story as well as they knew the story of the unlucky boy named Willie. Willie was dead. Gloria could have squeezed more knowing out of the room because it hung over her like rain clouds, bloated purple and ugly. But she did not want their sorrows to drown her. They shouted their sadness to her anyway. Willie had been 15, only 3 years older than Robbie. 15 and dead. The lawyer stood up. He was taller than Papa, and put his hand gently on the angry man's shoulder to will his grief away with his touch.
"Thurgood is hurt over Willie,"
the lawyer said, aware of his audience too.
"Real hurt. All of us are. Up to the governor. But you know as well as I do, they won't."
He motioned out the window, past the Coca-Cola sign, toward the street.
"Those decent friends and neighbors of the postmaster out there, they won't do it. No indictment. No trial. We already tried. They saw Willie's father's statement saying they made him watch at gunpoint while they forced a child with hands and feet bound to jump from the bridge. And we still couldn't get an indictment. There's nowhere left to go. Not on this case. Our hands and feet are bound. Same as Willie's."
The silence in the room became terrible.
"What y'all gonna do in Lake County then?"
The man snatched his shoulder away from the lawyer's touch.
"Maybe nothing,"
the lawyer said.
"But those boys still have a chance. The way this happened with Willie, we couldn't help him. I wish we could. But if we can do something in Lake County, maybe it'll make even a low-down, murdering coward like Phil Goff and his crack of thugs think twice. When word gets around that Negroes can get justice in Florida, maybe we can spare another family from what you've been through. Spare another town."
His pretty words were plausible, stirring Gloria's heart to pounding. A gray-haired man at the end of Gloria's table clapped his hands slowly, both admiration and a call for quiet.
"Y'all just picking at it,"
he said.
"Making it bleed. You don't watch out, it'll bleed you to the grave."
"He was my baby cousin," the man in overalls said.
"Let me ask you this,"
the older man went on, speaking slowly.
"And you know I don't mean your family no disrespect."
Gloria expected him to say something especially disrespectful, of course.
"What if the girl had made up a story, said Willie'd touched her or some such, instead of just writing a little note? We lucky they didn't burn down Nigger Hill. All of us. I'll say what y'all won't. The child had no business sending a love note to a white girl. Some of y'all ain't raising these children to know these crackers like they need to.
He settled behind his newspaper pages, ignoring the groans around him.
You wrong for that, Clement,
the man in overalls said, but eyes in the room looked away, and voices fell to private grumbling. The man in the black suit, Mr. Moore, sighed.
The national office got me out here trying to sell memberships at double the price. And folks say, for what? Register to vote for what?
John Dorsey winced.
I know,
he said.
I hate the politics, but the Legal Defense Fund isn't the problem. Thurgood is the first one to tell those fools at National that Harry T. Moore is the Negro's hardest-working friend in Florida. Don't forget Harriet.
When Miss Lottie broke in, the man in the suit took off his hat. For the first time, their talking stopped. Gloria felt sorry for the boy who'd died, but she was glad Miss Lottie had wrested away their attention. John Dorsey turned and saw Gloria and Miss Lottie for the first time.
No, ma'am,
he said.
I could never forget Mrs. Moore and her cobbler. The school system didn't fire her for her cooking,
Miss Lottie said. When Harry Moore leaned over to greet Miss Lottie with a kiss to her cheek, Gloria thought she smelled soot in his hair.
You and Harry is still giving him hell. You mean they're giving us hell, Miss Lottie?
This is my goddaughter, Gloria Stevens, Bob's oldest. Gloria, this is Harry T. Moore. Harry Moore's face clouded a bit at the mention of Papa, but he smiled for Gloria and shook her hand. Gloria drew her hand away as fast as she could. His palm had seemed to rub hers with ashes. She tried to wipe it on her overalls. As she stared at his weary face, sparks danced at the edges of his hair. She expected the dishes to rattle from a sudden shaking of the floor, as if from a bomb. But no one else had felt the shaking, and Gloria couldn't see ashes on her fingertips. The future was shouting again, and this time Gloria felt sick to her stomach. She had seen a ribbon of sorrow into Ruby McCullum's life, but Harry T. Moore's was already close to gone. Be careful, Gloria blurted out. They'll try to bomb you. You and your wife both. She spoke so quickly she startled herself. Mama had said to consider anything she told, but it was like he was standing on train tracks, and she could see the engine bearing down.
Oh, you damn right they will,
Harry Moore said, hardly bothered, and he winked.
You sound like Bob, all right. Same thing he always said, almost word for word.
His mouth worked itself as if to go on, but he glanced between Miss Lottie and Gloria and thought better of it, sad-eyed. Even in a room with an NAACP lawyer and so many others carrying their grievances, he did not want to say more about Papa.
Harriet told me you called,
Mr. Moore said to Miss Lottie. He sounded sheepish.
I didn't mean for you to drive all this way.
I'd appreciate an introduction to Mr. Dorsey, Miss Lottie said. He's the one we came to see. When y'all finish up.
Oh, we finished, ma'am,
Willie Howard's cousin said, flipping his cap back on his head.
I don't think Mr. Dorsey's got nothing else to say to me.
Harry and the lawyer exchanged a look.
I'm sure sorry, Mr. Howard,
the lawyer said. Mr. Moore patted the dead boy's cousin on the back as he walked away. Other men patted him all the way to the door. The lawyer sighed and scooped his spoon in the sugar dish again. You keep putting in all that sugar, Gloria said, and you'll have to eat that coffee. John Dorsey lowered his spoon, found Gloria's eyes, smiled. She rose from a seat. Too much sugar will rot out your teeth.
You sound like my wife,
the lawyer said. I'm Gloria Stevens, Gloria said. Her stride to him did not betray the way her pounding heart made her knees watery. She outstretched an unsteady hand. I'm from Gracetown, and my brother needs your help. John Dorsey shook her hand with a cool palm, only glancing over her face.
Pleasure, miss,
he said.
I'm sorry for your circumstances.
He glanced to Mr. Moore for guidance.
Juvenile matter,
Mr. Moore muttered. He gave the lawyer a private shake of his head she almost couldn't see. The lawyer nodded in a way that seemed to sweep Gloria from his sight. His eyes pulled more deeply behind their lashes. He was looking at her, and past her.
Mr. Dorsey's got a full plate today,
Mr. Moore said to Miss Lottie, as if it were she, not Gloria, who had spoken.
I'll make some calls for the boy, see what we can do.
The lawyer rested a light palm across Gloria's and said,
With a sister like you working for him, I don't have a worry, Miss Stevens.
Then he squeezed her hand and let her go. Suddenly, his pretty talking offended Gloria the way it surely had offended the dead boy's cousin. Dismissal lay at the core. Just like with Loman outside of the Reformatory, they wanted to seem nice, as if niceness could bring Robbie home. Robbie needs a lawyer, Gloria said. Miss Lottie stood up, while Gloria held her steady.
We got up for dawn and drove a long ways, Mr. Dorsey,
Miss Lottie said.
And don't you worry, Harry. I'm not going to ask you nothing about Bob's case. Though I'd be lying if I said I don't have questions about what the hell the NAACP is doing for him.
Mr. Moore pursed his lips.
Not much we can do. Yet, Miss Lottie.
He meant Papa would have to give himself up and stand trial first, or at least get arrested and put in jail.
Robert Stevens?
The lawyer said to Gloria.
You're his daughter? Robbie is his son?
Gloria did not like how many eyes were on them. Even the travelers in far corners were watching. Papa had warned her not to claim him in public, even to denounce him when she needed to, though she never had or would. There's too many people here, she said quietly. The lawyer nudged his sugar-choked coffee aside and stood.
Let's go somewhere we can talk.
Bell's had a screened-in porch, just beyond the kitchen's back door instead of a yard, crammed with wicker tables and chairs, smudged gray by time. Thickets of bougainvillea bushes and bright blooms of dark pink and purple hid the porch from the road, which was busier with passing cars than Main Street in Gracetown. The lawyer settled into the cushion of a throne-like chair next to a table with an ashtray, where he set down his half-burned cigarette. He seemed to be mulling Robbie's case over. Miss Lottie sat near the lawyer while Mr. Moore paced, checking his watch. A rust-colored, overfed cat took to Gloria and twined between her legs, mewing. He got 6 months, Gloria said. 6 months for a kick that wasn't anything.
A kick to Red McCormick's son,
Mr. Moore said, correcting.
I don't care if he kicked the Virgin Mary,
Miss Lottie said. It don't make sense.
Oh, it makes sense to them,
the lawyer said.
To sentence a child to 6 months over a schoolyard kick is to willfully ignore that child's humanity, to rebuke it.
Gloria was tired of sad, angry words. How do we get him out?
Where is Gracetown?
The lawyer said. Only now, starting to hope, did Gloria feel afraid of what he might say next. Outside Mariana, Gloria said, while Miss Lottie said, Couple hours drive.
Northwest,
Mr. Moore said, to make it clear.
Not south. 2 hours northwest.
John Dorsey pointed his cigarette at Mr. Moore.
But setting distance aside, let's look at all the angles of this thing. Miss Stevens, Miss Lottie.
He leaned closer to them, using a secret-keeping voice.
We can't expect justice in a racist court,
he said.
It happens from time to time, but most times it won't. White juries are afraid of Negroes, so even our children seem dangerous on sight. That was the trap laid for Robbie before he ever kicked anyone.
Lau pushed Robbie first, Gloria said.
A push is also an assault, the lawyer said,
nodding.
By law. But I'm going to take a wild guess that the son of a wealthy white planter and business owner didn't pay a price for assaulting your brother.
He didn't wait for her answer, which was bubbling as a sob in Gloria's throat as she remembered that awful morning on McCormick Road.
Of course he didn't. The law, by design, is to protect the McCormicks, not us, not Robbie. That's the reason no grand jury will indict the postmaster who murdered a child here in town.
His voice cracked, and he sat back in his seat. He seemed to have a sob buried in his throat, too.
Welcome to Florida. That sick feeling's gonna stick with you all the way down to Lake County, and probably get worse after you get there, Mr. Moore said. But sometimes folks just need to tell their sorrows, and all you can do is hear them.
Gloria felt Mr. Moore was talking about her and Miss Lottie, eager to steer the lawyer back to their day's plans far away. John Dorsey shook his head to say,
"It's okay,"
and brought his eyes back to Gloria's, fully focused.
"How old is Robbie?"
She had him. Mr. Moore knew it, too. He hung his head. 12, Gloria and Miss Lottie said together. The lawyer winced.
12-year-olds in prison.
They beat Robbie with the whip, Gloria blurted, before she remembered she had only sensed it. She couldn't prove it. Miss Lottie gave her a surprised look. The lawyer's eyebrows jumped.
Flogging's not legal in Florida prisons, is it?
Mr. Moore was nodding.
It is at Gracetown Boys' School. They've got a whipping shed. I've heard about it. Half my calls from parents are about the Reformatory.
They got a damn cemetery out there, Miss Lottie said. They're burying them boys and doing who knows what all else, working them like grown men besides, like slaves. Last I heard, Lincoln set us free. Every word Miss Lottie spoke made the lawyer's jaw tighten. Gloria suddenly knew the exact words to steer him. "You couldn't help Willie," she said. "But you can help my brother, Mr. Dorsey." Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Moore shared a long conversation with their eyes.
Gracetown's a lot like Lake County,
Mr. Moore said to the lawyer.
They need to know the whole size of it, Johnny.
Mr. Dorsey nodded and looked back at Gloria.
Say we threw around the NAACP's name in Gracetown. That'd get their attention, all right. But will it be the attention you want?
"We just want Robbie free," Gloria said. "I don't care if people are talking about us."
"This isn't about talk,"
Mr. Dorsey said.
"In a case like your father's, when a white girl is telling the sheriff she was raped by a Negro, it's never just about talk."
Gloria's face felt hot to hear Papa's story from his mouth. "This isn't about my father." She hated the whine in her voice, just when she'd convinced them not to treat her like a child.
"What he's saying, we've got 2 strikes against us," Mr. Moore said. "One, he's Robert Stevens' son. That hurts us with the judge."
Miss Lottie started to argue, but he cut her off.
"It's just facts, Lottie. On top of that, there's Superintendent Haddock. He's a special case. Spoils for a fight. He'll keep a boy for 10 years out of spite. Until the very last minute of the very last day, he can keep a boy by law. And sometimes when he can't. Sometimes the children are only 7 or 8. He'll keep them 10, 12 years. I've seen it. And the governor has the same answer. Discretion of the superintendent. There's always a witness willing to say they saw the boy do wrong just before it was time to get out. Those boys say what they're told to say. That gives Haddock a whole lot of sway. Always an excuse.
Who does Haddock answer to then? Gloria said. He answers to somebody. The lawyer patted his suit pocket for a cigarette, although the one in his ashtray was only half burned.
The judge,
he said. Mr. Moore let out a sigh.
NAACP showing up at the courthouse?
He leaned over to clasp Miss Lottie's hands, voice gentle.
For Robbie's sake, I think it's better to let him quietly do his time. You don't know what could get stirred up. Lake County's ugly, Lottie.
He lowered his voice.
You don't want to see it in Gracetown. Send the girl somewhere for a while. It'll keep her from harm's way, and may help Robbie get out quicker.
If he gets out, Miss Lottie said. How many folks got a child buried at Boot Hill? Gloria spoke to the lawyer. What would the judge have to do?
Easiest thing, I guess, will be to say he's reconsidered his sentence, wants to commute to time served, or he has the power to rescind his sentence entirely. I noticed, Judge, Mr. Moore said, again directly to Miss Lottie. Bob knows this judge, and well. It's a miracle he only gave Robbie 6 months.
Gloria remembered the judge's smile when he sentenced Robbie. He'd been so pleased with himself, thinking how he'd been so fair to a Negro, especially a Negro who was Robert Stevens' son.
But here's the thing about these racist cracker judges, the lawyer said. They don't know they're racist cracker judges. And don't give a damn,
Moore said.
Some do give a damn how they look anyway, Harry.
John Dorsey argued.
They want to be the good guy. I've sat in their chambers and told a few jokes, and they told a few right back. That's a tactic Thurgood taught me. Once you're man to man, sometimes you can get through. These Florida sheriffs laugh with you on Friday morning and set the Klan on you Friday night, Mr. Moore said. You're not from here, Johnny. I'm from Indiana. We got crackers, too.
So you'll do it? Gloria said to the lawyer. You'll speak up for Robbie with the judge?
Now you're getting their hopes up.
Mr. Moore chided him.
If that's what you want me to do,
the lawyer said to Gloria. Then he repeated it for Miss Lottie.
If you want me to, I'll go to Gracetown. But I can only do it today. This morning.
Mr. Moore gestured, "Come here," to the lawyer, flapping at the air.
A word?
The lawyer shook his head.
Tell him we're rescheduling. Make it dinner instead. I don't like that drive into Lake County at night, Johnny. We'll drive fast,
the lawyer said, and smiled.
We'll get there.
Mr. Moore hurried toward the sliding glass door to the house.
Let me at least call and see if Judge Morris is at the courthouse today.
John Dorsey dragged on his cigarette and petted the cat, who was now rubbing against his shiny shoes.
Let's bring 'em a hot plate for lunch, ladies,
he said.
Everybody likes to eat.
He winked at Gloria, and she laughed in a childish way that startled her. There's fried chicken in Gracetown that's good as hoodoo, Miss Lottie said.
Good. I'll try a piece myself,
John Dorsey said. Gloria almost giggled again but caught herself as she noticed the way the lawyer's eyes shifted away, mired in his thoughts, and how his mirth was only on the surface. For the first time, she realized he was afraid. Doubts assailed her. As much as she wanted to free Robbie, maybe Mr. Moore was right. Maybe it was better not to rile them and bring up Papa's name. If the warden was as evil as Mr. Moore said, Robbie might not get out until he was a grown man. Thank you, Gloria said, but she really wanted to ask, if he thought they were foolish, or how someone who had so little faith in the law could feel any hope for Robbie. Maybe it was like Miss Lottie's faith in Jesus. And Mama's. John Dorsey stubbed out the cigarette and rose to his feet.
We'll see, Miss Stevens. I'll do my best, but I can't promise how it'll fly. Might fly wrong.
He glanced at Miss Lottie.
Harry's right about that. These crackers are gonna try to kill him one day.
A sharp knock from the glass made them all jump like a gunshot. They turned and saw Mr. Moore giving the thumbs-up sign, cradling the phone on his shoulder. In her excited imagination, Gloria thought he had somehow arranged to get Robbie free. Then she realized his true meaning. The judge who had sentenced her brother was at the courthouse in Gracetown. She and Miss Lottie had found Robbie a lawyer, like she'd promised Papa she would. 18. For the next 20 minutes, nearly 30, Gloria felt proud of herself, excited even. The lawyer said his goodbyes at Bell's, hearing 2 last requests for legal advice. He handed one young man a folded $5 bill, slipping it so deftly that Gloria might have been the only one to see. While the lawyer gathered his bags, Mr. Moore filled Miss Lottie's tank from the gas can and explained they would drive separately to the Gracetown courthouse, so neither car would draw attention to the other. They were all likely being watched, he explained, and he didn't want anyone to guess their plan before they reached the judge. Miss Lottie and Gloria would set out first, and then Mr. Moore would follow with the lawyer in his car 10 minutes later. They agreed to meet up in front of the courthouse by noon. Under the hanging tree, Gloria remembered. The plan gave her oxygen. For the first time since Robbie's arrest, Gloria felt like she knew anything at all again. She could imagine Robbie at Miss Lottie's house, and maybe all 3 of them could go away to Miss Ann's secret cottages, or maybe to Chicago. Yes, to Chicago, to join Papa. She should have insisted on it long ago. They would have traveling money now. On the road, Miss Lottie's hands felt uneven on the steering wheel, the truck veering too far into the center. She had lost her songs and energy from the morning drive. She looked small and frail beneath her glamorous hat. Worry over Robbie was stealing days, maybe weeks or years, from the end of Miss Lottie's life. "You want me to drive?" Gloria said. Miss Lottie's head snapped up. "Hush! You don't know nothing about driving. Papa taught me enough to go up and down an empty road." "Not old Susie," she said. "Driving old Susie ain't like driving nothing else." "Well, you look like you're about to fall asleep." "Nobody could sleep with all your fussing. If I nod off, give me a nudge." Gloria hardly noticed the billboard advertising Minute Maid orange juice until she saw the sheriff's car parked behind it, a sight so sudden that they both sucked in breath. Gloria leaned over to check the speedometer, 30 miles per hour, slowing slightly, and Miss Lottie was in the proper lane again. Maybe it would be all right. "Damn it, damn it, damn it," Miss Lottie said, and Gloria saw the flashing red light as the sheriff's car raced to the road behind them, kicking up dust behind it. Gloria had an impulse to outrace the sheriff's car, to yank the steering wheel from Miss Lottie's hands toward the thicket of pines west of them to take their chances. But Miss Lottie slowed down while the sheriff's car barreled in on them and flashed its headlights. "Don't look so scared," Miss Lottie said, calm. "We was just picking up laundry from Ruby. They probably gonna let us alone if we say that. Most of these boys is on Sam's payroll." Gloria only nodded. She didn't want Miss Lottie to know how scared she was. "Don't say nothing lest they ask you," Miss Lottie said. "Don't give 'em no lip either, but what right they got to do this or that. Hear me?" Gloria nodded again. She craved an hour's more advice from Miss Lottie, but there was no time before the deputy's doors flew open. The truck barely had rolled to a stop before the driver was lumbering toward Miss Lottie's window. He was as bad as Gloria had feared. Fire-plugged, stocky, with a barrel chest, big jowls, and unkind creases across his brow. He stomped rather than walked. He carried a stink of violence sharp to her nose. When the deputy reached her window, Miss Lottie summoned a grin so wide that the gaps from her missing back teeth showed. "I sure hope I wasn't speeding, sir," she said. "We can go up to 30, up where I lives at." Miss Lottie exaggerated her lack of schooling, dipping into a lulling, obedient sing-song. Gloria tried on a smile, but her lips were too tight and trembly, so she gave up. A second deputy approached her. This deputy was younger and softer-faced, peering at her through her window. His hair was cut short to blonde fuzz. He loosened his shoulders when he saw she was a girl, not a boy, despite her overalls. He glanced at her feet, at the basket, looking for something. "Where y'all from, Auntie?" the deputy at Miss Lottie's window said. He gestured to his partner toward the back of the truck, so the deputy left Gloria's window. "Gracetown, up a ways," Miss Lottie said, still grinning. "Suwannee County's a long way from home, ain't it?" The second deputy climbed into the bed of the truck, and Gloria bristled. He needed a search warrant to look at anything in Miss Lottie's truck. She'd learned this from plenty of radio programs and picture shows, from Papa, even from school. But she remembered not to say so. Meadow clanged as he searched. Miss Lottie was particular about anyone handling June's gardening equipment, since that was his weekend living. But she didn't say that either. "We take laundry from Sam and Ruby McCullum," Miss Lottie said. The frowning deputy glanced at the basket that sat between her and Gloria. The linens were neatly folded, fresh from Miss Lottie's closet. Under scrutiny, the story felt flimsy. "That laundry don't look dirty," the deputy said. He noticed alarmingly fast. He was not an unseasoned deputy, like the one who'd arrested Robbie. He talked like the poor whites who lived in Misery Swamp and houses built barely above the water. But he was not stupid. Gloria leaned forward with the effort of trying to think of an answer about the laundry, but Miss Lottie answered first, tapping Gloria's knee to remind her to be silent. "I didn't think so either, sir, but she's awful particular. Wants it washed again. You drive a long ways to make a few dollars. She pays real good, sir. Makes it worth my while." Gloria expected him to say Miss Lottie was too old to be driving. That almost would have been a relief, or to ask to see her license. But instead, he said, "Funny you mention Gracetown." And Gloria's heart fell to her stomach. "You got folks there?" Miss Lottie said, still grinning. Oh, she was an actress. "No," he spat over his shoulder. "But you do. Nigger name of Robert Stevens." Miss Lottie gave up her grin. The skin on her face sagged, old and tired again. "I ain't got nothing to do with that man, sir," Miss Lottie said. "Ken or no, he ain't in Gracetown no more. He been long gone." The deputy's eyes came to Gloria, pale irises that felt like blades, alien and dangerous. "So y'all got no idea where Robert Stevens is? He ain't in Live Oak? You ain't planning on hiding him in your truck? Sneak him back home, maybe?" Gloria shook her head. She thought she should answer, but her tongue was limp. This deputy had created a fantasy about her and Miss Lottie that was absurd, and yet seemed so real that she wanted to look back at the truck's bed herself to see if Papa was hiding beneath Wayman's weather tarp. Who had told the sheriff they were in Live Oak? Was it someone who'd overheard Miss Lottie's party line? Someone at Bell's? The deputy who had tailed them out of Gracetown? Gloria wished she could know to slap them blind.
"No one's back here,"
the younger deputy called.
"Maybe some stolen tools, though."
"Those are my grandnephew's tools," Miss Lottie said. "I got bills of sale in the glove box." Her voice's pitch had climbed. She couldn't hide her nervousness.
"You got an answer for everything, don't you, Auntie?"
the deputy at the window said, and Miss Lottie had no answer for that. Gloria wanted so much to relieve Miss Lottie with clever remarks, to shame this man into letting them go. But she kept her lips pinned. Her heart banged against her breastbone. The truck shuddered as the second deputy jumped down. The first strolled around the front of the truck, as if inspecting it for sale, while the other watched and waited, clearly a subordinate. The deputy in front of the truck stared at Gloria through the windshield, his eyes heavy above stern jowls. Gloria wished she could duck from him. She hated her body in his eyes, breasts loose beneath her undershirt and thick denim because Mama had not been there to remind her to put on a bra before going to town. He stared as if her clothing could not hide her. She would have made herself invisible so he could not see the dark skin across every inch of her. The deputy looked over his shoulder toward the woods, where Gloria had imagined she might outrun them. Gloria didn't like him studying the woods, which grew thicker 30 yards from the road. A path was rutted through the mud and high grass toward the trees, plunging into shadows. This deputy hurt Negroes in the woods. He had done it many times. How had the day gone so wrong? She had plunged into the worst trouble of her life, just like Papa had worried, and no one was with her but Miss Lottie, who was too frail to raise a hand to defend her, and Gloria could not run and leave Miss Lottie, even if running would not get her shot from behind. Gloria's eyes fluttered, blinking, as she fought to think of what to do. "Shh," Miss Lottie whispered between her teeth. "Sit real still." While Gloria forced her frantic blinking to stop, her back straight, she noticed Miss Lottie's hand creep into the laundry basket, hugging it to her. Miss Lottie burrowed her hand into the pile of linens, an inch at a time, her eyes fixed on the back of the deputy's head as he gazed at the tree line. When he looked back toward Gloria, his thoughts were plain on his face. The deputy began his slow walk to Gloria's window, feasting on her fear, bent down so he never lost sight of her. Miss Lottie kept her hand in the laundry basket as his ruddy face appeared in Gloria's open window. A twig beneath his boot sounded like a breaking bone. He came so close that Gloria could see the 2 big pores on his shiny nose, the sweat on his brow. She smelled chewing tobacco on his breath.
"You're his daughter, ain't you?"
Gloria moved her mouth to answer, and at first it made no sound. "Yes, sir," a whisper. The deputy tugged on her car door, but it did not yield. Gloria had never been more grateful for a lock to hold. The obstacle was temporary. He only had to reach through the open window to pull up the lock himself. But it held him at bay for precious seconds, long enough for him to think it over. Gloria's pounding heart wanted to leap outside of her body.
"How you feeling today, Jimmy?"
the deputy said, calling to his partner while his eyes stayed on Gloria. Jimmy didn't answer.
"You feel like a ride real quick."
In her peripheral vision, Gloria saw Jimmy take off his hat, smooth his hair back, put it back on.
"Not too much."
She could barely hear him over the rush of blood fogging her ears. The deputy's glare smothered Gloria, but she was afraid to look away. Her eyes itched from wanting to blink, from tears frozen just out of sight. She knew what a ride meant to him. She could hear the woods' whimpers, women and men, helpless beneath white skin and badges.
How come you dressed like a damn bull dyke?
I don't know, Gloria said, the only word she could think of.
Is the nigger Stevens' daughter a bull dyke? You sure look like one, don't you, Jimmy?
Again, Jimmy was silent. Gloria wished Jimmy would say, "Come on, leave her be." But Jimmy was not going to help her and Miss Lottie. Whatever this deputy did or said, Jimmy always went along, or at least covered for him. Always. "No," Gloria said. "I'm not." "Sir." Gloria couldn't help pausing before she said "sir," to make it an afterthought, to strip its weight and even mock it. The deputy's eyes flared. He heard it too. He tugged at the door handle again, like rattling a cage. Gloria refused to jump. Her body was calcifying in her seat. If he touched her, she swore her body would be a stone and not her body at all.
You don't want to mess with that girl, Mr. Deputy, sir,
Miss Lottie said. Her words and voice were quiet, beyond calm. Gloria noticed Miss Lottie's hand buried inside the laundry basket again, and that deputy did too.
Shoot, I got my protection,
Miss Lottie had told Ruby McCullum, and Gloria remembered what Miss Lottie called her pea shooter, a little .22 she kept under her bed for squirrels that ravaged her garden or stole her birdseed. Miss Lottie had her gun. Her hand was already on the trigger. Gloria knew it as plainly as if she could see through the basket's braided brown wicker. Miss Lottie's face was all pleasantness, but her eyes told the deputy a story of sudden death.
"What's that, Auntie?"
The deputy sounded as confused as if a hound had spoken words.
"You want to leave that young gal alone, sir,"
Miss Lottie said.
"You surely do."
The deputy glanced at Miss Lottie's hidden hand, and knowledge burned between them as they stared at each other over Gloria and the neatly folded linens. So much anger churned inside the deputy that his jowls shook. His hands were on the door, not at his holster, and Gloria was amazed to realize he was too scared to move. Scared of Miss Lottie. Time slowed to molasses. Miss Lottie's engine coughed, weary from idling. Nearby, loud birds quarreled. A car was approaching from town, close enough to hear its tires humming on the road. The deputy spat on the floor of the truck, the brown glob falling into the laundry basket at her feet, and backed away from Gloria's window. He kept his hands away from his gun. He circled widely around the back toward Jimmy.
"Stay the hell out of Suwannee County,"
the deputy called out to them. Out of easy range.
"You hear me? I better not see no kin of Robert Stevens here again."
Gloria heard the petulant child hidden inside his anger.
"Yes, sir,"
Miss Lottie said.
"We won't come back, sir."
Gloria braced for the deputies to try to shoot them from the rear, but they didn't. Maybe pride had saved them. The deputy who'd menaced her couldn't confess to Jimmy that he was scared of an old Negro woman, or why. Or maybe Miss Lottie had shamed him. Was it over? The approaching car finally reached them, a time-worn black Model T, and didn't slow before passing. But Gloria glimpsed John Dorsey watching with grave interest from the passenger window before Mr. Moore drove on. Neither deputy looked the passing car's way. At least the NAACP knew where they were. That was something. Gloria and Miss Lottie waited in tense silence while the deputies returned to their car, door slamming. Miss Lottie moved her hand out of the laundry basket and brought out her gun. A wink in the sunlight, and nestled it between her legs before she cranked the truck into gear.
"Thought I was going to have to kill both of them crackers today,"
Miss Lottie muttered. She said it like she had avoided a sudden rainstorm or a nail in the road. She glanced sidelong at Gloria.
"It's all right now, Pumpkin."
Gloria nodded, but her heart hadn't slowed. Her imagination was lost in the woods, her hair caught in brambles, bare skin chafing against pebbles and soil, so real, so close. Gloria shivered in the heat like Mama in her sick bed.
"At least I'm awake now,"
Miss Lottie said, giving Gloria a laugh for show. Miss Lottie coaxed old Susie back to the road to follow the lawyer to Gracetown. Since they got back to Gracetown at 11:20, and they weren't due at the courthouse to meet the lawyer until noon, Miss Lottie stopped by her house so Gloria could change. Her good dress was muddy, so Gloria went through the tight stacks of hangers packed in Miss Lottie's closet, one fabric nearly glued to the next, until she found a black dress that seemed better suited for a funeral. The dress was nearly too long for her and far from fashionable, but it might make the judge feel sorry for her. She couldn't come in wearing too nice a dress anyway, or the judge or anyone who saw her would say she was putting on airs. Lyle's words in his yard, in the dark, lanced at her.
"You Stevens niggas are so uppity. Even a white man's not good enough for you."
How many others, white and Negro, felt that way about her family? How would they feel when they saw her in the courthouse with an NAACP lawyer in a New York City double-breasted suit? Gloria stared in the mirror while she patted down her hair with the unmarked jar of pomade Miss Lottie kept on her kitchen sink. She looked tired-eyed and sullen, so she tried on a smile for the judge. Each smile looked more forced than the last. Imagine Robbie coming home, she told herself, and her face filled with a grin. Then tears stabbed her eyes because it wasn't real. Not yet. Her shivering had not stopped since the deputies. She didn't want anyone's eyes on her. She wanted to be invisible in an old woman's funeral dress. By 11:35, Gloria and Miss Lottie were parked in front of the courthouse while they waited. The truck smelled like cold fried chicken from Miss Rita's refrigerator, the best Miss Lottie had been able to gather on short notice. It would be better hot, but Miss Rita's lunch window wasn't open yet. It was supposed to open at 11:30, but she often didn't have food ready until noon, so they'd taken yesterday's leftovers, a large breast and a couple of wings. From time to time, Miss Lottie patted Gloria on the knee as if to apologize she couldn't have made a better world for her. She and Miss Lottie did not speak in the parked truck. The time for talking had passed. A familiar car inched by, and Gloria recognized Miss Ann on Main Street, heading back toward Juniper. Maybe she had been to the bank. "Be right back," Gloria told Miss Lottie, and she jumped out of the truck to catch Miss Ann at the stop sign at the intersection. There, Miss Ann seemed startled and eager to drive on until she recognized Gloria in the dress so long that Gloria nearly tripped on the folds. "Gloria! What in the world?" Gloria leaned into Miss Ann's window, excited. "We found a Negro lawyer. He's coming to talk to the judge right now." "That's wonderful news," Miss Ann said, looking left and right with no celebration in her voice. Now every parking space was filled on the street in front of Meg's Diner, the Main Street Pharmacy, and the Gracetown Herald office, while White strolled the sidewalks. "But don't make it a spectacle." Gloria spotted the light green envelope marked First Bank of Gracetown on Miss Ann's passenger seat. "Is that for me? The $250? "Yes." "Here." The envelope was fat and heavy. Gloria had felt none like it. "You asked for it in 5s, but I got 100 in 10s. Just imagine the queer looks I got. Don't walk with it out in the open. Slide it under your arm. Hurry." Miss Ann's hand trembled as she helped Gloria adjust the envelope beneath her arm, tucked out of sight. Miss Ann looked from corner to corner to make sure they weren't being watched. The sidewalk and center courtyard with the Confederate statue of Captain Powell were empty. Gloria wondered what the long-dead captain would think of his great-granddaughter giving money to Negroes. "Get out of the street, Gloria. Go on now." Miss Ann drove off before Gloria could thank her. without wishing her good luck even. She was scared out of her head. A white woman, Councilman Powell's daughter. Miss Ann must truly believe the Klan had run her father off the road, or that the statue was watching her. Standing at the intersection, Gloria realized she was ignoring every warning, just like Papa had. She was a Stevens. The town had expected to chase her and Robbie away, to force them to hide like mice, and she was in the middle of the street in the noontime sun. She was like Mama, eating ice cream in broad daylight on the whites-only bench. Mr. Moore's black Model T drove up. As Mr. Moore inched past her, John Dorsey's window was closest, so he called out,
"Where's the marching band? Girl, get out of the road,"
Harry T. Moore said.
"What's wrong with you?"
Nothing was wrong. Not at the moment. Gloria's trembling from Suwannee County had stopped. She gazed past the hanging tree to the courthouse's regal clock face. Noon, the Roman number said, and her face was washed in the dizzying rush of sunlight. The bell tolled through Gracetown, as if she had willed its song. A reckoning come at last. 19. Miles away, back toward town, the courthouse bell was ringing so faintly that Robert's ear missed every other toll. But the thin breeze carried the bell like a memory of long ago. Was Mama ringing to him? Was music her way of watching him? He strained to hear the bell's song, not wanting to miss a note, and the music carried an image of Main Street's colorful awnings and Miss Lottie's house on Lower Spruce. With every toll, he forgot about the sun burning through his thin work shirt to his scarred and bloodied back. He floated away free in the chimes. Then the bell stopped, and the day's heat smothered the endless cornfield. The corn stalks were already tall in late June, up just past Robert's eye line, shiny green tips as far as he could see, except where two muddy trucks were parked near the fence on the farm road, back toward the gate. The corn wouldn't be ready for harvest until fall, so none of the corn cobs had grown in. The field looked like rows of giant weeds, tall enough to walk through, tall enough to disappear in, especially if he stayed low. Imagining himself sneaking off unseen in the stalks helped Robert keep up his pace, although his hands were still raw from his previous day's work, tugging barehanded at the spiky, spindly ragweed, nearly as tall as the corn. Yesterday, his first day in the field, his back had felt like it was ripping apart when he bent over. The ragweed was taller than the water hemp for grabbing, but weeds needed to come up by the root. Boone had promised a smack with his strap for every half-pulled weed he found anywhere. Some of the older, trusted boys had tools, but Robert only had his sore hands. No amount of scrubbing would clean the mud from his fingernails. Mama would have a fit if she could see. Papa, too. Robert had wondered what it would feel like to be a sharecropper like his grandfather, or a slave in a history story. And now he knew. His skin knew. His back knew. His hands knew. And no one he could whisper to or call a friend. Another dozen boys were to the left of Robert, heads bobbing through stalks in the field as they worked. But Robert did not know them. None had been as friendly as Blue and Redbone in the kitchen his first day. The field was not a place for talking. Redbone was 3 rows to the right, no more than 15 steps away, but his back was always turned away from Robert. Redbone had not come near him yesterday either. "Hey, Bone," Robert whispered. Redbone shifted to another row, another direction, and glared at him over his shoulder, reminding him it was his fault they were pulling weeds in the sun. Each time Redbone glared, Robert wanted to cry, but he couldn't cry. The night before, Boone had sent a boy to the funhouse for no reason other than crying at bedtime, and promised he'd do the same to any sissy he saw crying all day long. At least Robert's back wasn't hurting as much as the first day. At least he had to work only 4 hours in the sun, and not all day like grown men did, and in chains. At least he wasn't really a slave, with no end to the work for his whole life, or his children's. Robert tried to think of every reason to feel glad, so he would not cry. He would never go to the funhouse again. Boone was watching. Boone had a crew of 3 men with him, 1 on horseback, 2 with hound dogs. But Boone was the only one whose eyes always seemed to be following Robert. It was as if Boone could see every thought in his head, like how Robert wanted to run away every time he bent down. Hell, he might have tried if not for the dogs.
"Fill up those sacks,"
Boone called.
"You don't fill your sacks, you stay till supper time."
Unless he was punished for working too slowly, Robert could have his lunch break soon, and then go to school, and then to band practice, and the day would be over, like yesterday, ready to start again. He hadn't gone to the funhouse yesterday, and he wouldn't go today. He and the other boys he'd ridden the truck with were working a small swath of the field, headed toward the fence, but older boys had clustered farther ahead. Most of them had taken off their shirts to wrap them around their heads to block out the sun. Their muscles were hard, like grown men's. Robert was wondering when his own muscles would grow so strong, when he saw Cleo. A pale reed hung from the corner of Cleo's mouth like a cigarette, and he seemed twice as tall as Robert, who was close enough to see the dark, spotchy mole on the side of Cleo's nose. He'd seen a glimpse of Cleo at dinner last night, but he'd managed to keep out of his sight. Now one of Cleo's friends tapped Cleo and pointed at him, and Robert nearly gasped. Robert bent down right away and hoped Cleo would forget about him. But Cleo was still staring when Robert straightened up with a fistful of weeds in his clenched palm. Robert saw the tool in Cleo's hand, a curved hand fork that looked like claws. The boys huddled near Cleo were faces he knew from the schoolhouse, the ones who had jumped him on his first day. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What had he ever done to them? He didn't want another beating, especially if those tools could be weapons. Just as bad, if Cleo started something, he might go to the funhouse again. Walking slowly, Robert changed direction slightly, away from the fence where he'd been heading, toward the open corn.
"Was you making up stories on me the other night?"
He heard Redbone call out to Cleo. Redbone's voice surprised Robert so much that he froze. He wondered if Redbone was snatching Cleo's attention away on purpose.
"He gave you a pat on the head like a good doggy, huh?"
Cleo let out a hooting, angry laugh.
"Did you and that sissy hold hands at the funhouse?"
Redbone didn't answer Cleo's taunt, but he glared daggers at him.
"You ain't gonna do nothing,"
Cleo said. He slashed his claw-like tool at a cornstalk, shredding leaves.
"Come on then, boy."
Again, Redbone said nothing, and Robert was glad. If he had to go help defend Redbone, they'd both go to the funhouse for sure. After giving Cleo a long stare, Redbone veered away from Cleo, closer to the comparative safety of the gray-bearded white man riding his horse up and down the path between the stalks.
"Yeah, just like I thought,"
Cleo called. Robert wished he and Redbone could sock Cleo in the nose, but not if it meant more time for Redbone, or another night under a leather strap. Robert bent just long enough to try to fool Cleo's eye. He counted to 10 before he raised himself. Sure enough, when Robert took another peek, Cleo had turned his back to him. Robert crossed rows to keep out of his sight. But the corn to the left of him swished, as if a pack of dogs were moving toward him, or a horse at a full gallop, the tips dancing wildly. The swaying stalks rustled as if to swallow him. A hand curled around Robert's ankle, and his throat caught a scream. Had Cleo come after him so fast? Robert was so startled that he lost his balance and fell. But the laughter was a smaller child's. Blue's. Blue was rolling on the ground beside him, gleeful, holding tight to Robert's ankle when Robert shook his boot to try to free it. Blue had crawled through the stalks to surprise him, and somehow he'd made the corn shiver and quake. Maybe he'd used a hoe to make the corn sway. Blue was supposed to be in the kitchen. "I scared you, huh?" Blue said. What? Robert couldn't speak right away, imagining the quavering corn stalks. He stood up on his tiptoes and saw Boone calling out instructions to the boys working closer to the fence with Cleo. "How'd you get out here? You're supposed to be—" Blue finally released him. His grip had been tight. Robert's ankle vibrated, raw from Blue's cool grasp. "I go where I want to go. You trying to go to the fun house and get me sent too?" Blue laughed, standing up. Blue seemed no taller than a 7 or 8-year-old, not quite reaching Robert's shoulder. But Robert pushed down on Blue's knobby shoulders to make him hunch lower. "You better not let nobody see you," Robert said, hushed. "Not even Redbone. Go back where you're supposed to be. Kitchen's not the same without you and Bone," Blue said, pouting. Had Blue hidden in one of the trucks, crawled through the fence because he was so small? Maybe a hole hidden in weeds. Robert wanted to ask him to draw him a map of how he'd done it. But he knew better. Soon, but not now. Not with Cleo and Boone and the dog so close. Robert couldn't decide if Blue was the most daring kid he'd ever met or the stupidest. Stealing dessert and locking him in the freezer were bad enough, but sneaking out to the cornfield could get him hurt bad. Or killed. Tears stung Robert's eyes. Blue's risks were a bad omen. "Just go, Blue. Please. Go back the way you came. Quick. What you crying for?" "What you think?" Robert said. "Blue, you don't know what the fun house is like. Redbone jumps in and takes your licks for you. It's bad your parents are dead, but you don't want to be in the shed getting whipped. And me neither." "Don't talk about my parents," Blue said. His voice was a knife. He'd become the Blue from the locker room. All hard edges. "Don't talk like you know anything about me." He and Blue would have to fight. That was all. A certain kind of boy didn't learn until his nose was bleeding. Robert had been in only one fight. Papa had said if he bloodied Randall Lawrence's nose, Randall would stop tripping and punching him every chance he got. Randall had still been laughing before Robert stood back up and hit his nose with the side of his fist as hard as he could. Randall didn't laugh after that. Papa said, "You fought if there was no other way." Robert wanted to hit Blue so badly that his lips shook. "Don't you never come back out here like this," Robert warned him. "I came for you, stupid," Blue said. "You think I'd come if it wasn't life or death?" Life or death? Robert glanced in every direction. Boone was still fussing near the fence, and the gray beard on horseback wasn't close enough to hear. Redbone had outpaced him by a long way by now. Robert's mouth and throat dried out as he held his breath. "What?" "Never, ever be alone with Haddock," Blue said. Robert's heart shook him. He thought about the old photo of the dead baby in Haddock's lap when he was a child. He hadn't liked how proud Haddock had been, bragging how he was the only one with guts enough to hold the dead sister he'd never wanted. "That strap," Robert said. "Forget the strap," Blue said. "The whippings ain't the worst. You don't even got the brains to think it up yet. You've never thought of nothing as low as Haddock. You wouldn't even know how." "What, then?" "He does his worst things at night, after the teachers and workers go home, when it's only the dormmasters who do anything he says. Anything. The funhouse ain't the worst. You don't go to Boot Hill from the funhouse. The funhouse don't make you want to curl up and die. Stop trying to scare me, Robert said, although he knew Blue wasn't lying. He'd known when he stood naked while Haddock studied him head to foot. The memory shivered his skin. He treats the band special, Blue said. Likes to win the Christmas parade. So that's good for you. But there's bad mixed in. He'll be watching you. Don't forget. Did he ever bother you, Blue? Robert whispered. He remembered Haddock rubbing his shoulder in the funhouse. Too hard. Too long. The worst of the worst of the worst, Blue said. That's what he is. What he'll do.
Stevens, who you talking to?
Boone's voice boomed. The sky seemed to veer from daylight to night. Robert turned around fast, trying not to look as surprised and scared as he felt. But his mouth was hanging wide. Boone thrashed past the cornstalks to face him, and Robert blinked, hoping Boone was only in his imagination. But he smelled the stink of Boone's sweat and the cigar pinned between tight, angry lips. When Boone reached for his belt, as if to grab his strap, Robert said, "What?" Any empty word to try to slow time or turn it back outright.
You deaf?
Boone said. Robert glanced back to look toward Blue. But Blue was gone. None of the corn swished or swayed to betray his path. Blue had run off, as quick and quiet as a snake. That meant Boone hadn't seen him. Robert's heart hammered with relief. He looked back at Boone, who was still threatening, his hand on his belt. A crow cawed overhead, sounding as angry as Boone. "I was only singing, Mr. Boone. Trying to sing real quiet."
Singing,
Boone said, frowning. His hand fell slowly away from his belt buckle. "Yes, sir," Robert said. "My mama used to wash clothes, and she would sing to pass the time. I think I must have got it from her, sir. I sing when I work, and I've been working, see?" He opened his bulging sack to show him. Boone leaned over to examine his weeds, noting the soil-tangled roots. He nodded, satisfied. Robert knew he'd pulled more weeds than most of the other boys, that he'd been more careful. He had to. The marks on his back were still fresh. "But I sing it real quiet, so no one can hear," Robert went on. "So it sounds like talking, I reckon, sir. I'm sorry if I was singing too loud." He measured his voice, not too easy, not too soft. Then he waited. He'd said enough, maybe too much. Papa said sometimes you had to be quiet to let a man think over what you said. Boone's eyes went to the place where Blue had been standing, as if he could still see his shadow. He stared at the place a long time. Robert's heart quailed again.
You ever see anybody who don't belong?
Boone asked him. "Sir?"
Ones you ain't seen before,
Boone said.
Faces you don't know.
Robert shook his head. "No, sir." He didn't feel like he was lying, until he remembered the boy who'd floated above his bed at the infirmary. Boone leaned close to him with the fierce look he'd had in his eye when he drove Robert through the smoky ghost fire.
You ever do see somebody like that? Somebody who ain't supposed to be here, who makes your skin crawl? You be sure to let me know. Everybody won't see him, but you might, yeah? I know how to get rid of them."
He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch. He laid it in his palm and displayed it to Robert, as if it were jewelry or a gun. The brown leather was frayed, the residue of gray powder at the pouch's mouth.
"This sends them gone for sure, the way they was supposed to be gone already,"
Boone said.
You can help me find them. Finding them is part of my job, and I like to do my job well. You do right by me, you won't have no worries in here.
Find who?
Haints.
Boone said.
Don't act like you ain't seen none. You from Gracetown, ain't you? I know who you is. I know your people.
Robert didn't answer. He only nodded, hoping Boone wouldn't bring up Papa or what the white woman had said about him. Boone put his pouch away, buttoning up the pocket.
They all around here,
Boone said.
Like rats. They come mean and jealous, 'cause you still got life and they don't. They lie. They whisper, run, in your ear, just to see if they can fool you into dying. Then you're stuck, like them.
That didn't describe any of the Haints Robert had seen at the Reformatory. But Boone wasn't just trying to threaten him. He believed it. And Boone wanted to make a deal with him? Did that mean Boone would never send him to the funhouse again? He wouldn't tell Boone about Mama, of course, or the floating boy in the infirmary, or the ones in the funhouse. But Robert pulled his parched lips apart. I saw white boy in the kitchen. Boone grinned. He patted Robert's shoulder, excited.
When? Where?
Robert told Boone about his first day in the kitchen and how he'd seen a white boy stirring a giant pot. He kept Blue and Redbone out of his story in case they might get in trouble, telling as little as he could. As Boone listened, he rubbed his pouch through the pocket's thin fabric, as if touching the place where it rested gave him pleasure.
Hot damn,
Boone said.
Hot damn. I'll get him today.
How? Robert said.
Long as it ain't been more'n 3 days, you can draw a Haint to a spot where he's been. If I sprinkle my powder back where he was, he'll come. And 'cause of my blessing over the powder, he'll be trapped, and he'll shrink down to a pile of ash, a tiny little anthill.
Boone was talking nonsense, except it wasn't nonsense to Boone. He spoke as if he were telling stories he'd always known. Robert had heard about people who used powders and potions, even if Miss Lottie said it was foolishness. Boone grinned more widely than any man he'd ever seen, stretching his teeth from one side of his face to the other. Boone loved hunting Haints, the way Robert's grandfather had loved hunting wild hogs, almost childlike. Robert was sorry he'd told on the white boy in the kitchen. It wasn't his fault he'd had a knife in his back. What if Boone's powder touched Mama, and her spirit got turned to ash? What would happen to her soul? Robert felt sick to his stomach, beyond tears. Maybe I got the place wrong, Robert said.
Nah, boy. Them big pots is up against the back wall, just like you said. Only one place he could have been. You done good. Keep doing good like that, and Boone will make life here easy. I get what I want. You can go back to the kitchen early.
Boone winked.
You can go back tomorrow. You and Redbone, too. The warden's real good to me when I bring him ash for his jar. I'm his collector.
Blue had been right. Robert never could have guessed how low a man had it could be. He wasn't satisfied with beating and hurting boys who were alive. He hunted dead ones, too. 20. The clock on Judge Morris's desk was a shiny copper oddity that seemed to come to life in the bright light through the tall corner window. The face was embedded in the image of an old-fashioned carriage pulled by a horse beneath the driver holding a whip coiled in mid-lash. The clock's muted ticking was the only sound as they waited. Everything in the office, it seemed, was made of wood and smelled like long ago. The chamber was cramped. Only 2 wooden chairs sat before the regal desk, so Miss Lottie and Gloria were sitting while the men stood behind them. No one moving or fidgeting. Miss Lottie now wore gloves that matched her pillbox hat. Silence was a clamp in the room. The judge's secretary outside had said Judge Morris told them to go right in, but she had left the door wide open, and the office felt fraught with waiting accusations of snooping and stealing. Gloria glanced at the headlines in the Gracetown Herald folded on the judge's desk. Cape Canaveral preps for launch in one column, and tensions rise in Korea on the other. Gloria had always found it silly that so much effort went into trying to send humans to space instead of learning how to get along on Earth. Rows of law books stuffed to shelves, brown with regimented black and red stripes across the spine, gilded with gold accents. The book's order held a kind of beauty. These were the books of spells and incantations from John Dorsey's mysterious world. The lawyer was so close behind Gloria that for the first time she noticed his pleasant cologne, an exotic scent she had never encountered in Gracetown. She was surprised and a bit annoyed at how much the scent pleased her. When John Dorsey's stomach rumbled, Gloria smiled at their shared secret.
"Thought some of that chicken was for me,"
John Dorsey muttered. He reached over Miss Lottie's shoulder toward the chicken in foil she was holding in her lap. Miss Lottie snatched the food out of his reach.
"Shoulda had more sugar for breakfast."
A voice broke into the room from the doorway.
"Well, we've got a convention in here."
Judge Morris had slipped in so quietly behind them that his tobacco-roughened voice startled Gloria. Chairs scraped the floor as Gloria stood up and helped Miss Lottie rise quickly to her feet. Mr. Moore and John Dorsey took off the hats. Judge Morris turned his back to them as he hung his black robe on the wooden coat rack behind his office door. Underneath, he was wearing a wrinkled white shirt and black tie. His armpits were ringed with sweat.
"Tell you one thing,"
Judge Morris said, as if continuing an earlier conversation.
"Whoever designed these dang robes wasn't from Florida."
John Dorsey laughed, like Judge Morris was Bob Hope on a USO tour. Judge Morris was the shortest of the men in the room, and John Dorsey stood tall over him as he extended his hand.
"John Dorsey, Your Honor,"
he said.
"From the New York office. It's a pleasure, sir."
Gloria would never have thought to say, "It's a pleasure." None of this was a pleasure.
"Your Honor, I'm Harry T. Moore." "Must be in trouble now,"
Judge Morris said, although he was smiling, almost too much. Up close, his teeth looked like rows of new corn kernels, more yellow than white.
"Oh, no, sir. No one's in trouble,"
Mr. Moore said.
"We're grateful for the time."
Judge Morris closed his door, where his secretary was peeking inside. His smile had wavered, but it brightened as he faced them to go to his desk.
"Y'all promised me some of Rita Mae's fried chicken,"
the judge said, his eyes on the foil in Miss Lottie's lap. Miss Lottie extended her foil package to him. Gloria saw her hands tremor slightly.
"Last night's batch, but every bit as good. Now, who would you be?"
Judge Morris asked Miss Lottie as he took the foil. He sounded like Santa Claus talking to a child on his lap at the Gracetown Christmas Fair.
"Lottie Powell, Your Honor. I'm a deaconess at Christ the Redeemer Baptist Church."
Miss Lottie was taking pains with her enunciation.
"I'm the legal guardian of Robbie Stevens."
The judge's smile wavered again, a tick in the corner of his mouth, but he peeked inside the foil and nodded.
"I'll eat this with my bare hands, if y'all promise not to tell my wife. I'm still a country boy fresh from Misery Swamp."
And he was. Gloria noticed a tobacco stain on his shirt. Mama never would have let Papa leave the house with a stain like that. John Dorsey chuckled.
"To tell the truth, Your Honor, I don't trust a man who eats fried chicken with a knife and fork."
Judge Morris pointed at John Dorsey soberly.
"Amen. And if there's a piece left," John Dorsey went on, "I can take it off your hands." "Not much chance of that, Attorney Dorsey,"
the judge said, and laughed. Gloria tried to keep her astonishment from her face. John Dorsey sounded like he had been meeting with the judge for years. Had she ever heard a white man, never mind a judge, call a Negro man anything except his first name? Or just boy? She searched her memory, from Papa to her teachers to the Reverend, and she could not remember a single time. And John Dorsey was so much younger than the judge, who might be at least 50. Was it because Dorsey was from the North? Or because he represented the national NAACP? Most whites in Gracetown hated the NAACP. Or were they afraid? Was that possible? Gloria thought so, as she watched Judge Morris wipe his sweaty brow with a handkerchief, also stained with spots of tobacco spittle.
Y'all have a seat,
Judge Morris said. He noticed Gloria, an afterthought.
I do believe I remember you from my courtroom.
Yes, sir, Gloria said. Gloria Stevens. I was there to speak for my brother. John Dorsey squeezed Gloria's shoulder slightly, and Gloria remembered the judge had told them to sit down. Judge Morris was already taking his first bite of the fat chicken breast, with a coat so crispy, let it crumble to his touch.
Y'all tell Rita Mae she should have her chicken stand on every corner. I've been saying it for years.
His mouth was half full.
Yes, sir. She ain't humble,
Miss Lottie said, and the judge laughed. Gloria knew chatting was a part of the lawyer's strategy, but their light-hearted voices were insufferable. No one saying why, they all knew they were there. Who knew where Robbie was, or what was happening to him? And the judge and John Dorsey were talking about the humidity in New York, and then rumors that Joe Louis was coming out of retirement because of tax troubles. Gloria tried to read impressions from the judge, the way she had from Ruby McCullum and Mr. Moore, and that terrible deputy on the road. But she'd never been able to command her knowing like a radio dial. The more she tried to read, the less she could see. Just the judge's smile. When Gloria exaggerated a sneeze from the room's dust, all eyes came to her.
God bless you, young lady,
Judge Morris said, and no one else, because they all knew she was faking. Miss Lottie scowled at her. I'm hoping for sure he will bless me, Your Honor, Gloria said. That's why I'm here. Harry T. Moore moved from behind Miss Lottie's chair to stand beside it, a step forward.
We want to discuss the case of Robbie Stevens, Judge Morris.
The smile stayed frozen, but the judge was already shaking his head. He gestured toward Gloria.
Well, this young lady was in my courtroom when I sentenced him to 6 months. Most boys get at least a year. It's half the time.
Every time he said young lady, it sounded to Gloria like a curse. Was he trying to impress the NAACP lawyer with his politeness to Negroes? He was already saying no, and they had barely started talking. The judge found a legal pad on his desk and flipped a couple of pages, ready to argue facts. I didn't get the chance to tell everything that happened, Your Honor, Gloria said. She ignored John Dorsey's hand squeezing her shoulder more urgently.
Nobody's saying he should have kicked the young man,
John Dorsey said quickly.
That boy's in the trouble of his life, Miss Lottie said. I'll see to that. But he's 12 years old,
John Dorsey said.
No trouble with the law before. So now he spent a couple of nights away from home. Maybe got a few licks. Your Honor, we were hoping you might reconsider the sentence. I understand even the young man involved didn't want Robbie charged. A juvenile's parents makes that decision, the judge said. You ought to know that. You call yourself a lawyer.
The judge's smile made his words sharper.
I don't think there's a name I haven't called myself,
John Dorsey said, matching the judge's smile.
But yes, sir, lawyer is one. And I also understand the sheriff's office never formally pressed charges. I'm just pointing out, maybe it seemed like everyone knew this boy couldn't do real harm to a strong football player like Lyle McCormick. And Robbie Stevens, wrong as he was, knew that too. In fact, I'm thinking if word had gotten around too much about it, Lyle would get cracks at school. I wouldn't have wanted that going around about me in the schoolyard or the locker room when I was 16, 17. I expect you wouldn't either.
Judge Morris chuckled.
Heavens, no.
Lawyers are wizards. The judge was listening to him, agreeing with him.
Now, I know Robbie surely won't be talking about it if he comes home, but I can only imagine what kind of talk goes on at the Reformatory, and what talk comes out,
the lawyer said. Judge Morris shrugged.
Bird told Red to leave it be.
Gloria held her breath.
Bird?
John Dorsey said.
County Sheriff.
Harry T. Moore told him quietly.
Red boxed the boy's ear, the judge said. The whole thing with Lau happened in the quiet. Nobody there to see. Bird said if he picked Robbie up like Red wanted him to, word might get out. You're right, Mr. Dorsey. That's why there weren't formal charges. But I still have discretion to impose that sentence.
Despite his smile, his eyes were flinty with challenge.
I had no doubt of that, Your Honor,
John Dorsey said.
I'm only asking whether you can see fit to let this child go home to the discipline of his family so he's not locked up so long with boys who might influence him wrong and who most likely talk too much.
Miss Lottie spoke up. My grandnephew June lives with me. He's working today, but he's like a father to the boy. June will see to it his lesson stays learned, and I'll keep him close to the Lord. I'll have him in church twice a week. The judge stared at his notes.
I don't like to reverse a sentence. No judge does. Commute, Your Honor,
John Dorsey said.
Not a mistake. A mercy. A lesson.
How did his pretty words come to him so fast? John Dorsey lobbed gentle words like grenades, so hard to argue against.
Nothing breaks my heart more, the judge said, than when I don't believe a defendant should be locked up, especially a child. Sometimes I sentence people I've known my whole life, but I'm bound by the law. I gave him half the time.
Gloria was dizzy before she realized how long she had not drawn a breath. Lau pushed Robbie first, Gloria said, more like gasping. Lau was making advances at me. Gloria had never known that words could fill her throat and choke her, but she could barely go on when she saw the judge's eyebrows knit close, incredulous. Robbie thought he was protecting me. He was confused. Just ask Lau and he'll say so. Even Mr. Red knows it. Lau admitted it to Mr. Red. I was there. I heard him. He slapped Lau's face over what he did. Her last words were almost a whisper. Judge Morris was no longer smiling. Telling the truth always broke the peace. Miss Lottie wrapped her arm around Gloria's shoulders, vice-like.
She's plenty upset about her brother, Your Honor. She's almost like a mama to him, too. She's a trusted house girl for Miss Ann Powell. She left school to work after their mama died of cancer. But Miss Lottie's bids for sympathy did not soften the judge's face as he stared at Gloria. Young lady, he said, you are sitting in my chambers, telling McCormick family business. Was that all he'd heard? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Gloria said. It's only for Robbie's sake. You of all people, the judge said, not satisfied, should understand why people don't want their family business told. Too late, Gloria realized the lawyer was frantically tapping her shoulder to quiet her. The judge looked back at the lawyer. He slipped on reading glasses that transformed his face, making it hard to remember his smile. What's the NAACP's interest in this case? Just to bring a young child home, Your Honor, John Dorsey said. You came all the way from New York for that? The judge's sarcasm called him a liar. These two ladies caught up with me while I was here in Florida, and most lawyers won't work pro bono. He hesitated, just enough for Gloria to notice. He didn't want to say the next part. I'm in Florida on my way to Lake County with Mr. Moore. A bigger picture snapped to focus in the judge's eyes. Gloria remembered Papa's stories from Lake County.
about Negro homes and businesses shot up and burned as mobs of whites rampaged after 4 black men, the Groveland boys, were accused of raping a white woman. At the time, it had seemed like other people's problems, long before she'd imagined someone would accuse Papa, too. Now Gloria remembered that mobs had swarmed in Gracetown in the past. Mama had told her. Miss Lottie had told her. Mobs came when Negroes stood up for themselves. A bonfire of pent-up hate and envy, sparked by the lie, rape.
"Y'all got a mess down there,"
the judge said. "Sure do," said Mr. Moore.
"And I do not,"
the judge said, raising his voice, suddenly red-faced.
"want that kind of mess up here."
Gloria jumped at his outburst. Miss Lottie grabbed her hand, squeezing tight. Her bones were knotty and felt nearly bare of flesh. Miss Lottie was halfway to a skeleton already.
"We are all agreed on that, Your Honor,"
John Dorsey said.
"Funny how it don't look that way."
Judge Morris gestured toward Gloria.
"She's here telling me, what, Lau grabbed you and kissed you? Well, good for you. You're the envy of every white girl at Gracetown High, my daughter included."
Gloria winced at his mocking distortion, unable to answer, her face burnt. "It wasn't that," she whispered, but trying to explain felt dangerous.
She has the nerve to be sitting here with her lip quivering when her daddy's a fugitive for forcible rape of a white woman. And y'all must know where he is. Probably each and every one of you in here. Bird would love a meeting with y'all, too.
His threat to call the sheriff sucked oxygen from the room. Would he send an old woman to jail to try to get her to talk about Papa's telephone calls? Try to learn the address of the friend who took in Papa's mail? Gloria wondered if she would say the address if someone beat her hard enough, and she were out of her mind with pain. John Dorsey was the first to gather words.
"Your Honor, we're not harboring Robert Stevens Sr. We're only here on behalf of the son."
Quiet wariness steadied his voice. Judge Morris studied them one by one. He scolded Gloria with his eyes before looking away.
"I'll spend my lunch hour with anyone who's interested in peace, whites and niggers alike. But y'all do not want to go to war. Not with me. Y'all hear me?"
They all nodded and assured him they had heard.
"All right, then."
Judge Morris took off his glasses.
"You ask me. Sheriff McCall is a showboat who likes the sound of his name. But he called Bird, asking why Robert Stevens hasn't been brought to justice when he had to catch 4. And seems like the NAACP would rather set every rapist loose." "No, Your Honor,"
John Dorsey said.
"We choose which cases to back very carefully. Only cases where we strongly believe the defendant is innocent, like men who had confessions beat out of them in Sheriff McCall's jail,"
Mr. Moore said.
"or got hunted down and shot like a wild dog in the woods."
He stopped in mid-thought. Maybe John Dorsey had stomped on his foot. Judge Morris's face tightened. The unspoken words scalded Gloria's mouth. "Just ask, and you'll find out Papa didn't do what the girl told the sheriff. Just ask Miss Ann. Just ask Channing. Go ask the girl herself when no one's there to scare her." But she had seen how angry he got the last time she spoke the truth, so the unspoken words scarred her tongue and filled her eyes with tears. If she called that white woman a liar now, Robbie might never go free.
"Boy,"
Judge Morris said to Mr. Moore,
"don't mistake my remark about Sheriff McCall as an invitation to slander. That jury spoke. Don't try to relitigate that case in my chambers."
A pause came before Mr. Moore said,
"I'm sorry, Your Honor."
Mr. Moore had unsettled the judge, who flipped through his pad, not pausing for reading.
"So now I suppose y'all will come back to try to speak up for Robert Stevens Sr. or send Thurgood Marshall Get us in all the papers, too.
Gloria's heart leaped. Thurgood Marshall himself defending Papa?
Thurgood hasn't been briefed on the particulars of Robert Stevens Sr.'s case just yet,
John Dorsey said, as soon as her hope rose.
But, Yana, since you brought it up,
Judge Morris waited for him to go on.
One of our concerns is that with feelings running so hot about Robert Stevens Sr., it'll affect the boy's stay at the reformatory. I'm sure the superintendent does everything he can, but might be safer in there,
Judge Morris said.
You think of that?
Mr. Moore cleared his throat, a reflex. His tongue must be hurt in his mouth, too.
I've thought of it,
John Dorsey said placidly.
But we believe he's much better off with loved ones. It feels like this thing is a spat between neighbors, kids, really. It's not the boy's fault it's tied to so much else.
Judge Morris sighed, rubbing his forehead. For the first time, he checked his oddly shaped clock, its whip threatening to strike. It was already 12:45, almost the end of his lunch hour. He folded up his foil over his stripped chicken bones and tossed it into his wastebasket. Then he swiveled his chair to gaze out of his tall window at Main Street below, past the ancient gnarled branches of the hanging tree.
I was born and reared in Gracetown,
Judge Morris said.
My father opened the Five and Dime when this town was hardly more than a dirt road on the way to Tallahassee. These are good people who've worked hard to make Gracetown worth something. We're not Lake County. Bird isn't Sheriff McCall.
He seems to need to hear them say how much Gracetown was different.
I was born and reared in Gracetown, too,
Miss Lottie said.
I was kin to Claude Neal, just over the way in Mariana.
The judge's chair squeaked as he turned to glance at her over his shoulder. His lips were pinned tight, nearly gray. Harry T. Moore's breath fluttered with a quiet sigh. In the 1930s, Claude Neal had been lynched after he was accused of raping and murdering a white woman. Miss Lottie had told Gloria about it after Papa left.
One thing I've learned,
Miss Lottie went on,
everything seems fine until it ain't.
And then we come to see it wasn't never fine.
No good citizen of Jackson County is proud of that past,
he said.
But it's the past. It's done with. No one strung Robert Stevens by a tree, did they? Everyone forgets how Flake tried to keep Claude from harm, even got him out of town.
He stopped, voice hitching. He searched their faces and gave up on helping them understand. White and colored in Gracetown had never been easy since Claude Neal. In Mariana, anyone bearing his name had fled. She should have fled too, Gloria thought. Papa should have taken them with him. No one had accused him of murder, but he should have known his family wouldn't be safe. The judge stood up, as if they were in a courtroom. Gloria and Miss Lottie rose to their feet with them. Gloria watched the judge's face, looking for signs of mercy or anger. His smile returned, but it wasn't a smile meant for promises.
This has been quite a visit,
he said, as if they had only come for a casual lunch.
Mighty nice talking to all of you folks. I don't want my town in the headlines. But if Thurgood Marshall's ever passing this way, Attorney Dorsey, I'd like to know what he's like in person.
He was asking about Thurgood Marshall as if he were Joe Louis. For the first time, John Dorsey seemed surprised.
Depends on whether you see him in the courtroom or at the bar after.
Judge Morris laughed, his eyes sparking.
You know, I'd heard that,
he said.
I heard he's a man you'd want to have a drink with. Too bad Gracetown is dry.
And even if it weren't, Gloria thought, where could a white judge and Negro lawyer drink together?
About Robbie Stevens.
John Dorsey pressed. While Gloria waited for his answer, so much time passed that her heartbeat made her lightheaded. Judge Morris made his way past their huddle to open his door. Footsteps scurried away from the other side, so Gloria wasn't surprised to find the secretary and a young man in round eyeglasses, who might be a clerk, standing just beyond the doorway, eavesdropping. The clerk stared, moon-eyed through his lenses.
"I'll take everything you fine folks said into consideration," Judge Morris said, loudly enough for his audience. "Y'all have a nice day."
As they all walked past the watchers, Gloria saw grimness on the faces of Harry T. Moore and John Dorsey. They knew. She wanted to believe the judge had said maybe, but as she took one last glance at Judge Morris's smile, she realized it was a weapon, not a mask. Judge Morris would not set Robbie free. He and the sheriff would not risk making Red McCormick angry. How many times had Mama and Papa told her that Red McCormick owned so much of Gracetown that no one wanted to cross him? And anyway, everyone was so mad at Papa. It had been foolish to come. Just like Mr. Moore said. Tears were stinging Gloria's eyes as they emerged from the colored stairway downstairs, even before she noticed how many whites had gathered in the hall to observe them, lined up on either side of the shiny marble floor. A Red Sea parting. Their eyes were sharp with scorn as they assessed the four Negroes: John Dorsey in his smart suit, Harry T. Moore with his unbowed head, Miss Lottie in her pillbox hat, and Gloria Stevens. That Gloria Stevens. Their angry thoughts hissed in the courthouse's stale, ancient heat. "Know what NAACP stands for?" a woman's voice called from a window booth. "National Association of Communists and Pickaninnies." Several people laughed. Most people. John Dorsey paused as if to answer, but he could not return the joke. His good humor was gone.
"That's right. Get on back to New York,"
a man said.
"Where's your rapist daddy at?"
another called. A rock bloated in Gloria's belly. "Walk faster," Miss Lottie muttered as she leaned on Gloria for support. Mr. Moore touched Gloria's elbow to urge her to hurry, and Gloria pulled Miss Lottie beside her. The rear door by the colored sign seemed miles away, but finally they were outside in the rear parking lot, where Mr. Moore's Ford Model T waited, Miss Lottie's truck just beyond it at the curb. Gloria turned to make sure no one from inside was following them. No, she'd almost been certain they were.
"Damn it to hell,"
Harry T. Moore said.
"Had to try."
Miss Lottie's voice was small.
"We don't talk here,"
Mr. Moore said.
"Get to your truck and get home. Quick. I'll call you later tonight."
Gloria followed his glance to the rear courtroom door, which was now propped open, with two men staring out, watching. John Dorsey rushed into the old Model T, door slamming. Mr. Moore went to the driver's side and opened his door, keys jingling and ready. Gloria and Miss Lottie had gone to Live Oak and found the lawyer like Papa said. And it wasn't enough. The money from Miss Ann, now hidden in Miss Lottie's pocketbook, would not be enough. Nothing might be enough. It was worse than before. Mr. Moore hushed his voice.
"Gloria's not still sleeping out in those woods by the McCormicks, is she?"
"She's with me," Miss Lottie said. "Nobody's coming past Wayman in June."
"Keep clear of Main Street,"
Mr. Moore said.
"Tell your other kin to. Let it settle."
He looked at Miss Lottie like he wanted to say he'd warned her, but he only sighed.
"We've got to move on down the road to beat the dark. I'll tell Harriet I saw you. Come here, sweetheart."
When Harry T. Moore kissed Gloria's cheek, The phantom smell of his skin's charred ash plugged her nose. The certainty of his death was a breathing thing. But not today. He and John Dorsey would be all right today. But would she and Miss Lottie be?
All right now,
John Dorsey said, seeing Gloria's face. He reached to her through the passenger side window, and she took his smooth, dry hand, the one with his golden wedding band. His palm was soft from paper and pen and book pages. Mama's hands. Papa's hands had never been so soft.
It'll be all right, Glowbug. They'll simmer down.
Mama had never allowed her nicknames, but Gloria liked Glowbug because John Dorsey had given it to her. And now John Dorsey was leaving like a ghost she had conjured, and she was afraid to forget a single detail. His handsome face she might try to sketch for herself, the pall malls he smoked, his slicked-down, curly jet hair, the shiny buttons on his suit coat, and his scent, a smell like freedom. Part 5. Haint Catcher. 21. Mrs. Hamilton raised her thin baton, and Robert lifted his trumpet to his mouth the way she'd instructed. 25 boys with their horns and clarinets and saxophones in a half circle around him did the same. But not fast enough. She tapped her baton on her desk, and they all lowered their instruments, with only a stray rattle from Redbone's snare drum in the back. Remember what I told you. Your instruments should snap to attention. Again. They repeated the exercise once, twice, 3 times more. The third time, Robert jerked his trumpet so fast that he bumped his lips, knocking against his teeth. But he didn't move to betray the sting, as frozen as the rest. Mrs. Hamilton smiled. Yes, that's it, she said. All right, on the count of 3, we'll play the scale. As she counted, Robert never took his eye off of her bouncing baton. When the time came to play the first note, most of them started at the same time, with a couple of stragglers. The first note in the scale was Robert's favorite because he didn't have to remember to press a key. The last note, high C, was still his strongest, strung in the air as if it could hang Christmas lights. Mama. Yes, it had to be Mama, hidden inside the trumpet's peel. Mrs. Hamilton smiled at him, as she had in the infirmary. The music lifted her lips. Robert Stevens, you've never played before? Robert didn't know what he should say. The last time he'd answered a teacher in front of other boys, he'd gotten jumped after class. Young man, I asked you a question. Her smile faded quick. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I never played before. Speak after you've chosen the words, Mrs. Hamilton said. She'd been in the army, all right. Don't let your words spill out willy-nilly. Express yourself clearly. From the back, someone sniggered. Maybe Redbone was laughing at willy-nilly, not at him. Ma'am, I don't want to sound like I'm boasting, that's all. You're a talented beginner, Robert, Mrs. Hamilton said. There's nothing to boast yet. You won't be here by the time you'd be ready to play first chair, God willing. But yes, you have a talent, and I'd like to see you nurture it once you're back at home. Yes, ma'am. His face burned, then cooled from the pleasure of her compliment, yes, but more from hearing her say he would go home. After the funhouse, he had begun to doubt it. Robert glanced farther down the row to Darren, the husky teenager who played first trumpet, and Darren nodded at him, raising his trumpet's bell in salute. Robert smiled. He wished he'd been in band his first day, or that band time didn't speed by so fast. Robert was still smiling when he saw a shadow from the open doorway, tall and lean, with a wide Stetson stretching clear across the floor. And then, Warden Haddock was standing at the bandroom entrance, as if an instant's joy had summoned him. Robert's shoulders drew close to his neck so he could disappear. Mrs. Hamilton saw their eyes on the doorway, so she turned to see who was there. Robert thought she stiffened when she saw Warden Haddock, but only a little. Like Mama, she did not seem afraid of white people, even one who was her boss, or at least she didn't want them to see if she was. Her smile in her profile was polite but tight, as if her jaw might clench at any time. "Supervisor?" She greeted him from behind her smile. Warden Haddock took off his hat and cradled it to his chest in a way that made Robert think of Haddock's dead sister.
"Heard the boys. Thought I'd pop in."
"Nearly half are brand new. Some only yesterday," Mrs. Hamilton said, an apology.
"Nonetheless,"
Warden Haddock said, and only then, for just a flicker, did his eyes skate to Robert's, finding him right away, just long enough to thrash Robert's heart.
"I thought I'd take a look-see. Whole town will be watching on parade day. You'll march past the mayor's booth."
"I certainly aim to make the Gracetown School for Boys proud." She had never said sir to him, even though in every war picture Robert had seen it was always yes, sir, no, sir.
"I'll wager you'll do just that, Marion."
Mrs. Hamilton's smile sharpened from the extra force behind it. She did not like to be called by her first name. She was itching to say it, but she didn't. Mama had been the same way. Warden Haddock stood in a silence so long, they all heard a hog's dying squeal from a faraway chopping block. Some boys worked with the butcher, leaving the aluminum sink in the dormitory pink with blood when they washed their hands at night. The cry was horrible and so human that Robert wondered if it was only a hog dying. He was glad when the squeals went quiet. "Help you with something else, Supervisor Haddock?" Mrs. Hamilton said, and Robert felt the other boys let out gentle breaths with him. None of them had breathed while he stood so close.
"Any of these boys giving you trouble?"
"No. The boys in band are very well behaved." He leaned over and said something into her ear as quickly as he'd glanced Robert's way. While Mrs. Hamilton listened, only the smallest piece of her smile remained. When she nodded, he grinned and put his hat back on.
"I'll be waiting,"
he said for the class to hear. "I'll see to it," she said, and an unspoken sir softened her voice. She didn't like what he'd said, but she would do it anyway, and knowing that made the warden grin. He spun away to leave the room, playful in a way Robert had never seen. The light through the doorway was brighter without his shadow. For the rest of band practice, Robert wondered what the warden had said in Mrs. Hamilton's ear. Blue had said things in the cornfield that made Robert wonder if Warden Haddock did whatever he wanted with women who worked for him. The reformatory had polluted Robert with ugly thoughts. Mrs. Hamilton seemed to know he was thinking about her because from time to time, her eyes came to his and then quickly away as if they had a secret. He got a funny feeling when she looked at him, like he wanted to be with her all the time and see her the entire day, and like he would kick anyone who tried to bother her, even if it was Warden Haddock. She made him feel like he mattered, the way Mama and Gloria and Miss Lottie did. Robert's distracted thoughts made him fumble through the exercises in the music primer, and he thought she would chide him when band class was over. As he walked closer to her to leave, by himself since Redbone was still ignoring him, Robert tried to think of something more interesting to say than, "Bye, Mrs. Hamilton," and wondered what she would think if he said something like, "Your hair looks very nice." His face flashed hot again as he imagined saying it. "Mrs. Hamilton," he said, lingering near her as the last to leave the practice room. "I'll practice my scale in my head before I got to sleep, like I did last night. She smiled, but her smile was flimsy and sad. "Robert, stay behind, please. Supervisor Haddock wants to see you." Robert's ears rang from his heartbeat. Redbone, who was already halfway down the steps outside, turned his head to look back at them. "What for?" Robert said. "He didn't say," she said. "Can you think of why he might be calling after you?" Robert glanced at Redbone, who looked away, his face stormy. Maybe Redbone thought Robert would snitch on him because he covered for Blue the night of the funhouse. If Redbone thought he was so low, he was no kind of friend. Maybe nobody made any friends here, and Robert had been so careful not to get in trouble. He didn't talk to anyone or play around, so he hadn't been late to the farm truck, the band room, the classroom, or the dorm. Not once. He'd been first in line. He'd picked more weeds than the other boys. He'd seen it with his own eyes. "I don't know, ma'am." It took all of Robert's resolve to hold back his tears, but Mrs. Hamilton saw his tears. She put a hand on his shoulder, and the sob fighting from his throat died, although his throat still burned. "There's no reason to assume the worst. I just thought you might know about something. If so, please tell me." Then suddenly, Robert knew. Someone must have seen Blue talking to him in the cornfield. Blue was the worst of bad luck. Mrs. Hamilton saw Blue in his face, too. "There's something, and you just don't want to say," she said. "Is that right?" Robert couldn't shake his head to deny it. She went on. "And it involves another person you don't want to get in trouble." Without wanting to, Robert glanced toward Redbone, who loved Blue so much that he'd taken his licks for him. But Redbone darted away and was out of sight. "Now, you listen carefully to me, young man," Mrs. Hamilton said, and her voice was so commanding that he couldn't have stopped listening if he tried. "I don't have to tell you how badly boys get punished in this place. I don't like it, but those are the rules. And since you just got out of the infirmary, I hope you'll remember how you ended up there. If Warden Haddock ever asks you a question direct, you tell him the truth. Every time. He won't ask you a question unless he already knows the answer. Do you understand?" Robert shook himself from paralysis and nodded his head. "I can't hear you," Mrs. Hamilton said, just like a drill sergeant in Sands of Iwo Jima. "Yes, ma'am. I'll tell him the truth." And why shouldn't he? What had Blue done for him except get him in trouble? No one had told Blue to come out in the cornfield when he wasn't supposed to. Blue said he had come to warn him about the warden, but Robert wouldn't need warnings if Blue would leave him alone. Warden Haddock might give him double the lashes this time, or worse, drag him away like the teenager he'd seen in chains. Robert had watched every older boy's face in the cafeteria to try to see that kid again, but he hadn't found him yet.
"Everybody don't go home,"
Boone had said. "Stand up straight, Robert," Mrs. Hamilton said, "and wipe away those tears. I'll walk over to his office with you. And I'm going to wait until he's done and walk you to the schoolhouse." Then, quietly, she said, "Be strong, like your father. Can you try to do that?" Robert nodded again, almost smiling. Crutcher had spoken kindly of Papa, too. "Come on, then," she said, and she held out her hand to him. Robert was startled. Miss Lottie still held his hand when she crossed Main Street with him, but he had already forgotten how adults treated children, or at least how they were supposed to. He hesitated so long that he was afraid she would pull her hand away, so he curled his fingers around hers harder than he meant to. "It'll be all right," she soothed him, "as long as you tell the truth." And he would, Robert vowed. He would tell everything. As Robert walked hand in hand with Mrs. Hamilton down the steps, he couldn't stomach Redbone's burning, wondering eyes as he passed. Redbone brushed close, pretending to trip on the stair, and he brought his lips to Robert's ear for a whisper, as faint as a breath.
Better not say nothing about Blue.
22.
You like Coca-Cola?
Warden Haddock said.
I don't mind mine warm, but I picked you up a cold one from the machine.
He offered the green-tinted bottle across his desk of files and neatly stacked photographs, past his candy jar. Sunlight from the window behind Haddock made the bottle glow. "Thank you, sir," Robert said, although he didn't like Coca-Cola since Mama died. Mama had kept a bottle or two in their icebox, stashed in the back. If you drank Mama's Coke, there'd be hell to pay. The taste of it made him miss her. Haddock's teeth were frozen.
If you like a thing, you smile, don't you? When the superintendent gives you a cold Coke?
Robert tried to smile and failed. Then he imagined Mrs. Hamilton sitting close to the door, watching the time passing on the clock, waiting and listening in case anything went bad. She had said to tell the truth, so Robert said, "I'm too scared, Mr. Haddock. I feel like you think I did something wrong." He smiled.
Relax and drink your Coke, Robert. You're not in trouble.
Warden Haddock said it like the idea was ridiculous, as if he hadn't just beaten his back bloody while two men held him down, as if the boy, bound like a hog, hadn't called Warden Haddock the devil himself. Robert didn't believe Haddock, but he sipped at the frigid bottle anyway, and the sugary syrup stung his mouth while he imagined Mama pouring Coke over ice in one of her good glasses at dinner, her treat at the end of the day. He would have preferred tap water to the fizzy Coke, but he swallowed half the bottle before he knew it, because Warden Haddock was watching. His throat was grateful for the cold, at least.
Boone tells me you have a gift, son.
The word son made Robert nearly cough. Warden Haddock's eyes melted with what seemed like affection.
You're a spotter.
Now it was coming. Now Haddock would ask him to betray Mama. "Sir?"
A spotter. You ever seen war pictures? When snipers up on a hill or in the window want to kill an enemy? They need a spotter to make calculations so they can do it right.
Warden Haddock crossed his elbows across the desk, leaning closer to Robert, ready to tell secrets he didn't want his secretary to hear, or Mrs. Hamilton, even if she was listening as hard as she could.
This school is stinking with haints, Robert. All of Gracetown stinks with them, but here most of all. Anyone who grew up here knows that. Don't pretend you don't.
Robert tried not to think of Mama, to keep the tears from his eyes, but Mama was all he could think about, as if she were hiding behind Warden Haddock's door. And wasn't she? Would she give the warden a headache now to save him from having to lie? "Yes, sir," Robert whispered.
I need someone who sees them regular, not just once in a while. Someone who can track them and show me where they've been. I haven't had a good spotter in a long while. Boone says you're the best he's ever seen, and he's been here since 45, going on 5 years.
Robert's hearing phased in and out as his heart pounded, and he fought against tears and held his face steady as the awfulness twisted his stomach. The social worker had told him to be invisible to the warden, and somehow he'd become an outright marvel. Bad to worse in a heartbeat. He would never get out in 6 months now. Robert tested a lie. "I've only seen the one in the kitchen, Warden Haddock."
That's not true, son,
Warden Haddock said, and Robert swooned in his seat at being caught. His mouth lost all moisture. He shook his head to try to explain.
The fire
Warden Haddock said.
You felt the fire. Not all haints are human, Robert. A big enough corruption can be a haint, too. Boone said you flinched in those flames, like the fire was still burning, like you could see every face. He knew what you could see as soon as he met you.
I didn't see faces in the fire, Robert said, after the warden waited for him to say more. He had seen faces in the funhouse, but he didn't want to tell on those. It just felt hot, smoky.
But chances are you will. You will. I want you to visit the spot each day, just like one of our tracking dogs. I want you to get familiar with the scent, learn the stink of the dead. I used to see him as a boy. A lot of us Gracetown boys do, don't we, Robert? And if the moon's right some nights, I still see a shadow in front of my window, just the size of my baby sister. My wife can't see her, only me. You don't know angry till you've met an angry baby, Robert Stevens. There's something they don't teach you in church.
Warden Haddock winked, a flutter of his right eye.
Now, I know what you're thinking. She's got the right to haunt me of all people. I'll give it that one.
Robert froze his face so his eyes wouldn't widen to show his shock. He thought maybe, just maybe, the warden had done something bad to his sister when he had seen the old photo proudly on his bookshelf. But was Warden Haddock admitting it to his face? And who would believe his word against the warden's if he tried to tell? Robert's heart sped as he feared the warden might spell out exactly how he had done it and force him to hear about whatever dark room he had killed his baby sister in. Robert didn't want to hear another word. Would the warden beat him if he asked to leave the room? Send him to Boot Hill after he knew?
I think it's only right,
Warden Haddock went on,
for me to leave my sister's spirit alone and my mama's memory. A youngin' like I was can't see all the bigger pieces of a thing. She's still blood kin, temper or no. No real man is afraid of a few broken windows or a missed night's sleep.
He waited to see if Robert would speak, but Robert could only stare at him, forgetting he should never look a white man in the eye. Even when he remembered to look away, he couldn't. Warden Haddock said he wasn't afraid of his sister's ghost, but another story was buried in the creases of his quivering crow's feet. Warden Haddock looked away first, tapping a pencil on his stack of photos.
It's the other haints on this land. Those are the ones I won't tolerate. They're trying to give my school a bad name. All a man has in the world is his name. Your name outlives you. You might as well know, Robert. Boys died here. Quite a few have, in fact.
When Robert's throat closed, he remembered his Coke and tried to force down another sip. The cold glass made his hand shake. Warden Haddock picked up a file folder in front of him and fanned through the pages, a breath of hot dust.
By my research, I'd say there's about 60 in the official records since the school opened at the turn of the century. Another, I don't know, 30 or so may not be so official.
He said it in a sing-song, a math problem that puzzled him. He studied the page his finger had stopped on.
Give or take, let's call it 100 haints on this land. I'm sure I'm still missing a few. The truth is, no one knows for sure.
He threw the file down, sending more dust into Robert's nose. Robert finished the rest of the math in his head. That meant 2 boys died a year at least.
Now, before you get the wrong idea,
Warden Haddock said, stern again,
those numbers got jiggered way up by the fire. One fire in 1920 killed 25 boys. It's the biggest tragedy in the history of this county. Maybe worse in the state. I don't know of any tragedy worse. Do you?
Rosewood was worse, according to Miss Lottie's stories, but he hadn't felt the killing fires in Rosewood the way he had here. Besides, Rosewood's screaming Negro men, women, and children wouldn't count as a tragedy to Warden Haddock. "No, sir," Robert said.
You're damn right. It's a hell of a thing for an institution to bounce back from. Tongues are still wagging 30 years later. The mayor, the town council, the governor's office, they all wanted to shut down Gracetown School for Boys. It was my first job. I was a bricklayer, and good-paying jobs weren't easy to come by. Still aren't, Robert. Not for swamp boys like me. I put down the foundation for your dormitory with these 2 hands. Then, just like that, they wanted us gone. We're too big to shut down now, but the wrong kind of stories make it hard to keep order, Robert. It's all meetings, instead of seeing to my boys.
Warden Haddock wanted Robert to feel sorry for him, so Robert nodded.
And about your daddy, the warden went on.
Robert couldn't keep from squirming.
You know this about me by now. I'm a man of God and duty.
Warden Haddock said. An outrageous lie. Warden Haddock was a master of lies, and maybe a baby killer, too. Still, Haddock gazed at Robert with soft, wet eyes.
The fun house. What happened between you and me was duty. I didn't lay down that strap as hard as I could have. Every lash gave me a goddamn headache, Robert. And I respected the way you defended your father. When you spoke your mind, you knew good and damn well you could say the wrong thing and swing from a rope. But you said, "Yes, sir, that white bitch is lying."
The room spun until the warden winked again.
I've even told the story a time or two, how you spoke your mind. Half the town, including the sheriff, knows she only made it up to cover bruises from her drunken boyfriend, and the other half are swamp trash who couldn't spell investigation with a dictionary. Now, there's plenty I don't like about your daddy, who is a communist, make no mistake, but the Constitution says free speech, and I'd be a hypocrite to lay a finger on you over a lie. I'm saying all this, Robert, because you need to understand. I'm not a monster. Like all God's creatures, I've made mistakes. I made my worst one when I was younger than you.
Robert thought of Warden Haddock as the boy in knee pants, holding the baby he'd killed on his lap. With a smile,
I'm only saying this because if you can get your heart around this endeavor, being my spotter, we can be a great help to each other, Robert. You can help me clear the stink out of Gracetown School for Boys, and I will ask the judge to let you out early.
He pushed a form toward Robert and turned it right side up so Robert could read it. Petition for early release, followed by, on the next line, Stevens, Robert E. Jr. It was the first time Robert had ever seen his name from a typewriter, so official and important. Only the blank signature line waited. The white paper shimmered like gold.
Spotting is an honor system, Robert. Boone says spotters sometimes don't tell all they could. See it as being tattletales. Start to feel like they're hunting down innocent boys.
He searched Robert's face, nodding, when he found the floating boy from the infirmary in Robert's eyes. Oh, God help him, maybe Warden Haddock saw Mama, too.
So you'd better know this. There's nothing innocent about Haines. They say one thing to your face and whisper how to die in your ears when you're sleeping. They want you to keep 'em company. What's 6 months or a year or 10 years to a haint? The worst haints are children. always bored and wanting to play. Haints only want what they want, not a damn thing you want. They can't be bargained with, can't be trusted. Haints will sure enough get you killed.
Robert's memories of the pathetic Haints he'd seen must have been plain on his face.
Ah, I see, the warden said. They're already getting to you, trying to make you feel sorry.
He didn't want to get stabbed in the back, Robert said, thinking of the white boy in the kitchen. He tried to make himself believe the boy was a bully like Lyle McCormick, or the ones who yelled nigger as their shiny yellow school bus rolled past him in glory on the road. But more likely, that white boy in the kitchen had been just like him. Another boy who had waited to get whipped at the funhouse and wanted to go home so bad that his stomach burned. Tears came to Robert's eyes before he could stop them. Robert flinched when Warden Haddock reached toward him. A fresh white handkerchief lay in his hand, embroidered like a doily Mama had put under drinking glasses for company.
"Wipe those tears, son," Warden Haddock said. "Those are the last tears I want to see. Don't worry. I'm not sore at you for crying. At least now you see how Haints will trick you, fool you with their form. I've been working here long enough to tell you no boy has been stabbed to death in that kitchen. I bet it was a big knife he made you see, huh? He's just telling you spook stories."
Yes, it had been a big knife, like a butcher used to chop through bone. But the boy had died somehow, hadn't he? He wouldn't be a Haint otherwise, and Robert had felt the past flashes of pain as soon as he'd walked into the kitchen. More than one boy had been stabbed there. He had to keep reminding himself that Warden Haddock's lies sounded so sweet and true.
"You know how he probably died,"
the warden said, again, as if he could hear Robert's thoughts.
"I'd wager $100. He died running away. Now, this is where my hands are tied. The state says we can't tolerate running. How would that look? The state can't leave boys in our care, and then we let them run loose. And sometimes boys who run die. It's a nasty fact. They have poor judgment. Cross the street wrong, get hit, or dragged trying to jump the train, fall in a ditch. There's hypothermia in the cold, heat stroke in the summer, and sometimes a dog will catch 'em before the dog boys can pull 'em back. That's an ugly business. But even with all that, they still try to run. It's the scourge of my work here, Robert. My duty in the funhouse was to try to save your life. And now we'll start again on a different foot, you and me."
Warden Haddock reached down and raised another Coke bottle from his lower desk drawer. He extended his half-empty bottle across the desk, waiting for Robert to clink it.
"Let's collect those Haints,"
Warden Haddock said.
"Once and for all."
Robert hesitated, knowing with every part of him that he should not toast with Warden Haddock. He finally did because the warden's eyes narrowed, his anger ready to return, and his leather strap was in plain view on the wall. The ting of their glass bottles as they touched was off-key in Robert's ear, making his stomach roll. It felt like the worst thing Robert had ever done. He imagined Mama screaming out in pain. Music was her place with Robert, not the warden's. Was there a way to take it back? But what if I only see one, sir? That one in the kitchen?
"Oh, you'll see more than one," Warden Haddock said. "If you're half the spotter Boone says you are, I guarantee it. Especially if you want that early release."
Robert glanced down at the form again, typed up with his name. He thought of his soft bed and glorious rabbit stew served in his favorite bowl. No more funhouse. Ever.
And
the warden went on, hesitating, as if he hated to put the next part in words.
that's the only way to be extra sure that nothing happens to your friends. The warden's spotter gets extra protections, Robert. You'll see that right away.
Robert heard the threat in the words the warden had disguised as a favor. Warden Haddock lifted up a large mason jar from somewhere under his desk and displayed it on the desktop. It was empty, except for about 2 inches of red-gray ash at the bottom, so fine it could be dust. The jar was maybe 8 inches high, with a sealed top and a raised image of a king's crown on the glass. The word crown stabbed through the glass below the picture. Haddock kept his hand across the top of the jar, like he thought it might fly away.
This was a jar for a pint of liquor,
Warden Haddock said.
but now it's my collection jar, Robert. Take a good look at it. Believe it or not, that's about 10 years' work. We haven't got far, as you can see. We've only collected a handful, but once you set Boone loose with his traps, we'll have more. They leave evidence behind once they're gone. That's how I'll know you're doing your job right. Each one you help Boone catch, that's a day you go home early. But don't you worry. Like I said, this place is stinking with haints. You can help Boone catch 20, 30 without half an effort. Once you've caught 10, I'll take off a full month's time.
The ash sat dead in the sunlight, burning through Warden Haddock's window. Robert peered more closely to see if even a fleck would stir, but none did. The ash was truly dead. "What happens to them?" Robert said.
Nothing happens. They're just the way they're supposed to be. Gone. Like it says in the Bible, Robert. Does the Bible talk about haints roaming free? Does Jesus say, bless these haints and let them prosper?
Robert wasn't sure, so he shook his head. He didn't think so.
You're damn right it don't. Haints are unruly, Robert. A good church boy like you can see that. You can't capture a person's soul in a jar. The soul belongs to God. This is just what's left. The parts that should have been gone already. A shadow of the flesh.
Robert felt himself nodding his head. He had heard Pastor Jenkins say, ashes to ashes, dust to dust at Mama's burial as they lowered her wooden casket into the ground. Maybe Warden Haddock didn't lie about everything. He had told the truth about killing his baby sister, after all. But 10? Could he betray the Haines he'd seen in the funhouse? The boy who died of pneumonia, floating in the infirmary? The charred boy who'd walked near his bed? Could he betray all of them so he could get out? Robert started counting the Haints he'd seen in his head, adding up the cost of his freedom.
I'll even help you. Since sometimes it's hard to tell haints and the living apart,
Warden Haddock said.
I'd like you to start with this one. He's awful dangerous. He died in the 1920 fire.
Warden Haddock picked up a photograph from the pile on his desk. This time, he stood up and walked behind Robert's chair, leaning over him to place the photo practically under his nose. All of Robert's skin prickled with the warden so close, like a bear was standing behind him. When Warden Haddock rubbed Robert's shoulder, Robert's eyes stared at his long, pale, pink fingers instead of the image on the photograph. The warden wore a gold wedding band. Robert wondered if the warden's wife knew him even a little bit.
Go on,
Warden Haddock said.
Take a look.
The photograph was charred blackness, a burned shell of a wall, and a circular heap of bones tangled together. The charred bones reminded Robert of a football game when both teams piled on a ball that had gotten loose, except They were in a perfect O shape and swirls like the pattern on a peppermint lollipop. Because Boone had driven Robert through the ghost fire, he knew things the photo didn't say. They had all hugged each other when the fire surrounded them. They had died together, not apart, but he couldn't see faces. The faces had been burned away. "I don't," Robert started to say, and then Warden Haddock let go of Robert's shoulder and pointed to the center of the pile with his index finger.
"Middle of the pack. That's the one. Name's Kendall Sweeting. Must have died from suffocation from the smoke. Hardly had a burn on him. Maybe the rest were trying to protect him. He was the youngest in the shed. God as my witness, Robert. I want this one most of all."
Robert followed Warden Haddock's finger to a clear portion at the center of the circle where a child was curled on his side as if he were in a womb, his face upturned, perhaps posed that way. He might have only been sleeping. Robert's throat drew shut, as if he too were gagging on thick smoke. He could not breathe, could not remember ever breathing. The boy in the photograph was Blue. 23. Robert could barely catch his thoughts after he left the warden's office and told Mrs. Hamilton everything was fine and saw relief soften her kind face. His shock at seeing Blue in the photo made him doubt the sight of the twilight sky above him and every blade of grass beneath his feet. Warden Haddock wasn't lying this time. Robert had seen with his own eyes. If Blue wasn't alive, if Blue wasn't real, could he trust in anything he thought he saw? He had touched Blue, talked to Blue. Robert's skin rang with the memory of Blue's fingers around his ankle in the cornfield, and the way he'd laughed and laughed. Who was real, and who wasn't then? What about Redbone? Did Redbone know Blue was long dead? Of course he did. So many things made better sense. How Redbone had lied to Boone the first night and said he'd been the one telling stories about boys running away, not Blue. How Boone had ignored Blue when he took him and Redbone out to the funhouse. How Blue had slipped out to the cornfield. And Redbone's last words to him had been, "Don't say anything about Blue." Robert wondered if Redbone might be a ghost too. And who else? Was he a ghost himself? Robert didn't want to be near the other boys until he saw Redbone, so he stood waiting for him beside Twin Pines outside of the cafeteria near the supper line. He stood near the garbage dumpster that was so close to the cafeteria door that it was hard to separate the smell of their dinner and rotting food, both clogging his nose. He'd been hungry most of the day, but now his appetite was gone. As they passed him, two boys he'd warned in the cornfield when Boone and the watchers were near nodded and said, "Hey, Robert." But Robert barely noticed them. He also barely noticed when Cleo brushed past him with a rough bump of his shoulder and a sneer. He'd been afraid of Cleo in the cornfield, but not anymore. Robert didn't glance Cleo's way, staring straight ahead, and he barely heard Cleo say,
"Yeah, you better not do nothing,"
before he moved on. Robert stood statue still, while all around him boys jostled and joked in line for supper. Robert kept looking for Redbone, afraid he'd see him, afraid he wouldn't. But he was more afraid he might see Blue. As soon as Robert thought Blue's name, Blue appeared like the ghost he was in a row of boys walking toward him, grinning from ear to ear. But when Robert gasped aloud, choking on his own tongue, he realized the boy was much younger than Blue, and he and his friends had nearly identical plaid shirts he had never seen Blue wear. No, it wasn't Blue, Robert reassured himself 3 or 4 times to try to calm his heart. Robert had considered Blue almost a friend, at least on the way to being one. But now, every moment he'd spent with Blue felt like a violation. Blue had locked them in the freezer, slamming the door behind them, and then what? Floated in the air? Marched back and forth through the wall until he was bored? And in the locker room, he'd appeared like a phantom from behind Robert's locker door. And then there was the cornfield. Robert had known something wasn't right about Blue being in the cornfield the moment he'd felt his touch.
"Stevens!"
Boone called. Robert spun, afraid everyone within earshot knew. He might have jumped 10 feet high if his muscles didn't feel like rocks. No. This was all wrong. He was supposed to see Redbone first, not Boone. He wanted to undo and unsay everything that had happened in the warden's office. Boone wore a leather pouch around his neck. He gestured.
"Come on,"
he said, and pushed through the line toward the cafeteria's double doors. He stopped walking and turned, frowning when he saw Robert hadn't moved.
"Show me where he was at. It ain't gonna hurt you none."
All eyes were on him now. Robert had imagined a meeting in secret at the rear kitchen door, not a proclamation in front of every boy in line. Robert darted toward Boone to keep him from saying the awful thing out loud, that he was a haint tracker. He helped the warden hunt down boys who had already died, boys the warden himself might have helped kill, like he'd killed his sister. Some of them did seem to know, the way they cleared a path for Robert and stared questions at him. Even the boy who reminded him of Blue was staring. "Let's go," Robert whispered, mostly to be away from their eyes. Inside the doors, heat and the smell of over-steamed vegetables swamped Robert as he followed Boone to the building's left side, away from the cafeteria and toward the kitchen and back. Redbone was in his white cap, pushing a mop. Warden Haddock had already put him back in the kitchen. Redbone stopped mopping when he saw Robert. Boone was so intent on walking to the big metal vat against the rear wall that he didn't tell Redbone to get back to work. Boone surely hadn't seen the loathing in Redbone's face. Robert gave Redbone a shrug he hoped would look like an apology, but Redbone's dark eyes sharpened on him as if he knew his every secret thought.
"Where was it again?"
Boone said.
"Show me where you saw that haint."
Why had he said it aloud? Redbone's face changed to a pale shade, melting away into an expression that reminded Robert of Papa's when he had sat at Mama's sick bed.
"That floor's wet,"
Redbone called out.
"I just mopped it." "Don't seem wet to me,"
Boone said, and kept walking, and Robert had to follow. He couldn't make himself look at Redbone. The floor wasn't a bit wet, or even clean. It had tracks through spilled flour in places. But Boone didn't catch Redbone in the lie because Boone was only interested in the vat, where Robert told him a haint had stood. Why had that white boy shown himself? Why hadn't he been more careful? White boys didn't belong in the kitchen, not even as haints. Robert tried to convince himself this was all the haint's fault. He even tried believing Warden Haddock's claim that the haint hadn't been stabbed in the back. He only showed himself that way to make people feel sorry for the victim of such a low-down, cowardly act, or to try to scare him. All the storybooks and picture shows were about haints scaring people, hurting people even.
"Tell me where he was at, and I'll sprinkle all around. If I had enough powder, I could do the whole kitchen."
Boone surveyed the floor and finally frowned.
"He said he mopped this damn floor."
But instead of yelling or threatening to send Redbone to the funhouse, Boone reached into his pouch, the floor forgotten, and pulled out a salt shaker full of red-brown powder. "What's that?" Robert said, although he knew everything except its name.
"Gopher dust,"
Boone said.
"Fresh batch I just scooped from my grandmama's grave. That's what draws 'em. Sprinkle goofer dust where you saw 'em last, and they'll come right back. Must smell like frying bacon to a starving man. Long as the trail's fresh, they'll come back and get caught. And they sure enough turn to dust, like a little anthill.
Robert felt sick to his stomach as he remembered the warden's proud jar of dust. "If you're dead, stay dead," Blue had said, with his own mouth. "Right there," Robert said, all the while praying that Mama had never come near this spot, that she had stayed far away from the kitchen.
"Speak up, boy. I can't hardly hear you."
Robert didn't move his arm from his side as he stuck out his index finger ever so slightly to point to the corner beside the vat. Robert could still remember the boy's freckles as clearly as the knife. That's where he was standing. And then he walked through the wall.
"That right?"
Boone caressed the wall nearest the corner as if he might find a soft spot and walk through the wall his own self.
"This spot here?"
"Yes, sir." Robert wasn't sure. He hoped not, but it might be. Boone rubbed his palms and paced like he was about to feast on the beef stew simmering in the large pots on the oversized stove. The carrots had been overcooked to a dull, sickly shade, nothing like orange, and the meat alongside them had turned gray. The smell made Robert feel sick. This day, this week, this year made Robert feel sick. Boone was squatting in the corner, and ordinarily Robert might have laughed because his pants were tugging down low past his butt crack. He looked back at Redbone to see if he might be smiling, but the crushed look on Redbone's face lashed Robert, so he turned away as fast as he could. Redbone would never be his friend now. Tears nearly snuck from Robert's eyes, but he wiped them away while Boone wasn't looking. Boone was shaking powder from the salt shaker, oh so carefully. He could have been drawing a picture with the grave dust, the way he took his time.
"This here's my trap,"
Boone said, and backed up a step, still shaking dust out in a careful way so he wouldn't spill a fleck.
"And I'll lay out a trail from where he was standing. Right here?"
Robert nodded. Right next to the big pot, like he was stirring it. Robert had to admit, he felt a twinge of excitement now. The way he'd gotten past feeling bad for the rabbits Papa had hunted with him and concentrated instead on the thrill of finding their hiding places and timing the buckshots just right. Once he'd shot a rabbit's head clean off, leaving the rest perfect for stewing, and Papa had put his hand on top of his head and said,
"Great shot, Robert."
Not Robbie, not Junior, which he hated, and reminded him too much of Uncle June, but his full name spoken aloud as if to remind him they were both the same. Boone surveyed his work when he was done. A thin, barely visible line of dust about 12 inches long led from the spot in front of the vat to the corner of the wall, where, indeed, Boone had drawn what looked like a loose circle. The trap was obvious if you knew what you were looking for. The haint might catch the scent and follow it to the circle like a lit match. "What happens now?" Robert started to ask, but his words were snatched away by a keening scream between his ears like nothing he had ever heard before. Heard wasn't the right word, because it wasn't his ears. It was in the place where he'd heard Mama's voice in the funhouse. A secret place beyond hearing. But it wasn't Mama. Not this time. The sound was barely human, but Robert knew in his bones that it was the boy with the knife in his back.
"Well, I'll be God damned,"
Boone was saying. Robert thought he was hearing the sound too, but instead, Boone was pointing at the wall.
Look here."
Boone raised such a fuss that other boys gathered behind them, curious. At first, Robert didn't see anything except the circle in the floor, but then Boone raised Robert's chin to look up, and he saw what looked like pale dust motes gathered in the air above the circle, with lazy swaying as they floated toward the floor. The way Papa had described snowfall, these fell with a loose order inside the circle, never outside, clinging more tightly as they fell, until they grew to a small pile, an inch-high gathering of gray, dead dust, with a peak at the top like a mountain. And small as it was, it seemed like a mountain, because the air had conjured it.
"He was right here,"
Boone said, slapping Robert's back so hard that it hurt. But Boone hadn't meant any harm, because his face was full of that too-big grin.
"Must have been standing close by the whole time. I ain't never seen one call so fast. Ain't never seen one, not like that."
Boone looked at Robert with wide-eyed wonder, the way a small child might.
"I knew it,"
Boone said, nearly whispering.
"Soon as I drove you through the flames. Most boys, they don't feel a thing. Maybe just get an itch. But you felt it all right. You felt every lick."
Boone watched and waited to see if more dust would come or the pile would grow. But it had all happened within a few breaths. If neither of them had turned their heads, they would have missed the falling dust and only seen the pile left behind. Boone's hands were shaking as he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a laboratory tube and a brush like the one Mama used to paint her cheeks, and a miniature dustpan. Working carefully again, like an artist, he swept up the dust and shook it into the jar, hissing behind his teeth if he dropped a single speck. The dust wasn't as impressive in the jar, a thin layer across the bottom, but it was perfectly visible. Boone admired the jar in the light, and all of the boys behind them tried to see it too. At the bottom of the tube, the prick of a miniature firefly's flare came and went so quickly that Robert was sure he was the only one who'd seen it. He couldn't have named the color. Not golden, not bronze. Something in between. Robert turned to look for Redbone among the watching boys, but Redbone was gone.
"Look it. He's a haint catcher,"
Boone said.
"All of y'all hearing bumps and jumping at shadows can rest easy now. We won't have no more haints in the flour bags and under your beds."
The boys, now 10 or 12 of them at least, let out a cheer. The sound of their celebration helped unlock Robert's stomach and make it seem less like he might throw up. Instead of thinking about the white boy with the knife in his back, who had actually died long ago, Robert took in the happy eyes and smiles all around him. Would it matter if Redbone wasn't his friend? He would have many friends now. When Boone looked down at him, Robert wondered if it was sweat or happy tears falling from the big man's eyes.
"Warden Haddock's gonna be so pleased,"
Boone said.
"When the warden's happy, we all get a piece. And you gonna eat, have all the sweets you want. No more cornfield, no more kitchen. The only job you got now is catching haints."
His face glowed. Before Robert could finish fixing his plate of stew and runny mashed potatoes, the younger boy, who'd fooled him because his height was so close to Blue's, was tugging on Robert's shirt to ask if he could sit at his table. "Haints keep me up all night," the boy said. Up close, he was gap-toothed, nothing like Blue. "Me too," said another. "Bad enough we stuck in here, but we got haints too." Robert had filled a table before he took his seat. A crowd of boys raced for the seats nearest to him, then at the edges, until all 8 seats were taken and a few boys were left standing with their trays, jostling for space behind him.
"You got some nice boots,"
a cross-eyed boy told Robert.
"Where'd you get 'em?"
"From my papa," Robert said. He was glad to speak of Papa with pride instead of shame. Every boy agreed they were the finest boots they had ever seen.
"You gotta have good boots to be a haint catcher, you know,"
one said wisely. Robert told the boys how he'd caught the kitchen haint, although it was a flimsy story because he'd only pointed the way. He remembered how Redbone exaggerated his stories and added, "I could smell where he was, like a coal burning in the stove." 2 or 3 boys gasped like it was the most amazing thing they had ever heard. In return, the boys told Robert how the captured haint had surprised them around corners and hidden in the cabinets and whispered curses in their ears. How once it had spilled a whole bag of rice on the floor and gotten 3 boys sent to the funhouse. How it had left a burner lit and caused a grease fire. Every wrong they could imagine, it seemed, was laid at the feet of the haint Robert had caught. Robert almost believed every word. Sleep was impossible. Robert didn't feel natural sleeping on his stomach, but his back was still sore, and the awful heat in the dormitory still hung everywhere, made worse because every breath he took felt used up by someone else, and Robert's mind was racing in circles. All he saw when he closed his eyes were those odd flecks of dust falling from the air into a pile, and he heard the awful scream. He remembered the freckled face of the boy with the knife in his back. A stranger had stabbed that boy to kill him, but Robert might have stolen his soul. Thinking of it, Robert trembled despite the heat. "I'm sorry," he whispered through tears. Redbone had not looked Robert's way once before bed, avoiding him in the shower room, the radio room, and the dorm before the lights went out. Robert had hoped to explain himself to Redbone, but what could he say? He was a haint catcher. Everyone knew it now. And what if Mama was drawn to that spot like the stabbed boy? Would he return to the kitchen tomorrow and find another small pile of dust? Robert was so anxious to know that he wanted to fling off his thin blanket and sneak out to the kitchen to see. Only his memory of the funhouse kept him in bed, his mind wide awake and worried. Although Robert was on his stomach, his scarred back sweating in the dark, he felt someone above him, just out of his sight. The tiny hairs across the back of his neck quivered, and the sweat on his back changed to ice water. He hoped it was Redbone ready to talk to him at last, a daring move after lights out. But even before he turned his neck slightly to try to see, straining his muscles, he knew it wasn't Redbone visiting his bed. Robert's eyes looked up. Only his eyes moved, and he was relieved no haints were floating above him in retaliation. But then he saw a kneecap. Someone was sitting cross-legged on his headboard. Someone small with impossible balance. And he didn't have to look further to know it was Blue. Blue still smelled like the cornfield. Now that Robert noticed it, he smelled faintly of soot. "Don't you touch me," Robert whispered, "or I'll call for Boone." He sounded braver than he felt. His heartbeat was banging hard against the mattress. "That was wrong," Blue said, not a whisper, but not loud. "What you did to Clint?" Well, if that didn't beat all. A haint telling him he was in the wrong when a haint had no business trying to talk to living folk. Robert was ready to tell Blue to go back where he'd come from, but hot shame clamped his mouth. Another tear came to the corner of his eye. "I tried to tell you, didn't I?" Blue said. "Haddock's the worst of the worst, and now you doing just like he said. So that makes you the worst of the worst, too.
Leave me alone,
Robert whispered. That was real dumb, making it look so easy, Blue said. All you had to say was, oh, the ghost was here, not there. Played him along. But I guess you wanted to look good, huh? Lick Boone's shoes. Now it's gonna look way worse when you can't find no more. He's probably gonna send you to the funhouse pretty quick.
I know where there's plenty more, Robert said. He didn't want to say it. He knew Blue was right. But he didn't want any hate to have power over him. Blue leaned over then, his neck impossibly long as he forced himself into Robert's view. Blue's face waved in front of him like a snake's head at an impossible angle, and Robert squeezed his eyes shut to try to keep from fainting.
Go away. Hadn't Blue told him? He only had to tell a haint to leave him be. Had that been a lie? You scared?
Blue was closer than ever. If Robert had opened his eyes, he might see Blue's eyes staring right back at him. The sooty smell was stronger now. Shut up, for I call Boone on you too. Robert could only manage a whisper. Robert heard a clang so loud that he almost fell out of his bed. 2 boys near him stirred in their sleep, but they didn't wake. He wondered why everyone didn't sit up. But then he realized no one else had heard it. Just him. Blue had made the noise somehow, tweaking Robert's nerve endings just enough to make his eardrums vibrate inside. What else could he do? Okay, stop, Robert said, his eyes still squeezed shut. Sorry. I won't tell Boone. You sure are dumb, Blue said, as if Robert's dumbness were as big and vast as the night sky, admiring it almost. Not the dumbest I've ever seen, but pretty damn dumb. And I've been here 30 years. 31, really. You know what we call y'all? Tumpers. 'Cause we hear those heartbeats going boom, 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 boom. Like yours, right now. He laughed. Robert opened one eye just a little, and he saw Boone's teeth in the moonlight, hardly an inch from his face as he laughed. Those teeth looked too white and sharp, like a wolf's fangs. But maybe he imagined the pointy tips. Haints weren't like Count Dracula, were they? He squeezed his eyes shut again. When he opened his eyes, Blue's teeth didn't look like fangs anymore. They were only baby teeth. He looked younger all the time. You got a problem now, all right, Blue said. You give him a taste, but they can't have no more. Clint's the only taste they get. You could live the whole rest of your life and never make up for what you did to Clint. Not in 100 years. You might go to hell already. Robert smothered a sob into his pillow. Part of his anguish was feeling sorry about Clint, especially now that the haint had a name. But mostly he was scared of the funhouse, and more distantly, he was afraid of the hell he'd heard Pastor Jenkins talk about from the pulpit. Have you seen hell? Robert heard himself ask. The clang assaulted the inside of Robert's ear again, burning where he couldn't touch it. What you think? Dang, you're dumb. Did he show you his photos of the fire? I bet he did. He's so proud of it. You think that wasn't hell? Burning alive? Was Clint in the fire? Shut up, Blue said, hissing soot into his face. You don't get to ask about Clint. We ain't none of your business. Don't you say his name again. Do it. I dare you.
Tiny drops of pee escaped between Robert's thighs, but he clamped his bladder tight before he could wet his bed. He held his breath, but he couldn't quiet the thump-thump in his chest he was sure Blue could hear. Each heartbeat seemed to shake the world. "Since you're so dumb, I'll put it like you can understand," Blue said. "If you tell Boone where to put down any more of his poison dust, you so much as point in my direction, or anyone else, I'll make sure your mama gets trapped too. I'll call her right to the spot." "No," Robert said, too loudly, sitting up in bed. A boy across the room shushed him with an angry shh. But Robert was the only one in the dorm sitting up in the rows of beds. Blue wasn't sitting on his bed's thin brass headboard. Of course not. He was floating above it, legs still crossed like he was at a campfire. "You heard me," Blue said, bobbing as he floated, "and there ain't nothing you can do about it. She follows you around, but you know that, don't you? You can feel her, can't you?" Robert felt himself nodding his head. "She don't belong here," Blue said. "She ain't like us. She didn't die here. That's why you can't see her like you see me. She's just fighting to be here, trying to look after your dumb ass instead of moving on, like she should. She smells sweet as cream. Nothing evil about how she went. Bet she went with all of y'all around her saying, 'Oh, Mama, how we love you so much.' Didn't she? Holding hands and singing songs. It would be a mighty shame, wouldn't it, if she got caught in a trap that wasn't meant for her? If your mama was in Haddock's jaw too?" Robert nodded again. Tears flooded his face. Blue's mockery of Mama's dying was unbearable. "Please don't," he whispered. "Please." Blue grinned. Still nothing but baby teeth. How had he ever thought Blue was the same age as Redbone? Blue had been only 7 or 8 when he died. Nowhere near 12 like him. "Please, please," Blue said, mimicking him behind his smile. "You know Haines catch her now, are you? Now the Haines caught you." Robert breathed faster, trying not to sob too loudly, his throat afire with grief and dread. Blue stared at him a while and finally seemed to feel sorry for him. "Do what I say," Blue said, "and I'll leave your mama be." Robert nodded so hard and fast that he dizzied himself. "What can I do? I never wanted it. He made me—" "Shut up," Blue said, with that hiss in his voice again. The grin gone. "I'll help you stay out of trouble with Haddock. You messed up bad already, but I'm gonna fix it so Clint ain't in that jar for nothing. I'm gonna get him out, and every other boy he's caught so far. They're not gone? No thanks to you," Blue said, "but they gotta be buried and prayed over, or set free in the creek." The word "set free" electrified Robert, of course. But none of them will want to go while Haddock's still here, before he's paid for what he's done. This time, the pounding of Robert's heart had nothing to do with fear of punishment. The idea dawning on him was so awful that his heart sped just to imagine it. The fire? That's right, Albert Einstein. Course he set that fire. But why? Blue scowled at him. There you go being dumb again. 'Cause he's a killer, fool. He's a raper and a killer. He's been a killer his whole life. He poisoned his daddy's favorite hunting hound.
He smothered his baby sister with a blanket. You haven't figured that out yet? Why you think he stays on here where nobody troubles him? Where he has say over everything? He took it too far, killing us all at once like that. People noticed. So now, he does it a little at a time. And he's scared to death of the hints coming back, in case we might tell, in case we prove it.
Can you? Robert whispered. Can you prove it?
No, I can't. But you can.
Prove it how? Robert said.
He showed you pictures, didn't he?
Just one. The one with you. The circle all around you. Everybody burned up. Blue didn't say anything for a few seconds, and Robert expected to hear the terrible clang again from the way his face turned so hard.
That ain't the only one.
There's more.
The ones he looks at in private. The ones he doesn't want anyone to see. He's got his own dark room in his shed 'cause he can't take that film to a 5 and dime. Him with naked boys and other ones from the fire, posing and grinning. He can't help it, see? He needs to look at all his pictures every day. He's too scared to keep them at home 'cause he thinks his wife might find them. So he locks them in a drawer in his desk. Nobody has the nerve to go near his drawer. Not even his secretary. Not even me. He's got a heat trap under his desk. Everyone's scared of Haddock.
Robert was scared of Haddock, too. And more scared now that it was dawning on him that Blue expected him to somehow steal the warden's most precious hidden possessions.
So, for now, you keep playing along, Blue said. Act like you're out hunting hates. I'll try to find you at least one more. One of the SOBs who used to work here died in the fire too, but by accident. He didn't know if he chopped open that door the flames would come flying out. He's not so bad now, I guess. Keeps clear of us. But he did plenty of bad while he was living. I'll let you know where to tell Boone to put the dust down, so it won't catch nobody but him.
When?
You just gotta wait. You'll see me when it's time. Then Boone will keep on hooting and hollering, and Haddock will feel like he's on top of the world. Then, you gotta get those photos in his jar of dust. You'll climb out his window when he isn't looking. Blue made it sound like he only had to snap his fingers. Blue might as well have said he would need to storm Omaha Beach without an army.
Then what?
Robert said. What you think, dummy? Blue said. Then, I'll help you run away.
Part 6. Lower Spruce. 24. Gloria was shaking again by the time she got back to her cramped room at Miss Lottie's and burrowed beneath a quilt to cry. A slow unraveling. This guilt was a new feeling, inflaming her grief about her family's dead and missing. A hot spear stabbing every pain she tried to bury. She saw Mama's slack-jawed face on her deathbed pillow, where Gloria had sat and stared too long, wanting to look away and yet not able to, chronicling each missing movement and breath, while Robbie wailed and kicked the wall, and Papa paced the garden outside Mama's window saying, "Oh, dear God, oh, dear God," in a stranger's helpless voice. Until Mama died, he had never stopped believing she would get better. Papa had been good at everything outside of the house, but almost nothing inside except to threaten a whipping. He could not make himself wash Mama when she was too weak to use the outhouse or the corner tub. so Gloria had wiped away Mama's watery stool and seen to the folds between her legs. When Gloria had needed the back porch Robert Stevens to help her, instead he had leaned on her. He had come home less than before, working longer hours.
"We'll need the extra money,"
he always said, and moved his meetings farther away. A sob tore at Gloria's throat as she remembered how she'd been robbed of school, which Mama had said was her only chance every day for the last 3 months of her life. Her last words to her before her mind was gone: "Don't quit school. Go to college." When Mama was senseless with pain and medication, Gloria had begun lying to her, promising her she wasn't missing class. Every lie to Mama haunted her now that Mama was gone. Gloria had been so good a liar that Mama had believed her. It was a new, loathsome idea. She could lie to her own dying mother. Gloria wailed, her face hot in the pillow to stifle the sound. Because that wasn't even the worst. The worst was how instead of freeing Robbie like she'd promised Papa, she'd ignored the advice from Mr. Moore and even John Dorsey, who had known better too, but hoped to make up for a boy in Live Oak he couldn't save. She had stirred up the courthouse, which meant she might have stirred up the town. This day felt worse than Mama's dying. She hadn't caused Mama to die. If she and Robbie had stayed on Lower Spruce in Miss Lottie's house, they never would have met a McCormick on the road. Thinking of Lyle touching her while Robbie watched with shock, then the way Lyle had pushed her up against his gate at night and rubbed his body against hers, made her remember the deputy on the road and the plans in his mind. She smothered herself in the pillow to try to contain her scream. Gloria only quieted when she was afraid Miss Lottie might come to check on her. She couldn't stand the thought of adding a single ounce of burden to Miss Lottie.
"Hurry, check the back."
A man's voice. When she opened her eyes, the sky had dimmed through the sheer curtains, and she heard a burr of voices from the living room. June and Miss Lottie, but also others witnessing trouble. Gloria sprang up and tottered to the doorway. The living room was crowded. Except for June and Miss Lottie, all of them were peeking through the front window facing the road. Mr. and Mrs. Hatchett and Leroy Jenkins, the pastor's brother. June took off running, full out running toward the kitchen, the other way. Mr. Jenkins was heaving up and down with a wheeze at the window. He'd been running too.
"All of y'all get away from that window,"
June barked, angry.
"Get down low."
"What's going on?" Gloria said. No one answered, which made the scene more troubling. Mrs. Hatchett took Miss Lottie by the arm to lead her to the couch. Miss Lottie looked tired, as if she'd been asleep too.
"Gloria, go fetch Miss Lottie a glass of water. Go on."
Gloria worried for Miss Lottie and wanted to demand to know what the fuss was, but the fear in the room was thick and urgent, so she turned to follow June to the kitchen.
"Truck, down at the corner," she heard Mr. Hatchett report. "Big red one."
"Told you," Mr. Jenkins said, still breathing hard.
"There's 5-6 riding back."
A strange truck in Lower Spruce might mean the Klan. In the kitchen, June was pulling down the blinds to block the jalousie windows in Miss Lottie's rear kitchen door. He'd grabbed his shotgun from its hiding place behind the fridge, had it propped on his shoulder, finger on the trigger. Gloria's heart clamored. "They said there's a truck," Gloria told him, though he looked like he already knew.
"That light,"
he said, pointing, and she flipped the kitchen switch off. The kitchen went dark, and the crickets chirped more loudly through the open windows, but there were no other sounds. The curtains glowed faintly with gray light. Gloria hazarded a peek from the window's opposite corner. Nothing was moving between Miss Lottie's clothesline and the mango trees where her truck was parked. Even June's work shirts hanging from the clothespins were petrified and still.
"What you doing, Glo?"
June said. Gloria let the curtains fall shut. She'd forgotten about Miss Lottie's water. Sorry, She reached into the fridge for Miss Lottie's cold mason jar. Her fingers were shaking again.
What I mean is, what you doing?
Uncle June said.
You better decide. You gonna curl up and cry? You gonna go hide under the bed?
Is it the Klan? She said, speaking her worst fear. What will they do, Uncle June?
You done crying? Tell me yes or no.
From the living room, Miss Lottie's phone jangled. Mrs. Hatchett answered, and she sucked in her breath from whatever she heard. Then she slammed down the phone. No doubt someone had called with a threat or bad news. Miss Lottie asked who had called, and Mrs. Hatchett said no one. I'm done crying, Gloria said, although her eyes wanted to flood.
All right, then. You carry Miss Lottie her water,
June said.
Real calm like. Don't get her excited here.
Yes, sir. June spoke so quickly she had to strain to hear him over her heart's pounding.
Then you take her to her room. Make sure she's clear of that window. Keep the lights off, or they'll see you better than you'll see them. That old oak blocks her window pretty good, so you peek out from time to time. See what you see.
Gloria nodded.
Look for fires,
June said.
If you hear gunfire, try to see the muzzle flash.
Uncle June was telling her the things he would tell a soldier, she realized.
You know where Mama's pea shooter is?
The laundry basket was in Miss Lottie's room, on her bed. She'd carried it in herself when they returned from the courthouse. Yes, sir. Gloria's slamming heart made the room seem dimmer. Papa had taught her how to shoot squirrels and rabbits with buckshot, but she wouldn't trust her aim with a pistol. Shooting into the dark?
Don't even think about firing that gun at a white man, unless you're about to die first. Not 'cause you got scared and jumped.
Yes, sir.
But if you got to shoot, don't shoot blind. Eyes open and keep shooting. And all of us will get to the truck. I parked it out back. Tank's full and I've got the key in my pocket. I've been staying ready for these SOBs. If you see me run for that truck, follow behind. No matter what, you get Miss Lottie to that truck. That's your only job, even if you gotta carry her.
Why don't we just go now?
Too late now,
Uncle June said. Outside, a vehicle's tires growled across the road. A man yelled something Gloria couldn't understand, but she knew the angry sound. The strange truck might be right in front of the house.
Remember what I said, Uncle June said, hushed. You squeezed that trigger by accident. They'll burn down Lower Spruce. But they might anyway. So don't fire it until we're all done for. All you can do then is take a few of them, too. God sorts out the rest.
Yes, Gloria said, fully agreed. She wished the deputy from the road in Live Oak would come. A wish so fierce it sped her heart. But then she saw ashes, a heralding, not a memory, and her heart iced. There would be burning tonight. What would Papa do if he were here? Gloria knew the answer. He would run. Papa had run already. Running had been the answer for Robbie all along, and she'd been foolish enough to go to the courthouse.
Go on,
Uncle June said.
Get Mama out of the front room.
Where's Wayman? Gloria asked. June and Wayman were not Miss Lottie's biological children, but she had raised them both since the time they were Robbie's age. While they were gone for the war, at times Gloria had wondered if Miss Lottie would worry herself to death. June was kin, and Wayman found his way to her somehow. They both talked about how she cut switches from her yard to keep them in line, as if she'd done them a great service. Just like Miss Lottie said her mother in her slave cabin had cut switches to beat her children because she said it was better if it came from her instead of Massa.
Wayman can take care of himself,
June said.
Go, Gloria. Hurry.
Miss Lottie walked slowly, so Gloria tried to take her time walking with her, despite her anxiousness. Gloria flicked off a bare bulb in the hallway, and the house beyond the kitchen went dark, except a faint glow from the windowless bathroom. Gloria held Miss Lottie's slightly trembling hand as she led her through the dark. She knew the house from memory enough to reach Miss Lottie's open doorway. Her room was an inky cavern. Miss Lottie had so many clothes that 2 racks of dresses lined her bedroom doorway to make a path to her pink canopy bed, a long-ago retirement gift from Councilman Powell. So high, she needed steps to climb to it. The bed was more regal than the bed where Mama, said Miss Lottie, had kept Ma'am's feet warm. Gloria led Miss Lottie through her collection of memories to a bed. "Where's my water?" Miss Lottie had sworn she didn't need more after 2 sips, but now she sounded panicked. Gloria had kept the mason jar, knowing better. "I've got it." Miss Lottie drank in thirsty gulps, her hands struggling with the jar's weight, so Gloria helped her steady it. "Do you need your heart pills?" Gloria said. "They in the bathroom?" Miss Lottie shook her head. "Stay here," she said. "With me." Outside, a white man was shouting. He was too far to make out his words, except niggers. "Is Wayman in the kitchen with June?" Miss Lottie said. "Did he come back yet?" "Yes," Gloria lied. The easiest thing to say. Uncle June had said to keep Miss Lottie calm. Headlights swept across Gloria's face through the open blinds, as if God wanted to shine a light on her lies. And Miss Lottie knew. Gloria saw it in the flash of her wide, probing eyes. Gloria rushed to the window to close the blinds like Uncle June had told her to. The headlights were coming from the back, not the road. Who was driving in Miss Lottie's yard? Once the blinds were closed, Gloria rushed back to the bed to find the laundry basket, feeling for the ribbed wicker. She banged her ankle on Miss Lottie's steps to the bed, but she barely felt the pain while she looked for the gun. "Gloria," Miss Lottie said sternly, "is Wayman here or not?" More angry shouts outside. "No, ma'am." Gloria did not want her dying words to be a lie. "What?" Miss Lottie's voice rose in alarm. "Wayman's not here, not yet." "Then why'd you say—" But Miss Lottie did not finish. Anguished, worse than a rebuke, Gloria wished she could take back the truth when she heard Miss Lottie's whimpering sobs. She had seen Miss Lottie weep only once, at Mama's funeral. Miss Lottie's crying twisted her insides with shame and dread. Gloria wrapped her fingers around the butt of the .22. She didn't have the time or light to check the chamber, so she went to the window, led by the moon. "This loaded?" Gloria said, hoping Miss Lottie could hear her over her crying.
5 shots. Bullets in my closet, top shelf. In my hat box."
Miss Lottie held back her sob.
"You see anybody?"
Gloria looked for movement in the shadows. No, the silent hulk of Miss Lottie's truck waited in the moonlight, ready. We should have run. Gloria saw herself in the truck at another time, racing the truck along the railroad tracks, past rows of slash pines, Miss Lottie beside her, racing toward the woods. Someone waiting in the shadows.
"Where's Robert Stevens?"
In the backyard, a stranger let out a yell. Gloria almost dropped her gun when her knees buckled in fright. The voice sounded not farther than 10 yards away, maybe 15. Instinct made her pull back from the window, but she remembered Uncle June saying to watch for fire. She peeked out again, trying to see past the tree. Glass broke from the other side of the house, probably the living room window. Out front, Mrs. Hatchett screamed, and her husband told her to stay down. Someone was out back. Someone else was at the front. Maybe the house was surrounded. Cold facts came to Gloria lining up.
"Gloria,"
Miss Lottie said, still a whimper.
"you smell kerosene."
"No, ma'am, but the entire room might smell like kerosene." Gloria's nose was plugged with her own hot breath as she panted by the window.
"You tell me the truth,"
Miss Lottie said.
"I can't smell anything. I was in my bed, and I thought to myself, Who's that fussing outside? Who's out there yelling to raise the dead?
You mean now?
My mama say,
Lottie, you smelled that kerosene?
they pour it to make the fire burn quicker. They'll pour it on your skin, you give them a chance. Then you'll be blacker than black.
Miss Lottie was talking out of her head, and white men were circling the house. The world folded in on itself, and Gloria held her breath until her dizzy feeling passed. She'd almost forgotten the lesson she'd learned from Mama's illness. People seemed fine, until they weren't fine at all. Just like towns, like Gracetown. Gloria watched the truck, waiting to see if Uncle June would start shooting or give her a signal. To keep from being afraid, she felt herself wanting it to happen. The nozzle of her gun tapped lightly against the edge of Miss Lottie's closed window.
You're not in old times with your mama anymore, Miss Lottie.
For a moment, Miss Lottie was silent, mulling that over.
Don't die in no fire,
she said.
Any way but that.
Yes, ma'am, Gloria whispered, not sure what she was promising. She was just glad Miss Lottie sounded in her right mind again. Maybe the broken window had taken her mind back to the old days, like Wayman sometimes jumped when he heard loud noises since the war.
They don't care who it is, man, woman, or child,
Miss Lottie said.
Once it starts, they don't care. They'll treat you like you ain't from the same God as them, like they the devil.
Gloria thought of the hard-eyed deputy on the road who wanted to drag her to the woods.
I know, Miss Lottie.
If you gotta run, go on and run,
Miss Lottie said.
Uncle June said,
and I'm telling you, don't wait on me. Please, Gloria. Please, child.
She was begging.
It's bad enough Wayman's out there. They burned it all. My grandpa's house, his barn. I was a child. I was fast, and so was Mama. So we lived. We ran to the woods and hid. That's what you'd better do. You only live through it if you're quick.
They're not going to burn us, Gloria said.
How do you know that?
Miss Lottie hissed, both a whisper and a shout. Gloria didn't know how she knew, but she did. She saw fire, plumes of black and gray smoke, and excited golden flames, but the fire was not destined for Miss Lottie's. A fire was burning somewhere else. Was Robbie on fire somewhere? The Reformatory? But no, that didn't seem right either. That fire had been in 1920. This one was new.
I just know it, Gloria said. Same way I always know.
Mama used to ask me things. That satisfied Miss Lottie. She went back to her quiet whimpering over Wayman. She told Gloria that whites had remarked to her that Wayman had changed since the war, how he unnerved people as he paraded to church in his army uniform every Sunday. Wayman said he liked to remind people he had shed blood, and he might shed blood again.
Is Wayman all right?
This was the first time Miss Lottie had ever tugged on Gloria's knowing like Mama used to. Gloria tried to know about Wayman, but part of her didn't know how to try. Her flashes came on their own. The harder she tried, the less she knew.
I can't see that now. I can't see everything.
Another window broke. It might have been the window in Gloria's room, right beside them, where she had been sleeping until only minutes ago. Gloria peeked through the blinds again toward the truck. Still, no Uncle June. No headlights, no engine. But the light-colored shirt at the end of the clothesline was flapping unnaturally, coming to life. Gloria peered more closely, trying to see. Was her eye fooling her? A shadow bobbed in front of the shirt, closer and closer. Rapid footsteps crushed twigs and leaves as a man, was running toward her, right at her, as if he could see in the dark. What was the point of yelling a warning? Gloria raised her pistol and backed up 2 steps, waiting for the window to break. She kept her hand steady on the trigger by remembering Uncle June's advice. She couldn't shoot just because she was scared. If he just threw a rock, she would not shoot. If he just yelled out epithets, she would not shoot. But if he had a gun, or tried to climb into the room, or if she saw fire,
"Let me in,"
the man said at the window. He tapped hard, but not enough to break it. Gloria's plans left her, trigger finger tightening. "It's Wayman," Miss Lottie said. Before Gloria could move, Wayman already had coaxed the window halfway up. When Gloria added her strength, the window squealed in its frame, raised high enough to let wiry Wayman through. Then they both slammed the window behind them. Wayman locked it.
"Goddamn crackers. One of them tried to come right out back,"
Wayman said. He saw the gun in Gloria's hand and snatched it from her.
"Girl, give me that for you hurt somebody."
Then he stumbled out of the bedroom, crashing through Miss Lottie's clothes racks. Miss Lottie called after him, but his footsteps were racing to the front of the house. Wayman smelled like smoke. The Klan had burned down her cabin. Gloria guessed before she saw the thin gray smoke rising out from the McCormick's way. Her knowing sharpened, and she fixed on a sadness that told her everything she owned was gone. But she had to wait through the night to hear the story, because the cars and trucks never stopped their ruckus up and down the street. Gloria thought Sheriff Posey might come, but Miss Lottie told her he wouldn't unless someone got killed, and maybe he wouldn't come even then. They all agreed his deputies probably were the ones making the most noise. Gloria wondered if the deputy who had taken Robbie to the courthouse was outside with the rest of the angry white men. When no fire came at Miss Lottie's, Gloria slept beside her in her bed fit for a queen. At first daylight, Gloria woke beside Miss Lottie and walked past Mrs. Hatchett sleeping open-mouthed on the couch and went outside to join June and Wayman on the front porch. It was strange to see so many people milling early in the morning, up and down the street in the sad sunlight. No one going anywhere. Men in sleeping clothes in their yards or on their front porches at every house. Wayman had put on his Army private's uniform, his Sunday clothes, and sat on Miss Lottie's porch rails with his legs swinging, a sentry daring someone to trespass. Uncle June stood beside him with his shotgun in plain view. Across the street, Clyde Frazier, the barber, had his hunting rifle, and Mr. Hatchett paced his porch with a baseball bat over his shoulder. Lois Spruce wasn't ducking and hiding anymore. Let the Klan come, then. The last of the whites were congregated near a truck at the far end of the street, about 10 or 12 who looked like teenagers. A few of them had shotguns or hunting rifles. It felt like a standoff in a Western picture, except everyone had been up all night and was too tired for shouting. Still, no sign of the sheriff. But she saw the smoke's haze to the east. She turned away, trying to ignore the acid twist in her belly. "What are they doing?" Gloria asked. Wayman spat.
"Wishing they had more nerve. Look at 'em. What we been so scared of?" "We'll see,"
Uncle June said, watching. Then Uncle June and Wayman shared a look, and Gloria figured what was coming. "Just say it," Gloria said. "You think I don't see the smoke?" Wayman looked surprised, mopping his face with a handkerchief, and soot came off. In the daylight, she could see his hair was flecked with white ash. He nodded, glad she had guessed so he would not have to tell her. "What happened?" she said.
"I was cutting grass over on Grove Street when this guy, Jake, grabs my arm and about pulls me off my feet. Looks scared, like Manton Moreland and King of the Zombies."
"Just get to it," June said.
Jake says, Clarence headed down to your little cousin's house, and I say, come on with me to see after her then. And he just looks at me like I'm crazy. These scared country Negroes, I swear. I didn't know if you was in that cabin or not, so I went as fast as I could.
He told her how he'd borrowed a friend's car and driven out in time to see 2 or 3 trucks turn off McCormick Road to the rutted dirt path that led to her cabin. He'd parked behind a fallen tree and gone the rest of the way on foot. The trucks had parked at the front of the cabin, so he'd gone around back and whispered her name, tapping on the windows, trying to rouse her.
I saw this on the wall and snatched it through the window,
he said. He picked up a small gold-tinted picture frame he'd been keeping beside him on the railing. Mama and Papa's wedding photo had been on the nail next to the stove. The frame's glass was cracked, but the photo was untouched. Mama had a laurel wound into her hair, and Papa's hair and mustache were styled like Nat King Cole's. Wayman must have carried it with him through the woods and through Miss Lottie's window, and had kept it with him to give to her when she woke. Wayman had never done such a kind thing for her. Gloria hugged him. When soot rubbed off on her, she wondered which room the ashes had come from. Which memory was touching her lips?
That's all I got. Sorry, cuz,
Wayman said. Gloria nodded, trying not to think of her bedroom, or Mama's clothes, or Robbie's toys, and the other photos, lost. Thinking would make it real. She'd promised Robbie she would bring him home, and now she had no home to bring him to. She pulled clear of Wayman's smoky scent.
Then I got the hell out of there. I stayed hid while it burned in case they'd leave. Thought I could go in and save some things. But they stayed to watch. All of them took bets on if you were hiding and you'd come running out on fire. She'll come through that window. No, it'll be the door. I tell you, if I'd had June's gun, we'd all be burned up,
Uncle June said.
Or swinging from a tree. Red McCormick finally drove out. Told him to go home before they burned down his turpentine farm. He was mad in a hornet. He had a truck. Made him douse it with water. Dumb as hell, setting a fire so close to McCormick land,
June said, shaking his head. Did he ask after me? Gloria said.
Nah. They just said, nobody's home. But I didn't know my own self till I saw you.
They fell into a hard silence, all of them realizing how close she'd come to dying. What would the men have done to her if she'd tried to escape? Or if they'd seen Wayman? Gloria let herself remember Mama's bookshelf behind the dinner table. Her Zora Neale Hurston, W.E.B. Du Bois, Langston Hughes, Lewis Carroll, and Anna Julia Cooper books, some of the pages marked with old receipts, grocery lists, mementos. Gone. Gloria would remember one shelf, one cabinet, at a time. That was as much as she could let herself think of it. Already her stomach was withered. Uncle June reached over and tousled Gloria's hair like a boy's, and Gloria ducked her head away.
We can't take none of it with us,
he said.
That's what I'm always trying to tell Mama. Shoot, one match and Mama's house would go up like the 4th of July,
Wayman said, peeking over his shoulder at the window, not wanting Miss Lottie to hear.
Mama all right?
Uncle June asked Gloria, already moving on from the fire. Gloria nodded, sleeping.
Then we blessed it wasn't worse.
Oh, shoot, Wayman said, peering down the street. He jumped down from the porch. At the intersection down the street, Sheriff Posey's car was pulling up beside the pickup truck. His sheriff's car had a gold stripe across the side that made it noticeable from a distance, shiny in the sun. His lights and siren weren't on.
Took his damn time, Uncle June said. He's probably the one who sent these crackers out here,"
Wayman said. He whistled to the neighbor and pointed toward the sheriff. Up and down the street, the men lowered or hid their weapons. Grudgingly, June set down his shotgun across Miss Lottie's empty porch rocker, out of sight from the road. Sheriff Posey wanted to run for governor one day, or so Miss Ann said, and he comported himself as if he already had the position. He wore a dark suit and tie, with only his gray Stetson as his police uniform. He walked down the street instead of riding in his car, touching the brim of his hat as he passed one house and then the next, on the way to Miss Lottie's. The Hatchet's big-bellied yellow hound followed him, sniffing after his two-tone boots.
"Shouldn't y'all be getting ready for work?"
Sheriff Posey called out as he walked.
"Kinda late in the day to be out on the front porch, ain't it?"
No one answered him. The air was already hot before 7 a.m., so Sheriff Posey was sweating by the time he reached the end of the street at the edge of Miss Lottie's grass. He folded his suit coat over his arm. His face looked as if he was smiling even when he wasn't. A face where you couldn't guess his age. The broken living room window was staring right at him, but he ignored it.
"They'll be looking for you at the mill any minute, J.W.,
Sheriff Posey said to Uncle June. He did not greet Wayman or speak to him, and Gloria was glad. Wayman had bowed his head to hide his glare, but he might say anything. Gloria kept quiet, too.
"Can't leave my godmama's house with hooligans breaking windows up and down the street,"
Uncle June said.
"We've got property damage all up and down. They were shouting and raising a ruckus all night."
Sheriff Posey glanced back at the pickup truck and the gathered white men and boys as if he had just noticed them.
"Don't you worry none about those fellas back there," he said. "I'm sending them back on home. You send them home, Sheriff, and we'll go to work, all right?"
Uncle June said. Gloria wondered when the sheriff would say something about the fire. Sheriff Posey sighed. He took off his hat and rearranged it on his head. Gloria understood why he was nicknamed Bird. He was fidgety, his eyes skirting here and there.
"From what I can gather, lots of folks are wondering why Robert Stevens hasn't been brought to justice. That was a nasty business, what happened at Pixie's. But here we are, a year later, and no trial. If you could help us find him, I'm sure they'd settle down."
Now he was looking straight at Gloria. He didn't do what they say. Everybody knows it. Gloria had been afraid to say it to the judge, but Gloria was too weary to be afraid. She had lost Papa, Robbie, and her home. What else could they take?
"That's what the trial's for,"
Sheriff Posey said.
"She'll say her side, he'll say his."
Wayman chuckled beside Gloria, almost out of her hearing. No jury in Graystown would side with Papa's word over a white woman, even if half the town knew she was lying.
"We ain't seen Robert Stevens since he left,"
Uncle June said.
"Might be in New York." "I hear Chicago,"
the sheriff said.
"Then you know better than I do, sir,"
June said.
"He might be out in California,"
Wayman said.
"Lots of folks go out there, too."
Sheriff Posey gave Wayman a sour look.
"War's been over for 5 years, boy."
Miss Lottie was right. Few things riled white men more than a black man in an army uniform. Maybe it was knowing they might have killed white men overseas, even if they were Nazis, or the white girlfriends in France so many Negro soldiers had stories about.
"Yes, sir,"
Wayman said.
"But looks like a new war's coming."
Sheriff Posey's lips formed a tight line and his face got redder. Before he could say anything, Uncle June said,
"Papers say Korea's heating up. Then both of you go on and re-enlist."
Sheriff Posey said.
"Anyway, you should all think real hard on getting out of Gracetown till this business with Robert Stevens is settled. Take this gal and the old woman, too. Nights will get a whole lot quieter for everyone in Lower Spruce."
None of them answered. Mild voice or not, they knew the sound of a threat. Gloria was so angry that her teeth clamped tight. Sheriff Posey backed up a step, as if he could see Uncle June's shotgun waiting on the rocker, or the little pea shooter in Wayman's pocket.
"By the way,"
Sheriff Posey said to Gloria,
"I'm sorry to report there was a fire last night. Looks like your daddy's house got burned to the ground. Nothing but ashes left. Thank goodness you were here. Safe and sound. I'm guessing maybe you left something cooking on the stove. Those grease fires get out of hand fast." "Wasn't no grease fire," Wayman said. "Ask Red McCormick. Might be he saw Mr. Earl and some swamp boys out there last night."
He didn't say clan, but he didn't have to. Sheriff Posey froze, surprised. He wasn't used to answers to his lies. He turned to scan the street, where everyone was posted on their porches or by their windows. Miss Lottie and Mrs. Hatchett were awake now, listening by the living room's broken window pane. Sheriff Posey suddenly busied himself with wiping his shoe in the grass. Gloria hoped he'd stepped in dog shit.
"Y'all hear me now?"
Sheriff Posey called out.
"It's time to get dressed and out to work."
No one moved or answered him. He hadn't come to hear their complaints about broken windows or threats keeping them up all night. He hadn't come to promise justice for the fire. Sheriff Posey went on, his voice angrier.
"If I come back and see y'all here in an hour, I'll have my deputies run you in for vagrancy. See how you like it when you get locked up like her brother. And locked up is where he's gonna stay until somebody helps us find his daddy."
He spoke more loudly so the crowd of whites could hear at the end of the street. Gloria was so angry. The world went red. Then Sheriff Posey turned to look at her and winked. A true politician. He was performing for his audience.
"Be smart,"
Sheriff Posey said, gentler.
"I'll see he makes it to trial, and the trial's fair."
Sheriff Posey took his time during his long walk back to the intersection, careful not to show fear. As he walked, he signaled to the waiting white men and boys at the end of the street. Most of them climbed into the truck, and a few walked to their cars. A chorus of car doors slammed just out of sight.
"Fool,"
Miss Lottie muttered from the window.
"Ain't fit for a badge. You shouldn't have named Mr. Earl."
Uncle June chided Wayman. Mr. Earl, who ran the tack and feed, was Klan to his bones. Negro farmers drove to Mariana or Quincy when they needed feed, fearful Mr. Earl might poison their stock.
"But I did it, huh?"
Wayman shrugged.
"He's the sheriff, ain't he? Fighting crime? Now you sound like a damn fool."
Slowly, as the whites left, neighbors waved at June and went inside. Gloria had not moved since Sheriff Posey's wink, rigid with anger. But she realized she was grateful to him for confirming everything she had learned yesterday. Gracetown would not free Robbie. She could stop wasting her time with lawyers and judges. Gloria waited until she saw the sheriff climb into his car. And then she said, "Uncle June, you worked at the Reformatory, didn't you?" Uncle June's jaw tightened. He wasn't proud of his time at the Reformatory. He'd never told her what he'd done, but she felt something near his mind almost as bad as his war memories. Worse, maybe.
"Few months,"
June said, voice low. "So you know how boys would run sometimes." Uncle June looked at her.
"If they wanted to get whipped, shot, or ripped up by dogs."
Knowledge of things he'd done flared quietly, but she didn't want to know. Not yet. But those boys, they didn't have help, did they? They didn't have someone who worked inside once who could tell them how to go, or someone to drive them away once they were out. Wayman let out a joyful hoot, patting Gloria's back too hard.
"You sure is kidding, Robert Stevens. I'll say that much."
June glanced back at Miss Lottie. If he was looking for an objection in her face, he didn't find one in Miss Lottie's steely eyes.
"Told you,"
Miss Lottie said to June.
"She's just like Bob and her mama."
June turned back to Gloria.
"No, I guess they didn't have nobody helping them like that."
Gloria gazed at the smoke rising, where her home and family had once lived. For the first time, she understood the liberation of having nothing left to lose. "We're going to help Robbie run," Gloria said.
"'Bout Tom,"
Wayman said. Maybe he and Uncle June had argued about it already. Uncle June glared at the morning, making sure the last trucks at the end of the street had driven away.
"It won't be pretty. We can't count on no one else. We sure we're ready for that?"
"Damn right," Miss Lottie said. Deciding was that easy. But the rest, Gloria knew, would be oh so hard. 25. Miss Anne showed no surprise, only relief when she opened her kitchen door and saw Gloria waiting on the rear stoop. Without a word, she stepped aside to let Gloria in, lingering to scan her backyard for spies, watching beyond her prized rose bushes that ringed the house. The kitchen smelled like brewing coffee, but no one else was up. Only Fred's wife, Nell, had a job, but Miss Anne always got up early and dressed as if she expected visitors. Gloria could tell by the stricken look on Miss Anne's face that she knew about the trouble on Lower Spruce, and she might even know about the cabin. But Miss Anne didn't say anything, gently closing and locking her door with a sad sigh Gloria barely heard. "Can I use your phone?" Gloria said, keeping her voice low. "I want to call that place. The social worker said I have to get on the list to see Robbie on visiting day." Miss Anne didn't ask why she couldn't use the phone at Miss Lottie's house. Instead, she led Gloria to the wooden telephone chair just beyond the kitchen entryway. She gestured for Gloria to sit down. She didn't want to be too loud either. Miss Anne picked up the handset on the small tabletop and dialed the operator. "Hi, Maddie," she said. And Gloria thought about how all the Gracetown ladies knew each other. And Miss Anne was friendly with the woman who had lied about Papa, too. "Good to hear your voice. Gracetown School for Boys, please." After the operator's answer, Miss Anne handed the receiver to Gloria. The ring was loud and grating, as ugly as the place itself. When the phone stopped ringing, Gloria noticed tears in Miss Anne's eyes, but no time to worry about it. The woman who'd answered was already in a bad mood, and she was repeating herself because Gloria missed what she'd said after the distraction of Miss Anne's tears. Gloria straightened her shoulders to sound more confident. "I need to make an appointment on visiting day, please." "Your name?" Gloria's confidence melted. Not for the first time, she wanted to lie. "Gloria Stevens," she said. "I'd like an appointment to see Robbie Stevens, please." Robbie, not Robert, not Papa. In the long silence, Gloria noticed Miss Anne flick a tear away while she pretended to straighten an old framed map of Florida hanging on the wall. "Too late to book an appointment for tomorrow," the woman said. "Tomorrow's full." "But the social worker, Mr. Lohman, he said I could see him." Lohman had also said something about how she would need to rush to make an appointment, but she'd been so busy with Live Oak and John Dorsey and the courthouse and worrying about Lower Spruce and her cabin burning down that she'd forgotten to plan for visiting day. "Not tomorrow you can't," the woman said. "I don't care if the man on the moon says it. You'll have to wait a week." She was so snappish that Gloria thought she might hang up on her. "Can I get my name on the list for next week?" Gloria said, biting back tears. This was wrong in every way. She wanted to see Robbie tomorrow, to tell him he would be all right because they were going to figure out how to break him free. She had hoped she might even be able to share seeds of the getaway plan Uncle June was mulling over, based on what he remembered about the grounds. Uncle June had promised to help her draw a map. The woman's voice became muffled, and Gloria realized she was talking to someone else, muting the phone. Then she was back. "Oh, no. We don't take new appointments until Monday, and you have to come in person to put your name on the list." Drive to that awful place just to put her name on a list? The Gracetown Reformatory was a state school, not just for the county. Parents who lived hours away couldn't be expected to come in person just to make an appointment for a visit. This woman didn't want her to make an appointment. The woman probably expected Gloria to be too scared to come in person. And maybe she should be scared. "I can't make an appointment to see my 12-year-old brother until Monday for next week, and I can only make an appointment in person," Gloria recited to make sure Miss Ann heard. Miss Ann's mouth dropped open, indignant. Not liking the sound of her own words, the woman hung up. Gloria wanted to scream or cry, but somehow she only slipped the phone back to the cradle, her hand trembling with rage and disappointment, and too many other emotions to name. She thought of Mama's photo albums and Sunday dishes, and carefully folded hand towels embroidered with strawberries she'd kept in the drawers by the sink burning in the fire, and could barely catch her breath. "You lure a fly with honey, Gloria," Miss Ann said, her voice sounding far away inside Gloria's boiling thoughts. Siding with a stranger, of course. "I only mean, you know how—" "Yes," Gloria said. "I know what you mean. I'm supposed to pretend like it's fine." "I know it's not fine," Miss Ann blurted. "Fred came home drunk as a skunk a couple hours ago. He was out all night in Lower Spruce. He told me he went to see it didn't go too far. But I don't believe it, and I'm so ashamed. Daddy would—" She didn't finish, wiping away another tear. Fred had always been trash. Mr. Powell had known it better than anyone. Gloria was not surprised and had nothing to say, so she stood up to leave. "Wait," Miss Ann said, grabbing her arm, and Gloria's flesh turned taut as she waited for Miss Ann to go on. Miss Ann breathed the anger in her eyes. "What will you do now?" "Miss Lottie can drive me," Gloria said. "I have to see Robbie. I have to get on the list. I won't wait until Monday." "I don't think you should go there, Gloria," Miss Ann said. "I think you should keep out of sight altogether for a few days." She hushed her voice. "Is it true you hired a communist lawyer with the money I gave you and went to the courthouse?" "The NAACP isn't communist," Gloria said, yanking her arm away. "You sound just like all the rest, Miss Ann, and that lawyer didn't charge me a cent." Miss Ann's eyes fluttered with embarrassment. "My phone was ringing off the hook last night from people asking me about you and a lawyer at the courthouse," Miss Ann said. "Gloria, who was that you mentioned on the phone? Mr. Lohman?" "He's a social worker who drove Robbie to the Reformatory. He's from New York." "Yes, I know that name. Jan and I went to a meeting of Christians and Jews in Tallahassee, and I think he was there. His wife's name is Rachel. If they're the same ones, they must be. She was telling me how her kids get teased. Let me call her. Or better yet, I'll try calling him. Please let me do something to help." Gloria didn't remember Lohman's number or have his card, but she remembered the agency he worked for, so Miss Ann took Gloria's place in the telephone chair to try to get through to him. Gloria knew she could make the tedious call herself, but she was tired. "They wear you down one wrong at a time," Mama used to say. "Yes, Mr. Lohman," Miss Ann said, so giddy that she nearly giggled. She clutched the bulky phone receiver close to her ear. As soon as she introduced herself, Gloria heard Mr. Loman's faint voice say,
"Why, yes, Miss Powell. It's indeed a pleasure,"
like he was Cary Grant at a cocktail party. He went on some about his wife, but Miss Anne cut short their small talk. "Mr. Loman, I have a frustrating dilemma. It's about Robert Stevens, Jr., the boy at the Reformatory. I have his sister Gloria here with me." The line went silent as he listened. David Loman's fingers tightened across his coffee mug when Ann Powell mentioned Robert Stevens's name. The son's name carried his father's every bit as much as Ann Powell's name carried her late father's and the circles he was navigating in Jackson, Gadsden, and Leon counties. Rachel couldn't stop talking about how kind Ann Powell had been to her, that they might actually have For Robert Stevens, my great-uncle who died at the Dozier School for Boys in Marianna, Florida, in 1937. He was 15 years old. Patricia Gloria Stevens Dew, 1939 to 2012. I miss you, Mom. John Dorsey Dew, Jr., freedom lawyer. Thank you for collaborating with me, Dad. Part 1. McCormick Road. 1. June 1950. Gracetown, Florida. Robert Stevens held his breath and counted to 3, hoping to see Mama. Some mornings his nose tickled with a trace of talcum powder or Madam C.J. Walker's Glossine hair grease, and he felt something hovering over him, watching him sleep. His groggy brain would think, Mama? If he gasped, or sat up too quickly, or even wiped the sleep from his eyes, it was gone, like a dream. But sometimes, when the June daylight charged early through the thin curtain and broke the darkness, movement glided across the red glow of his closed eyelids, like someone walking past his bed. He felt no gentle kisses or fingertips brushing his forehead, no whispers of assurances and motherly love, nothing like what people said ghosts were supposed to be, much less your dead mama. That morning he was patient, counting the way he'd practiced. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, and slitted his eyes open. A woman's shadow passed outside of the window above him, features appearing in the gaps between the sheets of tinfoil taped across the glass. In a white dress, maybe? Maybe. Moving fast, in a hurry. Mama! The shadow didn't stop, or turn around, or step inside the room through the wall to show her face. His hope that she would say something to him died before it was fully awake. That's how fast she was gone. Always. Robert jumped from his mattress to peek through a gap in the foil, but of course she wasn't there. Nothing was visible except the old chicken coop, long empty. And it was an ordinary day again, with Mama in heaven and Papa in Chicago, starting out wrong already. Robert had given up trying to convince his older sister Gloria that Mama was visiting him, unless she was just jealous that he still had a piece of her that she didn't. But it was such a small piece, not even enough to touch or hold. Since Robert and Gloria lived downwind of the McCormick's turpentine camp, the sweet scent of cooking breakfast ham filled the cabin like a shout. Robert's violent hunger overpowered any happiness he'd won from the quick-moving shadow that could have been Mama's ghost, but probably wasn't. That day started the same as the rest, the vaguest shadow and the smell of meat. Robert's empty heart whimpered, and his empty stomach roared. Later on, when the bad thing would happen, and the judge would ask him, "Why'd you do a fool thing like that?" And in the days to come, he would cry himself to sleep in secret with the same question. The answer rested squarely with the frying ham at the turpentine camp. The camp was down the path from the 2-room, 90-year-old oak and brick cabin that grandfather built on the patch of land Master Powell had given him to die on when he was no longer useful. And luckily, Papa had just fixed the leaky roof before he was chased off to Chicago. The money Papa sent the first week of the month never lasted long enough to keep the pantry stocked. So he and Gloria couldn't afford regular meat anymore, except on Sundays. After church, Gloria might surprise him with a squirrel or rabbit she'd trapped, or she'd chop up a handful of smoked pork from Miss Ann and her greens, so he could remember the taste of something other than cornmeal and soup. And the camp was no more than a quick run from their cabin, close enough to smell the food, but as far away as the moon. When he and Gloria opened the door that morning, the box from Chicago was waiting, dropped off overnight by Uncle June. Miss Lottie's grandnephew, who carried Papa's packages from the post office. Papa never dared address his mail to his children directly, for fear of reprisals or tampering by spiteful postal employees. This box was larger than usual, wrapped in brown paper, crisscrossed with twine and tape, slightly crushed in one corner during its trip from Chicago, or else in Miss Lottie's old truck. "Told you they'd come," Gloria said. The boots. Robert had been waiting on new boots since his soles had started falling apart in May. When Robert saw the box, he swooned with excitement. His hunger forgotten, he ripped away twine, brown paper, tape, and stared. The brown boots with bright white laces were large, crammed in the box from end to end. Not for a child at all. His stomach curled in a knot with disappointment. "These are like Papa's boots. They won't hold my feet, Gloria?" "Course not. You think Papa has money to send you boots special all the way from Illinois? From a catalog every 2 weeks, racing to keep up with how your feet grow?" Gloria's long sentences were dizzying. His school friends said his sister sounded whiter than white folks on the radio shows. His favorite programs were Dragnet, Dimension X, and Suspense. And Gloria sure enough sounded just like the hysterical ladies seeing an alien or staring down a gun barrel, the way she talked so fast. Robert slipped his bare feet into the boots. His toes rattled inside. He flopped around the porch in the giant boots. "I can't even wear 'em." "Well, wrap your feet," Gloria said. "I can't run in 'em like that." "Why do you need to run in your boots?" "'Cause Papa says don't run barefoot." "Then don't run," she said. She might as well have said don't breathe. Don't let your heart beat. All pleasure was gone lately. No mama, no papa, no sweets, no meat most days. And now he couldn't run. Robert's salty tears broke free. Gloria was forever telling him not to run. It's just like Mama always told you. But the Mama in his memory was a smiling face, bird-song voice, gentle touch. Gloria was forever talking about a scolding and rule-setting Mama he did not remember. Gloria rubbed his chin. "By winter," she said, "your feet will fit." Later, when Gloria would feel especially tender toward him because of his terrible ordeal, she would confess that she'd asked Papa to send boots 2 sizes too big. But that day she scolded him for his selfishness when so many children had no shoes at all, made him promise to write a thank you letter to Papa. Robert was unhappy in 2 pairs of hot woolen socks and 2 big boots. As he and Gloria let themselves out of the chicken mesh fence, they still kept latched tight, even though the chickens were long gone. With a grumbling stomach and sweating feet, Robert was in a bad mood as they set out on the uphill climb through woods to the clay-dust farm-to-market road that passed within shouting distance from their door. Rusty barbed wire from a long-ago hog pen was still strung along the path. "Why we gotta wear shoes at school?" Robert said, but he stopped short of complaining about school. Luckily, it was the last week of school before summer break. Half his class was already gone to start picking in Quincy, although Gloria said Robert could never go to any white man's cotton field, no matter how little money they had. That was what Papa wanted. Gloria had been forced to quit school after Papa left, and he often caught her wiping away a tear before she left for Miss Ann Powell's to clean. Gloria treated school like it was holier than church. Robert liked to kick off his shoes under his desk, but Gloria had told Mr. Harris to rap his knuckles with a ruler if he ever saw him barefoot in the classroom. Papa had written in one of his letters that no one in Chicago would be caught dead barefoot, and Gloria hoped to beat Robert's country habits out of him so they would be ready for city life. They would join Papa in Chicago one day. Gloria had promised him. The dirt path led out on State Route 166, or McCormick Road, which stretched from one end of the county to the other, mostly through timber farms. He and Gloria lived just outside the Gracetown limits, with a 3-mile walk to Frederick Douglass Colored School on Lower Spruce, so they needed an hour to get there on time. In winter, the sun was still hidden when they began their walk to the school. If Robert was tardy, Mr. Harris gave him a paddling in front of the class. Robert had been late only once, and once was enough to last his whole life. The surprisingly sharp pain from the paddle hadn't smarted nearly as much as the eyes of his classmates on him and the titter through the room. Robert Stevens's son being paddled? He could almost hear them planning how they would tell their parents. Like Papa said, everyone knowing your name wasn't always a blessing. As they passed the McCormick's fence, Robert heard the snorting of 6-week-old piglets rooting near the roadside. 4 of them, already fat enough to eat. The sight of the piglets made Robert's stomach growl again. He wished he could reach through the McCormick's log slats to swipe one of the piglets. It would hardly be like stealing, with all the money the McCormicks had from slavery days. No one but the piglet's mama might ever know he was gone. But Robert walked past, his belly complaining as he recited his commandments under his breath. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not steal. He'd promised Mama he would keep God in his life. She'd said God was the only thing she had to give him. She'd given Robert plenty more than that. Almost gave him Miss Ann's old piano once, if she'd been able to find someone to haul it into the woods for them, and if it could have fit inside their cabin. But when Mama had played for him during his lessons, Robert heard Mama sing how much she loved him, even if she couldn't give him the piano to keep. Robert remembered Mama's hollow-jawed cheeks and wide-open dead eyes before Mr. Kendrick had come to fetch her in his hearse to take her to the colored graveyard. Whenever Gloria said Mama, or someone mentioned her name, Robert saw her dead face instead of the smiling one he'd known. He was thinking of Mama's dead face when the voice called out from the thin Florida pines,
"Hey there, Robbie."
2 years had roughened Lyle McCormick's voice, but Robert still knew it well enough to stop and turn to him with a smile. Papa had taught him that if a McCormick addressed you, any white man really, but especially a McCormick, you smiled like he was family you thought you'd lost in Normandy. You smiled like he was Christmas morning itself.
"How come y'all don't come to the swimming hole no more?"
Lyle said. At 14, Lyle McCormick had been another boy splashing with him and his cousins at the swimming hole near the swamp, just beyond the McCormick fence. 2 years later, at 16, Lyle McCormick was nearly 6 feet tall, broad-chested, with a patchy beard trying to grow over his ruddy cheeks. Robert had never considered Lyle McCormick a friend, but Lyle could not be a playmate now that he was becoming a man. Why was Lyle even asking? "Don't know," Robert said. He shrugged in the way his sister hated. He felt a nudge his back, a silent correction. Robert didn't mention he'd been busy with school. 6 months before, he'd been walking in town with a primer under his arm when a white man he'd never seen knocked it free and kicked it into the street.
"Strong-looking boy like you don't need to think about anything except tobacco,"
he said. Robert had been too shocked to smile. He'd stood gape-jawed while the stranger examined him, asked him how old he was, got angry when Robert said he was only 12, insisted he was tall enough to be 14. The tears in Robert's eyes seemed to convince the stranger of his age, and he finally walked on, leaving Robert with shaking knees. Later, Gloria said he was probably one of the growers' agents looking for pickers, and he probably worked for the McCormicks. Men who didn't hire themselves out for picking got thrown in jail for vagrancy and sent into the woods or fields by the sheriff. Since then, Robert never walked with his primer in town unless he hid it in a sack. Tried not to walk in town, period. Anyone knew it was best for Negroes to stay clear of Main Street, not to venture beyond the railroad tracks that separated Upper Spruce from Lower Spruce. None of that fear had touched Robert on McCormick Road. Until now. Lyle McCormick was asking about swimming, but Lyle didn't give a snot about Robert, so he must have another meaning. Guessing at a white man's meaning was a dangerous game. "We don't got time for swimming now," Robert said. Robert expected Lyle to say, "Condolences on the passing of your mama, and I know you must miss your papa now that he's gone." But he didn't. He was staring at Gloria. Gloria had brought Robert and his cousins to the swimming hole each night after supper until the end of summer 2 years ago, waiting alongside the young McCormick twins under Lyle's watch. White and Negro. They all raced under the water to try to catch the flat, shiny stones Lyle McCormick threw in. They all pulled strands of moss from their hair that floated like snakes on the water. They had thrown their clothes on the riverbank and complained about mud stains. White and Negro. They had lain in the soft soil with their fingers locked behind their heads as pillows, staring up at moss strung from the old oak's branches, speculating on whether or not haints lived in the rotting wood, and dropped moss into the water to try to tangle and drown them. Those swimming days had been the last good days, with sunset so late in the summer, Mama still alive and breathing, Papa coming home each night.
"You oughta come by like before."
Lyle McCormick ambled closer to them, leaning on his fence bordering the woods, closer to Gloria.
"You too, Glo. We could swim. You and me."
Gloria hated being called Glo, but Robert knew she wouldn't sass at Lyle McCormick. All at once, Robbie understood that Glo was the real reason Lyle had stopped them. His sweaty feet made him squirm. "Robbie's right," Gloria said. "No time to play these days, Lyle." Instinct made Robert glad for the fence that separated them. But Lyle suddenly hopped over the rails to sidle closer, breathing as if he'd come running across the field.
"Everyone's got some time to play,"
he said.
"How about on Sunday?"
"She says she don't want to," Robert said. His mouth moved before he could think. His muscles felt tense all over, coiled like a rattlesnake. He said it like Papa would. Gloria's head whipped around. Emotions paraded in her eyes, one by one. Shock, delight, anger. "I can speak for myself, Robbie," Gloria said, schoolmarm proper. She gave his arm a sharp yank for emphasis. "Hush."
"Yeah, hush,"
Lyle McCormick said.
"Nobody's talking to you."
"Sure you was," Robert said. Hadn't Lyle called him over first? But Robert decided to keep the rest silent when the angry blaze in Gloria's eyes burned at him. Lyle squinted at Robert. A challenge.
"What you say?"
"He ain't said nothing, Lyle," Gloria said. "He's a stupid kid." The hunger in the pit of Robert's stomach twisted, making him feel sick. Gloria had stripped the schoolmarm out of her voice, replacing it with country sweetness, like lemonade, with too much sugar. She took a halting step closer to Lyle, showing him her full face, her lips upturned, as if she were really smiling. Lyle's eyes drifted back to Gloria.
"So come swim on Sunday, then. After church. Close to dark. The sun sets pretty on the water."
"Betty's pretty, all right," Gloria said. "But I'm going on to work. I'm Miss Ann's girl now, you know." "Good morning, Lyle McCormick." She took a step farther down the path, and Robert quickly followed, glad to be away from a moment pricked sharp, even if he wasn't sure why. Something to do with the swimming hole, and Lyle asking Gloria to go swimming, as if they were courting. But no McCormick would court a Negro girl. No white man, period, would. So why was he bothering Gloria? Lyle McCormick flipped a tuft of flat golden hair from his face as he matched Gloria's pace. He took her arm to stop her walking and lowered his face close to hers. For an amazed instant, Robert thought he meant to kiss her, but instead, he whispered in a voice just loud enough for Robert to hear.
"You look nicer than those gals at Pixie's."
Gloria stared at him with a moon-eyed face Robert had never seen on his sister. So childlike it frightened him. Lyle McCormick grinned.
"You can do more than scrub floors, Glo. I know you can."
Then he winked at her. As Lyle McCormick's eyelids slid shut above his grin, locking into a leer, Robert understood one of the last things his father had told him before he fled to Chicago. He was never, ever to wink his eye at a white girl or white woman. Foolishness like that can get you killed, Papa had said. And here was Lyle McCormick winking at his sister in broad daylight, standing in the middle of the road where any passerby or farmhand could see. 100 years could have passed since their twilight swimming days. The bright morning sun, his stomach's knotted hunger, and Mama's death face stirred Robert into a rage. He didn't want Lyle McCormick's hand and eyes on his sister a breath longer. He squeezed himself between Lyle and Gloria. "Leave her be," Robert said. Lyle's eyes dropped down to him.
"What's got into you?"
Gloria backed up a step behind Robert, but Robert remained fixed, a wall.
"Move, Robbie,"
Lyle said, and shoved him aside. So much power in the blunt motion that Robert stumbled 2 steps. His upper arm smarted from the heel of Lyle's hand. "Stop it," Gloria said to Robert. "Mind your business." But Robert ran toward Lyle McCormick, swinging his foot at the bigger boy's left knee, and his new boot's bulk sank into the side of Lyle's kneecap with a thunk of bone. It wasn't like he'd done it. He watched himself do it. Lyle McCormick yelled in pain.
"You little shit,"
he said. He hopped on one leg.
"You pushed me first,"
Robert said, his voice and eyes low. The kick had taken all the fight out of him. Instead, he was realizing what he had done. "He didn't mean it, Lyle," Gloria said. "He's stupid. It's just me looking after him since Mama died. He don't have his daddy now either." Gloria was talking fast, as if Lyle McCormick were holding a shotgun to his head. Lyle McCormick was red-faced, so tall above Robert that he blocked the sunlight. Lyle pursed his lips, eyes staring death at Robert.
"Ought to brain you, Robbie."
"Walk on it, Lyle," Gloria said gently. "Your knee's all right, ain't it?" After a last glare at Robert, Lyle hobbled in a circle, testing his knee.
"Damn it."
"But you're fine," Gloria said, a feeble plea in her voice. "Ain't you?" Robert knew better than to lay hands on a McCormick. Any Negro knew better than to lay hands on any white man, but especially a McCormick. At best, Robert calculated he was about to get the thrashing of his life. The worst was too big to form a picture.
"You do that again, I'm gonna knock your teeth out,"
Lyle said, his finger pressing the tip of Robert's nose.
"You hear me?"
"Yes, sir. I'm sure sorry," Robert said, more grateful than scared, amazed it was over. But it wasn't.
"Lyle!"
A man's voice called across the field from beyond the fence. Their heads snapped like owls toward the fence. Robert hoped the voice didn't belong to Lyle McCormick's father, who everyone called Mr. Red because of his bright orange hair. But his hope died as his hair charged through the pine grove. Gloria took Robert's hand, squeezing it. They both wanted to run.
"Did this little nigger just kick you?"
Red McCormick said. He ducked the fence rail. The closer he walked, the more Robert felt the earth parting around him, a hole swallowing his feet.
"Mr. Red is gonna kill me,"
Robert thought. The most certain thought he'd ever had. Lyle's eyes went to Gloria, and an apology meant only for her to see. Then he went to his father, hiding his limp.
"Yeah, he kicked me, Pa,"
Lyle said.
"Wasn't nothing, though."
Red McCormick boxed Robert's right ear so hard that he and his sister screamed. 2. Robbie kicked Lyle McCormick, and Red McCormick saw. Gloria's thoughts wouldn't let her sleep. Memories slapped at her as she lay in the bed her parents had shared, already an uneasy place to rest. Lyle McCormick's sour breath on her neck, Robbie's kick to Lyle's knee, his knee, and he wanted to play football for Florida State. Red McCormick storming over so quickly that he might have meant to snap Robbie's neck, and blue flames in Red McCormick's eyes as he boxed Robbie's ears, daring her to move or speak. What would Mama have done? Mama had kept most of her childhood stories locked in her eyes. Mama's stories were unsuited for the ears of children. Stories of evil without consequence and pain without cease. The unholy things that happen when God blinks. Or maybe sleeps. Surely God sleeps sometimes, Gloria thought. The evidence of slumber was all around. Secretly, since Mama's passing, Gloria wrestled with her father's unshakable belief in God. But sometimes she made peace with the notion that Mama's cancer had come while God's eyes were shut. Mostly, God's eyes are open. But God blinks, there's a hurricane. Or blink, there's an orphan. Reverend Miles had never put it so plainly, but to Gloria, it was a truth as bright as summer sun. At least Mama's terrible crying and sweating had a swift end. Mama's dying had a measurement. It began. It flashed with bright pain. It ended. Emptiness so big it made her feel blind. Painful enough to make any good in the world a lie. But it ended. Papa in Chicago was a different thing entirely. They needed him now. Papa had fled to Chicago, and she did not know when or if he would send for her and Robbie. He said he would try to bring them to Chicago by fall, but it wasn't certain. And fall was months away. She couldn't hear his laugh or feel him nearby when she heard night noises outside her window. He hadn't called her at Miss Lottie's at his usual time on Sunday, so her father might already be dead, and they were the last to hear. And if that were true, God help them. She couldn't form new thoughts beyond it. Though she knew she had to, she needed a plan. Mama and Papa both were planners. Mama had run her 6 sewing and laundry girls like a sea captain, and Papa knew how to move men to singing and unionizing. Gracetown had a long history of beloved Negro singers, but the history of union-talking Negroes was bleak. Everyone knew that, Papa especially. But still, he'd called a meeting and spoken before 25 colored mill workers at least, and said enough with his voice raised to be chased out of Gracetown that same night. She could have told him that you can only trust explosive secrets or plans with 3 people, at most, maybe 4. Beyond that, loyalties tended to buckle beneath the thrill of the telling. So, of course, at least half a dozen men had gone running to the bosses before Papa even warmed up or said the word strike. What happened next had been a Negro riot, or by eyewitness accounts, a mauling of Negroes by twice the number of white men with clubs, tire irons, and shotgun butts. Clyde Frazier, the barber who worked from his back porch near the railroad tracks on Lower Spruce, lost an eye. But at least no one died, like when Papa was a boy and had to hide out in the woods with his parents, grandparents, and cousins during the Mariana riots, or like the Rosewood survivors a dozen years prior, like Mama, and the way Papa's grandmother had hidden under her bed in 1909 when 3 Negro boys went missing on McCormick land, and when their Papa fired a warning shot demanding news of his sons, a mob of angry whites killed him and rounded up a score of other Negro fathers, brothers, and sons who were never seen again. On Florida soil, sometimes killing broke out for its own reasons. Florida soil is soaked with so much blood. It's a wonder the droplets don't seep between your toes with every step, Mama used to say. Sometimes, when Gloria walked along McCormick Road, she thought she heard whimpers beneath her footsteps. She wondered if blood turned the muddy clay roads in Gracetown the stubborn red-orange color that stained the folded cuffs of her dungarees. This time, Papa had been the one they wanted to hang. They wanted to swing him up like Claude Neal in Mariana when Papa was a boy. Papa had seen the body swinging in front of the courthouse, and on that day, he decided he could not let white people scare him, or he'd be scared all his life. Most of Papa's lessons were about the ways of white people, which made it all the more unthinkable that he had not heeded his own warnings. While the mobs had been looking for Papa, trying to scare the shotgun house dwellers at the far end of Lower Spruce, someone invented a story that Papa tried to rape a white lady behind Pixies. Anyone who knew Papa knew that was a lie, since he'd had eyes for no other girl but Mama since they were both in 3rd grade. And he didn't drink, gamble, or frequent juke joints. But that hadn't stopped somebody from pointing a finger toward the house Papa was building out on the other side of McCormick's land. This had not surprised Gloria either. She knew from school that not everyone was happy Papa had scraped together savings to build a house out near the lake, as her once friend Rose had put it, as if lake water and comfort were a betrayal. By the time the Klan burned down their unfinished house, Papa had hopped the train and asked Miss Lottie to keep an eye on Gloria and his namesake, Lil Robbie. And Miss Lottie, a spinster with a glass eye at 83, couldn't watch her own self, much less a boy of 12 and a girl of 16. Gloria had felt less safe at night, knowing she had to keep Miss Lottie's oyster knife sharp under her pillow to protect not just her and Robbie, but maybe the old woman, too. After 3 weeks, she and Robbie had gone back to their own house to live. She'd promised Miss Lottie she was grown enough to care for her brother, and she'd believed that until they ran into Lyle on McCormick Road. The cabin felt like a dead space now. Empty chicken coops and a chicken wire yard of dusty grass patches, soured memories in every corner, especially the formerly happiest, the wooden table for 4, where they had shared so many meals. It was a hostile space, too. So many dripping places when it rained, flies and mosquitoes wheeling freely inside the walls, so much stagnant heat and darkness, not enough windows, and Reynolds wrap instead of curtains. Her great-grandfather had not built big windows like Miss Ann's and the houses in town. Even before Mama got sick, they had begun to talk about the cabin as their old place, a relic from Papa's slave-born grandfather, a parcel doled out to a dying servant.
White folks can love their property, like a hunter loves his hound,"
Papa had said. Papa and his friends had built the new house from sturdy Florida pine, board by board, 3 bedrooms, an indoor bathroom and plumbing he'd hired workers for, not an outhouse, a picture window in the living room looking out on the lake. All of it burned now, a black circle seared in the soil. That burned-up house had been Mama's dream for them before she died. Now all of their dreams were dead. Every photo carefully posed in Mama's ornate frames felt like a lie. Even the photos of her and Robbie, they looked too young. The photo taking had stopped when Mama got sick. Robbie kicked Lyle McCormick, and Red McCormick saw. Should she take Robert on a train to Papa and try to make it to Chicago to find him? She had no money for train fare, so she imagined getting arrested or thrown off the train, stranded somewhere trying to find work with Robbie in tow. And what work was waiting for a girl who knew more about Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston than laundering, sewing, and cleaning Mama had tried to teach her? Robbie kicked Lyle McCormick, and Red McCormick saw. Gloria turned on the dim lamp on the night table beside a mattress. The cabin had only 1 bedroom, and no door separated her from Robbie's sleeping form on the trundle bed on the other side of the old cabin's coal stove and dining table. She heard his calm, steady breathing and longed to be in his place, untroubled, all fears forgotten with sleep. Gloria hunted down a pen and lined paper in the night table drawer. Papa had forever been writing his thoughts and plans, sometimes late into the night. She found a blank page and addressed it in neat lines the way Mama had taught her before Gloria even started school. Mr. William Jones, 101 47th Street, apartment 16A.